With a dragon-slaying blade in hand, Black Tiger Ah Fu stands against the large-nosed wizard, Gege, wielding the old magic wand. The mightiest men on earth, including Bane Ma Yōjirō, Ken Shirō of Hokuto no Ken, and the twin brothers, Hōgetsu. Which group should one choose? Perhaps one should take the summoning route? Only children make choices, adults wager their lives. System, grant me a tenfold draw. Chapter 1. Catch up with me. Zhao Hao, in a daze, felt a chill and instinctively reached for a blanket. Suddenly, he recalled that he seemed to have been involved in a car accident. The jarring screech of tires against asphalt during an emergency brake, the thunderous crash, the instantaneous tremor and excruciating pain. He jolted awake. What the hell? Where am I? Panic-stricken, he quickly surveyed his surroundings and realized he was not in a hospital. He instinctively sat up, checked himself, and discovered his t-shirt was stained with blood, with a knife wound on his abdomen, as if someone had slashed him. However, there were no marks on the body beneath the clothing. The blood on the fabric was still wet. Wait, this isn't my shirt. Zhao Hao suddenly turned his hands over and began to touch his own face. He stood up and searched around, finding a reflective glass surface. Through the unclear image, he realized the figure in the mirror was not himself. It was indeed a handsome young man in his 20s. I have crossed over? Fortunately, this world appeared to be quite similar to Earth, and the country he found himself in was called America. The year was 1978. Many details from his memory seemed familiar, yet there were numerous discrepancies as well. The most significant difference was the historical context. Could it be that I have traversed to a parallel Earth in the 1980s of America? But what on earth is the Song dynasty that I remember? Why does it still exist at this time? Nevertheless, the pressing concern was not this question, given the vast Pacific Ocean separating them. The immediate priority was his own safety. It turned out that this body also bore the name Zhao Hao, albeit written as Qian Hao. He was an orphan, quite in line with common sense. The name sounded imposing, but his life was fragile. The original Zhao Hao had already perished, with the abdominal wound being the cause of death due to excessive blood loss. And now, Zhao had yet to escape danger, as he was still at the scene of the death. This tale traces back several weeks, when Zhao Hao met a prominent figure from another school at his high school graduation ceremony. In America, excelling in academics does not garner the title of a prominent figure. Rather, such individuals are often dismissed as bookworms. Indeed, this is the wisdom of the age. In contrast, those who excel in social endeavors or sports become the center of attention for everyone. This illustrious figure, Heidegger Green, was an athletic talent. In America, football is the most popular sport, and Heidegger Green had made it into the Northern and Southern Football League with commendable achievements. Although not a top seed, his future prospects were bright. With this identity, he could apply to many prestigious universities and achieve success on the football field. Zhao Hao, unaware if it was due to good genetic inheritance, had managed to pass the SAT exam ahead of time at a public high school of dubious educational standards. This exam is often referred to as the American College Entrance Exam. IT serves as one of the admission criteria for American universities and a primary basis for scholarship awards. However, as previously mentioned, good grades were not highly regarded, especially in a school focused on joyful education. Yet, for reasons unknown, this invited star from another school took a particular interest in Zhao Hao. He not only initiated conversations, but was also exceedingly friendly, subsequently inviting him to gatherings several times, and they enjoyed each other's company immensely. If it were the current Zhao Hao, he might have suspected that Heidegger was after him. However, the original Zhao Hao was only 19, freshly graduated from high school, and was blissfully ignorant of the world's malicious intent. Then, 2 days prior, Zhao Hao, along with 2 boys and 2 girls, was invited by Heidegger to a gathering at his old mansion on Staten Island in Free City. In Free City, Staten Island is the most remote area, located to the southwest and quite a distance from Manhattan. The area is vast, yet sparsely populated, and due to its distance from the main urban centers, one must take a boat to reach it, evoking a sense of abandonment. Were it not for the election season, many might forget that such a large area existed in Free City. However, wealthy individuals often favor constructing large villas in such sparsely populated suburban areas due to the lower land prices. For instance, Heidegger's grand villa with a garden was built by his grandfather many years ago, reportedly purchased for a mere pittance, almost a steal. The following 2 days unfolded as a classic youth party in America, with the young people indulging in merriment, feasting, playing games, and then sleeping. However, the host, Heidegger, did not engage much in the festivities. Instead, he often smiled and observed from the sidelines. Everything was normal until last night when Zhao Hao was enjoying a conversation with one of the girls, Flora, when the other girl, Emma, suddenly barged in. Emma was Flora's twin sister and happily joined the interaction. Wait, American youth are so adept at socializing? No wonder they hail from a big city. Yet, I remember Emma was quite close to Heidegger, wasn't she? Could it be that Heidegger is actually a playboy? Mystery solved. It was a crime of passion. Zhao Hao pushed up the non-existent glasses on his nose, mistakenly believing that the only truth was that his predecessor had inadvertently crossed paths with the tall, athletic man, leading to his demise. The sisters both sensed something was amiss and decided not to keep in touch after the party. They shared a deep connection, often understanding each other with just a glance, a bond unique to twins. Zhao Hao suddenly understood there was only one truth. The playboy could not tolerate being jilted by the green-haired lady, leading him to commit murder. One must admit, the original Zhao Hao possessed remarkable psychological resilience. The next day, when he encountered Heidegger, he remained unflustered, engaging in laughter and conversation as if nothing had transpired. Had it not been for his distinct Asian features and black hair, one might have thought he was a blonde youth. However, on the final day of the party, just half an hour ago, an unexpected event occurred. Heidegger suddenly plunged a rounded dinner knife into another boy's chest during a meal. That rounded knife had no sharp edge. It pierced straight through the chest, fully embedding itself, requiring immense force. At that moment, Zhao Hao and the two sisters were dumbfounded. The boy who was stabbed stared wide-eyed, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to comprehend why he had gone from laughter to a knife in the chest in the blink of an eye. Only when blood poured from his mouth did he feel the pain that he gripped Heidegger's hand tightly, wanting to say something or question him, but only blood-soaked foam escaped his lips. The twin sisters screamed in unison, bolting upright and knocking over their chairs, fleeing in haste. The two shared a remarkable synergy, holding hands as they ran, choosing their escape route without a hint of disagreement. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished. At this moment, Zhao Hao was bewildered. Even if I had inadvertently crossed paths with you, there was no need for murder. What reason could there be to stab him? At that moment, Heidegger swiftly drew a dining knife and lunged toward Zhao Hao, who instinctively dodged and fell to the ground. He felt a sudden chill in his side, but in his heightened state of tension, he was oblivious to the fact that he had been injured. Zhao Hao also noticed something peculiar. A strange glow was emanating from the head of the dying boy. Afterwards, Zhao Hao attempted to flee, only to discover that the mansion was unexpectedly secure. Every door and window was tightly sealed, impenetrable to force. Moreover, Heidegger stalked him with the nonchalance of a hunter in a game reserve, loudly uttering bizarre phrases that instilled even greater terror in the desperate escapee. While pursuing him, it was evident that he had planned to murder 4 individuals from the outset. This was a premeditated hunt. Seeing no way out, and with the wound on his abdomen continuously bleeding, Zhao Hao eventually succumbed and collapsed in a secluded room. When he had traversed into this realm, the corpses were already somewhat cold, and he felt a chill. Yet, inexplicably, his abdominal wound had healed. Must I be so unfortunate? I opened my eyes only to see a maniac pursuing me. At this point, Zhao Hao could focus on nothing else. Survival was his only concern. However, the house was eerily strange despite the simple lattice windows. The glass remained unbreakable even when struck with a chair. Zhao Hao personally tested it, and it did not yield in the slightest. This house was indeed peculiar. Additionally, Heidegger's earlier words echoed in the corridors. Flee with all your might. Let the ritual be more perfect. This was no ordinary killer. It was a supernatural fiend. Chapter 2. The Fate Draw, Black Tiger Afu. Reflecting on the past, it is evident that there existed a certain telepathic connection between myself and the twin sisters with whom I once soared through the skies. My memories tell me that even in my early years, I would occasionally glimpse strange lights and visions, which I initially believed to be mere hallucinations. The first boy who was stabbed to death surely possessed some peculiar traits as well. The 4 of us were chosen and brought to this old mansion to partake in a so-called ritual. There must be a profound reason behind it. Goodness, This is far more perilous than those slasher films. While it is true that athletes, particularly football players, are often of exceptional caliber, there's a saying that those lacking physical prowess resort to basketball, while the strongest athletes excel in football. Heidegger's physicality is somewhat extraordinary. Without a firearm, I stand no chance in combat against him. That brute can crush a can of beer with one hand, pop the cap off a bottle with his thumb, and perform a backflip on a 5-centimeter wide railing. Could it be that some ritual has endowed him with such formidable strength? Engaging him in combat would be akin to pitting the likes of a novice against Tyson in a boxing ring. Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Yet, here I find myself, unable to flee, unable to fight back. Am I to simply await my demise? It's utterly infuriating. While others traverse realms as princes or tycoons, I find myself pursued by a supernatural killer. Where is my golden ticket to this new world? Just as Zhao Hao felt a surge of anxiety and vented his frustrations, peculiar thoughts suddenly materialized in his mind. Could it be? There truly exists a golden finger. Zhao Hao spent a couple of minutes probing the essence of this golden finger. His heart sank, however. Its function was to accumulate something called fate points, which could then be expended to draw cards. These cards could contain items, abilities, or even summon creatures or individuals. Within his mind, there existed corresponding slots for these cards, enabling them to manifest their effects. Additionally, it provided a rudimentary numerical quantification of his physical attributes. The problem was, he currently possessed only 100 fate points, allowing for a single draw from the lowest tier, black iron level. Drawing cards. It was not an unfamiliar concept. He had played such games before. Yet what hope did he have? The lowest tier of cards, with no guarantee of acquiring anything worthwhile. The odds were dismal. Zhao Hao mused that unless he drew a shotgun, his prospects appeared grim. Yet, this was his last lifeline. Regardless, he could not afford to sit idly by. Even without this system or these cards, armed with nothing but a kitchen knife, he would confront him head-on. Even in death, he would ensure that he drew blood. System. Draw cards. A card with a black iron back manifested within Zhao Hao's mind. Focusing his attention, the card flipped over. It depicted a burly man with red hair, a red rat-tail beard, and a menacing countenance that screamed of mischief. He was mid-leap, legs curled, striking a pose reminiscent of a small eagle spreading its wings. His face brimming with pride. Character card. Black Tiger Afu. Black Tiger Afu. Black Iron 2-star character card attributes. Strength 1, Constitution 1. Agility 1 skills. Myriad forms fist remarks. The old man dives into the quilt. The young man warms the Kong. Dog claws at snacks. A crow takes flight. The most striking fighter exhibits an unusual charm in boxing, leaving a lasting impression. Myriad forms fist, a boxing technique that simulates the effects of various entities. Zhao Hao felt a pang of disbelief. Is this Black Tiger Afu genuine? Despite the card's dubious nature, having something is better than nothing. Let us equip it and see. He equipped Black Tiger Afu into the sole character slot. Instantly, Zhao Hao felt a palpable difference. First, he gained access to some memories of Black Tiger Afu as a gang leader, especially a plethora of high-class poses that left a strong impression. More significantly, he accessed numerous memories of training and honing boxing techniques. The sensation is exhilarating. Zhao Hao mimicked a few movements, feeling remarkably adept. Aside from the 32 forms of Tai Chi he had learned in his university physical education class, he had not previously engaged with any martial arts. Yet now it felt as if he were intimately familiar with them. Various routines and moves appeared in his mind, some even resembling whimsical names: frog leg kick, turtle lift, monkey steel peach, excavator crushes, street vendor. What on earth are these techniques? So casual? Next, Zhao Hao examined his current attributes. Zhao Hao mortal 1-star strength, 51 constitution, 51 agility, 61 perception, 12 intelligence, 6 spirit, 7 charm. Luck. Skills. Knowledge of Chinese, 5. English, 5. Mechanical design, 3. Athletic balance, 4. Running, 3. Perception. Spiritual vision, 22. Artisan. Mechanical processing, 3. General driving, 2. Swimming, 2. Cards. Character card, 1-1. Black Tiger Afu. Black Iron 2-star. Equipped cards, 0-6. Summon cards, 0-2. Ability cards, 0-2. Item cards, none. The designation of mortal 1-star indicates Zhao Hao's current level. According to the Golden Finger's information, every time he ascends a star, he earns 100 fate points. After reaching 5 stars, he will advance to Black Iron level. Normal individuals possess foundational attributes ranging from 4 to 6, with an average of 5 points. For instance, an intelligence score of 3 signifies developmental deficiencies, while 7 denotes genius-level capabilities. Zhao Hao's spirit attribute appears elevated. It's uncertain whether this is due to his transmigration or if he naturally possessed such a trait. However, if his spirit is barely classified as genius, his perception attribute is exceedingly high, over twice that of an ordinary person. His scores of 5 in both Chinese and English indicate he is at a professional level in both native tongues. The 3 points in mechanical design reflect his chosen university major, while the same in mechanical processing represent his part-time work to fund his education. Swimming and driving, both at 2 points, signify mere acquaintance with those skills. But what does a score of 22 in spiritual vision entail? The term spiritual vision carries ominous connotations, often associated with unfortunate characters and horror narratives. Indeed, the strange lights and images I witnessed were certainly not mere figments of imagination. Could they be some form of radiation, gravitational waves, or invisible light? Furthermore, this peculiar old mansion and the ritualistic killings suggest that this world is anything but ordinary. Zhao Hao clenched his fists, feeling an increase in strength, as if all his attributes had experienced a significant boost. A 20 enhancement is indeed substantial. Moreover, he had acquired knowledge of numerous boxing techniques. Perhaps I might turn the tables. Now, retreating was no longer an option. Zhao Hao was baffled by the unyielding window. If the glass was bulletproof, surely the wooden frame could not be as well. At this juncture, his choices were limited, either to hide in the mansion, playing cat and mouse with the familiar Heidegger, who would undoubtedly relish the game, or to confront him directly. Heidegger was likely too well acquainted with the territory for prolonged evasion to be viable. Furthermore, continuously hiding was not a sustainable solution. When would it end? He must retaliate. No matter the peculiarities of this house, the immediate threat posed by Heidegger must be neutralized first. Secure safety, then devise an escape plan. At that moment, the very Heidegger Zhao Hao was preoccupied with was leisurely strolling down the corridor, brandishing a single-edged military dagger. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings, perhaps due to his intimate familiarity with the old mansion, or perhaps because of the new abilities bestowed upon him by the ritual. He could always detect the movements of his prey from the slightest clues. Ah, Zhao, you truly bring me an abundance of surprises. It was worth the considerable effort to lure you here. You are far more intriguing than the Emma sisters. Upon mentioning the Emma sisters, Heidegger became animated, extending his darkened tongue to lick the long dagger still stained with the blood of Flora and Emma. Although the twin sisters had escaped first, their distinct traces made them easy to follow, and since Zhao was already injured, Heidegger pursued the sisters first. The 40 minutes that ensued encompassed the chase, torment, and eventual demise of the sisters. Recalling the power he derived from their anguished cries, Heidegger trembled with excitement. His complexion flushed. Zhao, you are a far superior prey than those 2 sisters. You shall undoubtedly grant me even greater strength. He surveyed his familiar surroundings with malevolent intent, cautioning Zhao to hide well, for a swift demise would be far too unexciting. Heidegger commenced a methodical search for Zhao, room by room, relishing the thrill of the hunt, envisioning the image of his prey collapsing in fear. Although the expansive old mansion boasted 3 stories and dozens of rooms, at Heidegger's pace, he could scour the entire place within an hour. No matter how adeptly Zhao concealed himself, he would ultimately be discovered and slain. However, what Heidegger never anticipated was Zhao's unexpected counterattack. Just as he pushed open the door to a bedroom, Zhao, hidden at the threshold, swung a hefty wooden dressing table, striking Heidegger on the back of the head. The dressing table weighed at least 40 pounds, composed of an unknown but exceedingly hard wood. Should the blow land squarely, a concussion would be the least of Heidegger's concerns. Death was a distinct possibility. Under normal circumstances, with Heidegger's reflexes, he would at least be able to shield himself with his arms to defend his head. Yet, he was too exhilarated. Or perhaps the ritual had so heightened his senses that it dulled his reactions and wits. Thus, he was just a moment too late, and the blow struck him directly, sending him stumbling forward before collapsing to the ground. Zhao was elated. The ambush was successful. He had turned the tables. The effects of his strength were profound, and coupled with the adrenaline coursing through him in that dire moment, he swung the 40-pound dressing table with all his might. It was akin to a table flying directly into his face. However, Heidegger, upon hitting the ground, did not pause even for a second. He first reached back to feel the impact on his head, then, as if unfazed, pushed himself up from the ground. Damn it, Zhao, you certainly know how to amuse me. At that moment, Heidegger could scarcely contain his laughter. Though the ambush was unintentional, the fact that he remained unscathed from such a formidable blow confirmed his physical superiority. Moreover, by killing this man, he would only grow stronger. Next time, the ritual must claim 8 lives. I shall select only the most gifted prey. Chapter 3. I will return. Heidegger reveled in his own stubbornness. Yet Zhao Hao was not one to remain idle. The moment had come when the arrow was on the string, and he had no time to ponder. His body was already in motion. Damn it! Zhao Hao seized the dressing table and hurled it forward, launching himself towards it with an agility that matched its trajectory. As a seasoned rugby player, Heidegger instinctively reacted, delivering a powerful punch to the flying dressing table, producing a dull thud as the hardwood surface shattered under the impact. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao's throw was not without consequence. It obscured Heidegger's line of sight, and, despite the table's destruction, Newton's laws of motion were in play, allowing Zhao Hao's ambush to succeed. He unleashed his most adept technique, albeit for the first time. The Black Tiger pounces on the heart. Known for his prowess, Black Tiger Afu's signature move could shatter a 15-centimeter thick brick. With this punch, I shall break your sternum. The blow struck with the force of a hammer on a truck tire. Though heavy, the damage was not as expected. Zhao Hao was taken aback. This was not what he had envisioned. Was Heidegger's body even tougher than a 15-centimeter brick? Even with muscle and fat to cushion the blow, a normal person would likely suffer fractures and bloodshed. Yet, having begun the assault, there was no reason to cease. If one strike was ineffective, he would unleash 10. If 10 failed, 100. He switched techniques, employing the black dog scratches the heart. Zhao Hao raised his left hand to block Heidegger's heavy punch while transforming his right hand into claws, viciously raking at Heidegger's chest. With a tearing sound, Heidegger's blood-stained t-shirt was shredded, revealing several bloody gashes on his torso. Fortunately, he was not invulnerable. However, this only served to enrage Heidegger further, who retaliated with another powerful punch aimed at Zhao Hao's face. Luckily, the dagger had fallen during the tumble. Otherwise, Zhao Hao would have faced dire consequences. Even unarmed, Zhao Hao felt excruciating pain as he blocked with his forearm, akin to a massive hammer striking his arm. Another few punches, and his bones might shatter. Fortunately, although Heidegger had engaged in numerous street fights, relying on his physique to triumph over most adversaries, Zhao Hao possessed the skills of a martial arts master trained in the myriad forms of combat. Despite the apparent disparity in physical strength, technique could bridge that gap, even granting him an advantage. The fight intensified with a flurry of techniques: the side sweeps the ground, the sweeping leg, the frog leg kick, the straight kick, the dog urinates, the side kick, the cobra strikes, the bear claps, the flying hammer, the duck dance, and the 2 dragons play with pearls. Though Zhao Hao's arms bore the bruises of his defense, he pressed on. In contrast, Heidegger appeared far worse for wear. His upper garments lay in tatters, his body marred with bruises, one eye swollen shut from Zhao Hao's fingers, his mouth bruised, and one foot unable to bear weight. He seemed far more battered than Zhao Hao. Yet in truth, the brute was still standing. For most, such injuries would lead to unconsciousness, but Heidegger's cries remained thunderous, suggesting that to him, these were merely superficial wounds. If this continued, Zhao Hao would tire before he could bring him down. His arms had absorbed too much punishment and were beginning to tremble. For Heidegger, while the injuries were minor, he felt genuine pain. The bizarre and humiliating nature of Zhao Hao's assault stirred a peculiar sensation within him, a reminder of the innate aggression that surged during combat. Although the damage was minimal, the indignity was profound. Now consumed by rage, Heidegger had lost all reason, transformed from euphoric to furious after enduring Zhao Hao's humiliation. "You bastard! I will tear you apart," he ground out through clenched teeth. With fists clenched, he resembled a super saiyan on the verge of transformation, muscles bulging and darkening as his features contorted into something monstrous. But reality was not like animation. Zhao Hao could not remain passive as his opponent transformed. In a desperate instinct, he executed the final counterattack, the mule's crotch kick. His decision proved wise. The blow caused Heidegger's legs to clamp tight, his body instinctively curling up, his complexion shifting from red to purple, finally turning black. His expression beyond description. Yet, despite the formidable strength of his physique, while the kick delayed the transformation, it could not prevent it. within 7 to 8 seconds. He morphed into a grotesque creature, resembling a muscular gorilla with a short torso and a fearsome, distorted visage. He was no longer human, rendering the male vulnerabilities irrelevant. Defeating him through such means was impossible. However, the remnants of his male dignity remained. This kick was an affront to his unparalleled pride. Heidegger erupted in a frenzy, smashing everything in sight. Unable to form coherent curses, he burst from the room, demolishing doors and obliterating everything within reach, driven solely by a primal desire for destruction. Zhao Hao never anticipated that, despite his martial prowess, he would still fall short against Heidegger. The latter possessed a transformation ability. What a misfortune! This so-called advantage was proving ineffective. What to do now? Listening to the distant cacophony of destruction and roars, Zhao Hao was drenched in sweat. He was caught between the agony of exertion and the urgency of the moment. The only option was to retreat and buy some time. He needed to search the house for a weapon. At the very least, a kitchen knife, though even that seemed unlikely to inflict serious harm on Heidegger. Just as despair loomed, Zhao Hao caught sight of an unusual gleam in a nearby room. What was that? It turned out to be a large grandfather clock emitting peculiar light. Observing its weathered condition and style, he surmised it was an antique. Curiosity piqued. He reached out to touch the clock, wondering what made it glow. To his astonishment, as his hand made contact, something was absorbed, and a flood of images regarding the clock's history filled his mind. This clock originated from Switzerland, boasting nearly 2 centuries of history, having traversed Europe before arriving in America. Witnessing numerous owners and the passage of time, even stained with blood. Absorbed fate, 54 fate points. Zhao Hao could hardly contain his excitement. Not only could he gain fate points through leveling up, but he could also absorb them from antiques. This old mansion is filled with an abundance of treasures. If only I could gather 100 fate points, I would be able to draw another card, wouldn't I? Haha, my golden finger, unrivaled in the world. Chapter 4, The Supreme Master of Martial Arts, the Dragon-Slaying Blade. Zhao Hao hurriedly turned his head, darting from room to room, seeking any glowing antiques with the sidelong glance of a keen eye. The cacophony of destruction and the thunderous roars from the downstairs gorilla, Heidegger, drew ever closer, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Zhao Hao was in a race against time. At last, after traversing through several small chambers, he stumbled upon a luminous artifact in a study. It was an Indian headdress, adorned with feathers of various hues, hanging upon the wall. This headpiece evoked memories of a tragic scene from over 70 years ago, where a band of European invaders wielding muskets committed atrocities against the Native Americans. An Indian chief, adorned with the same headdress, led his people in defiance, only to be captured and executed. The man who delivered the fatal shot to the chief bore the surname Green, presumably an ancestor of Heidegger. Yet again, 48 fate points were credited to him, bringing his total to 100. System, draw a card. The iron-hued card flipped over, revealing a blonde behemoth, Xie Sun, the Lion King, grasping the dragon-slaying blade. Astonishing. Zhao Hao felt a surge of excitement. If it truly was Xie Sun, then not only could he unleash the 7 Injuries fist, but even a single roar might suffice to send that brutish gorilla, Heidegger, reeling in blood. To his astonishment, he had drawn the dragon-slaying blade, an equipment card. Dragon-slaying blade, black iron 3-star equipment card attributes. 1 strength, 1 constitution, 1 agility traits. Iron cutting, blade fury, command the martial world, covetousness. Note, the Supreme Master of Martial Arts wields the dragon-slaying blade. Command the world, none dare defy. Iron cutting, cuts through iron as if it were mud. Blade fury, capable of harming incorporeal spirits and apparitions. Command the martial world, grants 2 charisma to the wielder. Covetousness, the wielder's insufficient strength may incite greed in others. Zhao Hao equipped the new card, and suddenly found himself wielding a broad-bladed sword. The dragon-slaying blade was a deep black, tinged with a hint of dark red, measuring approximately 1.3 meters in length and as wide as his palm. This was certainly not the dragon-slaying blade from the game legend. That version was far more ostentatious, practically adorned with a dragon coiling around the blade. The inscription on this blade echoed phrases from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. According to the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, the dragon-slaying blade was forged from a heavy dark iron sword, weighing over 100 pounds. Yet, in Zhao Hao's hands, it felt as light as a feather. He attempted to place the blade upon a nearby table, and to his astonishment, its edge sank more than 2 centimeters into the solid wood surface. It was not that the blade lacked weight. Rather, it felt weightless in Zhao Hao's grasp. Moreover, its sharpness was extraordinary, capable of embedding itself into the tabletop with ease, indeed cutting through iron as if it were mere mud. Though he remained silent, Zhao Hao had resolved to mount a counterattack. The furious muscular gorilla had already wreaked havoc, demolishing 1.5 rooms, leaving a cubic meter of debris in his wake. With arms thicker than most people's thighs, he was a veritable force of nature. Engaging him directly was not a viable option. Zhao Hao surmised that with his current strength at 7 points, he was significantly inferior to Heidegger, who must possess at least 9 or even 10 points of strength. Despite his grotesquely disproportionate and bloated form, which might hinder his agility and cognitive function, Heidegger was undeniably formidable. In a normal state, Zhao Hao had withstood heavy blows without injury. In his current state, he was merely meat. While the dragon-slaying blade was sharp and indomitable, Zhao Hao knew that a reckless retaliation could easily spell his doom. A one-for-one exchange would be a disastrous trade. Surveying his surroundings, an idea took shape. The wisdom of a gentleman lies not in his inherent qualities, but in his adept use of tools. The greatest distinction between humans and animals is humanity's ability to wield instruments. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from the corridor as the muscle-bound Heidegger smashed through a wooden door, splintering it as if it were mere paper. On previous occasions, he had even toppled decorative walls. This was the largest parlor on the second floor, lavishly adorned and spanning over 80 square meters. At that moment, Zhao Hao stood at the far end of the hall. Heidegger, towering at 2 meters with broad shoulders and a grotesquely mutated head, bore arms that hung past his knees like 2 pillars. His skin had transformed into a coarse, black, rubbery texture, resembling the tires of a truck. Spotting Zhao Hao, the rage-fueled Heidegger was instantly consumed by vengeance. Die! He bellowed, charging forward, his eyes fixed solely on Zhao Hao. The floor trembled beneath his monstrous strides, and in the blink of an eye, he had traversed half the hall. Then, the carefully laid tripwire ensnared his legs, thick ropes intertwined to create a binding stronger than a thumb's girth. A normal person would undoubtedly have noticed it, yet Heidegger, in his frenzied state, crashed into it without hesitation, tautening the ropes to their limit. The furniture within the room quaked violently, as chairs, tables, and cabinets were uprooted and sent flying in his wake. Heidegger's raw strength was formidable, yet Zhao Hao had anticipated this moment, effectively countering his charge and momentarily immobilizing him. This hold, however, was tenuous, as Heidegger dragged a chaotic mess of furniture along with him. Zhao Hao exhaled in relief, calculating the distance as he shifted his rigid legs, loosening the rope beneath him. Above Heidegger, a magnificent bronze chandelier plummeted with a whoosh. Weighing at least 50 pounds and adorned with an imposing bronze ring over a meter in diameter, it descended precisely as Zhao Hao had intended, crashing onto Heidegger's head. Though this chandelier would not inflict any real harm, it ensnared Heidegger, with the metal chain binding around his shoulders, effectively restraining his arms to his sides. Die! Zhao Hao leaped high, hands raised above his head, aiming to strike Heidegger's skull. In instinctive retaliation, Heidegger raised his hand, but the bronze ring limited his movement. Although the ring was deformed by his struggle and would likely yield after a couple more fierce attempts, that was no longer a concern. At the very moment Zhao Hao's hands descended with force, a dark, red-tinged blade appeared in his grasp. Fearing that Heidegger might sense the weapon, Zhao Hao had utilized the card's ability to summon and conceal it, revealing it only for the final strike, much like the swift movement of a blind monk's or flash, leaving no time for reaction. With a resounding slice, the dragon-slaying blade unexpectedly cleaved into the gap between Heidegger's neck and shoulder, angling towards his chest. Zhao Hao had previously tested the blade's sharpness. It truly cut through iron with ease, akin to slicing through cake. Yet now, Heidegger's flesh felt viscous, akin to a sticky substance, offering an unexpectedly laborious resistance. Fortunately, he had not severed the head. Zhao Hao silently rejoiced. The dragon-slaying blade sliced through Heidegger's collarbone and shoulder blade, penetrating deep into his chest. This devastating blow jolted Heidegger back to some semblance of awareness, and Zhao Hao noticed clarity returning to his eyes. But alas, it was too late. Heidegger tilted his head, fiercely clutching the dragon-slaying blade with all his might. It was not merely the eruption of his life and death potential that augmented his muscle strength, but also the pressure surging within him. Zhao Hao exerted himself to draw the blade, but found it immovable. Suddenly, Heidegger thrust his arms outward, the bronze ring creaking ominously as it threatened to tear apart. And it seemed he was on the verge of liberation. At that moment, a single decisive strike could allow him to drag Xiao Hao down with him, even in death. Just one more effort. As he contorted his face in agony and malevolence, preparing to unleash his strength, Xiao Hao unexpectedly drew a bottle from his waist and deftly squirted a stream of liquid on a Heidegger's face. Caught off guard, Heidegger yelped in pain as the liquid splashed into his eyes. This corrosive substance was a toilet cleaner Xiao Hao had found in the restroom. With his last breath escaping him, Heidegger could no longer hope to break free from the bronze ring, nor could he maintain his grip on the dragon-slaying blade. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Hao yanked the blade free and executed a sweeping strike with one hand. Heidegger's blurred vision spun wildly before him, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, only the sight of Xiao Hao's shoes remaining in his line of sight. His eyes widened in shock, never to close again. Just as Xiao Hao exhaled in relief, nearly collapsing to the ground, he caught a glimpse of two beams of light emanating from Heidegger's body. Propped up by furniture and yet to fall, one was smaller, while the other was a thicker intertwining of two luminous strands. Chapter 5. Farewell to the twin sisters previously. When the first boy was slain by Heidegger, Xiao Hao had observed a peculiar glimmer emanating from his head. Now, with Heidegger's demise, three strange beams of light emerged, two of which intertwined robustly, while one appeared more independent. Given the chaos wrought by Heidegger in the ancestral home, nearly demolishing half of the rooms and various fixtures, it seemed that the twins, who once shared profound conversations with Xiao Hao, were likely in grave peril. Was this bizarre light connected to the three individuals who had perished earlier? With the light now extinguished, or had it vanished? Instinctively, Xiao Hao felt a foreboding sense that the ordeal was not yet concluded. After vanquishing Heidegger, Xiao Hao's golden finger within his mind stirred once more. Upon inspection, he discovered an addition of 66 fate points. It turned out that killing, be it humans or monsters, could yield fate points, including the remaining 2 points from earlier card draws. Xiao Hao now possessed a total of 68 fate points. Xiao Hao mused, "It appears I have discovered the correct application of my golden finger. As the adage goes, good omens may falter, yet ill ones often prove true." Xiao Hao's intuition was indeed accurate. The situation was far from over. Just as he reveled in his newfound fate points, a boy, long since assassinated and whose corpse had grown cold, suddenly stirred in the very restaurant where they had dined. He had not resurrected, but rather transformed into an animated corpse. The clumsy, rigid body struggled to rise, toppling a chair before shuffling forward with a determined, yet slow gait, instinctively heading towards the second floor where Xiao Hao resided. After a brief moment of respite, as Xiao Hao contemplated his next course of action, he heard a commotion on the staircase. Should there be others within this house? Cautiously, he peered out to find a figure sprawled on the stairs. The earlier noise had emanated from this very fall, and the individual was now attempting to rise. Upon recognizing the face, Xiao Hao gasped, "Sean?" In his inherited memories, this individual had been pierced through the heart by Heidegger and had perished instantly. Upon hearing Xiao Hao's voice, Sean's corpse lifted its head stiffly, and upon seeing Xiao Hao, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a primal scream as it charged toward him. In a swift motion, Sean advanced up the stairs with remarkable speed. Far exceeding his previous sluggishness, Xiao Hao instinctively positioned himself, executing a maneuver akin to a horse's kick, delivering a powerful strike to Sean's chest. At that moment, Xiao Hao's strength was rated at 7 points. Though inferior to the deceased Heidegger, it still exceeded Sean's. However, Sean exhibited considerable force, not from enhanced physical strength, but from a desperate surge of energy. Humans possess an inherent instinct for self-preservation. Typically, when we strike a wall with our fists, we subconsciously temper our strength to avoid injury. Only in moments of emotional upheaval do we risk hurting ourselves. This protective instinct is a constant presence when we are conscious. Yet Sean was already dead. Xiao Hao noted the gleaming silver knife still lodged in Sean's chest. In his current state, Sean lacked any self-protective awareness, making his charge a reckless assault. Had Xiao Hao's strength not received a 40 boost, his kick might have failed to dislodge Sean. Cursing under his breath, he thought, "What the hell is this? A zombie?" As Sean was propelled backward by the kick, he tumbled down the stairs but quickly regained his footing, showing no signs of pain or injury. In that instant, Xiao Hao's mind raced to the notion of zombies. Common knowledge dictates that one must strike the head. Initially, Xiao Hao's kick had been a reaction to the suddenness of the encounter, and he had not yet prepared himself to wield a blade against a human. Heidegger had mutated into a creature devoid of any human semblance, thus eliminating any psychological barriers. However, facing a human, Zhao Hao had hesitated. Yet now, he recognized that a zombie was merely another form of monstrosity. With a fierce resolve, Zhao Hao leaped down the stairs, employing a technique reminiscent of a sweeping strike, his blade descending upon Sean's head. Although he had aimed for the neck, his aim faltered slightly. Nevertheless, the legendary blade fulfilled its promise, cleaving through Sean's cranium with a resounding crunch, as if slicing through a watermelon. The severed upper half of Sean's head flailed for a moment, as though dancing, before collapsing lifelessly. Breathless, Zhao Hao's thoughts were consumed by a singular concern. What will I say if the police arrive? While Heidegger's corpse could still be deemed a monster, I've now truly decapitated a man. Surely, I can't claim he was a zombie. Who would believe that? At that moment, the golden finger within him stirred once again. Zhao Hao glanced at the screen. Another 30 fate points. That's 98 in total. Just 2 points shy of drawing another card. He cursed in disbelief. Is this zombie really so insignificant that it only nets me 2 more points? Yet he pondered whether the fate points awarded for slaying monsters varied by their classification. His mind drifted to his own rank as a mere mortal, 1 star. Before he could contemplate further, ominous sounds echoed from a distance. Damn it! What about Emma and Flora, the twin sisters? Zhao Hao suddenly recalled that if Sean could rise again, the twin sisters might have also returned to life. In the kitchen, he had discovered a small gas canister, likely intended for outdoor camping. Initially, he had planned to utilize it as a last resort should Heidegger prove too formidable. However, detonating it in the Grand Hall would undoubtedly leave Zhao Hao severely injured, regardless of Heidegger's fate. Thankfully, it had remained unutilized. Yet now, it seemed he would have to gamble with it once more. Previously, the ferocity and speed of Heidegger had left no time for proper preparation, relegating it to a final option. Now, however, the zombie seemed sluggish and less provoked, allowing Zhao Hao to set a trap. Ideally, he could orchestrate a grand explosion for the sisters. After a few minutes, the peculiar shuffling grew increasingly close. Zhao Hao listened intently, noting the dissonance in the footsteps. If one sister approached, he would expect alternating sounds of 2 feet. If both sisters had perished in unison, he would anticipate the rhythm of 4 feet. The more he listened, the more perplexed he became, straining to hear. When he finally glimpsed the source of the approaching sounds, a chill coursed through him, leaving him momentarily stunned and dizzy. To his horror, the sisters had fused into a singular entity. They had melded together, their forms grotesquely intertwining into a bloated mass with 3 legs for arms, and 2 heads conjoined at the back. An abominable amalgamation. Zhao Hao felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, his sanity fraying at the edges. Merely from a fleeting glance at this grotesque creature, the sisters, after their escape, had found themselves unable to leave the ancestral home and, in their desperation, had sought refuge within a cramped utility closet beneath the staircase. Huddled together, they had hoped to evade Heidegger's search. Yet Heidegger, capable of discerning even the faintest traces within the old house, located them within 20 minutes, terrorizing them with threats until they succumbed to despair. Ultimately, he stabbed them to death through the thin wooden door, relishing in their demise. Zhao Hao could hardly bear to look at the abominable twin sisters, turning his face away as he regarded them in a blurred glance, thinking to himself, "You two must be exceptionally in sync now." Perhaps incited by Zhao Hao's words, or perhaps stirred by the primal fury of the living, the twin sisters unleashed a bizarre, entangled howl, their mouths opening in perfect synchrony. In that moment, Zhao Hao's mind was engulfed in a disorienting hum, rendering reality unreal. By the time he regained a semblance of clarity, he found himself sprawled on the ground, while the sisters charged toward him. Fortunately, their 3 legs proved ill-suited for swift movement, their speed significantly inferior to that of the ordinary Sean the sheep, even lagging behind that of an average human. Had they possessed the capabilities of Sean, Zhao Hao would have surely lost a pound of flesh by now. Die! Zhao Hao grit his teeth through the dizziness, hurling the lighter he had clutched tightly towards the sisters. Earlier, a gas canister had been positioned at the entrance of the corridor, and it had long been opened, releasing a faint, foul odor into the air. Amidst a flurry of bricks and debris, it took Zhao Hao a good 10 seconds to rise from the haze of smoke and dust. He coughed laboriously, feeling a dull ache in his chest, accompanied by a metallic sweetness in his mouth. Struggling to catch his breath, his face smeared with grime, he realized he had sustained injuries, internal ones at that. Thank goodness he hadn't ignited the gas canister in the living room earlier, otherwise, he feared he wouldn't have survived. How fortunate it was that this was merely a small 5-kilogram canister, which he had underestimated in terms of explosive potential. The corridor lay in ruins, half a wall collapsed, while the twin sisters were grotesquely dismembered. Yet, even in such a state, with their upper bodies largely intact and their heads still conjoined, they continued to twitch, showing no signs of a complete demise. Just last night, the three of them had shared joyous moments, and now he found himself forced to kill the sisters with his own hands. How could he bear such a burden? With a swift motion, Zhao Hao wielded the dragon-slaying blade and severed the already ghastly head of the sisters. To his surprise, it was worth 75 fate points, indeed. A remarkable 112. Chapter 6. The arrival of a portly man. After vanquishing the harmonious sister duo, Zhao Hao found himself endowed with an additional 75 fate points. Furthermore, the golden finger indicated that he had accomplished the task of survival, netting him a remarkable 150 fate points. It appeared that beyond absorbing fate points from antiques and slaying monsters, one could also obtain fate points through completing tasks. A staggering total of 266, 307, 515, 0323 fate points. This windfall translated to 3 opportunities for card draws. However, should he indulge in a card draw at this moment? According to the information relayed by the golden finger, card draws were also tiered, akin to his status as a mere mortal at 1 star. The most basic black iron tier required 100 fate points per draw, allowing only for black iron level rewards. Superior card draws necessitated a greater number of fate points. For Zhao Hao, the black iron draw was the most accessible option, offering a 10% discount on 10 consecutive draws, with a guaranteed character card. The dragon-slaying blade was indeed an exceptional item, even rated a star higher than the Black Tiger rebuff. Yet, when it came to enhancing his own capabilities, the instantaneous mastery of martial arts, along with the 2 less impactful talents of the Black Tiger rebuff, proved to be far more effective. This was a long-term enhancement, fostering personal growth. The potential growth from character cards outweighed that of equipment. Moreover, it seemed there were more than just these 2 types of cards. In essence, character cards of the same tier held greater value. Additionally, there was a significant likelihood that character cards were merely fragments, requiring a combination of black iron shards to form a complete character card. Thus, it was fortuitous that he had drawn a complete Black Tiger rebuff on his very first attempt. Of course, this could also be a familiar ploy, offering a sweet taste on the initial draw. Card fragments, a 10% discount on 10 draws, and a guaranteed character fragment. How predictable! With no immediate threats looming, Zhao Hao contemplated gathering a stroke of luck. Alas, he still found himself uncertain of how to extricate himself from this predicament. With a sigh, Zhao Hao turned to leave the dilapidated corridor. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the corner of his eye caught a glimmer. What was that? A glimmer? Again? No. It was gone. He was utterly drained of stamina. As he approached, he realized the light emanated from the remains of the sister duo. Zhao Hao suppressed his revulsion as he drew closer, instantly enveloped by a tremendous mental burden. This was no mere psychological effect or illusion. It genuinely inflicted mental strain and intense discomfort. Oh dear, the grotesque sight was dizzying. I can't endure this. If I continue to look, I might end up with a psychological disorder. Perhaps I would have to bid farewell to sanity. Zhao Hao endeavored to shift his focus elsewhere. And then he noticed that the remains, nearly exposing their innards, harbored a black-red heart, adorned with vein-like patterns. This heart appeared to be a confluence of 2 hearts, faintly glowing. Could this heart also contain fate points for absorption? This felt rather difficult to approach. After agonizing for 5 or 6 minutes, Zhao Hao finally took a plastic bag, wrapped it around his hand, and reached out to touch the peculiar heart. To his surprise, it fell away at the slightest contact, akin to a ripe fruit. With a resolute heart, he extracted it. Good heavens! How unsightly! Zhao Hao turned away, unable to bear the sight. This object, claiming to be a heart, looked more akin to a demonic fruit. There were no fate points, and he was baffled as to why it emanated light. It surely wasn't mere rotten flesh. Placing the heart within the plastic bag, he sought a clean spot to rest. He was truly on the verge of collapse. Stamina was one aspect. The greater challenge lay in his mental exhaustion. Previously faced with life-and-death crises, the sight of the muscle-bound gorilla Heidegger had already shaken his worldview. To encounter the resurrection of the dead and the fusion of the sister duo was beyond comprehension. Particularly the harmonious sister duo, their appearance made his heart skip a beat. Just thinking about it made his head buzz with a swarm of flies, akin to a concussion, and his stomach churned. I must not dwell on this. I must not. Shift my focus. Yes. What should I do next? Call the police? Zhao Hao pondered a dilemma. What now? Should he simply flee? Heidegger was dead, and even the resurrected corpse had perished. Surely he could leave now? However, departing like this meant that once the incident was discovered, he would be unable to escape. When the police questioned him about his actions, what could he say? Why did he leave? Were those 4 individuals killed by him? And did he desecrate their corpses? Should he claim that he was ensnared in a trap set by the mutated gorilla Heidegger and ended up killing it? That would be less credible than claiming it was the work of extraterrestrials. The truth would be dismissed, and lies would not hold up. What a predicament. Yet, they could not overlook the bizarre corpses of Heidegger and the sisters, could they? Perhaps they would swiftly classify it as murder, casting him as the scapegoat. It was utterly unexpected to find himself in such a web upon arriving in this world. It was incredibly challenging. Just as Zhao Hao sat on the ground, lost in contemplation of whether to become a fugitive, a man clad in a fitted tailcoat, adorned with a top hat and leaning on an ornate cane, appeared in the basement of the old mansion. This middle-aged white gentleman, in his 40s, was tall and slender, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked with a hint of regret, "Alas, I didn't anticipate that in my brief absence. You would be killed. What a disappointment, Heidegger. You have let me down." Before long, the well-dressed gentleman silently appeared at the second-floor railing, gazing down at Zhao Hao, who was seated on the ground, deep in thought and wearing a troubled expression. "It seems I must personally handle this mess," he mused, gripping his civilized cane. Just then, he paused, turning his attention to a wall. Someone else had entered, but it was merely a small insect. As for the deceased Heidegger, a fallen pawn held no value, let alone a need for revenge. To be slain by a mere mortal was quite pathetic. What a waste of my efforts. As the gentleman quietly vanished on the second floor, Zhao Hao suddenly felt something amiss. A sense of alarm washed over him. Who was there? He shouted, gripping a chair leg. He forced himself not to reveal the dragon-slaying blade, merely to bolster his courage and sense of security for a potential turnaround. 5 or 6 seconds passed in the stillness of the hall, devoid of any sound. Zhao Hao exhaled, realizing he had become overly cautious, akin to a snake bitten once, forever wary of ropes. Just as he sighed in relief, a voice rang out. "Why are you shouting so loudly? You startled me." This statement was in Mandarin. In Chinese. It should be noted that Zhao Hao was situated in Liberty City, a place in America that, according to his previous life as geography, was akin to the heart of the United States. A phrase in Mandarin had emerged in an English-speaking country. Then, a rotund man sauntered through a door. Speaking as he entered, "I was wondering how a mere mortal could discover the tracks of the esteemed Fat Master. So you're attempting to play tricks." This portly man possessed black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, and his use of Mandarin confirmed his identity as a Chinese person. No, according to this world's terminology. He was a Song person. A Song person? Zhao Hao was taken aback, and suddenly, information regarding the Song people flashed in his mind. The Great Song dynasty had astonishingly persisted from over the year 900 to the present, 1978. Hence, foreigners referred to the descendants of the Great Song as Song people. And even the district in Liberty City, where the Song people congregated, was known as Songren City. The portly man, noticing Zhao Hao's momentary stupor and feeling slighted, expressed his displeasure. He raised his chubby chin and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Who are you and how did you end up here?" Zhao Hao quickly dispelled his distracting thoughts and focused on the present. Before him stood a rotund man, slightly over 6 feet tall. Despite his bulk, he bore no semblance of clumsiness. Rather, through the discerning eyes of the renowned martial artist Zhao Heihu, his gait and steps exhibited remarkable agility. It would be more accurate to describe him as robust rather than merely fat. For instance, although his face was round, he lacked a double chin. His belly was round yet devoid of any excess flab, and his movements were surprisingly light. The man sported a bowl-cut hairstyle, with hair reaching just above his ears. His eyes were large and round, brimming with vitality. His nose was neither too big nor too small, but a scar marred his right lip, leaving one to wonder whether it was a birthmark or the result of an injury. His countenance appeared approachable, even somewhat guileless. Despite currently tilting his chin upward with an air of pride, he was not off-putting. In his hand, he wielded a half-meter-long metallic single-handed hammer, or perhaps a bone-like weapon, which Xiao Hao could not quite identify. At his waist hung what resembled a turtle-shell pistol, accompanied by a yellow gourd. This individual was no ordinary person. Xiao Hao's thoughts raced. If this rotund man belonged to Heidegger's faction, he would find himself in dire straits, relying solely on his dragon-slaying blade for a chance at redemption. However, if he were an outsider, it would present a golden opportunity to alter his current predicament, potentially benefiting his situation. Xiao Hao recounted his experiences in detail, of course omitting any mention of card draws. In essence, he conveyed that he had been left with no choice, yet fortuitously managed a successful counterattack. In truth, the rotund man had already encountered the corpses of the two sisters on the first floor, and upon hearing Xiao Hao's account, he surmised the situation with remarkable accuracy. Nevertheless, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wow, that's something else." With a graceful leap, he placed a hand on the table and effortlessly vaulted over the 2-meter-long surface. Landing effortlessly in a chair, his movements fluid and nimble, akin to a bouncing ball. Xiao Hao had not misjudged earlier. This rotund man possessed astonishing agility and remarkable skill, demonstrating a mastery of martial arts. Chapter 7. The Extraordinary, Spiritual Energy, and the Inner World. That was a fusion corpse monster, at least a black iron 3-star. Just a mere glance could send an ordinary person into a faint. How did you manage that? The rotund man inquired with curiosity. Xiao Hao offered an apologetic smile. Well, I was just fortunate to have used a gas canister to blow it up. Pure luck. The rotund man did not press further and said, "What about that Heidegger who transformed into a monster? Take me to see him." As Xiao Hao led the rotund man upstairs, the gentleman in the top hat had silently departed. What a nuisance. I should investigate other potential pawns. The presence of the rotund man had compelled the gentleman in the top hat to abandon his plan to eliminate Xiao Hao casually. After examining the headless corpse of Heidegger, the rotund man concluded that this mutated Heidegger was also a black iron 3-star. You, an ordinary person without spiritual energy, have managed to kill 2 black iron 3-stars. Truly remarkable, and quite alert too, managing to lure out Fat Uncle. His praise was laced with a hint of admiration. Though instances of ordinary people defeating black iron foes were not unheard of, very few could take down a black iron 3-star. It typically required a well-prepared elite special forces team. Moreover, Xiao Hao had successively slain a black iron 1-star returning soul, a black iron 3-star dual fusion corpse, and a transformed extraordinary being. Black iron 3-star. Spiritual energy. Xiao Hao keenly noted these unfamiliar terms, sensing he was inching closer to the truth. Once the gentleman in the top hat vacated the old manor, the rotund man seemed to relax significantly, leading Xiao Hao to the basement, where they discovered a peculiar altar. The altar was adorned with patterns drawn in an unknown red dye, pools of melted wax, bizarre liquids, and the remains of animals. However, a central area was conspicuously vacant, indicating that something had been taken away by the unseen orchestrator. It was removed by that person, the rotund man remarked. Xiao Hao felt as though an unknown door was slowly creaking open and quickly inquired, "What was taken? The puppet master? Is there truly a puppet master?" The rotund man rolled his eyes. "Do you think that Headless Ghost learned this secretive method of nurturing monsters by being taught? Did he dream it? As for the aberrant entity that was fostered during this ritual, it must have been taken by that individual. When I arrived, he was still in this manner. However, I couldn't pinpoint his exact location. His strength likely surpasses mine. So, you should be cautious." The rotund man wore a grin of mischief. "Come on. Give me a way out, considering we are fellow townsmen." Upon hearing about the puppet master, Xiao Hao immediately transformed from fat brother to fat uncle. The rotund man, seeing Xiao Hao's audacity, rolled his eyes again. "Forget it. I've been stuck in this wretched place for over half a year, and I've already suffered at the hands of my fellow townsmen. You all are like old friends meeting, yet you shoot me in the back." Despite his banter, the rotund man was still somewhat considerate of Xiao Hao. After Xiao Hao showered him with fat uncle titles, they engaged in a lengthy conversation. It was fortunate that Xiao Hao's northeastern accent from his past life helped bridge the gap. He claimed his mother was from northeast China, and the 3 northeastern provinces were indeed his true homeland. The rotund man was named by De Biao, with the English name Peter. Hailing from the Huanglong prefecture in Liaoji Road, Great Song, he was now considered an extraordinary bounty hunter. Zhao Hao speculated that Huanglong Prefecture was likely a reference to Changchun from his previous life. However, compared to this world's Americo, the changes on the land of Shenzhou were monumental, with the Great Song dynasty lasting over 1,000 years, followed by the fall of the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, making it hard to say definitively. The rotund man had been in Americo for less than a year. Is English poor? Worse than the accent of Zhao Hao's elementary school English teacher from his former life. He lamented the challenges posed by the language, claiming that the foreigners were quite dreadful. The rotund man then brought up the topic that concerned him most, the current supernatural phenomena. In his words, "You must be quite extraordinary to achieve this. And since you frequently see unclean things, it seems you won't be able to escape this fate. Once entangled in such matters, the Bureau of the Mysterious will not let someone like you go. You will have to navigate this circle from now on. I just wanted to give you a heads up. After all, considering that you weren't petrified upon seeing a black iron 3-star dual fusion corpse, your mental fortitude is commendable. You won't mind a bit of information." The rotund man succinctly elucidated to Zhao Hao the concepts of extraordinary beings, spiritual energy, and the inner world. What is an extraordinary being? A person endowed with spiritual energy becomes an extraordinary being. For instance, Bai Debiao himself is an extraordinary bounty hunter. Zhao Hao could consider him a mercenary among the extraordinary, a solitary adventurer. In contrast, individuals like Zhao Hao were merely ordinary people or mortals. Extraordinary beings are also classified by levels, starting from black iron, followed by bronze, silver, gold. Zhao Hao's spirits lifted at this revelation. I am familiar with this. After gold comes platinum, diamond, then master, and king. The rotund man responded. After gold comes star level, but that is a legendary tier, more like a concept. It is said that only the Taoist master Laozi, Buddha Sakyamuni, and God Yahweh have reached the star level. That is far too distant. Even silver has not seen anyone achieve it in over a century. Are there no masters or kings? Does that mean I cannot become a king? According to the rotund man, not everyone could become an extraordinary being. A certain potential was required. Those like Zhao Hao possessed such potential. He could perceive peculiar lights, which within the Great Song were referred to as yin-yang eyes or heavenly eyes. Such talents were rare, indicating significant extraordinary potential. Zhao Hao speculated that, by extension, the twin sisters and Shan must also possess extraordinary potential. The twin sisters shared a telepathic connection, while Shan's abilities remained unknown. The fact that Heidegger chose the 4 of them as sacrifices for the ritual surely indicated he recognized their extraordinary potential. As for spiritual energy, how to describe it? It is an enigmatic energy with various manifestations. Essentially, any legendary ability you can conceive is related to spiritual energy. In our Great Song, spiritual energy is also known as Lingqi, with other regions referring to it as spiritual power or magical energy, all denote the same essence. As for the inner world, it encompasses 2 concepts. The first is the vast circle of extraordinary beings that we cannot publicly disclose, including those legendary extraordinary creatures and races. Zhao Hao paused in surprise and quickly asked, extraordinary creatures, races? Like Heidegger? The rotund man shook his head, affirming, certainly. Humanity is not the only race. You will encounter those legendary creatures and races in the future. As for the one you decapitated, he appeared to have mutated due to some secret method. He was originally an ordinary person. You saw the ritual altar in the basement, right? There should have been an extraordinary object there. This was a nurturing ritual, and it is exceedingly perilous. I suspect this is not the first time he has committed murder for sacrifice. Extraordinary object? Zhao Hao encountered yet another new term. The rotund man, losing patience, replied, don't interrupt. I haven't even finished the second concept. Oh, please do, fat uncle. Zhao Hao quickly encouraged him. The second concept of the inner world is that there truly exists such a place. The specific location is indescribable because it does not conform to the conventional notions of up, down, left, right, or the cardinal directions. Or rather, it does not exist within the reality we know. Hence, the reality we inhabit is often referred to as the outer world. Not existing in the reality we know, Zhao Hao struggled to comprehend, wondering if it resembled the mythical Platform 9 from Harry Potter. Zhao Hao cautiously asked, could it be the legendary underworld? What the hell? There really is an underworld. The inner world is referred to as the illusory spirit realm in the Great Song and in other nations. It is sometimes called the spirit realm. Similar to spiritual energy, it has various names, but all refer to the same place. The vast majority of extraordinary creatures and races reside within the inner world, The reasons for this are complex and best left unspoken. Come now, since there is nothing pressing. Fat uncle, please enlighten this novice. Consider it a favor for a fellow townsman. The rotund man waved his hand dismissively. It's not that I find it troublesome to speak with you. It's simply that knowing too much can be detrimental for an ordinary person like yourself. It is not merely a matter of information and knowledge, but also of burdens and dangers. Zhao Hao realized that this was likely the extent of what he could learn and hurriedly interjected, Master Pang, I have one final question. One that pertains to my very life. I cannot rest easy without clarity on this matter. All right, ask away, but this is the last one. The rotund man replied with evident impatience. Zhao Hao inquired, Master Pang, what does spiritual sight mean? He had not forgotten that his own spiritual sight was an astonishing 22 points, clearly indicating something extraordinary. With a slap to his thigh, the rotund man exclaimed, Ah, I knew I had overlooked something. You possess a natural yin-yang eye, which undoubtedly accounts for your exceptionally high spiritual sight. It's all your fault for interrupting me. I nearly forgot to mention it. Zhao Hao retorted. If I hadn't asked, you might have genuinely forgotten to say it. You possess extensive knowledge, and I concede this point. The rotund man explained. Spiritual sight refers to the ability to perceive spiritual energy, primarily observed through the eyes, hence the term. Of course, some individuals can hear or even smell it, which is why some refer to it as spiritual intuition. However, having excessively high spiritual sight is not necessarily advantageous, especially for ordinary people. You must have encountered the dual-life fusion corpse earlier. What was your impression? Elevated spiritual sight significantly increases the likelihood of becoming entangled in extraordinary events. Numerous ordinary individuals with heightened spiritual sight have ultimately succumbed to madness due to overwhelming mental strain, and countless others have perished. Many extraordinary occurrences do not involve ordinary people, provided they remain uninvolved. It is akin to encountering a ghost. If you cannot see the bizarre cannot reach you. However, should you behold it, your fate is likely sealed. Zhao Hao was utterly taken aback to learn that he had inherited such a considerable predicament. He hastily inquired, Is there a way to diminish spiritual sight? Temporary methods to enhance spiritual sight exist in many sects, but such enhancements are fleeting. Once spiritual sight has been permanently heightened, it is virtually impossible to reduce it. An increase in spiritual sight will lead ordinary individuals to begin interacting with extraordinary entities, absent any special training. The likelihood of such individuals experiencing mental collapse is exceedingly high. Spiritual sight signifies an inevitable transition for mortals from the outer world to the inner realm. The rotund man clapped Zhao Hao on the shoulder. Frequent encounters with the bizarre and extraordinary can result in an even higher spiritual sight. The greater the spiritual sight, the more perilous the situation becomes, making it increasingly difficult to evade. Exercise caution, Zhao Hao exclaimed. Goodness, my spiritual sight is exceedingly high. Noticing Zhao Hao's growing anxiety and desire to continue questioning, the rotund man quickly interjected, Enough. Speaking too much at once will overwhelm you. Do not inquire further. Knowing too much is detrimental to you. In time, you will gradually come to understand. Furthermore, the outer world has been devoid of spiritual energy for centuries. It is not as dire as you might imagine. Avoid unnecessary risks. The situation is not as grave. Chapter 8. The mysterious bureau agent. The rotund man reassured Zhao Hao that the matter concerning the spiritual vision was not particularly grave, at least. It should pose no immediate problems. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao felt a slight sense of relief. However, as he gazed at the dilapidated old house before him, a wave of anxiety washed over him once more. What was to be done about the several mutated corpses? Of the 5 who had gathered, he was the sole survivor. And Zhao Hao found it difficult to convince himself of his own innocence, despite being a victim as well. The rotund man, however, seemed unconcerned. You need not worry about the police. This matter falls outside their jurisdiction. Zhao Hao's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that there is a dedicated department for this? An official agency? What official agency? Do you think this is the Song dynasty? The rotund man paused before continuing. I almost forgot you mentioned that. I need to leave quickly. With such a commotion, the agents of the mysterious bureau are likely on their way. I certainly do not wish to be entangled with their relentless inquiries. It would be quite troublesome. Please, don't leave me hanging, my friend. You must show me the way. In a matter of moments, their camaraderie had escalated to brotherhood. Fear not, the rotund man replied. The mysterious bureau is generally quite accommodating to newcomers like yourself. It is not uncommon to endure this process, a few inquiries, and you shall be free. They will handle the conclusion of this affair. So there is no need to fret over the police. Zhao Hao, eager to please, responded quickly, if you have any business, please inform me. My life is yours, and there is nothing that cannot be shared. Well, it seems that the moment I mention leaving, I go from fat master to fat brother, huh? Indeed. Your fusion corpse's heart should fetch a handsome price. I suspect that if the agents from the mysterious bureau arrive, they will seize it outright. Is it possible? Zhao Hao interrupted. No more talk of that. Here, take this. Do not be modest. Modesty is an affront to me. Zhao Hao dared not accept money. The very notion repulsed him, and he reasoned that rather than allowing that mysterious bureau to confiscate it, it would be better to grant a favor to the rotund man. Zhao Hao was straightforward. A true northeastern man would not fall short, right? He declared, payment is a must. How can one take advantage of a fellow countryman? I understand you are new to this world and may feel uneasy. Fear not. Once I sell it, I will contact you to share the proceeds. Enough of this. The agents from the mysterious bureau will surely arrive soon. We shall meet again another day. Here is my phone number. Make sure to remember it. With that, the rotund man hurriedly departed, skillfully leaping over various obstacles before vaulting through a window with the agility of a bouncing ball. Truly, he was a nimble fellow. Zhao Hao memorized the series of digits he had been given, thinking to himself, share the proceeds with me? I trust you as far as I can throw you. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate to have made an acquaintance within the extraordinary circle, which was a small victory. Furthermore, avoiding a battle of wits with the police was indeed a relief. At that moment, Zhao Hao felt considerably more at ease, but the pain in his body began to intensify. His arms throbbed, swollen like purple carrots, causing him excruciating discomfort. After about 20 minutes, the solid wooden door of the old house was suddenly smashed open, and a group of special forces clad in combat gear and wielding peculiar firearms burst inside. The first two individuals swiftly surrounded Zhao Hao, their weapons aimed menacingly at him. In an instant, Zhao Hao recalled the images of African Americans being gunned down by American police. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his arms, he raised his hands, terrified of being shot on the spot. Do not fire, Sheriff. It is me. The trained soldiers began to search each room meticulously, while personnel in suits resembling hazmat gear entered to collect the remains of the sisters. Others wielded strange devices. Scanning the area, Zhao Hao, after being thoroughly searched, found a black hood placed over his head and was escorted to a helicopter by two individuals. Indeed, it was a helicopter, its rotor blades whirring loudly as it ascended with a slight jolt. After an interminable half-hour filled with turbulence, Zhao Hao was brought to a building. Once the hood was removed, he found himself in a dimly lit room resembling an interrogation chamber. Seated on a chair akin to a confession stool, he was restrained in several places. Before him lay a long table, across which sat a man and a woman, both dressed in uniforms. You would do well to cooperate with our investigation and recount your experiences in their entirety, not omitting a single detail, the man instructed. They did not inquire about Zhao Hao's name or gender, suggesting they had already acquired his information. Zhao Hao offered no resistance or concealment. Recounting his conversation with the rotund man, including his arrival and subsequent dialogue, though he naturally omitted any mention of his card-drawing incident. Earlier, Zhao Hao had taken a kitchen knife and struck the remains of the sisters a few times, discarding it nearby. The sharpness of the blade and the nature of the wounds would no longer be a concern. As long as he did not reveal anything, they would be unable to uncover his dragon-slaying knife. He would simply remain silent about it. Push me too far, and I shall unleash my potential. Whatever will be, will be. After narrating his account, the man produced an instrument resembling a Geiger counter and scanned Zhao Hao several times. Subsequently, he unlocked Zhao Hao's restraints and instructed the woman to escort him for further testing. Stepping out of the room into the corridor, Zhao Hao observed that the setting resembled a hospital in the Celestial Empire. The corridor was spacious and well lit, lined with numerous rooms bustling with activity. The woman led Zhao Hao to a chamber resembling a hospital ward or laboratory, where he underwent a series of tests involving various instruments and inquiries. The process was intricate, with questions that were quite bizarre. One display even showcased an image of a naked figure, followed by a query about Zhao Hao's feelings regarding it. Goodness, are you testing my sexual orientation? Another assessment required him to observe numbers on a card, with the examiner asking Zhao Hao to identify the largest number he could see. Zhao Hao noted the numbers ranged from 0 to 7, but suspected this was not merely a vision or colorblindness test. Exercising a bit of cunning, he claimed the largest number he saw was 6. There were also numerous psychological evaluations and IQ tests, all exceedingly complex. Later, Zhao Hao discovered that these were psychological assessments, mental evaluations, and spiritual energy fluctuation tests, aimed at determining whether he had been influenced by any supernatural entities, as well as assessing his physical, mental, and spiritual states. The handheld device, resembling a Geiger counter, was utilized to gauge the amplitude of his spiritual energy fluctuations and thus assess his spiritual level. After approximately an hour of testing, during which Zhao Hao dutifully complied with all instructions, the staff exchanged nods, and the woman received what appeared to be a report. She briefly reviewed the document before extending her hand to Zhao Hao. "I am Shiri from the Mysterious Bureau. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Hao paused, realizing she intended to shake his hand. "So does this mean I've passed?" Hello? I am He-Man." Zhao Hao quickly grasped her hand and shook it fervently. "Follow me," Shiri instructed, leading him onward. With her platinum hair tied back in a ponytail and dressed in a fitted black business suit, she navigated the space with remarkable speed in her high heels, exuding the aura of an empowered American woman. She guided Zhao Hao to a more comfortable lounge area, instructing him to wait. The conditions here were vastly improved, featuring cushioned sofas and even hot coffee. Zhao Hao, having endured considerable hunger, felt as though his stomach were pressed against his back, compounded by the excruciating pain in his arms, rendering him in a poor state. He carefully cradled the coffee cup, sipping it slowly, feeling his strength gradually return. Meanwhile, a balding white man, his hairline receding towards the crown of his head, observed Zhao Hao's every move through a monitor while simultaneously indulging in coffee and donuts. At that moment, Shiri entered the room, handing the report to the man and stating, "The individual in question is an ordinary person encountering the inner world for the first time, yet possesses the rare gift of heightened perception. Remarkably, they have managed to slay 3 aberrations while being merely human. One of these was a mutated twin fusion revenant, which is quite astonishing. The scene has already been investigated. An extraordinary being was conducting a sacrificial ritual utilizing Heidegger grain, but the core aberration has been removed." According to Zhao Hao, a Song Dynasty extraordinary individual had previously visited, claiming that there were other extraordinary beings present in the villa at that time, who were the true masterminds behind the removal of the aberration. Based on descriptions, that corpulent man should be Bid Biao from the Song Circle, who arrived in America 9 months ago and has been notably active in the inner world as a bounty hunter, without any prior misdeeds. Furthermore, the residual spiritual energy left from the ritual does not align with his path as an extraordinary being. It is highly probable that some extraordinary being is covertly instructing Heidegger grain to conduct the aberration-nurturing ritual, and after its failure, took the aberration away. In recent months, several similar incidents have occurred along the East Coast. It turns out that the cardboard perception test Zhao Hao underwent previously was a measure of spiritual sight values. By observing the spiritual energy numbers on the cardboard, one can ascertain the level of spiritual sight. Those numbers are inscribed with varying degrees of mystery. The larger the visible value, the higher the spiritual sight. The maximum number on the cardboard is 9, while the minimum is 0. Zhao Hao mistakenly believed that 6 was the passing mark, only to discover that 0 represents the value of an ordinary person. Moreover, the spiritual energy counter indicated that Zhao Hao exhibited no spiritual energy fluctuations, implying that he is not an extraordinary being, but rather an ordinary individual. A naturally high-perception ordinary person, who not only remained unscathed mentally after witnessing the aberration of Heidegger's transformation and the twin fusion revenant, but also appeared remarkably healthy. Such a formidable heart. The higher the spiritual sight, the more vividly one can perceive the eerie and abnormal nature of the twin sisters' corpses, inevitably leading to more severe psychological effects. This Zhao Hao, as a heightened perceiver, astonishingly bore no psychological scars. What resilient nerves he possesses. It is known that Shiri felt nauseated for quite some time after viewing the photographs of the sisters' bodies. If she were to see the actual corpses, she might very well collapse on the spot. This already surpasses the reactions of the vast majority of ordinary people. Those with a more fragile psyche might very well lose their sanity at a mere glance, as there exists an intangible psychological shock that can even distort one's mind. Members of the Task Force's Special Operations Team wear specialized goggles to intentionally obscure the imagery, mitigating direct visual shock and mental contamination. If Zhao Hao were aware of the thoughts of the two, he would undoubtedly remark, "Although the sisters are rather repulsive, especially given his recent in-depth exploration of them. It seems there is nothing truly unacceptable compared to the notion of traversing realms. Chapter 9. If you can't beat them, join them. Ordinary spiritual energy remains invisible, and those peculiar entities, unlike corporeal beings such as the reanimated corpses, are imperceptible to the average person. Even most extraordinary individuals cannot detect them when engaged in battle. If one cannot see the enemy, victory seems unattainable. This is why many sects in the Great Song dynasty possess temporary methods to enhance spiritual sight, allowing extraordinary beings to perceive spiritual energy or high mystery entities for brief periods, such as opening the celestial eye or spiritual vision. However, most extraordinary beings possess keen senses and can generally detect the emergence and fluctuations of nearby spiritual energy, much like how humans sense temperature changes. This awareness is neither a product of the five senses nor a sixth sense, but rather a perception of one's own spiritual energy in relation to other distinct energies. Some individuals are innately sensitive to spiritual energy, particularly those with a spiritual sight test score above 5, who can intuitively perceive spiritual energy. In the West, they are referred to as supersensitives, a rarity among the populace. Supersensitives often possess related abilities in perception, rendering them exceptionally astute. Some can even achieve remote location tracking, foresight, acute hearing, and the ability to discern causality and trace individuals. A Caucasian man gazed at the report, nodding in acknowledgement. Are we raising a peculiar entity? I see. Let us first meet that precious supersensitive. Such a rare gem. As Zhao Hao finished his coffee, the Caucasian man entered, clutching a stack of documents in one hand and a box filled with colorful donuts in the other. Mr. Zhao, I apologize for the wait. You must be hungry too. If you don't mind, let us share a few. These donuts are fantastic. He settled beside Zhao Hao across a small tea table, speaking Mandarin with surprising fluency, which brought a sense of warmth and relaxation to Zhao Hao. In this unpredictable environment, consuming food seemed inappropriate, yet Zhao Hao found it increasingly difficult to resist. After a chaotic afternoon in the old mansion, where Heidegger orchestrated a deadly showdown, he had sustained significant injuries. Now, as evening approached, he felt the toll of the day. Had it not been for the unknown chilling spray used by medical staff during his examination, his arm would have swelled to the point of immobility. Just one donut. I'll have just one. I'm not particularly fond of sweets. Oh, how delightful. Zhao Hao exclaimed as he swiftly devoured a donut and, not one to hold back, reached for another. After all, he had already indulged. Why bother with restraint? This time, however, he moderated his pace. And with the coffee providing a cushion, he felt somewhat better. As he ate, he observed the man beside him. The man, munching on a half-eaten donut while filling out forms, appeared unremarkable, neither handsome nor ugly, seemingly around 35 years of age. His demeanor was friendly, and he exuded a pleasant disposition, making him easy to converse with. Nonetheless, one could not dismiss the possibility that he held a significant position within the mysterious bureau. The man's receding hairline hinted at the beginnings of baldness, which must have felt refreshing on such a sweltering summer day. Perhaps it was more poetic to describe it as a youthful desolation rather than baldness. He possessed a unique blend of melancholy and literary charm, akin to a spiritual aesthetic. Once he completed the forms, the man placed the documents on the small table and, still enjoying his donut, remarked, Mr. Zhao, we deeply regret the recent tragedy. Zhao Hao glanced at the documents, noting the prominent words associated with the mysterious bureau. Since you've gathered much information from Mr. Bai, I will not withhold any details. Your current situation is quite extraordinary. Due to your heightened spiritual sight, the likelihood of encountering similar dangers in the future is considerable. Therefore, we cannot simply erase your memories and release you. That would be irresponsible regarding your safety. Memory deletion? Release? Zhao Hao interjected. The mysterious bureau? He recalled the plump man mentioning the bureau, which seemed to oversee extraordinary individuals and supernatural occurrences in America. With a hint of pride, the man, who introduced himself as Colt, affirmed, indeed, the mysterious bureau, an agency directly under the UN Security Council. It serves as the official organization for managing extraordinary beings in the hidden world, formerly known as the Bureau of Extraordinary Strategic Defense, Offense, and Logistics. Zhao Hao paused. That name sounds familiar. Do you perhaps have an organization called the Parents' Grief Alliance? Cautiously, he inquired, are your staff members graded? Are you called Coulson? The man replied, certainly. There are classifications, similar to the extraordinary world, which has 6 levels. I am a level 4 agent. However, I am not Coulson. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Colt Anaconda. He brushed his thinning hair back, revealing a confident smile. Zhao Hao mused. ISNT Colt Python a type of revolver? Despite the exchange, Zhao Hao remained unfazed, pondering deeply. This left Colt somewhat self-doubting, questioning if his charm as a friend of newcomers was losing its effectiveness. As a Black Iron 3-star extraordinary being with a passive ability of innate amicability, Colt naturally left a favorable impression on first-time encounters. He had welcomed and recruited numerous newcomers, earning the title of Friend of Newcomers. To his surprise, he found himself challenged by Zhao Hao. Colt elaborated on various aspects of the mysterious bureau, discussing extraordinary beings and the hidden world. However, perhaps due to Zhao Hao's lack of affiliation, his explanations were rather superficial, lacking the depth provided by the plump man. Nonetheless, he did clarify why the mysterious bureau had located the old mansion and discovered Zhao Hao. As suspected, Heidegger had performed sacrificial rituals multiple times before. This was the 3rd occurrence, with the number of participants increasing from 2 to 4, leading to an unexpected turn of events. The Bureau had traced 2 missing individuals to gather clues, ultimately leading them to the old mansion. Joining the mysterious Bureau seemed to be the best course of action. Ultimately, Zhao Hao acquiesced and chose to join. Not joining was not an option. The subsequent tasks involved filling out forms and registering information while engaging in casual conversation. Zhao Hao queried, "Our leader wouldn't he happen to be a balding, one-eyed black man? Would he?" Colt retorted, "What are you thinking? Impossible. Our director is undoubtedly white. Although we now prioritize equality and have recruited some black staff, it would be impossible to see a black director within the next 10 years. No, even 20 years. He added, "Moreover, he is not bald at all. His hair is as thick as mine." Zhao Hao joked, "So he's just on the verge of baldness." As their conversation continued pleasantly, Colt took special care of Zhao Hao, arranging for him to attend training as an apprentice in an antique shop. Staff members of the mysterious bureau, dealing with supernatural events, naturally underwent training. However, Zhao Hao's unique ability as a naturally gifted seer and his heritage made him particularly suited for this training. Just as Zhao Hao signed the document, his mind stirred with an unexpected revelation. He had completed a task, a piece of floating duckweed, 80 fate points. 80323 fate points. Zhao Hao thought, what a delightful surprise. I have already accumulated 400 points. This is simpler than I anticipated. Colt retrieved 2 items from his bag. Here are your identification and salary card. Zhao Hao accepted them, noting that the bank card required no further explanation. The other card, similar in appearance, bore the letters SWD, the acronym for the mysterious bureau, alongside an emblem, a shield in the shape of a kite with an abstract axe and eagle insignia, featuring Zhao Hao's photograph, name, and a metallic chip. Zhao Hao exclaimed, "Goodness, you're already prepared with the documentation? You merely inquired symbolically. Yet it seems you had already made your plans, did you not?" Colt, "Not at all. Questions must still be asked." Colt's face turned unnaturally to the side, glancing elsewhere as he whispered, "Well, although the documents are authentic, it would be prudent not to show them to others. Most people are unaware of our organization. Confidentiality is paramount. As for those who are aware, well, they may not care too much or might even harbor some disdain. Ordinary folk are oblivious to the existence of the mysterious bureau, and those who do know are, naturally, the extraordinary beings of the hidden world. It appears you are not faring very well in your endeavors, are you?" Zhao Hao felt as though he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Chapter 10. American Freedom. He now considered himself an official, albeit a temporary one. At least he no longer had to contemplate how to respond to Mr. Ross' inquiries. Colt was quite considerate of Zhao Hao, dispatching someone to drive him to a nearby subway station. It was only then that Zhao Hao remembered to check his location. According to the subway map, he found himself in an area of Brooklyn close to the seaside. This place was sparsely populated, with hardly any large communities, but there were numerous obscure establishments of which Zhao Hao had never heard. His home lay in the suburban expanse of Queens, at least 20 kilometers away. Fortunately, the subway was relatively convenient. However, traveling by subway in Liberty City could hardly be described as a comfortable experience. Liberty City, an international metropolis, was indeed prosperous and developed. The subway here was among the earliest in the world, boasting a history of 70 years. The issue was that while the subway lines were continually expanding, the older trains, which had been in service for decades, received only minimal repairs. This led to a number of lines becoming severely outdated, and the environment was often dirty and chaotic. Zhao Hao descended the stairs to the underground. The small tiles on the walls were chipped in places, revealing signs of past repairs. Brownish water stains marred the surfaces, indicating frequent leaks. As he walked a few more steps, he encountered a row of waiting benches, 6 of which were broken, and the remaining ones were filthy. Not far away, a garbage bin overflowed, likely unemptied for a long time, causing numerous wrappers and fruit peels to litter the surrounding area, a veritable mini-dump. The most outrageous sight was that Zhao Hao spotted 2 rats peeking out near the tracks. The dim lighting, aging equipment, and cramped space meant that those with the means rarely opted for the subway, preferring to endure traffic jams in taxis or their own vehicles. Just as Zhao Hao was dozing off on one of the benches, a series of gunshots suddenly erupted outside. Bang, bang, bang. Startled, Zhao Hao instinctively hunched down. At that moment, a person burst out from the convenience store, brandishing a shotgun and firing several rounds. Zhao Hao saw the muzzle flash multiple times, accompanied by the chaotic sounds of gunfire, and then the man collapsed, clutching his leg in agony. Hitting a moving target from 20 meters away was quite an impressive feat. Meanwhile, the seasoned driver had already pressed the accelerator, swiftly escaping the perilous scene, leaving Zhao Hao unable to witness further chaos. What a place, truly a land of freedom, where robbery and pain coexist. Zhao Hao couldn't help but mutter a rhyme, finding the rhythm amusing. According to his recollections, the public safety in Liberty City was indeed dismal, especially in impoverished neighborhoods and areas inhabited by certain marginalized groups. The city appeared glamorous from the outside, with towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and neon lights reflecting in shop windows, where well-dressed gentlemen and ladies hurried by. Yet, hidden in the dark alleys, overturned trash bins lay scattered, homeless individuals sprawled on cardboard with bottles in hand, and syringes littered the ground. In the seedy little cinemas on the less-traveled streets, crowds gathered, in bars, nightclubs, and discotheques. Young men and women engaged in public displays of affection, some even shedding their clothes in the throes of passion. Hippies with long hair, clad in leather jackets, adorned with multiple piercings, roared past on modified motorcycles. Numerous gangs lurked in the shadows, casting predatory glances at passers-by. America had recently emerged from its golden age, with its rapidly growing economy suddenly stalling. After years of war, the youth were increasingly anti-war, preferring indulgence and degradation over making any contribution to their country. The dual challenges of high unemployment and soaring inflation exacerbated the economic crisis, resulting in a significant number of low-income or unemployed individuals roaming the streets, posing substantial security risks. A few months prior, Zhao Hao had read a report stating that crime rates in Liberty City had surged dramatically over the past 6 months, leaving citizens feeling increasingly insecure, with trust and expectations towards the authorities plummeting to historic lows. Despite the increasing number of officers and improvements in their equipment, the consumption of bullets and the number of violent incidents had escalated, leading to an alarming rise in criminal activity. The slums were the most perilous areas, teeming with individuals such as African Americans, sex workers, drug users, homosexuals, murderers, and gangsters. Many neighborhoods in Queens could also be considered impoverished, though the status of the Song people was markedly different. Zhao Hao sifted through his memories, determining that he had not been reborn into the past, but had instead arrived in a seemingly parallel world. Despite superficial similarities between this America and the one he once knew, the grand historical narrative diverged significantly. This world had been shaped by a 1,000-year history of the Song dynasty, which had persisted from the late 9th century until 1978. This was no mere butterfly effect. It was akin to the majestic flight of a great rock soaring over vast distances. The ramifications for this world must be profound. The original Zhao Hao had worked diligently to gain admission to Liberty City University from a public high school in a disadvantaged area. According to his understanding of history, the Song dynasty was incredibly powerful, albeit exceedingly isolationist, engaging in direct exchanges only with a few Asian nations. Outside of that limited interaction, the presence of the Song dynasty on the international stage was a significant event, such as during World War I, World War II, or the founding of the United Nations. However, this isolationism was not akin to the blind complacency of the late Qing dynasty. Rather, it reflected a reluctance to engage with less developed regions. This was most evident in the fact that many of the high-tech innovations in America could also be found in the Song dynasty, albeit with different principles yielding similar results: refrigerators, dryers, automobiles, televisions, and more. Yet, the Song dynasty remained a feudal monarchy, though it had recently begun to grapple with ideas of parliamentary governance. Information from the outside world was often delayed, making it difficult for the populace to grasp the full picture. In the mid-20th century, Europe's Industrial Revolution led to rapid advances for many countries, resulting in extensive colonial acquisitions worldwide, with abundant productivity and products flooding global markets. Many nations set their sights on East Asia's densely populated and affluent territories. After all, the land that had flourished for over a millennium was often depicted in European folklore as a realm of gold. Consequently, various foreign powers attempted to subjugate the Song dynasty, only to be met with fierce resistance. Not even the Anglo-American combined fleet could penetrate the Song's markets, suffering a significant defeat in what would be known as the Black Ships Incident. Over the past century, foreign powers had repeatedly failed, receiving harsh lessons from the Song dynasty, leading to a widely held consensus that its military strength was insurmountable. Given this backdrop, the status of Song people abroad was naturally elevated. Anyone with a powerful backing would avoid the fate of being belittled or abused on the streets. Nevertheless, there were always those who sought adventure, and the Song dynasty was no exception. While the government rarely engaged with the outside world, it did not prohibit private exchanges. Many Song individuals ventured abroad for various reasons, particularly as recent reforms sparked debates over parliamentary governance within the dynasty. After numerous reformists faced failure, some found themselves exiled. Others, dissatisfied with their circumstances at home, sought opportunities elsewhere. Generally, countries like Japan, Korea, and Southeast Asian territories served as favorable destinations, while some even braved the vast ocean to reach America or Europe. It is said that the earliest group of Song people who arrived in America during the westward expansion of the last century came in considerable numbers, banding together as they did. There are even claims that a portion of the Native Americans managed to survive thanks to their alliance with the Song people, ultimately preserving their hold on the West Coast and several nearby inland states, allowing some major tribes to join the United States as recognized entities. In summary, the Song people fared quite well. Although their neighborhoods may not rival the famed districts, they were certainly not lacking. At the very least, they were sufficiently safe, representing an elite enclave among the poorer areas. However, Zhao Hao's home was not near the Song neighborhood, as property prices there had soared to great heights. For reasons unknown, his mother had brought the 5-year-old Zhao Hao to America. Despite having some funds, they could not settle in the Song neighborhood and instead chose to purchase a modest house in a safer suburban area. The real estate prices in Freedom City varied dramatically by region. In the most expensive areas, the cost of a single bathroom could exceed that of an entire house in more remote locales. What? You say it isn't merely a characteristic of capitalism? Someone, check his tax records. Queens has very few office buildings. Even the structures lining the streets are predominantly 2 or 3 stories tall, rarely exceeding 5 floors. More common are rows of single-story homes with courtyards, resembling pancakes spread out. Not to mention that Zhao Hao's area was still suburban, where land prices were more affordable. Upon arrival, Zhao Hao immediately noticed a row of food carts lining the street, selling sandwiches, hot dogs, hamburgers, and rice bowls. Reminiscent of the stalls near train stations in his previous life, where one could purchase pancakes and handheld delicacies. The myriad of aromas mingled together, invading Zhao Hao's nostrils and tormenting his empty stomach. He purchased food. Zhao Hao rummaged through his pockets and found over $40, more than enough. He bought enough food for 3 people, his hunger overwhelming him. As he walked and ate, he managed to consume 2 hot dogs and a large hamburger, barely satisfying his hunger. Perhaps due to an enhancement in his physical constitution, he certainly noted an increase in his appetite. Chapter 11. The neighboring family and the fate card system. The journey home has been fraught with challenges. The sun is already setting. With the subway down and the buses unresponsive, I even witnessed an exhilarating gunfight. Truly an unforgettable experience. As I stroll along the community's oil cypress road, which has begun to show signs of age with its cracked pavement, my gaze falls upon the aging street lamps, their paint peeling, and I find my spirits lifting unexpectedly. Though this community is remote and somewhat dilapidated, the residents are amiable, and the atmosphere is delightful. There are none of the nefarious characters, alcoholics, or sociopaths here. The inhabitants are simply ordinary folk. The houses, predominantly adorned in white or warm hues, feature sloped roofs with attics and are surrounded by expansive gardens. For land here is not highly valued. A mere 10-minute walk along this path leads to vast stretches of woodland. I have often encountered raccoons, squirrels, and feral cats in my backyard, a testament to the area's closeness to nature. Arriving at my quaint little yard, I note the white wooden fence, now sparse and faded, a project I undertook 3 years ago after the passing of my mother. Pushing open the wooden gate, I step into a yard of approximately 100 square meters. In accordance with the traditions of the Song dynasty, having a yard without cultivating vegetables is considered a crime. Thus, half of the space is a lawn with perennial shrubs, while the other half is modestly planted with vegetables. Admittedly, my gardening skills are rather subpar. Yet compared to my neighbors who boast only lawns and flowers, my efforts are commendable. Every blade of grass and bloom evokes a multitude of memories for me. Standing in the yard, I refrain from walking down the little path, instead choosing to survey my surroundings and sift through the tumultuous recollections in my mind. I arrived in America at the age of 5 with my mother, settled here at 6, and have now lived in this house for 13 years. With the original owner now gone, everything I see stirs a sense of familiarity, a poignant connection to the past. Just as I become lost in these nostalgic reflections, a sweet, melodious voice, tinged with surprise, breaks the silence. Turning my head, I spot a petite white girl, about 5 feet tall, peeking over the wooden fence and waving at me. With her light blue eyes, delicate features, and skin as pale as snow, she radiates a youthful innocence and vitality. Her long black hair shimmering in the evening glow. My memory conjures her name, Elena, the eldest daughter of the Adams family, our neighbors. The Adams family has always been kind to me, their relationship with my own family marked by warmth. Mr. Adams, an Irishman, works as an antique dealer at an auction house, and he helped me secure my previous part-time job in mechanical manufacturing, significantly alleviating the financial pressure I faced after my mother's passing. His wife, Mrs. Sarah, a talented Polish seamstress, runs a small clothing shop and often shares her culinary creations with me, including delightful pastries. Elena, a beautiful 16-year-old, excels in dance and has always been friendly towards me. They also have a younger son, Hōgetsu, who is just 5 years old. This family, immigrants like mine, moved here 3 years after us, and we have been neighbors for a decade now. Hi, good evening, Elena. I greet her in the familiar manner. Elena tilts her head, studying me with curiosity, before breaking into a bright smile and asking, "You seem a bit different. How was the party?" I am taken aback by her keen observation. "Oh, it was fine, quite enjoyable. I had a few run-ins with some odd characters, and even had a second encounter with the twin sisters. It was enough to give me nightmares." Noticing my less than enthusiastic tone, Elena quietly reassures me, "Don't mind those people. You are far superior to them. They are simply envious of you." The original owner often felt out of place at school due to his dedication to academics. After all, the so-called happy education system in America has been in place for over a decade, resulting in a disheartening educational environment for the lower classes. Many perceive diligent students who are not socially inclined as bookworms. Meanwhile, the privileged children receive high-quality education and are taught to strive for excellence, while the lower classes are encouraged to seek enjoyment. The exorbitant university fees and overpriced textbooks exacerbate the growing educational monopoly, leading to ignorance, superstition, anti-intellectualism, and conspiracy theories. To this day, a significant portion of the American populace believes humanity was created by God. A third thinks vaccines are harmful, for reasons that are understandable. And 1/5 still believes the earth is flat, an embodiment of the foolish policy at play. In such an atmosphere, the original owner's earnestness in public high school made him an anomaly. While he was not bullied, he certainly did not receive much regard. Yet, the 16-year-old Elena often provided him with comfort. What a kind-hearted girl she is. Of course, I won't let those people bother me. I simply don't have the time. I reply with a smile. Though Elena does not comprehend what I mean by American time, she recognizes my genuine indifference, and her smile broadens. Noticing my silence, she eagerly adds, "Hōgetsu, didn't you want Zhao to help you fix your toy car? Hurry up and call him over. Zhao hasn't had dinner yet." I glance at the food bag in my hand, impressed by her attention to detail. A little boy climbs atop a wooden box, peering over the fence, holding up his toy car. "Zhao, my car is broken again. Can you please help me fix it?" The boy, Hōgetsu, is Elena's younger brother. I recall frequently repairing his various toys, This little rascal is a true toy destroyer. Elena playfully raps Huxman on the head, admonishing, "That's rude. You should call him Brother Zhao." Huxman, embodying the typical defiance of a younger sibling, begrudgingly concedes, "Brother Zhao." But in the presence of his 11-year older sister, he wisely chooses to submit. "All right, leave it to me. Just drop it off here, and I'll return a perfectly intact car to you by tomorrow." Having just endured a bewildering and unsettling experience, the warmth of this sibling bond lightens my heart significantly. It reassures me that ordinary people still prevail in this world, instilling a sense of belonging. "See you tomorrow," Elena chirps sweetly. Huxman, under his sister's watchful gaze, waves goodbye. "Goodbye, Brother Zhao." As I step into the house, Huxman rolls his eyes at his sister and inquires, "Elena, why do you always break my car and make me bother Brother Zhao for repairs?" Elena's cheeks flush under the sunset's glow. She remains silent, merely shaking her pristine fist. Huxman, feeling wronged, climbs down from the box and scampers away. The authority of his sister is unmistakable. Ugh, I don't want this sister anymore. "Mom, can you and Dad get me another one?" The house is simple, comprising 5 or 6 rooms and a low attic. While the furniture and decor show signs of age, everything feels familiar and comforting to me, each item steeped in memories. In the present day, America remains advanced and prosperous. Even a household like mine possesses a small refrigerator and a 24-inch color television. Purchased 5 years ago at the secondhand market for $130. There exists a landline telephone, a washing machine, an electric iron, a gas stove, an oven, and even a radio. Yet, there is no computer. At this point in time, the notion of a personal computer is still foreign. It seems that only some large enterprises possess those oversized terminals requiring a dedicated room. After all, it is 1978. Zhao Hao tossed his deeply wrinkled coat into the laundry basket and sat down at the dining table to enjoy his dinner. Subsequently, he began to inspect each room, searching for remnants of memories. His mother's bedroom was quite simple. Her clothes had been given away, and the furnishings had remained unchanged for 3 years. Zhao Hao picked up a photograph from beside the bed, an image of his mother in her youth, adorned with the hairstyle of a Song Dynasty lady. Clad in a traditional long dress, smiling radiantly, it was evident that Zhao Hao's striking features were inherited from her. She had been a great beauty in her younger days. Indeed, Zhao Hao's journey thus far had been fraught with misfortune, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. The sole aspect he found satisfaction in was his youthful and handsome physique. However, Zhao Hao had never heard his mother speak of his father. He only vaguely knew that he had passed away when Zhao Hao was very young. In Zhao Hao's own bedroom, numerous posters adorned the walls, rock singers with long hair, the Beatles, and unknown 1970s actresses with voluminous waves, clad in tight jeans and oversized sunglasses. To his astonishment, hidden behind a Star Wars poster, he discovered a stash of $100. This was indeed a little reserve fund. He lay on his bed, uncertain of what to do next. As soon as he closed his eyes, unsettling images of Heidegger's mutated gorilla and the strange sister duo flashed before him, stirring a sense of irritation and unease within. It appeared that the mental pollution mentioned by the portly man and the mysterious agency was indeed real. He was not entirely unaffected. After studying his golden finger for a while, he found himself at a loss. All he could ascertain was that he could acquire fate points to draw cards, as well as a digitized set of attributes. Continuously referring to it as the golden finger seemed rather odd, so Zhao Hao ultimately decided to name it the fate card system. A system for drawing cards with fate points, succinct and to the point, a name truly befitting of a creative genius. Zhao Hao thought of the mysterious agency and cult, still feeling uneasy. In the end, he contacted the portly man by phone to inquire about the situation regarding the mysterious agency. Chapter 12. The check-in function, the colorful string of the Dragon Boat Festival. The hefty fellow on the other end was likely quite idle, quickly answering the call. You need not fret excessively. The Mysterious Bureau, as an official organization, naturally aims to oversee the extraordinary. It is not uncommon for them to be viewed unfavorably by those with extraordinary abilities. Established for less than a century, their roots within the extraordinary community are rather shallow, making it challenging for them to cultivate their own extraordinary individuals. Thus, they can only seek out some promising newcomers or opt to collaborate with established powers or extraordinary beings. However, those extraordinary individuals nurtured outside of official channels can merely be regarded as semi-collaborators. This arrangement facilitates supervision and provides care for those without a proper background. to prevent them from resorting to desperate measures when faced with difficulties. You have only just begun your journey and still have the potential to secure a favorable position within the mysterious bureau. After all, you are on the government payroll, which is quite advantageous. Consider it akin to the Six Doors or the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Song Dynasty. It seems the Great Song had similar official institutions as well. Indeed, it has existed for a millennium. Zhao Hao momentarily set aside matters concerning the mysterious bureau and inquired, "Brother Fat, have you heard of the old iron antique shop in Songren City?" Colt had arranged for Zhao Hao a suitable internship as an apprentice at an antique shop, specifically this old iron antique shop in Songren City. Colt had mentioned that this arrangement was due to Zhao Hao's innate high spiritual perception and his Songren identity. Surprisingly, although Brother Fat had been in Freedom City for less than a year, he had indeed heard of that old iron. It is rumored to be a formidable figure. Within the Songren Extraordinary Circle in Freedom City, he is somewhat well known. Individuals like Brother Fat may not have met him, but they have certainly heard of him. Brother Fat remarked, "These days, there aren't many big shots mingling in the mundane world, so he is quite a character in Freedom City. He is just a tad below me." Given this perspective, Colt truly found a good opportunity for himself. Even though Brother Fat boasted of being only slightly inferior, one could discern from his tone that this big shot was indeed remarkable. There were hardly a few in all of Freedom City. Zhao Hao speculated that such arrangements were primarily due to his Songren identity. That big shot should hold considerable standing, while, according to Brother Fat, the mysterious bureau's status within the Extraordinary Circle is rather ordinary. Although the big shot has granted the official some leniency, he only accepts Songren apprentices. This makes perfect sense. After promising to meet Brother Fat for a meal sometime, Zhao Hao finally felt reassured. Since he was here, he might as well settle in and take things one step at a time. He was utterly exhausted and retired to bed early. However, just as he was on the verge of slumber, the phone rang unexpectedly. He shuffled into the living room to answer the call. "Hello? Who's there?" "Hey, bro. It's Go Quan." A voice, flippant yet tinged with a hint of mischief, chimed in. Go Quan was a high school classmate and friend of the original self. Qin Huai had 3 other friends, and despite Zhao Hao's less-than-ideal circumstances, he was not without companionship. Go Quan could be considered a close friend, one who would boast about anything. Both Go Quan and Zhao Hao were 19 years old. He was African-American, raised in a single-parent household. Although he had since moved out from his mother's home, as he would say, he was now independent. It had been previously mentioned that the status of Songren in America was quite elevated, while the status of African Americans remained precarious. Although 10 years prior, the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. had propelled the civil rights movement to its zenith, granting African Americans equal rights legally, the reality was far more complex. The generation of Go Quan was among the first permitted to attend high school, which speaks volumes about the situation. Go Quan had indeed ridden the wave of progress. Otherwise, he would not have even had the opportunity for secondary education. Hence, he was deeply enamored with the great song. Indeed, he held a profound admiration for the culture and all things related to the great song. His birth name was Cypher Douglas, yet he had adopted a Songren name, Go Quan. He even self-studied Chinese, speaking it fluently and adeptly employing idioms and colloquialisms. If only he had applied such determination to his studies, he might have gained admission to Freedom City University. Faced with discrimination, African Americans often band together for support, and even with a high school diploma, securing a decent job remained challenging. Go Quan had already joined a street gang, albeit merely as an outer member who cheered on the sidelines. He was remarkably cautious and adept at self-preservation. Having been in this line of work for less than half a year, he had already outlived 3 gang leaders and switched allegiances twice. "Hey bro, let me tell you. Today our gang clashed with a neighboring gang. But thankfully I was quick on my feet and escaped unscathed. By the way, how was the party? I heard Heidegger invited a pair of twin sisters. Did you manage to score with any of them?" His words tumbled out like rapid fire. "It was great. I nearly died from the excitement. I'm utterly exhausted now, so I'll hang up." With that, Zhao Hao ended the call and collapsed onto his bed, drifting into deep sleep. Wait, he hung up on me. Go Quan was not angered by the abrupt termination. Instead, he revealed a lewd grin. Could it be that he truly is too tired? Overworked, perhaps? Heh. Novices are always like this, unaware of when to take a break. Zhao Hao had initially believed he could sleep soundly until dawn, yet unexpectedly, he was awakened by the fate card system. He glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock at night. Upon checking the fate card system, he discovered a new feature had emerged. Adventure Diary. Mortal Level 1, 403 fate points. Draw cards to retaliate against the assailants. Eliminate the fusion corpses of the sisters. Get apprehended and interrogated, ultimately becoming an agent of the mysterious bureau. June 9th, 1978, the first day in this world, was quite fulfilling. Is this a diary? Who among the respectable would keep a diary? It was not until the following morning that Zhao Hao attempted to ponder this new feature. He soon realized it was far from a conventional tool, serving no practical purpose. Wait, there's new information. 4 fate points. Acquired item card, colorful string. Zhao Hao had unexpectedly gained yet another new card. Colorful string, black iron level 1 item card. Exorcism. Wearing the colorful string can help ward off evil to a certain extent. Healing. Wearing the colorful string can aid in alleviating ailments to some degree. Pest repellent. Wearing the colorful string can assist in repelling insects and defending against parasites. Remarks. 5 colors represent the 5 directions, embodying the 5 elements and 5 spirits. Unlike equipment cards, item cards do not require placement in a slot for use. They manifest directly in hand. This was an adornment resembling a bracelet, crafted from silk threads in blue, white, red, black, and yellow, intricately woven together. Wearing it does not evoke the same immediate sense of attribute enhancement as a legendary sword. However, Zhao Hao noted a faint glimmer from the corner of his eye. Yet, compared to the legendary sword or the heart of the sisters, it paled in comparison. It was hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. This was likely due to its significantly lower rank, hence the aura was not as pronounced. The term aura was something Zhao Hao had coined spontaneously. The colorful string, in truth, was of little consequence, after all. The descriptions regarding exorcism and pest repelling were rather vague, and one could not discern any immediate effects. Furthermore, being a black iron level 1 card, its efficacy was likely limited. Nevertheless, the check-in function indeed piqued Zhao Hao's interest. Although the check-in only yielded 4 fate points, if he could check in daily, it would amount to a considerable sum over time. From the fate card system, Zhao Hao learned that he was currently at the mortal level, allowing him to earn between 1 to 5 fate points for each check-in. Sundays would grant double rewards. The end of each month would yield 5 times the rewards, and the end of each year would provide tenfold rewards. Assuming an average of 3 fate points daily, excluding Sundays and month-end bonuses, he would only need 300 days for a tenfold draw. Moreover, though he was still uncertain how to level up, he couldn't possibly remain a mere mortal forever, could he? Steady yourself. I shall undoubtedly transcend. I am well acquainted with this strategy. After a decade of diligence, I shall emerge invincible. The prospects of life are increasingly promising. Zhao Hao arose and, following the techniques of Black Tiger A Fu, performed a series of martial exercises to invigorate his body. He then proceeded to refresh himself and enjoyed a simple breakfast of bread and milk. Subsequently, he began to peruse materials and textbooks, particularly his high school history books, to glean an understanding of the historical backdrop of this world. Zhao Hao discovered that the history of this realm diverged significantly from his own, with considerable geographical differences as well. However, fundamentally, the essence remains singular, the Song dynasty. In essence, as long as one does not delve excessively into East Asia, the alterations are relatively minor. For instance, both world wars transpired, the Axis powers faced defeat, and the infamous dictator was soundly vanquished. Zhao Hao contemplated the existence of extraordinary individuals and the hidden realms. If the surface world corresponding to the concealed world is the ordinary realm, then the power within that hidden world is undoubtedly formidable. It is highly probable that within these seemingly mundane historical events, the influence of extraordinary beings can be detected. The historical discrepancies concerning America were not substantial compared to Zhao Hao's previous understanding. Naturally, he had not extensively studied American history in his past life. Possessing only a basic familiarity with historical terminology, significant periods, and notable events. Nonetheless, it sufficed for comparison. For example, the African American Civil Rights Movement, which had only recently begun to show results over the past decade, was not conspicuously altered. Additionally, the Native Americans suffered significant losses during the westward expansion over 160 years ago, ultimately regaining their footing with the support of the Song descendants, and eventually becoming one of the primary ethnic groups in this nation. According to official statistics from last year, the total population of America stands at approximately 230 million, with African Americans constituting 8.9, Latinos 11.5, and Asians 14.4, including Native Americans, other Asians, and Song descendants, with the latter representing 1/3 of that group, while the vast majority are Caucasian. Moreover, America has thrived remarkably, establishing military bases and wielding dollar power, oil, and nuclear weapons with fervor, despite suffering setbacks against the Song dynasty. The most recent of these setbacks occurred 3 years ago during the war in Annan, where American soldiers faced severe losses in the jungle, a level of devastation unprecedented in nearly 2 decades of conflict. This prompted a surge of anti-war sentiment domestically over the past 2 years. Young individuals prefer indulgence in unrestrained pleasures rather than being conscripted into the meat grinder of warfare. The emergence of rock music, hippie culture, and other movements represents a direct form of resistance. It is noteworthy that the Apollo moon landing in 1969 still remains a significant event. Chapter 13. The troubles of young Robin. A cursory glance at the information merely satiated my curiosity without instigating any significant changes. Zhao Hao spent a few minutes repairing Human's vehicle and, noticing its faded appearance, kindly adorned it with a fresh coat of paint. As he prepared for lunch, a call from Go Quan interrupted him. "Oh, my Buddha. I heard Heidegger has passed away. Brother, what on earth has happened?" Go Quan's dramatic voice echoed, and Zhao Hao could almost envision his wide-eyed expression. "Your news travels fast. So, it seems this fellow summoned us for a gathering with ill intentions. The other 3 have perished, and I am the sole survivor. In the end, the police shot him down. I cannot divulge further details, so please refrain from asking." Go Quan, true to his reputation as the go-to informant in Freedom City, had his ear to the ground, despite Colt's assurance that the mysterious bureau would suppress the incident. Go Quan had somehow learned of Heidegger's demise without any official announcement or news report. Zhao Hao mentioned that he had landed a job at an antique shop, where he would be working until the school year commenced. They arranged to meet the following day. After lunch, Zhao Hao began to fret, not for any trivial reason, but because financial woes were proving to be a formidable adversary. The daily expenses had become burdensome, and he was barely managing to sustain himself through the part-time mechanical processing job introduced by Mr. Adams. Now, with the commitment to train at the antique shop, his financial stability was in jeopardy. Moreover, having just signed for a 20-year university loan felt akin to a mortgage. The rise of consumerism among the youth, spurred on by capitalists, only added to his distress. In Freedom City, the annual income threshold for the middle class hovered around 30,000, while those languishing in poverty earned less than 10,000. If trends continued, Zhao Hao would find himself struggling at the poverty line long before he could repay his student loans. He needed to earn money. The weight of debt was unbearable. Zhao Hao realized that, in comparison to the extraordinary beings in the hidden world, his most pressing concern was to secure a source of income before he faced hunger. But what could he do? Working a traditional job was out of the question. Stealing an electric bike was beyond his skill set, and besides, he didn't even have one yet. After much contemplation, he resolved to return to his roots, writing novels. Without a computer, there would be no online literature. But the publishing industry in America was thriving, with numerous magazines and publications. Moreover, Zhao Hao had no intention of penning anything too serious. If he wanted to make money, it had to be something a bit risky. What should he write? Rebirth. I am your brother, embracing both left and right in the Celestial Empire? After pondering for a moment, he fetched paper and pen, inscribing the first line. Robin's high school performance was less than stellar. A fusion of Eastern romance and Western classics promised to be promising. Whether it was due to his high mental acuity aiding his writing, Zhao Hao found himself brimming with inspiration, the words flowing effortlessly. Over 10,000 characters poured forth in mere hours. Satisfied with his progress, Zhao Hao noted that since Go Quan had become a street-savvy individual, he would inquire whether he knew any underground publishers the next day. Engrossed in his writing, Zhao Hao lost track of time until a knock on the door jolted him awake. He realized he had been writing for 3 to 4 continuous hours. How remarkable it would have been had he been this dedicated in his previous life, instead of being transported to another world. Without a second thought, he rose to answer the door. Standing outside was Elena, holding a beautifully patterned plate. Zhao Hao, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Mom made some delicious pudding, and I brought you some, she beamed. Zhao Hao quickly stepped aside. Please come in. Thank Aunt Sarah for me. As Elena entered the once familiar home, she noticed it was considerably tidier. The original occupant was merely a 19-year-old living alone, often rather disheveled. However, the current Zhao Hao, with a mindset nearing 30, had undergone a transformation. After a simple tidying up post-dinner yesterday, the place appeared surprisingly orderly. Elena set down the pudding and suddenly noticed an open notebook on the table. Upon reading the first line about Robin, Zhao Hao swiftly snatched it away. Ahem. Zhao Hao cleared his throat, hiding the notebook behind him, nearly forgetting about Human's vehicle. Let me get that for you. The embarrassment of having a familiar figure discover his writing was akin to having them find him reading something scandalous. Fortunately, Elena was perceptive. Even without seeing anything incriminating, she sensed that Zhao Hao was writing something peculiar. After chatting for another 5 or 6 minutes, Zhao Hao's anxiety escalated. Fearing his thin skin might reveal too much. Sensing the moment was not ripe for further conversation, Elena excused herself, taking Human's vehicle with her. Zhao Hao lamented, wishing he could wield a dragon-slaying sword rather than endure such awkward situations. To quell his restless mind, he resolved to practice martial arts. Engaging in an esoteric boxing technique until exhaustion took over, he collapsed into sleep. His diary entry for the night was rather straightforward. Today, the neighbor girl Elena discovered my risku writing. Discovered. He buried his head under the blanket, embarrassed by his own words. The next day, being Sunday, the attendance rewards doubled, yet he only drew a 2 o'clock shift. Thus, the double reward amounted to a mere 4 o'clock, just like the previous day. Zhao Hao continued writing fervently, crafting tales of Lu Xuanda, and soon it was time to meet Go Quan at the small diner they had agreed upon. In recent years, the economy had declined, making life challenging for the lower class. In such times, cheap, quick, and high-calorie fast food surged in popularity. The meeting spot was a fast food restaurant, where they served standardized, simple fare. This establishment catered to a diverse clientele, so Go Quan's skin color was not a concern. Had it been a restaurant frequented by whites, they might have encountered trouble. Though, by law and morality, discrimination against black individuals was prohibited, in America, many disregarded both law and ethics. Upon arrival, Zhao Hao found Go Quan already there, placing his order. The menu was filled with various fast food items, such as kung pao chicken rice, cold dishes, and scallion scrambled eggs. Given his increased appetite, Zhao Hao ordered 2 additional dishes. Go Quan, accustomed to the street gang life, had limited opportunities to dine out, and he devoured his meal with gusto. After satisfying their hunger, they began to discuss the matter of Heidegger. Zhao Hao divulged that he had signed a document and could not speak a word about it. Go Quan, demonstrating remarkable restraint, refrained from asking further questions. His awareness of boundaries was commendable. How else could he have emerged unscathed from so many street brawls and leadership changes? By the way, Go Quan suddenly interjected, have I mentioned that I've changed leaders again? While Zhao Hao picked at his teeth with a toothpick, he inquired, who is the unfortunate soul this time? Go Quan glanced around furtively and whispered, it's Wild Boar Iverson. Iverson is notorious as a powerful leader in that neighborhood. Zhao Hao remained unfazed, remarking, your previous leader was also said to be formidable, yet he was killed within a month. Go Quan fell silent, mumbling something about the fate of street thugs being predestined. Zhao Hao, sensing the conversation had strayed, transitioned back to the main topic, revealing the manuscript he had worked hard on for 2 days. Hey, Quan, remember you asked if I knew any underground publishers? I want to publish this book. Upon a closer glance, it became evident to Go Quan that Zhao Hao exhibited an even more lecherous demeanor than himself. Had he also appointed a new leader? Was he serious? Was he truly penning a book? Surely, this was no jest. Zhao Hao gestured toward his own visage, asserting, do I appear to be joking? Reluctantly, Go Quan conceded, very well. Whether I recognize you or not, I can certainly locate you. After all, legitimate books are prohibitively expensive. The piracy industry remains quite lucrative. Yet, this book of yours. Zhao Hao eagerly handed it over. Take a look. Just take a look. Go Quan immersed himself in the text for nearly 10 minutes. His complexion was rather dark, obscuring any signs of blushing. However, it was unmistakable that his breath grew heavy and rapid, unable to tear his gaze away as he adjusted his posture, crossing his legs. With only around 30,000 words, the reading could not be prolonged. Suddenly, he reached the end. Go Quan could no longer contain himself. What comes next? Hurry, give me the rest. He felt akin to an addict in a slum craving their fix. Zhao Hao, brimming with positive energy, remarked, who knows? Perhaps someone could overcome their addiction with this book. That would be a monumental achievement. It's finished. The remainder must be written slowly. Just tell me, can it be done? Absolutely. Is that even a question? I never anticipated you possessed such talent. You must have awakened after shedding the curse of virginity. Had I known, I should have arranged for your transformation sooner. We could have amassed wealth by now. With Xuan gone, Go Quan's intellectual faculties reigned supreme, his mind racing with schemes to generate income. Such a marvelous creation must not be released all at once. A brilliant idea struck him, serial publishing. Before he could finish speaking, he had already seized a pen and dashed away. Zhao Hao exclaimed, "What the hell? Is he sprinting off to relieve himself?" Meanwhile, a vigilant waiter, who had been observing the two for some time, quickly approached, blocking the exit. "Sir, please settle your bill." His eyes were filled with suspicion. Could they be attempting to dine and dash? Zhao Hao directed a middle finger toward the direction of Go Quan's retreat. "Damn. So it was merely a ploy to evade the bill. Why are you staring at me? Oh, you expect a tip. The culture of tipping in America. What a farce. Absolutely ridiculous." After settling the bill, Zhao Hao produced a mere 10-cent coin and placed it in the waiter's hand, striding away. The waiter stood in stunned silence. "It has been nearly a decade since I received such a meager tip. During our dining experience, servers bring tea, take orders, deliver meals, and inquire if the food is to your liking. It is at this juncture that one should offer a gratuity. Typically, lunch tips range from 10 to 15 of the bill, while dinner tips are between 15 to 20. If the party exceeds 5 individuals, an 18 tip is obligatory. Failing to do so would be deemed impolite." That evening, in his adventure diary, "Today, Go Quan swindled me out of a meal. I, Zhao Ritian, shall remember this grudge. You are Zhao Ritian." Unexpectedly, following the diary entry, a weekly report appeared. This week, several street gangs in Queens engaged in violent clashes, and the Sealant district has seen 3 changes in leadership. It seemed there was more to the diary than mere entries. However, the gang leadership changes bore no relevance to his own affairs. Chapter 14. The Antique Shop. Upon learning from his daughter Elena that Zhao Hao had secured a new apprenticeship at an antique shop, Mr. Adams was filled with delight. He took the initiative to approach Zhao Hao, imparting some unspoken industry norms and exuberantly presenting him with a collection of introductory books from his early days in the field, encouraging him by stating that this profession held great promise. With a decade of diligent study, one could indulge in a life of luxury without issue. Mr. Adams, a tall figure with a generous face adorned with glasses, was known for his warm, humorous, and kind demeanor. Truly a commendable individual. Zhao Hao interjected, "But I am not genuinely aspiring to become an antique dealer." Upon hearing about Zhao Hao's new employment, Go Quan, in his leisure while promoting Lu Xuanda, took it upon himself to utilize his informant skills in Free City, gathering substantial information for Zhao Hao. The Old Thai Antique Shop, established over 20 years ago, was a venerable establishment in Songren City, owned by a middle-aged gentleman hailing from the region. It was reputed to specialize in artifacts from the Song dynasty and East Asia, rather than the traditional old goods typical of American stores. After all, with America being nearly 2 centuries old, genuine antiques were a rarity. Zhao Hao recalled a slight discrepancy. In his memory, America was founded in 1776, but it seemed that the official date was actually extended to 1782. On June 12th, Monday, Zhao Hao signed in for 3 fate points. Rising early, he made his way to the Old Thai Antique Shop in Songren City. The distance was neither too far nor too close, yet a bus ride still took over 20 minutes. The issue was that the public transportation in Free City was notoriously unreliable, often requiring waits of 10 to 20 minutes for a bus. Wealthier individuals tended to drive themselves, as cars were not prohibitively expensive in America, and even ordinary families could manage. Those without funds resorted to the subway, which, despite its poor conditions, offered great value for money. Ironically, those in between, who relied on buses, found the experience quite unbearable. Thus, Zhao Hao found himself arriving at the bus stop an hour early to wait for his ride. As the bus took a slight detour, chaos erupted at a major stop. This location served as a freight train station, bustling with many lower-income individuals trying to make a living. In America, bankruptcy was a common occurrence. Often, one could be an office worker or factory worker one week, only to find themselves unemployed the next due to economic downturns. For those without savings, the inability to secure a job quickly could lead to dire straits, with mounting bills and the risk of homelessness looming large. In such a mixed environment, many homeless individuals could be seen huddled in corners, wrapped in blankets or cardboard boxes, while others sought temporary work. However, if one's home was seized by the government, finding stable employment became a formidable challenge. The rising tide of unemployment and homelessness fostered crime and street gangs, rendering such places perilous. Yet, The current disturbance was not due to robbery or gang violence. Rather, it involved a group of uniformed police officers wielding batons and shields, forcibly maintaining order by rounding up numerous idle individuals and escorting them onto vehicles. Those apprehended would be taken to shelters, where they would labor for a month or two in factories or mines before being released. This was a new policy recently enacted by Free City to mitigate unemployment and homelessness. There were also regulations targeting transient populations, such as requiring temporary residency permits at police stations. Wandering the streets without such documentation would result in capture and placement in shelters. The free-spirited Americans could hardly tolerate such treatment, especially given the government's poor reputation and the prevailing distrust among the populace, where conspiracy theories flourished. People would rather perish in the streets than be captured by the government and sent to unknown places for reformation. As a result, conflict ensued. Homeless individuals scrambled with their meager belongings, pursued by the police amid a cacophony of shouts, screams, and cries of anger. Among the chaos, a frail black man, burdened with a large bag, rushed to the bus's side, pleading, "Open the door, please. Let me in." Just as the driver hesitated for a moment, a police officer lunged forward, slamming him to the ground and pinning his neck with a knee, ready to draw his weapon. The driver hastily sped away, and not long after, he spat out of the window in disgust, exclaiming, "Those damned creatures deserve to rot in hell." From the driver's account, the passengers learned that a company was recruiting workers at this location, seeking a dozen laborers for material handling. However, over 100 individuals showed up, only to be ensnared by the police who had been waiting. The moment they mentioned checking for licenses akin to identification and temporary residency permits, a mass exodus ensued. It was a classic case of entrapment. An elderly passenger, visibly incensed, remarked, "That damned subway has been under construction for years without completion, despite taxpayers pouring in vast amounts of money annually for minimal progress. I hear those politicians are no longer willing to invest in it. I suspect these people are being seized to work on the subway." Another passenger chimed in, "If they are detained without a work assignment, who knows how many beatings they might endure." Zhao Hao had also heard of fatalities occurring in shelters, but such incidents were often swept under the rug. The newspapers and news outlets in Free City never covered these stories. They were passed along through word of mouth. Upon reaching the Songren Street area, the sanitation conditions began to improve. Here, the cleaning services were contracted out by the community itself, vastly superior to the sluggish and cumbersome official agencies of Free City. For instance, in Zhao Hao's neighborhood, garbage trucks might only arrive every 2 to 3 days, and the underpaid cleaning staff performed their duties with little diligence. Only the affluent districts and upscale communities boasted true cleanliness and safety. At this hour, just before 8 in the morning, numerous Songren citizens had begun to congregate. Yet the antique shop remained eerily quiet. Zhao Hao observed for several minutes, noting that the alley garnered no attention whatsoever. Indeed, it was said that in this line of work, one might remain dormant for 3 years before seeing any business, as it certainly did not operate like a convenience store bustling with customers. The old Thai antique shop, opening later than noon, was a testament to the industrious nature of the Songren people. Zhao Hao adjusted his attire and stepped forward to push the door open. As he entered the antique shop, a bell tinkled softly. Before he could take in the surroundings, the fate card system unexpectedly responded. Check-in condition triggered. Requirement: pose a peace sign for 10 seconds. At that moment, a short, slender figure emerged from the back room. Zhao Hao, preoccupied with the peculiar check-in requirement, decided to set that matter aside for a later time. Zhao Hao greeted, "Hello, I am Zhao Hao. Colt from the mysterious bureau referred me here for apprenticeship." He took a brief glance at the visitor, who stood at approximately 1.70 meters, slender, with a slightly square face, short hair parted to the side, and a short beard adorning his lips. The features were distinctly reminiscent of a typical Song dynasty individual, dressed in somewhat anachronistic black traditional attire and cloth shoes. Notably, the visitor's eyebrows were thick and elegantly arched, embodying the legendary sword-like brows. He possessed a striking aura. However, when compared to his piercing gaze, this detail seemed trivial. His expression was serious, but did not suggest the age of 40 or 50 as described by Go Quan. Zhao Hao sensed that despite the man's somewhat stern and mature appearance, many would surely believe he was in his 30s. The visitor nodded, clasping his hands behind him as he scrutinized Zhao Hao. At that moment, he was none other than Lao Tai, the proprietor of the old Thai antique shop. After observing Zhao Hao intently, Lao Tai finally spoke, I have already learned from Colt. You are Zhao Hao, correct? The neighbors call me Uncle Tai. You may do the same. Please, have a seat. He gestured toward a chair beside a small tea table. As Uncle Tai pretended to examine Zhao Hao's profile, he found himself puzzled. He perceived Zhao Hao's features as indicative of a tumultuous and short-lived fate. Yet here he was, having escaped a dire predicament, which was quite rare. This signified a breaking of shackles and immense potential ahead. Given that Zhao Hao was a Song Dynasty individual, Uncle Tai felt no reason to refuse Colt's request. After all, he owed a debt of gratitude to the mysterious bureau for his initial establishment in Free City. Uncle Tai's gaze fell upon the colorful bracelet adorning Zhao Hao's wrist, which he found rather pleasing. Having spent an extended period away from his homeland, the younger generation often drifts further from traditional culture. Zhao Hao, Uncle Tai contemplated. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if Uncle Tai was aware of the Ritian reference. An inexplicable embarrassment washed over him. Uncle Tai muttered to himself, the Zhao surname is indeed imperial. Zhao Hao's heart sank. As an extraordinary individual in a foreign land, could he possibly have enmity with the Song imperial court? Would the disdain extend to him, Zhao Ritian? This was unjust. How could he, of all people, be worthy of the Zhao surname? Just as Zhao Hao feared that his extraordinary training might come to an abrupt end, Uncle Tai spoke again. I am a folk magician with a modicum of knowledge in the mystical arts, a scholar of the obscure, and an enthusiast of antiques. I serve as a semi-official collaborator with the mysterious bureau. Since I have accepted you, I shall henceforth be your guide. He pinched his fingers together and added, today, with no business to attend to, allow me to share some insights. Chapter 15. Transcribing Scriptures. I have perused your records, and since you have already encountered extraordinary events, many matters can be discussed with greater ease. Uncle Tai once again elucidated the various significances of the inner world and the extraordinary beings to Zhao Hao. Compared to Fatty, Uncle Tai's explanations were far more detailed and incisive, exuding a sense of professionalism. To illustrate, discussing policies with Fatty is akin to conversing with a chatty taxi driver, while Uncle Tai resembles an esteemed professor, exhibiting a level of expertise that is simply unmatched. Furthermore, Uncle Tai introduced Zhao Hao to concepts he had never previously encountered, such as the term weird objects. Zhao Hao had heard this term from Fatty before, but the overwhelming influx of information at that time had left him unable to inquire further. Uncle Tai clarified, first and foremost, it is crucial to understand that it is weird objects, using the character for weird rather than ghost. This distinction is vital. Remember it well. Zhao Hao nodded in acknowledgement. It's because there can't be any ghosts, right? I understand. Weird signifies the unknown, phenomena that are anomalous and defy explanation, encompassing entities or objects. Most of these possess varying degrees of negative effects, with some being exceedingly perilous and capable of triggering immense disasters. The classification of weird objects parallels that of extraordinary beings, comprising 5 levels, excluding ordinary mortals. Due to their numerous and diverse nature, the Mystical Bureau has assigned them identification numbers. In recent years, the primary focus of the Mystical Bureau has been to manage the weird objects that manifest in the outer world, while overseeing extraordinary beings is a secondary concern. After some discussion, Uncle Tai echoed Fatty's warning. Knowing too much can be detrimental to your current state. The esoteric knowledge of the inner world can become a burden. If one exceeds certain limits, it can be harmful. The more one knows, the heavier the burden becomes. Hence, Zhuangzi famously stated, my life is finite, while knowledge is infinite. To pursue the infinite with the finite is perilous. Thus, information and knowledge concerning the inner world, as well as the existence of extraordinary beings, are seldom disclosed to mortals, as doing so could often lead to harm. Some forbidden knowledge is exceedingly dangerous. Even the mere curiosity about it can invite peril. Such forbidden knowledge usually pertains to enigmatic deities, weird objects, and mysterious realms. As the saying goes, when you gaze long into the abyss gazes back into you. This implies that it is not humans ceaselessly pursuing knowledge, but rather knowledge relentlessly pursuing humanity. However, I am aware that this notion is misguided. Knowledge does not pursue. It chases after people. Its pursuit is ruthless and devoid of emotion, akin to a falcon or hound hunting a rabbit. Thus, often, one cannot avoid contact. Once entangled in certain events, dangerous knowledge will actively pursue you. There is no escaping it. Uncle Tai retrieved a hefty tome and handed it to Zhao Hao, also providing him with paper and pen. Transcribe the characters depicted in this scripture. This is foundational work. You may need to practice for several months. Don't inquire further, simply copy it down. The conditions will reveal themselves in due time. Zhao Hao gazed at the peculiar scripture before him, astonished at its thickness, comparable to a new dictionary. However, the content was sparse, as each page measured only 2 or 3 millimeters thick, and the cover and pages were composed of an unknown material, resembling leather or cork. In any case, it was so dense that it felt as though a single page equated to dozens of ordinary ones. Upon examining the back, Zhao Hao noted, 1937. Published by the New Song Publishing House, an internal publication of the Central Dao Recording Institute, strictly prohibited from dissemination. Zhao Hao exclaimed, "Are you joking with me? Does the inner world also have counterfeit books? Where did Uncle Tai acquire this from? Is it from a bookstore like Bikuj?" Even more bizarre was the text within that book. According to Uncle Tai, it was indeed a scripture. Yet, Zhao Hao found the characters utterly unrecognizable. They resembled distorted seal script, bearing a semblance to pictographs, but with strokes that seemed ethereal and whimsical, akin to patterns formed by drunken earthworms. This was not merely transcription. It was an artistic imitation. Moreover, the characters were exceedingly awkward, and just gazing at them stirred an unsettling sensation within him. Observing Uncle Tai engrossed in his antiquities, Zhao Hao thought to himself, "Just transcribe. I'll do whatever is necessary. Regardless of anything else, I must maintain the right attitude. After all, I am an apprentice to an extraordinary being." According to Uncle Tai, besides imparting fundamental knowledge pertaining to extraordinary beings, he would also teach Zhao Hao about antiques. In ancient times, one might study for 3 years before graduating, followed by an additional 5 years of service to pay tuition to their master. Not to mention, some closed-door disciples were expected to care for their masters in their old age. Transcribe. Zhao Hao possessed the requisite patience for this endeavor. Yet, this task proved to be rather peculiar. It was not as simple as one might wish. Zhao Hao tried to emulate the characters, but found himself incapable of replicating them. Moreover, fixating on the characters often led to various peculiar mental states. Concentration became elusive, and he experienced inexplicable mental disarray, even hallucinations, sudden recollections, a restless mind, and agitation. The longer he scrutinized the text, the more pronounced these phenomena became. This scripture was undoubtedly problematic. No wonder Uncle Tai mentioned needing several months to transcribe it. Ultimately, Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and persevered, managing to replicate only 3 characters by midday, and even then, they bore only a vague resemblance to the original. Had it not been for the fact that he himself had penned those characters, he would not have recognized which 3 they were. After a morning of transcription, Zhao Hao felt utterly drained. It wasn't until Uncle Tai called him for lunch that he realized he was drenched in sweat, his shirt thoroughly soaked. Uncle Tai prepared the meal, showcasing commendable culinary skills, revealing his bachelor status. Thus, Zhao Hao felt considerably more at ease and consumed 3 additional bowls of rice. Perhaps due to Zhao Hao's diligent attitude during the morning's transcription, Uncle Tai took the opportunity to explain. The characters in that scripture are called Yunzhuan, and the entire text is inscribed in this style. Akin to the symbols used in Taoist practices, Yunzhuan can also refer to the smoke that curls when incense is burned. You can imagine what shape that might take. As Uncle Tai casually enjoyed his cucumber salad, he continued, "Transcribing scriptures can aid in stabilizing your soul. In contemporary terms, it helps maintain your mental balance, preventing certain spiritual energies from distorting your psyche. Many spiritual energies possess inherent tendencies that can easily influence those who come into contact with them. While some malevolent energies are exceedingly dangerous, spiritual energy is fundamental to extraordinary beings, also referred to as spiritual power, spiritual chi, chakra, ether, or mana. They all refer to the same essence. The vast majority of supernatural forces derive from this, differing only in acquisition methods and manifestations. Before engaging with spiritual energy, Zhao Hao must first stabilize his soul, or in other words, bolster and enhance his mental capacity. As for the peculiar mental phenomena Zhao Hao experienced while transcribing the scripture, they are merely foundational issues. Once Zhao Hao can effortlessly transcribe an entire scripture without experiencing any mental disturbances, he will have successfully passed this threshold and be ready to access spiritual energy. Earlier, Uncle Tai had calculated that he would have no customers that day, and indeed, the afternoon proved devoid of visitors. However, Uncle Tai did not allow Zhao Hao to continue transcribing. advising that moderation is key and that one must gradually acclimate to the extraordinary realm. In the afternoon, Uncle Tai shared various insights about the extraordinary community, foundational knowledge of the inner world, precautions, and amusing anecdotes, also providing him with a handwritten booklet titled Introduction to the Inner World, authored by Colt Anacandy. This was undoubtedly a product of the Mystical Bureau. Following that were some introductory texts on antique appreciation that Uncle Tai had given him. Becoming an extraordinary being was merely one aspect. Zhao Hao also needed to become an apprentice in the antique shop. Uncle Tai further discussed Zhao Hao's salary, indicating that the Mystical Bureau offered a base salary of 1,500, with potential commissions for participation in future tasks. The antique shop offers a remuneration of $300 monthly for a single lunch, and there are commissions to be earned from engaging in the antique trade. Such compensation is truly commendable. Merely relying on the mysterious agency's base salary, one can amass an annual income of $18,000. This indeed signifies a move towards alleviating poverty and achieving a modest standard of living. It is no wonder that the hefty individual remarked that the mysterious agency essentially supports those extraordinary individuals hailing from unconventional backgrounds, preventing them from resorting to desperate measures due to financial constraints. Furthermore, Zhao Hao currently finds himself akin to a graduate student under the tutelage of a professor. Here, the income is of little consequence, as acquiring skills and mastering the craft are paramount, and perhaps even Uncle Tai may evaluate his performance. No, it should be likened to the more traditional apprentice system of the Song dynasty. He engaged in a transaction with a fellow author, mutually promoting each other's works. Chapter 16. Visiting the antique shop. Although I did not glance at the scripture again that afternoon, until the moment Zhao Hao closed his eyes at night, the enchanting cloud patterns danced vividly in his mind, swaying like jellyfish in their graceful strokes. That evening, the system responded. Diary entry. As an exchange student of the Mysterious Bureau, I have been dispatched to the old iron antique shop for the purpose of study and communication. After a day spent scribbling incomprehensible symbols, my head feels as if it might explode. I yearn for companionship. Unfortunately, this is America, not a place offering substantial scholarships or pairing students with mentors, a hospitable and warm-hearted land. Otherwise, with my status as an exchange student, it would have been a splendid experience. At Uncle Tai's, Zhao Hao did not glean much information. As Uncle Tai stated, he would not allow Zhao Hao to engage with the inner world until he was adequately prepared. However, Zhao Hao's curiosity found satisfaction in the pamphlet compiled by Colt. Compared to the traditional and rule-bound Uncle Tai, the Mysterious Bureau was far more open and eager for fresh blood, willing to let newcomers shoulder additional responsibilities in exchange for more information to garner goodwill. The pamphlet provided a systematic introduction to the inner world, touching upon numerous terms and concepts, such as the ranking of extraordinary beings: mortal, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and star. Each level is further divided into 5 tiers. Ordinary people, or mortals in Eastern terms, awaken their latent spiritual energy to become extraordinary beings. According to the pamphlet, every individual harbors the potential for spiritual energy within, theoretically capable of becoming extraordinary, yet the majority never realize or activate it in their lifetime. The potential varies from person to person, with Zhao Hao possessing a naturally high spiritual sight, indicating a significant potential, rendering him somewhat of a reserve for extraordinary beings. Some individuals even awaken their spiritual energy independently, acquiring unique abilities. Nonetheless, this can be perilous. The text emphasizes the associated dangers and advises immediate contact with Colt. For instance, Zhao Hao, being a seer with heightened sensitivity, possesses the ability to perceive spiritual energy and mysterious entities in a manner incomprehensible to ordinary people. Additionally, Zhao Hao uncovered other critical information, such as the concept of the inner world. This term not only describes the realm of extraordinary beings, but also represents a tangible space relative to the outer world. It is said that the vast majority of extraordinary creatures reside within the inner world, where the concentration of spiritual energy is significantly greater and more vibrant. Furthermore, there are secret realms and strange domains. Secret realms are stable passages connecting the outer and inner worlds, while strange domains are indescribable conceptual spaces, not elaborated upon in the pamphlet. There is also mention of the strange gods, with the pamphlet warning that any information regarding them necessitates immediate communication with the Mysterious Bureau, or one could face charges of treason and crimes against humanity. It seems these beings are quite dangerous. The pamphlet also introduced the term spiritual energy dormancy period. This led Zhao Hao to speculate about the history of the extraordinary in this world. Long ago, it is said that the boundaries between the outer and inner worlds did not exist. Humans and gods cohabited, with extraordinary beings and mortals sharing the same space. However, a powerful entity eventually separated the two realms, causing the spiritual energy tides of the outer world to weaken and become increasingly dormant. Thus, extraordinary beings could no longer thrive in the outer world, akin to saltwater fish stranded in freshwater lakes. Survival was possible, but comfort was not. This ushered in the Age of Mortals. Yet, the tale does not end there. By the 14th century, the concentration of spiritual energy in the outer world plummeted once more, declining for centuries, reminiscent of a bear market. According to Eastern lore, Liu Ji, also known as Liu Bowen, utilized the might of the Hongwu dynasty to enact the dragon-slaying method. Beginning at Kunlun Mountain, he severed the dragon vein of the outer world. Consequently, extraordinary beings above black iron found it nearly impossible to appear in the outer world, as it would be akin to a slow form of suicide. It was not until 70 years ago, or 8 years prior, that the spiritual energy tides in the outer world began to surge again, suggesting a rebound from a nadir. This phenomenon is referred to as the extraordinary resurgence. This implies that increasingly bizarre occurrences will manifest, and extraordinary beings will proliferate. Suddenly, a phrase echoed in Zhao Hao's mind. The wheel of history rolls inexorably forward. Or perhaps, a brand new door is gradually opening. On the following day, Zhao Hao rose early, checked in for 3 fate points, and then purchased breakfast before heading to the antique shop. Although the old bachelor could cook, he likely lacked the motivation, so bringing his own meal spared Uncle Tai the trouble. After breakfast, without prompting, Zhao Hao diligently began tidying up. He did not dare to touch the antiques, but focused on mopping the floor and wiping down the counters. If he wished to learn, he first needed to earn his place as an apprentice, akin to the traditional apprentice system in old society where one would learn martial arts or crafts through such diligence. After all, these skills were essential for one's livelihood. Without a modicum of respect, how could a master impart true knowledge? Once he mentally prepared himself, he began copying scriptures. To the point of dizziness and confusion, he felt even more exhausted than after a week of sleepless nights at an internet CAF. Uncle Tai was quite pleased. The young man is sensible. This is refreshing. Times have changed. Today's youth often prioritize themselves above all else. When faced with indifference, it can be infuriating. Zhao Hao, however, stood out. Uncle Tai began to take a more personal interest in him, shifting from a purely professional demeanor. Of course, Zhao Hao did not remain idle. After several days of familiarizing himself, he took the opportunity to absorb the fate points from 6 different antiques in the shop. 116. He even found a moment when Uncle Tai was busy organizing items in the storage room to strike a playful pose for 10 seconds, successfully checking in. Although there were no fate point rewards for this check-in, it did yield a card. According to the feedback from the fate card system, one must perform specific actions at certain unique locations to check in. Upon successful completion, one can obtain particular cards. Perhaps due to the nature of the antique shop, Zhao Hao received a card related to antiques. Antique Appreciation Monocle, Black Iron 2-star Item Card Antique Appraisal. The wearer can glean information and value about antiques. Note, let's see how much you can deceive others. This item appeared to be a circular lens with a frame and a delicate silver chain, designed to be clipped to the eye socket. It was somewhat uncomfortable yet exuded an air of sophistication. When wearing it, genuine antiques would emit a radiant effect. Judging by the items in Uncle Tai's shop, the more valuable the piece, the more brilliant the glow. Some more contemporary craft antiques would exhibit varied hues, while worthless fakes and recent creations would display a palette of black, white, and gray. With this monocle, Zhao Hao made remarkable strides in antique appreciation, although wearing it for extended periods proved tiring. Upon seeing him donning the monocle, Uncle Tai could not help but mock. "Ah well, you look like a little British gentleman from the last century, all pomp and circumstance." Zhao Hao recalled his heightened spiritual sight and the ability to perceive spiritual light. He inquired of Uncle Tai what those with yin-yang eyes or heavenly eyes could truly see. Uncle Tai dismissed the question with scorn. "Humph. How would I know? I can't see it." Despite Uncle Tai's traditional and somewhat old-fashioned demeanor, Zhao Hao's charm and diligence won him over. Although Uncle Tai may have outwardly ridiculed Zhao Hao's scripture copying skills, comparing them to a worm's crawl, he silently held a favorable opinion of him. Moreover, during the Heidegger incident, Zhao Hao was indeed involved in that sacrificial ritual. Thus, Uncle Tai imparted to him the art of nurturing the strange. The origins of these bizarre entities are elusive, and their peculiar nature constitutes a significant characteristic. Zhao Hao surmised that it must be related to the perilous deity mentioned by Uncle Tai. These strange entities possess extraordinary abilities, albeit most come with severe side effects. Nevertheless, a select few of these entities can indeed be harnessed. Those extraordinary beings who have veered onto a nefarious path attempt to employ various methods to enhance, strengthen, and cultivate these strange entities, collectively referred to as the art of nurturing the strange. Uncle Tai regards this with both disdain and indignation. Some extraordinary individuals, whose minds are infested with fish-like thoughts, endeavor to explore the cultivation of these entities, even striving to become deities themselves. However, these entities are unfathomably bizarre, and such endeavors are destined to be folly, mere pursuits of the mediocre. Those who attempt to nurture the strange without proper knowledge often meet a grim fate at the hands of the very entities they sought to sustain, with their souls becoming sustenance, unable to transcend. Truly, they live to serve and die to cater. As for those who remain distant from you, let us speak of the extraordinary individuals. Generally, we refer to those who can harness spiritual power as extraordinary beings. Among the methods to acquire and enhance spiritual power, some are exceedingly perilous and fraught with significant risks, even traps set by certain terrifying deities. One must tread carefully to avoid straying onto the wrong path. Zhao Hao also learned from Uncle Tai that there are numerous clandestine gatherings within the extraordinary community. Indeed, the public world now hosts many such assemblies, commonly referred to as clubs, salons, varying in scale. Many of these gatherings operate in secrecy, with unclear intentions behind them. We currently inhabit a society devoid of the internet, with landline telephones having only recently gained prevalence. Social interactions and entertainment still adhere to traditional gatherings, soirées, and the like. Consequently, the city is replete with a myriad of clubs, encompassing dance, literature, opera, hometown associations, as well as some exclusive secret societies and private clubs. Chapter 17. Huangting Neijing Jing. By Friday the 16th, after Zhao Hao's relentless transcription, he had managed to complete the first page of the arcane cloud scripture. The initial days had indeed been arduous, leading to excessive rumination and even disquieting dreams that left him with a sense of unreality upon waking. However, Zhao Hao had persevered, gradually acclimating to the task, and his reactions had become less pronounced. Although Uncle Tai had not openly praised him, Zhao Hao could discern a sense of satisfaction in his demeanor. Uncle Tai seemed to imply that while the young man's aptitude might be unremarkable, his tenacity and temperament were at least marginally commendable. That day, the shop finally secured a substantial transaction. In preceding days, the shop had seen a mere handful of visitors, most of whom were merely browsing. Even those who sold antiquated items rarely exceeded a paltry 50 in sales. Zhao Hao had begun to fear that the shop would be forced to close its doors. Today's transaction, however, was considerably more gratifying, involving 3 items totaling 200. The middle-aged, balding gentleman in a suit exuded affluence, appearing every bit the accomplished professional. He claimed to have been referred by a long-standing patron who had attested to the shop's higher prices, but also its unparalleled value and authenticity. At Uncle Tai's recommendation, the man had selected 3 antiques: a porcelain vase with a 2-century history from the Great Song Dynasty, a ukiyo-e from Japan, and a European vanity case dating back several decades. The transaction concluded amicably, and the affluent customer departed with evident satisfaction. By this point, Zhao Hao had acquired considerable knowledge of antiques, particularly those in Uncle Tai's shop. The porcelain vase was indeed valuable, with a market price of at least 200. However, the remaining 2 items combined were not worth more than 200, suggesting a profit of at least 800 on the transaction. Even then, Uncle Tai claimed to have offered a discount out of deference to the referring customer, asserting that the total could have easily been 800. Uncle Tai, while dusting a European knight's armor with a feather duster, remarked that he could discern at a glance that such customers were utterly ignorant. He added that they acquired antiques merely to feign sophistication, and that it would be a waste to sell them genuine treasures, as they would not appreciate them. He further elucidated that affluent families often possessed cabinets of curiosities or antique shelves to display historical artifacts, thereby projecting an image of familial heritage and refinement. America, he noted, was still heavily influenced by traditional European values. Uncle Tai then declared that Zhao Hao would receive a commission on the sale, even though he had played a minimal role. That afternoon, Zhao Hao diligently resumed transcribing the scripture, exhibiting unwavering dedication. Uncle Tai nodded approvingly. In recent years, he had taken on a few apprentices, none of whom had lasted more than a month. He had witnessed the restlessness of modern youth. Uncle Tai recalled his youth in the Great Song Dynasty, when the pursuit of Taoism and the study of magic required at least 3 to 5 years of rigorous testing before one could even begin to grasp the basics. In contrast, American youth, even those of Song descent, seemed overly eager to immediately transform into superhumans upon learning of a mystical new world. Zhao Hao, however, was a rare exception, diligently transcribing the scripture without questioning its purpose. After lunch, Zhao Hao tidied up the kitchen and prepared to continue his transcription. He had recently noticed a significant increase in his resilience, with no more backaches, leg pains, or dreams. Uncle Tai called out to Zhao Hao and told him to take a break and let him elucidate the scripture he was transcribing. Upon hearing that Uncle Tai would be discussing the inner world and the scripture he was copying, Zhao Hao was immediately enthralled. He had no idea what he was transcribing. Zhao Hao sat down at the small table, poured tea for Uncle Tai, and awaited his explanation. Uncle Tai took a sip of tea and began by stating that humans were the most intelligent of all beings, and that the human body, particularly the heart, was the most precious. Without humans, all things would lack a foundation, and without a heart, all laws would be difficult to form. He clarified that the heart referred not to the physical organ, but to the mind, and that the mind was the foundation of all laws. Zhao Hao was elated to hear this, thinking that he was copying a secret technique. Uncle Tai, however, quickly dispelled Zhao Hao's hopes, stating that he had no intention of taking him on as a disciple. Zhao Hao lowered his head, realizing that such good fortune was unlikely to befall him. Uncle Tai continued, explaining that the scripture Zhao Hao was transcribing was called the Huangting Neijing Jing, rumored to have been written by Madame Wei Huazuan. Zhao Hao recognized the title. He had heard of the Huangting Jing, one of the classics of Taoism. The Huangting Neijing Jing, he learned, was a scripture of the Shanqing school, which held that the internal organs of the human body were governed by spirits, and that contemplation and visualization could lead to longevity. Madame Wei Huazuan, a female Taoist of the Jin dynasty, had practiced abstinence and cultivated the Tao for many years, serving as a libationer of the Celestial Master's Way and founding the Shanqing school. She had collected numerous Taoist scriptures and secrets, and her Huangting Jing and other works were important classics of early Taoism. In the realm of Taoism, he is revered as the Purple Void Primordial Lord, known as the Lady of Nanyue, and later honored as the founding master of the Shanqing sect. Thus, the classic of the Yellow Court and the Outer Court classic can be regarded as the foundational scriptures of the Shanqing tradition. Uncle Tai gazed into the distance, as if penetrating the walls to behold far-off vistas. His voice was ethereal and elusive, flowing smoothly like a gentle stream. At that time, the celestial beings imparted the classic of the Yellow Court to Lady Wei, instructing her to contemplate it day and night, reciting it countless times, which would enable her to perceive spirits and harmonize the 3 souls and 7 spirits, ultimately granting her longevity and clarity of vision. The 7 signatures of Cloud and Scroll, the 3 caverns scripture states, the classic of the Yellow Court is also known as the Supreme Heart of the Qin, and is further referred to as the Great Emperor's Golden Scripture of Support. In the court of the Great Emperor, this scripture is recited in its entirety. It is inscribed on golden tablets, hence the name Golden Scripture, and is also called the Jade Volume of Donghua. Donghua refers to the palace of Fangzhou, the residence of the Azure Youth of the Eastern Sea. Within it, the celestial officials frequently engage in fasting and chanting, inscribing their verses on jade tablets. Zhao Hao pondered. Does this imply that it is indeed a divine scripture bestowed by celestial beings? Should this be placed within the context of the legend of the swordsman of Shushan, it would surely be considered a tome of celestial significance, akin to a heavenly manuscript. Am I truly transcribing such an exalted text? However, upon turning to the back cover, he noticed the year 1937, published by the New Song Publishing House, an internal publication of the Central Taoist Academy of the Great Song Dynasty, with a small line stating strictly forbidden to circulate externally, and he felt the prestige diminish sharply. This is merely a printed publication. Uncle Tai disregarded Zhao Hao's turmoil and continued. The classic of the Yellow Court is originally a secret doctrine of Donghua. Its characters simple yet profound, simulating the transformation of heaven and earth into one body, elucidating the principle of embodying the divine through internal and external forms. It may sound intricate, yet ultimately it distills down to 4 words: the unity of heaven and man. The term yellow signifies the center, while court refers to the center of the 4 directions. External pertains to the cosmos, and internal to the heart, mind, and spleen. Scenery denotes forms, the imagery of manifestation. The classic of the Yellow Court differentiates between internal and external scenery, with the external representing the myriad phenomena of the universe, such as the sun, moon, stars, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The internal refers to the forms within the body, such as the 5 organs, 6 bowels, sinews, bones, and flesh. When cultivated to a high degree, the heart resides within the body, allowing one to introspect and behold the inner landscapes. In essence, this is a method of internal contemplation and preservation of the spirit. At that moment, Zhao Hao felt a twinge of regret. I am not particularly fearful. Perhaps I should simply let fortune fall from the heavens? Yet, Uncle Tai scoffed with a smile. What? Do you still wish to practice the higher mental techniques? Zhao Hao nodded eagerly. I do. What nonsense. If this were not at Americo, you would have to be cautious even in reading these scriptures. Without merit, lacking in fasting, disregarding taboos, without a lineage, and not within the celestial talismans. If it were merely the reading of the outer court classic, it might be more acceptable. But daring to read the inner court classic would surely invoke heavenly retribution for the crime of stealing sacred texts. At that point, not only would it lack efficacy, but one would also face demonic trials, even divine punishment. It is uncertain whether Uncle Tai's words bore immediate consequence, but Zhao Hao felt a chill at the base of his spine. It seems I have truly embarked on a treacherous journey. Observing the fear in Zhao Hao's wide eyes, Uncle Tai squinted and grinned, laughing heartily. I was merely jesting. It is not so grave. The principles of heaven encompass the universe, yet the celestial laws are impartial, unperturbed by what you study or which scriptures you recite, unless you commit heinous acts against nature or lack great virtue, thereby inviting divine retribution. And the divine path of the great song does not extend so far as to concern itself with such matters. Had it not been for Zhao Hao's rapt attention, he might have missed this crucial statement. Chapter 18. The period of spiritual energy dormancy. If this scripture had been deemed a rare treasure several centuries ago, the prolonged period of spiritual energy dormancy spanning hundreds of years has rendered many once secret teachings rather commonplace, for one simply cannot cultivate them. Uncle Tai slammed the table, exhibiting an expression of profound indignation. Moreover, considering we are currently beyond the borders of the Song dynasty, who would care about such matters? He jested, proclaiming that if one could truly cultivate something solely based on this scripture without any lineage, one could rightfully claim to belong to the Shangqing sect, potentially even being accepted into the sect as a genuine practitioner. However, there exist numerous prohibitions when it comes to truly practicing the scripture, making it imperative to have a master. Practicing recklessly is utterly inadvisable. Yet, recitation serves as an exceedingly effective method of external cultivation, capable not only of directly alleviating certain ailments, but also of warding off evil and providing protection. In the past, when practitioners of the Shangqing sect were isolated in the deep mountains, they relied on scripture recitation to bolster their courage against the ferocity of wolves, tigers, leopards, and other malevolent entities. However, the phonetics of the scripture differ significantly from modern pronunciations, with many characters being self-invented, rendering it impossible to recite without the guidance of a master's secret texts. It is simply beyond comprehension. How could one grasp the essence of the teachings so easily? Zhao Hao exclaimed, I nearly lost my wits. To think that with such a grand reputation, one could cultivate without a lineage and still achieve nothing. It could even lead to disastrous results. No wonder the Shangqing sect remains indifferent. The root cause of this inability to cultivate stems from the so-called period of spiritual energy dormancy. While many abroad refer to this phenomenon, in the context of the Song dynasty and the East Asian sphere, it has become synonymous with a state of utter disconnection. Historical records suggest several instances of this disconnection, from the shattering of Mount Buzhou to the felling of the Jinmu tree, culminating in the last recorded event involving Liu Bowen's dragon-slaying technique. The overall spiritual energy intensity in the manifested world has been in a steep decline for centuries. In the most critical century, bronze-tier extraordinary beings, upon entering the manifested world, experienced spontaneous dissipation of their internal spiritual energy, akin to the diffusion of salt in brine. This effectively severed the possibility of Black Iron tier extraordinary beings remaining in the manifested world. Consequently, the influence of extraordinary beings in the manifested realm diminished to its nadir, ushering in what some mystics refer to as the Age of Mortals. During the period of spiritual energy dormancy, the methods of various sects became increasingly ineffective, rendering the inability to cultivate more pronounced. Regardless of how advanced the scriptures may be, their lack of rarity has led to a gradual dissemination. Furthermore, here in America, the Shangqing sect holds no sway, and even the legendary deities seem powerless in this realm. Thus, transcribing these texts poses no risk whatsoever. Nevertheless, according to Uncle Tai, in recent years, spiritual energy has shown signs of revival, heralded by the inner world as the resurgence of the extraordinary. This began in 1970. In merely 8 years, extraordinary beings have started to emerge once again. Zhao Hao mused. The revival of spiritual energy, I am quite familiar with. Does this mean I have arrived at an opportune moment? On this Sunday, Uncle Tai granted a day off. So Zhao Hao refrained from visiting the shop and instead devoted himself to writing at home. He never anticipated that even in this new life, he would face pressure for updates. The Troubles of Young Robin is a massive hit, although local establishments are not devoid of adult entertainment, with many small theaters and alleys screening provocative films under colorful lights, and bars and dance halls showcasing scantily clad women soliciting business. The end of the Vietnam War has escalated domestic tensions. Coupled with the stagnation in economic growth following a period of prosperity, the youth are engulfed in confusion and indulgence, seeking distraction through various forms of entertainment, living a life of excess. Despite this chaotic environment, Zhao Hao's Lu Xuanda has achieved remarkable sales. According to Go Quan, a total of 23 public middle schools in Queens and Brooklyn are fervently purchasing Young Robin, with many other locations clamoring for copies, some even resorting to hand copying. This is nothing short of a miracle for public schools, where previously students struggled to write even 100 words in a day. This has ignited a wave of enthusiasm for learning among students. What a splendid development. One must commend Go Quan for his cleverness in devising a strategy for various middle schools to act as agents for distribution, providing commissions to the students responsible for selling, showcasing his business acumen. However, this also means that the pressure for updates has intensified significantly. It is estimated that over 10,000 students are eagerly awaiting new chapters. To make matters worse, Go Quan calls Zhao Hao 3 times a day, practically begging him to abandon his unpromising apprenticeship at the antique shop and focus entirely on writing sensational literature. Yet, Young Robin can only be considered a short novella, and Zhao Hao, in a fervent writing spree, has already completed it. Upon learning of its completion, Go Quan was utterly distraught, lamenting as if he had lost a loved one, tugging at Zhao Hao's pant leg, pleading for him to continue writing. There is no way to sever this lucrative stream of income. Indeed, within just a week, Zhao Hao and Go Quan had each pocketed nearly $1,000, an astonishing weekly income. Such opportunities are rare. Thus, in addition to transcribing scriptures, Zhao Hao embarked on a new writing endeavor, determined to craft something more substantial. Perhaps The Dragon Changes with the Wind? Or Chronicles of Ollie Not Big? Inspiration struck. Young Lady White Holy. The Chinese title will be The Pure and Holy Lady White. This can be developed into a series, with ideas flowing like a fountain and creativity bursting forth. Zhao Hao wrote with fervor, producing nearly 10,000 words in just 2 hours. At that moment, the phone rang. Hello? Go. Come on over. I'm home and can show you my new work. Go Quan mentioned he needed Zhao Hao's advice on something related to antiques. Although Zhao Hao had only been studying this field for a week, he couldn't possibly refuse. Approximately 40 minutes later, Go Quan arrived at Zhao Hao's home, riding a creaky old bicycle. Upon entering, Zhao Hao was taken aback, exclaiming, "What happened to your head? Why is there such a large bump?" Go Quan sported a bump the size of a fist on his head. It was an exaggerated sight, akin to a cartoon character. Go Quan, with a mournful expression, lamented, "Don't even mention it. Since you work at the antique shop, I thought I might pick up some cheap items. Perhaps I could find a hidden gem. Yesterday, I actually bought a piece of jade at a low price from a flea market." Zhao Hao inquired, "And then what?" He mused. To inflict such a sizable bump on someone's head, It must have been quite a blow, yet it appears to be merely a surface injury. With such a large bump, Gokwon seems unscathed. Either he has an exceptional tolerance for pain, or that master possesses extraordinary skills. Zhao Hao was aware of this master, known as Zhidian, who resided in a nearby Song-era monk temple called the Falu Temple. This modest temple housed only one monk, Zhidian, who had provided Gokwon with considerable guidance since childhood. It was no surprise that Gokwon held such reverence for Song culture, nearly wishing to exchange his very blood for it. Much of this admiration stemmed from his relationship with the master. Frankly, his influence surpassed even that of his father, whom he had never met. How did you end up with such a bruise? What kind of jade was it? Show it to me. Gokwon pulled a small package from his pocket, producing a jade pendant and placing it in Zhao Hao's hand. Upon inspection, Zhao Hao discerned that the object was an oval-shaped jade pendant, measuring just over 4 centimeters in diameter, with a pale green hue and a smooth texture. Remarkably, Gokwon indeed stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Although Zhao Hao was uncertain about the specific type of jade, he surmised that such an item would fetch no less than $50 in an antique shop, likely sold by some uninformed foreigners. After all, America is one of the only 2 superpowers in the world, and while the Song dynasty remains confined to its modest territory, America boldly stands out. Naturally, the finest treasures from across the globe gravitate towards this nation. However, why did that esteemed monk strike Gokwon? Upon closer inspection, Zhao Hao noticed that the pendant depicted a turtle comfortably resting upon a lotus leaf. The jade, with its inherent cracks and color variations, had been skillfully transformed into a work of art, showcasing the adage of turning waste into treasure. Gokwon, with a look of grievance, rubbed the lump on his forehead and lamented, "I heard that jade nurtures the spirit, and aren't we Song people fond of such things? I offered it to Master Zhidian as a token of gratitude for his continuous care, only to receive a hefty thump on my head." Zhao Hao weighed the pendant in his hand, mimicking Uncle Tai's mannerisms and tone when persuading customers. This jade is indeed of good quality, without flaws. However, the carving is somewhat amiss. A turtle resting on a lotus leaf? That's rather pedestrian, my friend. Such a piece is hardly suitable for wearing. Chapter 19. The Cursed Artifact. Eye of misfortune today, the antique shop of Uncle Tai was bustling, not with sales, but with procurement. Having operated his antique store for many years, he naturally possessed his own channels for sourcing goods. On this day, Zhao Hao accompanied Uncle Tai to a remote warehouse for inventory acquisition. The warehouse was old and spacious, with 7 or 8 robust individuals present. Zhao Hao observed their muscular physiques and unwelcoming gazes, their waists bulging suspiciously, possibly concealing firearms. He had not anticipated that this line of work could be so perilous. However, everything proceeded smoothly. The suspicious-looking men treated Uncle Tai with great respect, and the transaction flowed effortlessly, clearly indicating that they were longtime clients. During their journey, Uncle Tai remarked, "Most of these individuals are not of reputable character. But that is not our concern. We pay, they deliver. These foreigners are adept at plundering treasures from around the globe, leaving no valuable item unexamined. Yet, they lack discernment and fail to recognize true worth. In a sense, we act as robbers who redistribute wealth from the wicked to the needy." Zhao Hao later learned that the backgrounds of these individuals were quite complex, ranging from legitimate antique dealers to criminals, mercenaries, tomb raiders, and even those with military affiliations masquerading as adventurers. Their selling methods were peculiar, akin to purchasing blind boxes. The items they procured came from various parts of the world, with varying ages and values, and due to the questionable origins, they could not follow conventional sales channels. Lacking the expertise to appraise each item individually, a dual-blind purchasing system emerged. Goods were packaged according to origin without being opened, and Uncle Tai purchased 6 large wooden crates for $12,000. Losses were not expected, as these individuals required a reliable outlet for their goods and would not jeopardize their reputation by selling shoddy items. Of course, if one appeared to be a Na'vi target, that could be a different story. Fortunately, seasoned dealers like Uncle Tai need not worry about such matters. Nevertheless, the potential for profit hinged on luck. Sometimes a single item could yield multiple times its value, with the rest considered bonuses. Upon returning, Uncle Tai began to assess the inventory with Zhao Hao, examining each piece meticulously. They quickly uncovered several valuable items, ensuring a profit. The remaining assortment consisted of various modern antiques, ranging from dozens to hundreds of dollars, appealing to the curiosity of most customers visiting the antique shop. Zhao Hao, equipped with an antique appraisal monocle, could discern a wealth of valuable information from the artifacts, origin, age, craftsmanship, and more. Suddenly, a fleeting glimmer caught his eye. Ah, I believe I have encountered this aura before. He paused, startled, and began adjusting his angle to scrutinize the recently opened crate. Noticing Zhao Hao's strange behavior, Uncle Tai inquired, "What are you doing? Twisting your neck?" Zhao Hao collected his thoughts and replied, "Uncle Tai, could you take a look at this? It seems rather peculiar." Uncle Tai set aside a set of European coins and approached. Before Zhao Hao lay a box approximately 20 by 40 centimeters, valued at around $2,000. The contents could not be classified as antiques, but rather as modern artifacts, including small statues, watches, crystal crafts, and porcelain. Overall, the value was modest, with the most expensive item being a set of jewelry. Upon a quick glance, Uncle Tai estimated a potential loss of several $100s. Given the origins and general nature of the items, he held little hope, realizing they were merely local relics from America, lacking any significant value. A thorough appraisal was required, as they might encounter a Navi buyer. However, Zhao Hao's concern was not merely about the value. He was intently scrutinizing a bead nestled in the corner of the wooden box, supported by tattered velvet. The bead appeared not to be glass, but rather a natural mineral, perhaps crystal or agate. Its translucent quality revealed a hint of red within. Uncle Tai observed Zhao Hao's expression and inquired. Zhao Hao explained, "Uncle Tai, I believe I saw a strange light earlier. I encountered something similar in a previous incident." Upon hearing this, Uncle Tai recognized the manifestation of Zhao Hao's innate ability to perceive the supernatural. He retrieved a flat wooden box from his pocket, revealing two peculiar ancient coins with a diameter of 3 centimeters. He held the coins to his eyes and gazed at the bead within the crate. Indeed, there is something unusual about this. It resembles a cursed object. Step back. I need to investigate further. Before he could finish, he turned to find Zhao Hao had already darted outside the counter, near the door. Had Uncle Tai shouted, Zhao Hao could have bolted out in an instant. It turned out that while Zhao Hao was inspecting the bead with his monocle, he neglected to remove it and, unexpectedly, combined both elements of vision, revealing a line of small text on the bead. Eye of Misfortune, Black Iron, Level 2 Cursed Artifact. The name alone raised significant alarm. Instead of fleeing in panic, he maintained his composure, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Hey, are you trying to escape?" Uncle Tai called out. "Wait," he barked, turning towards the back room, ascending the stairs to retrieve a compass. This compass was intricate, featuring several circles adorned with dense engravings and inscriptions surrounding the central yin-yang symbol. Standing beside the crate, Uncle Tai held the compass aloft, reciting incantations. The circles began to rotate, and the needle pointed unwaveringly toward the bead in the box. It is indeed a cursed object, and a malevolent one at that. After stowing away the compass, he proceeded to the telephone. "Colt, come over. I have received something peculiar." Approximately 20 minutes later, Colt arrived at the antique shop, flanked by 2 men in black suits. He greeted Zhao Hao with a nod and exchanged pleasantries with Uncle Tai. Uncle Tai, in a rush, urged, "No time for small talk. Take it away, quickly." Colt gestured for one of his companions, who produced a silver metal case and carefully placed the entire wooden crate inside. After securing multiple locks, the 2 men cautiously carried the crate outside and loaded it into a black vehicle. Uncle Tai remarked, "I cannot ascertain what this object is, but I know it will bring increasing misfortune to those nearby." After Colt's departure, Uncle Tai's expression grew even more solemn. Zhao Hao cautiously inquired, "Uncle Tai, does its removal still pose a risk? Should we consider a way to dispel the bad luck?" Uncle Tai waved his hand dismissively. "It appears not to be so straightforward." The compass revealed more information. This cursed artifact may be linked to other perilous entities. The resurgence of the supernatural has awakened many dormant dangers. However, since the Bureau of Mysteries has sealed it away, it no longer concerns us. Indeed, the Bureau of Mysteries compensated them with $500 and a banner of honor. They provided $3,000, with Uncle Tai allocating $500 to Zhao Hao. Furthermore, Zhao Hao was considered a temporary employee of the Bureau, earning 10 merit points, which could be exchanged for resources within the Bureau. This object was known to induce unpleasant hallucinations in those who lingered nearby, resulting in declining fortune and, ultimately, misfortune and calamity. The Bureau traced the origins of this artifact, uncovering 8 incidents, the earliest dating back 2.5 years. Ordinary individuals exposed to it would suffer adverse effects within 1 to 2 weeks, or even months, leading to dire consequences. Zhao Hao relished his unexpected windfall of $300, feeling a surge of delight. He fantasized about similar opportunities arising in the coming month, envisioning explosive earnings. Uncle Tai directly extinguished his dreams, stating, "Do not expect to amass wealth from this. If you manage to acquire 1 or 2 items in a month, consider it a stroke of luck. This is during a period of heightened spiritual activity and the resurgence of the extraordinary. A decade ago, one might not encounter a single opportunity for years." Zhao Hao felt a sense of regret, only to realize a pressing question. He inquired of Uncle Tai, "Is wealth significant for extraordinary beings?" Wealth, undoubtedly, holds importance for everyone. However, Zhao Hao's inquiry pertained to its relevance in enhancing the strength of extraordinary beings. Uncle Tai comprehended Zhao Hao's intent, and the answer was affirmative. The inner and outer worlds are intricately interconnected, making it difficult to separate them. Precious metals and jewels are equally vital resources in the inner realm, serving as essential consumables. Many precious metals and various gemstones inherently possess spiritual essence, often being regarded as resources and necessities. Thus, they function as standard equivalents in the extraordinary world. In a cheerful mood, Uncle Tai elaborated further. In ancient times, Taoists utilized furnaces to refine gold and stones, concocting elixirs in hopes of achieving immortality. The art of transmuting stone into gold emerged from this practice. According to the records of the Grand Historian, the belief was that immortals consumed gold and drank pearls, living in harmony with the heavens. Those who ingested gold enjoyed longevity akin to gold, and those who consumed jade experienced a lifespan comparable to jade. Tell me, is wealth unimportant? In a year or so, you too shall awaken your spiritual energy, that is, your latent abilities. In the course of your cultivation, the pursuit of spiritual energy will necessitate considerable financial resources. Accumulate slowly. It seems that even extraordinary beings cannot escape the mundane demands of life. The consumption only escalates. Each year, 1/14 of the mass of gold is ground away. This is known as wear and tear. Consequently, the 14 billion ounces of gold circulating worldwide incurs a loss of 1 million ounces annually. This million ounces of gold transforms into dust, dispersing into atoms light enough to be inhaled and exhaled. Such inhalation weighs heavily upon one's conscience, engaging in a chemical reaction with the soul, leading the affluent to become arrogant and the impoverished to adopt a fierce demeanor. Hugo. Chapter 20. Writing for Survival, Sharing Wealth. Zhao Hao's advancement, June 22nd, the summer solstice. The previous night, Zhao Hao was eagerly anticipating the sign-in for today, much like a child awaiting the unwrapping of Christmas gifts. However, to his dismay, the system remained unresponsive. Early in the morning, Zhao Hao unleashed an angry roar at home, but the system remained silent. Given the brief time he had with the system, there were many things he had yet to comprehend. Though a bit impatient, Zhao Hao was still able to exercise patience and explore things gradually. It wasn't as if he had traversed into a world where his entire family was annihilated, or where deep-seated vendettas awaited retribution, nor was he being relentlessly pursued by enemies. Could it be said that I am fortunate, that I can take my time? Zhao Hao reassured himself. Nonetheless, Zhao Hao had indeed made progress. He practiced martial arts diligently every morning and evening. The whooshing fist had no fixed routine, simulating all things and embodying the very essence of imagination. After days of training, Zhao Hao had evidently noticed improvements within himself. Even his physical condition had seen a notable enhancement. However, this was not yet reflected in his attributes, perhaps still falling short of a full point. Yet the enhancement was indeed real. Moreover, he had already transcribed a significant portion of the Yunzhuan version of the Huang Ting Meijing Jing. His progress was remarkable. After enduring initial days of mental discomfort, Zhao Hao's adaptability began to improve rapidly. He speculated this was due to his substantial spiritual attribute of 7 points upon his arrival. With 5 points being the average for ordinary individuals, he was 40 above that. Perhaps this was the reason. Even Uncle Tai remarked on Zhao Hao's swift progress. I can see you have some decent talent. June 23rd, Olympic Day. The following day was Saturday, and Gokuan came to visit Zhao Hao. 1. To share a meal, and 2. To discuss their grand ambitions, akin to Lu Xuanda. Gokuan chuckled with a silly grin, causing the waiter to raise an eyebrow in concern, wondering if he had perhaps indulged too much. Were it not for Zhao Hao, A gentleman from Song. That lad would surely have been asked to leave. Given the prejudices against black individuals, he appeared rather eccentric at first glance. Zhao Hao promptly kicked his calf. Hey, do you have something to say? What else with the foolish laughter? Go Quan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, awakening from his daydream. But alas, my words fall short. I was just thinking, perhaps I should give it a try as well. My writing isn't half bad. Go Quan's eyes widened in anticipation as he looked at Zhao Hao, seeking his support and affirmation. Goodness, you've already matured into a seasoned Go Quan. It's time to learn to craft your own words. Zhao Hao leaned back with a playful smirk. This expression seems familiar. Indeed, whenever Go Quan sees something promising, he wishes to try it out, always wearing this expression. Just like that time he got beaten up by a mob. But what could he say? It was akin to a friend suddenly announcing they had begun writing web novels and asking for your opinion. What could you possibly say? Not bad, keep it up. You'll surely succeed. The editor simply lacks vision. Change websites, and you'll be a hit. This generation of readers has poor taste. Perseverance leads to victory. No worries. That stuff isn't written by humans. Let us go play some games. Did you bring it? Show me what you've written. Zhao Hao took a notebook from the overly excited Go Quan, who seemed to envision himself as a best-selling author in America. Well, one could understand. Everyone has their beginnings. However, upon seeing Go Quan's handwriting, Zhao Hao realized that English could indeed be written in such an illegible scrawl. Your penmanship qualifies you for a position in a hospital. Just deciphering the handwriting required immense effort, akin to a test of endurance. Zhao Hao felt this was comparable to Yunzhuan. After a few moments of silence, Zhao Hao stared at the notebook, while Go Quan gazed at him with hopeful eyes, and the waiter looked at Go Quan as if he were a lunatic. The atmosphere grew tense. After about 3 minutes of silence, Zhao Hao took a deep breath and hesitantly spoke. Doesn't this sentence seem a tad problematic? The male protagonist, with both arms severed, is weeping helplessly, tears rolling down like Lanzhou noodles. Crying out, "Why am I mute?" Zhao Hao knew there was a Lanzhou noodle shop run by a gentleman from Shandong near Go Quan's home. However, the description of tears rolling like Lanzhou noodles was still quite jarring. What a striking imagination. Severed arms and tears resembling Lanzhou noodles. The imagery was vivid. Go Quan responded, "There's nothing wrong with that. This is the tragic fate of the male protagonist. A rise from despair." Go Quan had worked diligently. How could Zhao Hao be so harsh? Everyone has their first attempt, after all. Zhao Hao inhaled deeply, revealing an ethereal smile. At this moment, the waiter observed the scene and began to panic. Oh no, another one gone mad. Zhao Hao continued, "All right, the mute male lead is established. What about the female lead?" Go Quan slammed the table. The female lead was blinded after being dazzled by luxury car headlights all night. This scene was clearly his pride and joy, his excitement palpable. Zhao Hao's expression was one of disbelief. Go Quan continued unabated. "Moreover, I believe I have crafted the character of a wealthy tycoon perfectly. What is so good about it?" Zhao Hao was already losing patience. Go Quan waved his hand nonchalantly. He is extravagantly wealthy. The chairman of a cosmic conglomerate, worth 9 trillion. And he is exceptionally gentle. Just look. For his girlfriend's birthday, he launched 3 atomic bombs in celebration. He even said he'd do it again next year. Zhao Hao felt his sanity beginning to unravel. 42 abs? Is that even human? He recalled the imagery of a human centipede. Oh dear. Laid out horizontally. Go Quan clutched his belly in laughter. Is that a beer barrel? An alcoholic with such a large belly? And look at his girlfriend, so pitiful. An orphan from birth. An orphan? This did align with certain thematic styles. Oh, this was getting interesting. Had I misjudged Go Quan? This was a tale of female reincarnation. It belonged in the realm of women's literature. Zhao Hao exclaimed, "Is this a tug of war?" Winky face. Before long, the woman became an orphan. Zhao Hao added, "We might need to host a grand Ivan celebration for this." I'm losing it, completely lost. Zhao Hao awkwardly wiggled his toes, nearly tearing through his shoes. The waiter, who had been eavesdropping, was also at a loss. It seemed as if he had witnessed something extraordinary, his spirit shaken and polluted, leaving him dazed and on the verge of collapse. Please spare the novel. The readers are innocent. Primarily, I fear that you might be viciously attacked by some enraged readers on the street. Did you not see the waiter nearby, his fists clenched, veins bulging? He had reached his limit. If you uttered another word, he might suddenly spring forth and strike you down. Thus, Go Quan's dreams of literary grandeur sank beneath the waves before they had even begun to sail. to prevent him from being pursued by the local ruffians and schoolchildren. Zhao Hao decisively quashed his literary aspirations. June 25th, Sunday. Zhao Hao acquired double fate points. In the morning, he was invited to the Adams family next door for lunch. Indulging in a sumptuous meal, Elena even performed a dance for him, her grace and elegance illuminated by the sun, as if she were cloaked in divine light. At that moment, Zhao Hao finally understood why ancient emperors were so enamored with singing and dancing entertainment. It was not dull in the slightest, not one bit. Until this moment, Zhao Hao felt that he had finally emerged from the mental pollution inflicted by the words of the survivalist. Zhao Hao mused, "This world is still beautiful. I must remain hopeful." That evening, he intended to indulge in some casual dining when unexpectedly, his portly friend called. "The goods have been sold. It's time to split the earnings." "What goods?" Zhao Hao was taken aback, suddenly recalling. "Indeed, that time when my hefty friend mentioned selling the heart of the fused corpse of those sisters, and that I would receive my share." "Goodness, you're serious, my friend? Such commendable loyalty." The portly man tilted his head back, squinting his eyes and curling his lips, embodying the camaraderie of the Liao Bei region, well known to all. The heart of the fused corpse was worth about $2,000, and with some fragments from Heidegger, they totaled $2,800, from which Zhao Hao received $1,400. It felt somewhat akin to trafficking in human organs. But who cares? Monsters possess no human rights. The location chosen by his friend was a modest song restaurant tucked away in an alley, not large in size and rather obscure. The couple running it were both in their 40s and appeared quite affable. They ordered several dishes, and as the portly man shoveled food into his mouth, he lamented, "I've been here for nearly a year, and I've finally found an authentic song restaurant. Those overly sweet dishes they claim are song cuisine would earn a hefty slap from me. Look at this place. You must have meat that's both fatty and lean. Observe this splendid 3-layered pork. Excellent meat. Come, let us eat." Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference. Hometown cuisine is indeed the most delectable. As for the portly man, Zhao Hao had nearly forgotten about this affair until he realized that his friend truly came through with the payment. He indeed was a man of principle. He would cultivate this friendship further. What Zhao Hao did not anticipate was that this stroke of good fortune was far from over. Shortly after returning home, he felt drowsy when suddenly the fate card system responded. Confused, he focused and discovered that he had leveled up. Could it be due to his diligent training in martial arts? Yet, he had primarily practiced kicking the groin of a mule. He advanced to Mortal 2-star and received 100 fate points. Each star at the Mortal level grants 100 fate points. Now, Zhao Hao had accumulated 557 fate points, and the prospect of reaching 900 for a tenfold draw was within reach. Adventure Diary. I am wealthy. I am wealthy. I have leveled up. I have leveled up. The diary was in a frenzy. Chapter 21. The Curse of the Gypsy Matron. On this particular day, Zhao Hao was engrossed in the meticulous task of tallying the accounts. As the month end approached, suddenly, the bell above the door jingled, drawing his attention. Upon looking up, he beheld a tall, slender man enter, his posture slightly hunched. Most strikingly, Zhao Hao perceived a wisp of black smoke flicker above the man's head. Had this been before his extraordinary journey, Zhao Hao would have surely dismissed it as an optical illusion. Yet, given his recent encounters with the unusual, he recognized this was no mere figment of his imagination. It was likely that this man was entangled with some form of supernatural power. "Greetings, welcome to the antique shop," Zhao Hao offered. "How may I assist you?" The man appeared disheveled and despondent, his hair unkempt, eyes bloodshot and clouded, with pronounced bags beneath them. Were it not for the tailored suit he wore, Zhao Hao might have mistaken him for a homeless drifter. He looked as though he had endured several sleepless nights and the aftermath of multiple hangovers. During his university days, Zhao Hao had a classmate who had spent 2 weeks in an internet CAF, yet he had never looked this haggard. I wish to sell some items." The man stammered, his voice raspy yet calm, devoid of the signs of intoxication or drug-induced euphoria. Zhao Hao felt a measure of relief. Although the area was relatively safe due to good community governance, one could not be too cautious. After all, this was America. Beneath the counter in front of Zhao Hao lay a shotgun, a reminder of the precariousness of their environment. Just days prior, a nearby convenience store had been vandalized by an inebriated man during dinner hours, resulting in the theft of several goods. Fortunately, the thief was apprehended shortly thereafter by vigilant neighbors, who administered a thorough beating before handing him over to a group of intimidating local gang members. Indeed, Gangs existed within the community, a reality that was scarcely surprising in contemporary America. Unless a significant event occurred, the authorities were often powerless against the underworld. According to Uncle Tai, aside from the Song Clan's Red Door in Liberty City, there were also factions of the Japanese, the Italian mafia, and local drug cartels, making for a complex tapestry of organized crime. Perhaps small items, like jewelry or coins, Zhao Hao mused, spotting a few collectible silver coins among the man's possessions, sensing a profitable transaction. However, his primary concern remained the black smoke hovering around the man. "Uncle Tai, we have a customer," Zhao Hao called out. His time in the business was still limited. While he could handle sales, he lacked the acumen to appraise items. Uncle Tai soon emerged from the back room, nodding slightly as he approached. "Let me see," he said. Zhao Hao handed over the iron box, cradled in a white towel to protect it, and Uncle Tai accepted it cautiously. Zhao Hao exchanged a glance with him, both aware that something was amiss with the man before them. It was prudent to exercise caution. As Uncle Tai examined the coins and insignia laid out on the counter with a bamboo skewer, he remarked, "These appear to possess some value." This trio consists of silver coins issued during the 18th century when the English colonized this region. Although they are considerably worn, each could fetch around $40 in today's market. This is a fine piece of ancestral heritage. Despite being only 2 centuries old, America itself has only been a nation for 200 years. This qualifies as a rare local artifact, indeed. Observing the man's disheveled state, Uncle Tai surmised that he must have encountered significant hardship. The man's lips parted, and he spoke in a hushed tone, "I need money. Please, offer me a price." Uncle Tai nodded and instructed Zhao Hao, "Prepare some tea." He then guided the man to a small table where they could converse and negotiate prices. Uncle Tai exuded an air of authority and trustworthiness, and, given the man's evident distress, he soon drew out a wealth of information from him. Once the man departed, Zhao Hao shook his head in disbelief. Surely, his ancestors were officers at the founding of this nation? How could he have fallen to such depths? "Humph." Uncle Tai scoffed derisively. "This country is devoid of compassion. Did you not hear him? A month ago, he was a successful white-collar worker with a well-to-do family. But after a sudden upheaval, he found himself on the brink of bankruptcy. His wife and daughter are currently hospitalized, and he is compelled to sell everything he can. By the way, what was the significance of your glance earlier?" Uncle Tai inquired. Zhao Hao recounted the peculiar black smoke he had observed above the man's head, describing it as thick as an arm and swaying before it vanished in an instant. "I suspect it is not a good omen." Uncle Tai stroked his chin thoughtfully. "According to Mr. Nelson, it seems his family has been cursed of late. His wife crashed the car into a telephone pole, and due to circumstances beyond their control, the insurance company refuses to pay. His daughter inexplicably fell down the stairs and is now critically injured in the ICU. A once stable household is disintegrating before our eyes. Coupled with the black smoke you witnessed, this is hardly a normal situation." Indeed, Uncle Tai had also scrutinized Mr. Nelson upon receiving Zhao Hao's cue. In the realm of the Song clan, those who possessed extraordinary abilities were often referred to as practitioners, adept in various skills. Uncle Tai, knowledgeable in physiognomy, noted that Mr. Nelson bore a darkened brow, an omen that might suggest ties to the underworld. "I shall contact Colt and have them investigate," he decided. As a collaborator with the Bureau of Mysteries, Uncle Tai knew many such operatives existed throughout Liberty City, dedicated to minimizing the interference of the supernatural and practitioners with the lives of ordinary citizens. After placing the call, Colt confirmed that agents would be dispatched to look into Mr. Nelson's situation. A little over 2 hours later, while Zhao Hao was engaged in his studies, his phone rang. It was Colt. "Zhao Hao, your suspicions were correct. The man exhibits signs of psychic energy. According to my agents, it seems to be connected to an elderly woman, a gypsy matron. However, she passed away a fortnight ago." Colt was somewhat exasperated. He held no fear of the supernatural elderly. Most practitioners today were not formidable forces, and many had met their end at the hands of bullets. Yet, this matron had already found peace. What were they to do? Clearly, Mr. Nelson was suffering from the effects of the gypsy's curse, which had not dissipated with her death. Instead, it seemed to have intensified, leading to further misfortunes for his wife and daughter following the matron's passing. This situation could not be ignored. Who knew how dire the consequences could become? It was akin to having an ailment. One must seek treatment without delay. Yet, dealing with a deceased matron posed its own challenges. Thankfully, as the saying goes, one problem does not trouble two masters. Colt decided to enlist Uncle Tai as assistance. After pondering for a moment, Uncle Tai agreed. He hung up the phone and turned to Zhao Hao. Perfect timing. Consider this an opportunity for you to gain experience. Go and witness for yourself. Chapter 22. The folded yellow paper dog. As the sun set behind the western hills, the evening glow began its retreat into darkness. In the antique shop of Old Iron, Zhao Hao wore a mournful expression. Uncle Iron, to be honest, I am not particularly eager to participate in the internship. I feel that gaining experience is still premature. My understanding does not hinge on this fleeting moment. Perhaps I should wait for another occasion. Uncle Iron, with his arms crossed and a stern face, retorted, as practitioners of our kind, how can we afford to hesitate? Hurry up, delay no longer. If one were to call out, Sword, come forth, fly with me. At this moment, it would truly be a spectacle, my old friend. Zhao Hao, feeling helpless, pleaded, is there not some protective talisman or artifact you could bestow upon me? It would grant me a sense of security. Uncle Iron rolled his eyes, none whatsoever. Zhao Hao gazed at the yellow paper dog and the white paper horseman he held in his hands, tears almost spilling over. You expect me to confront extraordinary events with these two trinkets? That old lady might very well have risen from the dead. At the very least, could you not provide me with something more substantial? Uncle Iron had indeed given him prior instructions. When the time comes, you must do this and that. Yet, as the night deepened, Uncle Iron declared, the hour has come. You must set forth. Zhao Hao exclaimed, what? Am I heading to the execution ground? Uncle Iron realized he might have misspoken. Zhao Hao had always been cautious about his life, and this suggestion might prompt him to flee. He quickly offered reassurance. Fear not. I have consulted the omens. It will be uneventful. Go forth. You shall be fine. Resolute, Zhao Hao thought. Well, it is too late to turn back now. As he stepped out, Uncle Iron called after him. Do not lose that paper man and paper dog. Uncle Iron had not sent Zhao Hao unprepared to assist Colt. He shared his suspicions. It is likely that Nelson has been cursed by the gypsy woman. The specific nature of the curse remains unknown. However, she is probably just of low rank, and given that the awakening of spiritual energy has only occurred in recent years, she likely never successfully cast a spell in her earlier life. The resurgence of spiritual energy combined with her resentment at death has intensified the curse's lethal impact. Such low-tier curses typically require a medium. Much like the practices of the Song dynasty, they necessitate items such as hair or nails from the target, which are then used in rituals day and night. However, in this case, it seems the misfortune has befallen his wife and daughter, leading Uncle Iron to suspect a different method. Perhaps the medium was covertly placed within Nelson's home, a method that is difficult to trace since the medium's identity remains unknown. Upon arriving at the address provided by Colt, it was nearing 8 in the evening. The streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the houses as their lights began to twinkle. Colt and several men in black suits stood idly outside a residence, chewing gum in boredom. This was Nelson's home. We had already investigated the gypsy woman's residence, which had been reclaimed by the bank and cleared out, revealing nothing of note. Our brief search of this house yielded no results from the spiritual energy detector, likely due to minimal energy fluctuations or specific conditions for activation. Before arriving, Colt had briefed Uncle Iron and Zhao Hao on their findings. Nelson was a department head at a private bank. The elderly woman had fallen behind on her mortgage payments and sought a few months' extension to avoid losing the house she had inhabited for most of her life. Unfortunately, her credit rating was poor and her health was deteriorating. To mitigate risk, Nelson had denied her request for an extension. After all, the bank's board showed no mercy, and Nelson did not wish to risk losing his position. Enraged, the old woman confronted Nelson in the garage, not only berating him but also spitting out thick phlegm. In the following 2 weeks, Nelson's condition worsened. He experienced nightmares, although he had endured work-related stress before. However, it escalated when, half a month ago, his wife claimed to have seen a terrifying shadow, and both his wife and daughter began suffering from nightmares. Then, due to negligence, his boss ruthlessly fired him. Shortly thereafter, while he was preoccupied with caring for his wife, his daughter fell down the stairs and also ended up in the ICU. This all transpired within a mere 4 to 5 days. Even with insurance, the situation was dire. What was once a relatively prosperous family now found themselves in a precarious predicament. Colt rubbed his nose and stated, "We must resolve this matter swiftly. Based on my experience, if we delay, it could lead to the deaths of Nelson's wife, daughter, and perhaps even himself. It could spiral out of control. Who knows what that old lady has unleashed?" Zhao Hao nodded. understanding that the Bureau of Mysteries was not merely there for the safety of the Nelson family, but to maintain stability in the ordinary world and curb extraordinary occurrences. This was how it often played out in films. Colt chuckled. Rest assured, Nelson is currently undergoing our investigation at the hospital. He cannot be present. Xiao Hao nodded, stepping into the house. It was a typical two-story home with an attic, significantly larger than his own. However, if matters were not resolved properly, the bank would soon reclaim it. Xiao Hao had only begun his studies a month prior and had only scratched the surface of the extraordinary realm. He was hardly knowledgeable about such matters. Yet, now he represented Uncle Iron, providing technical support to the Bureau of Mysteries, and could not afford to bring shame upon himself. Xiao Hao, being quite prideful, held his head high, adopting a serious demeanor, leading Colt to believe he had truly mastered some abilities. Colt mused, could it be that this lad has acquired some power so swiftly? Following Uncle Iron's earlier instructions, Xiao Hao tossed the folded yellow paper dog onto the ground, reciting a rhyme. From the south came a llama, holding 5 pounds of fish. From the north came a mute, with a trumpet at his waist. The rapid-fire chant left Colt, fluent in song dialect, baffled, sensing an unexplainable profundity in it. In truth, Uncle Iron's original advice had been simple. Just throw the paper dog and say a few words. Xiao Hao had taken the liberty to embellish it. Suddenly, the paper dog quivered on the ground and grew, transforming into a yellow paper dog over a meter long. A layer of spiritual energy enveloped the paper dog, bringing it to life as a vibrant, animated creature, a Chinese rural dog. Colt and the men in black suits stood in astonishment. Though spiritual energy had been revitalized in recent years and various mysterious events had begun to emerge, witnessing the direct animation of a paper dog was a first for them. The men in black, who had donned sunglasses for an air of mystery, looked as if their eyes might pop out in disbelief. Inwardly, Colt elevated his assessment of Uncle Iron several notches. He had known that Uncle Iron held a high status among practitioners and possessed considerable strength, but he had not anticipated such prowess. Consequently, his regard for Xiao Hao also rose significantly. In less than a month, he has already engaged in such extraordinary magic. Xiao Hao truly possesses exceptional talent. Little did they know, Xiao Hao himself was on the verge of exclaiming, Uncle Iron, you could have given me a heads up about how wondrous this was. I had no idea. He realized that his understanding of Uncle Iron had been far too superficial, meriting a much higher estimation. This was no mere wandering scholar of the mystical arts or a folk magician. The esteemed successors of the prominent Song dynasty clans are not as formidable as one might presume. Fortunately, Xiao Hao possesses remarkable mental fortitude, maintaining his composure during a critical moment. He cleared his throat gently and remarked, Da Huang, go investigate and see if anything seems amiss. The paper MCH dog, taken aback, responded, did you call for me? Nevertheless, being astute, Da Huang nodded affirmatively and began to sniff around indiscriminately. Before long, the dog seemed to have unearthed a clue, leading him up the stairs to the second floor. Barking excitedly, Da Huang announced his discovery of a brass coin behind the door of the children's room. The coin was somewhat tarnished, suggesting it had aged considerably. Xiao Hao, having honed his skills over the years, immediately recognized it as a large copper coin from a caravan. A privately minted currency once circulated among the gypsies. Such coins are scarce and lack substantial value, making them unlikely to be counterfeit. It must be authentic. Thus, it became evident that this object was the catalyst for the curse placed upon the Nelson family by the gypsy matron. Xiao Hao unexpectedly discovered that the coin possessed points of fate. Initially hesitant to handle such an item due to safety concerns, he now felt compelled to take the risk. He picked up the coin. 10 points of fate. At that moment, Colt noticed his action and urgently exclaimed, put that down. It's dangerous. The cloaked figures behind them hastily opened a small carrying case, revealing an enigmatic silver alloy adorned with peculiar black engravings, a marvel of techno-fantasy aesthetics. The coin was delicately placed into the case by tweezers, and all proceeded smoothly. Colt could not help but grumble. Today's youth are so reckless. Do you have any idea how many agents we lose each year in the line of duty? Be more vigilant in the future. Xiao Hao, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. Just as he had touched the coin, he had glimpsed fragments of its past. He recalled how Mrs. Nelson had discovered the coin while doing laundry, pondering its significance before experiencing a hallucination that led her to collide with a lamppost. Subsequently, their young daughter found the coin, played with it, and tragically slipped down the stairs. It was indeed this object. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Hao could not restrain himself from asking, "Colt, is this sufficient?" A recommendation for a friend's book, Treasure Hunting Begins in Britain, authored by the Viscount of Blue and White Porcelain, is worth exploring. He is now a prominent figure in our circle. Everyone should take a look. Chapter 23. The Paper Man and the Corpse. Uncle Tai remarked that if the curse was not resolved swiftly, it was likely that Nelson and his wife and daughter would not survive. Colt tore open a piece of chewing gum and began to chew in silence. To be frank, the responsibility of the Mysterious Bureau is to suppress extraordinary events and the influence of the otherworld, rather than to assist ordinary people. It is somewhat akin to helping an elderly lady in the Celestial Empire. There are no benefits if all goes well, but if things go awry, one may find themselves embroiled in lawsuits and extortion. At that moment, one might wish for time to reverse, to simply stand by and applaud. Colt's predicament was understood by Zhao Hao, who refrained from offering advice or urging him. The two agents in black beside him exchanged glances, awaiting their leader's command. The autonomy of the branch of the Mysterious Bureau was substantial, yet the consequences of all actions were undeniably significant. Colt furrowed his brow and looked around, his gaze landing on a family photograph of the Nelsons displayed in the hall. He spat out the gum and inquired of Zhao Hao, "Did Uncle Tai mention how to handle this situation?" In that instant, Zhao Hao felt as though the balding expanse of his forehead was radiating with light. "You. Go and chase away the old man watching the cemetery. Do not let him interfere. You two start digging." At that moment, Colt, Zhao Hao, and several agents from the Mysterious Bureau found themselves in a humble public cemetery. This cemetery was located in a remote area, its age evident, with many headstones and crosses eroded by the elements. Spanning a vast expanse, it concealed the remains of thousands. Yet only a drunken old man was present to oversee a modest structure. What a rare spectacle of confusion. Indeed, a true graveyard keeper. The black-clad agents began to take turns digging, targeting the grave of the gypsy woman. If the coin was not handled properly, it was almost certain that the family would meet a grim fate. Although Uncle Tai had little knowledge of gypsy magic, such spells invariably possessed a common trait: backlash. As long as the altar was destroyed or the cursed medium was disposed of in some manner, the spell could be broken, resulting in severe repercussions for the caster. Uncle Tai's expression had been grave, especially with such unsanctioned, unorthodox methods. The consequences of mismanagement could be dire. Many who toyed with folk magic without understanding often met unfortunate ends. Uncle Tai had advised Zhao Hao to return the coin to the old woman, directly invoking the spell's backlash. Zhao Hao found this curious. How could a deceased person experience backlash? However, time was of the essence, and he refrained from further questioning. A dull thud resounded as the shovel struck the coffin, the sound indicating a rather thin coffin lid. De Huang, nearby, fixated on the coffin in the pit, his tail motionless, emitted a low whimper. Zhao Hao patted De Huang's head, thinking to himself, "Please don't frighten me." 2 ropes and 4 individuals hoisted the coffin upward. It was a pitiful sight. Even in death, the impoverished were denied dignity. The black-clad agents drove their shovels deep into the coffin seam, prying it open. Zhao Hao felt a surge of anxiety, scarcely daring to breathe. Goodness, I never anticipated engaging in grave robbing. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed as a purple lightning bolt rent the heavy clouds, disappearing as swiftly as it had appeared. Whether the agents were startled by the thunder or not became irrelevant, for with a sudden exertion, the coffin lid was flung far away. In an instant, everyone froze in place, exchanging glances. Eventually, it was Colt, seasoned and brave, who whispered, "Didn't you have a plan? Hurry, it's about to rain." With determination, Zhao Hao seized the gypsy coin and approached the coffin. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the old woman's withered, deformed corpse. It was difficult to describe. While not entirely decayed, there was an unmistakable stench of death. Perhaps she had been wrinkled even in life. Regardless, her face was nearly unrecognizable. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Hao thrust the coin into the old woman's clothing pocket. Just then, a loud crack of thunder resounded. De Huang suddenly barked. A withered hand shot forth, gripping Zhao Hao's wrist. The old woman's eyes fluttered open. My goodness, she has risen from the dead. Zhao Hao nearly stumbled into the coffin in his panic, struggling to pull away, but the corpse's grip on his wrist was unyielding. At that moment, the old woman sat upright, mere inches from Zhao Hao's face, a strange blackish-purple aura swirling around her decaying form. In an instinctive reaction, Zhao Hao swung a punch. But whether it was due to haste or his unaccustomed left hand lacking strength, the blow struck her grotesque, wrinkled visage. Half of her face caved in. Yet she remained unfazed. Colt and the other agents drew their weapons, but with Zhao Hao so close, they hesitated to fire. The corpse's other hand lunged for Zhao Hao's throat, but in a critical moment, De Huang charged forward, sinking his teeth into the old woman's wrist, tugging fiercely. De Huang's strength was remarkable, managing to pull the old woman's arm straight. However, the old woman's mouth gaped wide, as if her jaw had dislocated, resembling a dark void. Her orifice was filled with putrid fluids, bubbling and oozing, utterly revolting. A wave of rancid odor assaulted Zhao Hao's face, nearly causing him to retch. Damn it! Resolute, Zhao Hao ceased his struggles, instead driving forward with force. His right hand landed squarely on the corpse's face, the coin slipping into her mouth. He even lunged fully onto the old woman, pressing her down into the coffin. He intended to cover her mouth with both hands to prevent her from ejecting the coin, but an immense force suddenly hurled him back, spinning him several meters away. Before he could rise, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the coffin, a sound far beyond human capability. At that moment, rain began to pour heavily. Zhao Hao looked up to see the old woman standing upright, her entire body rigid, emerging from the coffin in one swift motion. Following that was a cacophony of gunfire, like the popping of beans. Colt and the others emptied their handguns, yet the bullets merely caused the already lifeless body to shudder momentarily. Colt shouted, "Deploy the plasma energy eliminators." A black-clad agent swiftly drew two peculiar rods from his back, along with a strange device resembling a pesticide sprayer. The metallic rods glowed with an eerie blue light, crackling with electricity, exuding an air of advanced technology. The pesticide-wielding agent advanced toward the corpse, yet despite its staggering movements, the corpse was remarkably swift and immensely powerful, swatting the rods aside with a single motion, sending the agent sprawling. Damn it! Colt had just loaded special ammunition into his revolver and fired 3 rounds. The bullets struck the corpse with impressive immobilizing effect, yet the bullet holes merely smoldered. Flames began to spread, yet the rain doused the incendiary effects, though it did draw the corpse's attention, thus saving the pesticide agent. The corpse abandoned the distant agent, letting out a ghastly shriek as it lunged at Colt. The other agents, loyal to the end, attempted to intervene, only to be knocked aside like bowling pins by the old woman. In a critical moment, De Huang proved invaluable, biting down on the corpse's ankle, slowing her advance. However, Zhao Hao noticed a gash on the back of De Huang, likely inflicted when he had been hurled away and struck by the corpse. At that moment, rainwater seeped in, thoroughly saturating the surrounding papers. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hao rushed forward, executing a soaring kick known as the Mighty Dragon's Flight, which landed squarely on the old woman's sunken chest, nearly toppling her. He then followed up with a fierce elbow strike to the corpse's face, succeeded by a devastating kick. Yet, he was soon sent flying over 3 meters by the corpse's powerful arms. The corpse stood there like an ancient tree, impervious to bullets and blows, as if it were a secret weapon of some sort. Suddenly, Zhao Hao recalled the paper figure that Uncle Tai had given him, along with his words, in critical moments. Cast out the paper figure. Zhao Hao swiftly extracted the paper figure and hurled it into the air, shouting, "Uncle Tai, help me." Uncle Tai, in the antique shop, was quietly standing against a wall when he abruptly opened his eyes, forming a hand gesture and calling out urgently. Zhao Hao's paper figure, which depicted a mounted warrior, billowed in the wind and transformed mid-air into a knight clad in silver armor, riding a white steed. With bow drawn, he shouted, "Behold the arrow." A brilliant light pierced through, striking the corpse squarely in the forehead, causing it to fall backwards, even the strongest of men unable to restrain it. Uncle Tai glanced at the wall calendar in the antique shop, noting the date, June 29th, 1978, the 24th day of the 5th lunar month. A day ill-suited for moving graves or disturbing the earth. He tore off that page and awaited another day. Meanwhile, at the cemetery, Colt found himself in a dire predicament. Several men in black were caked in mud, fortunate that none were injured. He looked down at his silver suit, now reeking from the unknown substances the corpse had expelled during its resurrection. Even the torrential downpour could not mask the stench. This was my favorite suit, and dry cleaning would cost at least $20. Just as he was about to confront Zhao Hao, the instigator of this chaos, he saw Zhao Hao cradling the now waterlogged yellow paper dog, weeping uncontrollably. "De Huang, you were my only companion. I never expected that today. An elder would send off a young dog. De Huang, you sacrificed for this country." One of the men in black removed his sunglasses, wiping his eyes, and gently patted Zhao Hao's shoulder, offering consolation. He was a hero. Colt swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Chapter 24. Clocking into the mysterious bureau task completed. Unfortunate coin, 35 fate points. After expending such considerable effort, I only acquired 35 fate points. However, it's understandable. If I had truly wielded the dragon-slaying blade, it would have merely taken a few strokes. The primary reason for this limitation was the presence of Colt and his companions, which hindered my full potential. With 592 fate points, I must press on. Though Colt chose to meddle, it soon became evident that the corpse of that elderly lady had indeed risen, a truly extraordinary occurrence. He had made the right call. Additionally, with no casualties, the process was rather uncomplicated. Zhao Hao received a reward of 1,500 coins and an additional 20 merit points. Curious, Zhao Hao inquired about the purpose of these merit points. "Oh, for what good things are they used?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao felt invigorated. Considering the previous incident with the Eye of Misfortune, he now possessed a total of 30 merit points. Colt, stuffing a donut into his mouth, remarked, "With your meager merit points, it's best to save your energy." He then departed with his coffee. Zhao Hao lingered in the lounge for a moment, and noticing the absence of others, he was struck by a mischievous thought. Rising, he assumed a forward-leaning stance. The last time he visited, he had been advised that clocking in was permissible. However, he had refrained from acting recklessly then. This was an excellent opportunity. Zhao Hao settled back down, nibbling on cookies while secretly reveling in his good fortune. Surely, the female agent who had first attended to Zhao Hao chuckled as she observed him reviewing the surveillance footage. Zhao Hao certainly possesses a childlike spirit. A nearby group of agents nodded in agreement. Black iron 1-star item card equipped. Conceals and confounds your information, rendering you difficult to detect, foresee, or predict. Note, you cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. A badge, roughly the size of a 1 yuan coin, appeared in Zhao Hao's hand, complete with a pin for attaching to clothing. The description, as vague as that of the colorful ropes, indicated that it was merely a black iron 1-star item. This object, was it simply meant to be worn? Its effectiveness remained uncertain. This day had certainly been extraordinary. Not only had he battled the elderly lady, but he had also endured the rain. Particularly, his wrist had caused him such discomfort that it woke him in the middle of the night. Upon switching on the light, he was astonished to find a sizable bruise in the shape of a handprint. The following day at the shop, his right hand was nearly powerless. Fortunately, Uncle Tai had a remedy. He prepared a bowl of potent white liquor, ignited it, and then, using the flames, began to massage Zhao Hao's wrist. The fiery liquor sizzled on his wrist, and once the flames extinguished, the bruise vanished, and the pain subsided. Remarkable. Zhao Hao smiled broadly. "Uncle Tai, how adept are you at crafting paper figures and origami? Do you think I might learn from you?" Uncle Tai cast him a sidelong glance, placing 3 incense sticks into the burner. "You? Not a chance. Why not? I can change," Zhao Hao retorted. "Most techniques require awakening the qi, or spiritual energy. As a mere mortal, you cannot learn it. In essence, you must transcribe scriptures." According to Uncle Tai, during the Song Dynasty, practitioners typically trained for years. It was only now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, that Zhao Hao had a chance to awaken his powers through simple scripture copying. Had this been during a period of spiritual dormancy, even those of exceptional talent would have needed a decade of arduous training to even scratch the surface. Over the years, these extraordinary beings had primarily relied on martial prowess to navigate the world. At most, they engaged in simple energy cultivation. With the advent of modern firearms, it nearly rendered the extraordinary obsolete. Furthermore, the art of paper figures was fraught with taboos, such as avoiding sunlight and water, merely minor paths. Uncle Tai claimed to follow folk magical teachings, which broadly encompassed various unorthodox sects, such as the Chumasien of northeast China, Luban methods, Maishan teachings, and the practices of folk sorcerers. Yet, Zhao Hao remained skeptical, convinced that Uncle Tai's teachings must have roots in Taoist traditions, as evidenced by the ancestral deity he honored, Lingbao Tianzuan. Moreover, Uncle Tai's insights and demeanor bore the hallmarks of a grand sect. Perhaps he had his reasons for concealing his lineage. Although Zhao Hao believed that the paper figure and horse techniques were lost to time, Uncle Tai nevertheless conveyed the significance of the path of the extraordinary. Countless practitioners existed in the world, with hundreds of recognized schools within the borders of the Song dynasty alone and thousands of uncounted folk paths. Across various nations, the number of extraordinary schools of thought was innumerable. However, practitioners could typically only pursue one path. Once a path was chosen, many restrictions followed. Uncle Tai illustrated this with an analogy. If a Christian cleric embarked on the path of the ecclesiastical order, they would essentially be unable to learn the art of paper figures and horses due to the vast differences in methodology. Ultimately, Uncle Tai advised Zhao how to seek Colt's introduction to a shooting club. While spiritual energy is revitalizing and extraordinary beings are slowly recovering, firearms remain more effective at lower levels. You should practice more. It won't hurt. Thanks to Colt's introduction, the shooting club owner offered a discount. Zhao Hao was to dedicate several hours each week to fire a few rounds. Exhilarating. From his observations of the mysterious bureau, it was evident that firearms could typically resolve issues. At least, that had been the case in the past. One could imagine that as the mysterious bureau grew increasingly active, the combat capabilities of those at the Black Iron stage would rapidly elevate, and the threat posed by firearms would diminish accordingly. For instance, during the incident with the reanimated elderly lady, Colt and his group had left in disarray. The following day marked the end of the month, signifying quintuple sign-in rewards. On the third day, Zhao Hao performed commendably, achieving 520 points. A total of 612 fate points. What a delight! To his surprise, a new feature emerged at the month's end, akin to the weekly report, but distinctly a monthly report. July 1978 Monthly Report. July is the month of plant growth, where flora will flourish abundantly and nature-related extraordinary abilities will receive a significant enhancement. The diary recorded his daily activities and achievements. The weekly report detailed the changes in his surroundings over the week. This monthly report seemed to articulate the operational patterns of the entire world, yet it appeared to hold little practical value. After witnessing Uncle Tai's paper figure and horse techniques, Zhao Hao's longing for extraordinary abilities and spiritual energy intensified. He devoted himself to copying scriptures diligently, repeating the process 2 or 3 times until he felt dizzy. Uncle Tai's motivational strategy was evidently effective. Thus, another week passed, and on July 7th, a Friday, Zhao Hao arrived at the shop to find Uncle Tai preparing to leave. "Uncle Tai, where are you off to?" Zhao Hao inquired. Uncle Tai waved dismissively. "Come, I'll take you to the market." "The market?" Zhao Hao questioned, starting the shop's old jeep and following Uncle Tai's directions toward the outskirts. It was not a long journey, just 20 minutes past the Song People's District. There, Zhao Hao found himself amidst a bustling crowd, where vendors had set up stalls in an open area. The throng was indeed substantial, with hundreds of people jostling for space. Numerous stalls lined the area. Within a small section alone, there were 7 or 8 booths. Smaller stalls merely laid out a cloth on the ground, with vendors squatting beside it or using portable stools. The larger stalls often relied on vehicles, such as pickups or jeeps, with several tables combined to create a makeshift shop. Some even featured tents resembling large pavilions. The merchandise was diverse, ranging from antique furniture and porcelain to trinkets, vintage paintings, old books, toys, and metal crafts. There were even uniquely modified bicycles and outdated cameras, rotary phones, typewriters, and guitars. Uncle Tai patted Zhao Hao on the back. "What do you think? Quite lively, isn't it?" "What is this?" Zhao Hao asked. "This is the largest flea market in Free City, held once a month. Especially our Song people's antiques are highly sought after." Zhao Hao indeed observed many familiar Song faces, both among the vendors and the leisurely strollers. Chapter 25. You only care about yourself. Wow. $500 for activity funds. Uncle Tai is quite generous. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately perked up. In such a place where various people intermingle, one can witness the majority of the world's mainstream ethnicities, with an array of skin tones present. Therefore, the presence of thieves is hardly surprising. With $500 from Uncle Tai and an additional $300 in change, Zhao Hao felt quite affluent. After securely tucking the money away, he ventured into the crowd. What a sight it was! Skin tones ranging from white, yellow, black, brown, to various shades of tan. There were individuals sporting headscarves, others donning small white hats, some with shaved heads, and others flaunting braided hair. Numerous stalls lined the area, selling everything from vintage records to various small porcelain items. Zhao Hao even stumbled upon a stall dedicated to antique posters, old newspapers, and aged letters. While posters and newspapers were expected, private letters from yesteryears were a delightful surprise. Indeed, several individuals were gathered around the stall, inquiring about the items. While the proprietor occasionally presented yellowed letters neatly framed in glass to curious customers. Just as Zhao Hao was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer. He crouched in front of the stall selling old letters, pretending to browse, while his eyes fixated on a letter that appeared to have aged significantly, its edges frayed. "May I take a look?" Zhao Hao inquired. "Of course, sir. These are memories and stories from a distant past. There will always be someone intrigued by them." The vendor, sporting a small mustache, replied, resembling an Englishman. Zhao Hao lifted the frame, absorbing the fate within, 8 destiny points. He glimpsed a wounded soldier, disheveled and battered, rescued from the battlefield, who penned this brief letter amid the cacophony of artillery fire. This letter had passed through the hands of over a dozen individuals, but ultimately failed to reach its intended recipient. "Dear Sophia, I do not know the emotions with which I write this letter to you. I hope that when you receive it, you will not feel sorrow. Do not wait for me. Pursue your own happiness." The letter was signed Charles Ryden, dated November 6, 1918. The mustachioed vendor stroked his slightly curved whiskers and remarked, "This letter was written by a French soldier who participated in World War I. He sacrificed his life on the battlefield just before the moment of victory. Unfortunately, this letter never reached the Lady Sophia. The price marked on the letter was $60. Quite touching. However, I shall opt for a freebie." Zhao Hao ultimately chose not to purchase the story, as his sole desire was to acquire destiny points. Having achieved his initial success, Zhao Hao felt a surge of excitement. He gazed at the expansive market, which resembled a self-service destiny point ATM, free of charge. Alas, destiny points were not easily obtained. After wandering for over 10 minutes and visiting 30 to 40 stalls, Zhao Hao found no further intriguing items. Although a few antiques seemed promising, he lacked confidence in his discerning eye. It would be folly to expect to strike gold with just a month of experience in the field. Moreover, his black iron 2-star antique appreciation monocle was of average effectiveness, providing only vague information. Many items remained uncertain, and those he could identify were often overpriced by vendors eager to swindle unsuspecting buyers. Regardless, he was not there to hunt for bargains. His primary mission was to absorb destiny points. After meandering for a while, Zhao Hao began to feel fatigued and paused at a stall. The vendor was also a Song person, of short stature, with long hair tied in a ponytail, prominent ears, squinty eyes, and a lean frame resembling that of a gibbon. He spoke in a thick Tianjin dialect. The vendor offered a small stool. "You appear to be a Song person too, fellow countryman." Zhao Hao sat down, nodding. "I am indeed a Song person. How did you discern that?" "Oh, the Fusong people are sneaky, the Koreans are dull-witted, and those from the South Seas are as dark as can be. I can recognize them at a glance." "Care for a smoke?" The vendor offered a cigarette. Zhao Hao waved his hand in refusal. "Thank you, but I don't smoke. I cough when I do." "Smoking isn't a good habit," he added, lighting one for himself. "My friends call me Slim Monkey. How shall I address you, brother?" "Zhao Hao." "Slim Monkey. What a splendid name. It carries a certain gravitas." Zhao Hao replied. "Can we refrain from discussing that?" True to his reputation, Slim Monkey was quite talkative, quickly engaging Zhao Hao in conversation about various topics, from trivial matters to familial anecdotes. He specialized in antiques as well, though unlike Uncle Tai, who sold genuine articles, he dealt in both authentic and counterfeit items, as long as it turned a profit. Zhao Hao surveyed the items at his stall and felt dizzy. A 30-centimeter tall bronze horse, a 20-centimeter long, visibly inferior quality jade burial suit. Zhao Hao inquired about the jade's material, to which the vendor replied, "New grinding combined jade." "That seems reasonable," Zhao Hao acknowledged. There were 6 bronze bells of varying sizes, and Slim Monkey even convinced a foreigner that these were remnants of the Zheng Ho E bells, managing to sell one for $120. How absurd. Last week, he claimed they were from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Additionally, there was a crown belonging to an English king, missing its diamonds. Slim Monkey claimed it was a makeshift crown made during the time of Cromwell, when the English king had fallen from grace. It looked shabby, yet its historical value was substantial. Regrettably, the English customer refrained from purchasing, likely deterred by Zhao Hao's presence, realizing that the odds were not in his favor for a confrontation. The stall also boasted a pope's scepter, a knight's helmet from the Knights Templar, and a gilded cup from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Observing this, Zhao Hao thought Slim Monkey's days were becoming increasingly lucrative. Fraudulent dealings, indeed. Wait a moment. Zhao Hao cautiously picked up a white jade bottle. What is this? Upon hearing the question, Slim Monkey perked up. Let me tell you, this is a remarkable piece. This is a mutton fat jade purity bottle. Zhao Hao pondered for a moment. What? The one in the hands of Guanyin Bodhisattva? Slim Monkey nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. You have an eye for quality. Your situation is beyond resolution through mere sentencing. You ought to renounce the world and spend your later years in the company of the flickering lamp and the serene Buddha, atoning for your sins. In truth, Zhao Hao had engaged Slim Monkey in idle chatter primarily because he sensed that Slim Monkey possessed some level of skill. Given his limited experience with the myriad forms of martial arts, he hesitated to ascertain this. However, after their conversation, Zhao Hao felt reasonably certain that Slim Monkey was not an ordinary individual. He indeed possessed skills and seemed closely associated with the Song's Red Door, a historical and extraordinary organization, as Zhao Hao had gleaned from Uncle Tai's fragments of information. Ultimately, Zhao Hao revealed that he too was involved in the antique trade, exchanging contact information with Slim Monkey and securing a friendship for future correspondence. Though he spent not a single cent, at least he had not incurred a loss. Right at that moment, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of light. He quickly donned his monocle and examined the scene carefully. Indeed, destiny points. Zhao Hao crouched down, pretending to inspect the vendor's wares, which consisted of an assortment of odd items, strange stones, peculiar ceramics, and the like. Though lacking in value, they were certainly curious. The prices were quite reasonable, with the most expensive item priced under $30. Feigning contemplation, he ultimately seized his target. This object resembled a whitish stone, oddly shaped, about the size of a fist, and emitted a peculiar odor that was somewhat off-putting. Could it possibly be a fossilized excrement? To be honest, whether it was a fossil or actual excrement, as long as it yielded destiny points, Zhao Hao would not hesitate to grab it. However, upon grasping it, he discovered it was not a stone. Absorbing fate, 10 points of destiny. He beheld a colossal whale gracefully swimming through the depths of the ocean, its majestic movements creating rippling waves as time flowed by. Ultimately, within its being, it formed a unique substance, which was then expelled. After enduring the rise and fall of countless tides over an immeasurable span of years, it eventually washed ashore, only to be discovered by a passerby. After being twisted and turned for many years, it was finally purchased by a vendor for a mere $2. What a magnificent scene. This was, in fact, a piece of ambergris. In the end, Zhao Hao selected 3 or 4 items from the stall, including this piece of ambergris, and after haggling, he spent $54. Task completed. Serendipitous find, 20 points of destiny. Oh, an additional reward. 670 points of destiny. He had stumbled upon a piece of ambergris. Although he was uncertain of the profit, it was undoubtedly a significant sum. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Will there be more? Could he be this fortunate? Zhao Hao was somewhat bewildered. Had his luck changed after his journey through time? Yet, upon closer inspection, he sensed something was amiss. Firstly, the monocle provided no information whatsoever, which was decidedly abnormal. Secondly, he perceived an unusual glow emanating from the object, a luminescence indicative of spiritual energy. Suddenly, he recalled the ominous eye he had encountered a few days prior. Could this be a cursed artifact? This is something to avoid. I must leave at once and seek out Uncle Tai. Chapter 26. The tomb-sweeping picture. Uncle Tai, come quickly. I believe I have seen something uncanny. Zhao Hao exclaimed, relieved to see the object in question. It was a painting, rolled up and placed within a tall vase alongside several other scrolls. Uncle Tai took out 2 copper coins to enhance his vision, but could discern no abnormalities in the painting. Casting a glance at Zhao Hao, he thought, this lad wouldn't deceive me. He approached the stall owner to engage in conversation. The stall owner was a man from Song. Having moved to Ame only a few years prior, and still struggling to adapt to the new environment, particularly with his limited English. Life here was not as he had imagined, especially in terms of work. As a result, he found himself in financial straits, prompting him to sell some of his previously collected calligraphy and paintings. Unfortunately, foreign buyers showed little interest in traditional Chinese art, favoring oil paintings instead. Uncle Tai took the scroll from the stall owner. It was quite thick, unfolding to over 1 meter in length. Oh, Zhao Hao gasped in astonishment. The stall owner chuckled wryly. Interesting, isn't it? I acquired this painting because it was peculiar. In my youth, I was bold and unreserved. At first glance, it resembles the Qingming River. Upon closer inspection, however, Zhao Hao was taken aback to find that many figures in the painting either had skulls for heads, were holding their own heads, or sported horns with eyes like copper bells. Surrounding shops were adorned with paper money, burning offerings, and selling incense and paper horses. All the ghostly figures and shops lined the riverbanks, with a wooden bridge in the center. The edges of the frame depicted sprawling graveyards. The right side bore the large characters, the tomb-sweeping picture. This was akin to a parody of the Great Wave off Kanagawa, reimagined as a nuclear waste version of the Great Wave of Kanagawa. Initially, Uncle Tai could not ascertain whether the painting was indeed supernatural, but upon touching it, he sensed its otherworldly nature. It seemed that Zhao Hao's yin-yang eyes were more formidable than he had anticipated. Moreover, when Zhao Hao noticed something amiss, he did not rush to inspect it, but sought Uncle Tai's counsel first. This boy values his life. He shall surely achieve greatness. Uncle Tai purchased the painting for a hefty sum of $440. The stall owner, to his credit, was quite honest, warning that the painting might possess strange qualities. When hung on a wall, it was said to emit eerie voices when no one was present, creating a cacophony of human sounds. Uncle Tai smiled. No matter. I have a penchant for the peculiar. He left the stall owner with a business card, inviting him to visit his antique shop should he wish to sell more items in the future. Upon returning to the shop, the afternoon had slipped away. Ignoring their hunger, the two began to display their newfound treasures. Uncle Tai had found a few minor items, but none could compare to Zhao Hao's substantial piece of ambergris. Such a large fragment could fetch several $1,000s on the market. Moreover, this item was beneficial for practitioners. It was considered an extraordinary material. Not to mention the tomb-sweeping picture, which Uncle Tai claimed was unmatched in its strangeness. Even before unrolling it, Zhao Hao felt a sense of familiarity. The paper, size, and material of the scroll were identical to that of the tomb-sweeping picture. When Uncle Tai unfurled the painting, it too measured over a meter in length, clearly imitating the Qingming River. This time, however, the figures depicted were not spirits, but rather ordinary people, primarily small vendors. Could this painting be part of a series with mine? Uncle Tai mused uncertainly. Zhao Hao's eyes lit up as he recognized the tomb-sweeping gathering picture. This marked his first clear understanding of supernatural artifacts. Uncle Tai demonstrated the effect of the tomb-sweeping gathering picture, revealing that one could toss gold and silver into it, and random items would manifest. Those items, such as snacks or small toys, would appear as if conjured from thin air. The pastries were even wrapped in oiled paper. As Uncle Tai munched on a pastry, he remarked, "This supernatural object lacks significant power. It merely allows one to randomly acquire items." Zhao Hao interjected, "So, this tomb-sweeping picture." It was then that Uncle Tai led Zhao Hao to the warehouse in the backyard, where a ceremonial altar awaited them. Surrounding it were statues of protective deities, yellow talismans, a bagua mirror, incense burners, bells, command flags, tokens, peachwood swords, and red threads. It was more spectacular than a movie set. Uncle Tai performed a series of rituals that Zhao Hao could not comprehend, then retrieved a hefty silver ingot weighing 3 to 5 taels, tossing it into the painting. After a brief 3 seconds, a hand materialized from the painting. A severed hand. A blue-black, long-nailed, severed hand. The hand appeared dark blue, with 5-centimeter long black nails, the forearm severed at the elbow, covered in a layer of black hair. Uncle Tai examined the severed hand and declared, "This is the arm of an ancient zombie." Zhao Hao was left speechless. What on earth is this? That day, they conducted numerous experiments, and Uncle Tai feared he had lost an ingot's worth of silver. Ultimately, they acquired items such as a dead person's hair, zombie teeth, and a ghostly red dress. Both tomb-sweeping pictures could indeed lead into the painting, yet Uncle Tai wisely refrained from such reckless endeavors. He cautioned Zhao Hao, "Supernatural realms are filled with unimaginable oddities. Encountering dangerous and bizarre phenomena could lead to perilous outcomes. Do not court disaster." Zhao Hao would not entertain such folly. He hesitated to approach either painting, asking from a distance, "Uncle Tai, how should we handle these items? Should we turn them over to the Bureau of Mysteries?" Uncle Tai replied, "Those that are useless or even hazardous must certainly be surrendered to the Bureau of Mysteries. However, those that are beneficial and manageable can remain in our possession. Indeed, how could one relinquish valuable items to the public?" As evening approached and the shop prepared to close, Uncle Tai summoned Zhao Hao to the back room. He produced a hand-bound manuscript. "You have made remarkable progress in transcribing scriptures. Your advancement has surpassed my expectations. You have successfully passed the first hurdle and are now ready to attempt cultivating spiritual energy. Today, your acquisition of this piece of ambergris signifies that your fortune has arrived. Coincidentally, I possess a technique suited for your cultivation. Taoism is multifaceted. Huang Lao and Lai Zhuang advocate for tranquility and non-action, while Qi Songzi and Wei Boyong focus solely on alchemical refinement. Lu Sheng and Li Xiaojun emphasize nourishment, and Zhang Daoling speaks only of talismans. All of these paths lead to genuine results. Uncle Tai then briefly introduced him to the path of incense and fire. The path of incense and fire has two interpretations. The first pertains to the method of attaining divinity, emphasizing the offering of incense and the dissemination of faith, which is a method of the divine. The second interpretation refers to the cultivation method involving incense to enhance spiritual practice. Although it may not be a foundational heart method, it serves as a commendable entry point for cultivation. Zhao Hao accepted the weathered manuscript, its pages on the verge of disintegration, as Uncle Tai instructed him to transcribe it himself. The cover bore the title The Sleeping Dragon Pill Technique. This technique involves cultivating while asleep. How enchanting! The art of sleep has ancient roots, emerging from humanity's labor. After exhausting labor, one must rest to restore physical strength and mental clarity. Through continuous practice of rest, the essence and secrets are distilled, culminating in the art of sleep, thus ensuring its long-standing transmission. Confucius remarked, "Curling up and resting, therein lies joy," embodying the essence of sleep cultivation. The renowned practitioner of sleep cultivation is none other than the recluse Chun Tuan of Mount Hua. He once lay atop the mountain for several days without waking, achieving enlightenment in his slumber. Legend has it that Chun Tuan played chess with Song Taizu Zhao Kuangyin, emerging victorious over Mount Hua. Chun Tuan transmitted his teachings to the fire dragon Taoist, who then passed them to Zhang Sanfeng, composing the Sleeping Dragon's Lament, which states, "Can the disciples of the Tu Nan, Chun Tuan, sect continue the legacy? The slovenly Taoist Zhang Feng, the immortal." According to the records in Li Daoshan's brief biography of Master Li Huanxiu, the esteemed founder of the Western school, Li Huanxiu, encountered the venerable Zhu, Yan, and the illustrious Feng Zhu, Zhang Sanfeng, in a Zen temple on a Mei mountain, where they imparted profound teachings. Zuan Jingzi Su Hain also elucidated in Tianla collection that Master Huanxiu first met the transcendent Zhang Sanfeng and subsequently the pure Yang Taoist ancestor, thereby merging the essence of the Eastern and Western schools, which ultimately led to the establishment of the Grand Western School of Taoism. The lineage of his teachings traces back through Zhang Sanfeng, Li Huanxiu, Wu Tianji, Wang Dongting, and Su Hain. Thus, the sleeping practice of Chun Tuan, the Zhilong, has been passed down through the ancestors of the Western school, kept secret from the public. However, this method is not without its drawbacks. It requires considerable assistance. Otherwise, progress is exceedingly slow. It is only natural, for while others toil day and night, engaging in practice and rituals, one cannot expect to achieve similar results merely by indulging in slumber. To attain mastery in this sleeping practice necessitates ample support, with incense being one pivotal element. Uncle Tai imparted to Zhao Hao a technique for crafting incense, transforming a piece of valuable ambergris into a fragrant offering to be burned during sleep, aiding in his cultivation. A single piece of ambergris worth tens of thousands of dollars, used sparingly, would only last a little over 3 months. Uncle Tai patted Zhao Hao on the shoulder. "Now you understand the value of money, don't you?" Chapter 27. Cultivation of Spiritual Energy and Martial Arts. The Dragon's Lament by Zhang Sanfeng. In tranquil slumber, I drift, amidst the stones, I lay, oblivious to time. As the 3 luminaries descend, my essence aligns. Breath returns to the primal void. Exhalations yield to nature's course. Do not scatter your focus. Maintain serenity. Nurture the mercury essence within, awaiting the manifestation of leaves bloom. Do not stray. Guard against distractions. In true timing, the energy flows within. 7 returns, a journey not arduous. 9 transformations, why lament? Silently observing the battlefield of dragons and tigers, secretly, I invert the realms of yin and yang. Though others deem me a muddled fool, I rest in a state of wakeful slumber. Having learned, I truly repose in meditation. Having cultivated, I embody the primordial essence. When the sleeping dragon awakens, ascension begins. This dormant method, who has imparted it? Curled upon my arm, I rest on the sacred mountain, finding joy within, unknown to others. 5 dragons leap from the depths. Heaven shall convey this method to the south. Who can inherit the southern lineage? The disheveled sage, Zhang Fengxian. As night fell, Zhao Hao entered a specific posture, employing a designated breathing technique to drift into slumber. He held a certain visualization in his mind. Beside him, a small incense burner, generously provided by Uncle Tai, contained a minuscule piece of incense, akin to a mung bean, that burned with excruciating slowness. The faint smoke spiraled delicately above Zhao Hao's head. The mere creation of this incense consumed over a dozen herbs and 2 minerals, costing more than $200. This does not even account for the primary ingredient, ambergris. This marked Zhao Hao's inaugural attempt at cultivation. To be candid, he felt nothing extraordinary. After all, he had succumbed to sleep. No sensation of warmth coursing through his body. No fullness in his dantian. No frenzied little creature scurrying within. Nothing at all. He simply found the slumber blissful, ethereal, as if he were on the verge of transcending to immortality. Even upon awakening, he felt a twinge of reluctance to leave that state. He pondered when he might awaken his spiritual energy and attain enlightenment. Only then could he truly be considered extraordinary. For this reason, Uncle Tai had expressly cautioned him against straying from the path. He warned of the wild mountains where practitioners of corpse cultivation resided, not only refining the undead, but also transforming themselves into zombies. There were those who nurtured spirits and practiced sorcery. I have heard that the voodoo practices in South America bear resemblance to such methods, just as the necromancers in Europe do. They absorb residual spiritual energy from corpses and death through secret arts. The shamans of the distant East and the Indian shamans. Many draw upon the natural balance or the wisdom of nature to extract spiritual energy from their surroundings or flora and fauna. Those within the church, through devout faith, prayers, and rituals, draw spiritual energy from their own beliefs and souls. Some of the exceptional among them can even siphon spiritual energy from the so-called heavens of alternate realms. Zhao Hao paused. Heaven. Is there truly a heaven? Does that imply the existence of a deity? Is the deity truly omniscient and omnipotent? What of the celestial realm? Is there a Jade Emperor? Uncle Tai waved his hand dismissively. Do not inquire further. Knowing too much at your current stage may not bode well. I can only tell you that there was indeed a deity in the past. As for now, who can say? The celestial realm exists, and the deities and Buddhas of lore have existed, yet they may not resemble what mortals imagine. The centuries of spiritual energy dormancy have concealed myriad secrets. In Uncle Tai's perspective, both Buddhism and Taoism pursue the path of unity with heaven and humanity. Whether seeking from the cosmos or within oneself, drawing upon the ocean of spiritual energy, both are righteous paths. This is the legitimate method of cultivation. Others may resort to the powers of mysterious beings or ominous forces, and that is decidedly improper. However, Uncle Tai did not elaborate on the specifics of these improper borrowings. Yet, it was evident that the evils and heresies he spoke of paled in comparison to this unscrupulousness, underscoring the inherent dangers of such methods. Zhao Hao inquired about the ocean of spiritual energy, yet Uncle Tai remained reticent, merely stating, "Only upon awakening your spiritual energy will you comprehend. If I disclose it now, it may hinder your cultivation." In Buddhism, this is termed the obstacle of knowledge and perception. Knowing ambiguous information before reaching a certain realm can impede one's progress. Zhao Hao continued his cultivation for a week, experiencing little in the way of reaction. He persevered daily, diligently practicing martial arts, transcribing scriptures, and resting. Despite not being truly 19, his psychological age of 30 allowed him to endure with patience. He had heard of no cultivation techniques that yielded results in a mere week. Such notions would only sow doubt within him. Uncle Tai observed Zhao Hao during these days, approving of his calm and unhurried demeanor. On July 15th, while Zhao Hao transcribed scriptures in the shop, the sound of the copper bell at the door chimed. He looked up to see a young man in his 20s enter. Short hair, exuding an air of competence, clearly a practitioner. "Welcome to Old Tai's antique shop. How may I assist you?" The man smiled. "You must be Zhao Hao. My father has spoken of you. I am Ma Long, his son." Zhao Hao was bewildered. "Who is your father?" Uncle Tai, noticing Zhao Hao's confusion, interjected, "This is my son, Ma Long. And this is the Zhao Hao I mentioned." Son. So Uncle Tai is not a lifelong bachelor, but has a son. Zhao Hao realized. Wait, Ma Long? Father? Something feels amiss. Uncle Tai, perplexed, asked, "Is it strange that I have a son?" No, it's not that. But how come your son is? Oh, he took his mother's surname? Uncle Tai is quite progressive, Zhao Hao praised, marveling at how Uncle Tai had deftly outmaneuvered a group of old masters. Yet Uncle Tai rolled his eyes. Who said my surname is Tai? I am Ma. With the given name Tai, Zhao Hao, Ma Long, Uncle Tai's son, proved to be amiable, cheerful in conversation, and easy to engage with. His English name was Jack Ma. Just the right moment. Zhao Hao inquired quietly, Ma Long, you wouldn't happen to have a little niece, would you? Zhao Hao suddenly understood, so that's why it fell off. You are father, dragon uncle, and Xiaoyu? I am Heihuafu. Ma Long's appetite was astonishing, surpassing even Zhao Hao, who was already known for his voraciousness. While Zhao Hao could consume enough for 3, Ma Long could easily devour enough for 5. In the afternoon, Uncle Tai hung a closed sign at the shop's entrance, leading the two into the back storage area, which housed a ritual altar. In the Taoist cultivation system, the body holds great importance. When it comes to achieving immortality, those who achieve corpse transmutation fall short compared to those who achieve ascension through physical transformation. As modernity progressed, and due to the dormancy of spiritual energy, the dual cultivation of life and spirit became increasingly emphasized. Unfortunately, Ma Long harbored no interest in magical cultivation, being solely captivated by martial arts, thus becoming a martial artist. Yet being a martial artist is not without merits. Amid the dwindling spiritual energy during the dormant period, those who harnessed their internal energy began to thrive, as most magical practices became untenable. However, Uncle Tai lamented that his son would not inherit his legacy, especially now that the dormancy had passed. Ma Long had practiced Xingyi Quan since childhood, particularly the 12 forms, notably the dragon form, though he remained modest, claiming only to have a slight understanding. Zhao Hao found himself utterly outmatched, subdued within 3 moves. It felt as though there flowed an innate energy through Ma Long, and a mere touch would send him reeling, unable to make contact. Ma Long's movements were fluid and agile, seamlessly transitioning behind Zhao Hao in an instant, exhibiting unparalleled grace. Yet Ma Long was pleasantly surprised, discovering that Zhao Hao was indeed a promising martial arts seedling. Zhao Hao, have you practiced martial arts before? Ma Long inquired. Zhao Hao realized he could not deceive him. Although Uncle Tai practiced a few martial arts forms for health, he remained fundamentally a Taoist or practitioner. Thus, Zhao Hao is not particularly sensitive to martial arts. However, Ma Long is quite the opposite. He is a consummate warrior, perhaps even somewhat obsessed with martial arts. He does not favor the cultivation of techniques but dedicates himself solely to the practice of boxing. Consequently, he immediately perceives the foundation of Zhao Hao's martial arts. Ma Long nods and remarks, indeed, the movements are somewhat peculiar. Yet, your foundational skills are commendable, which simplifies matters considerably. Zhao Hao responds, this is merely the beginning. I have yet to unleash that technique where Ah Fu bested Ma Long. Chapter 28. The heavens envy talented individuals. During his conversation with Ma Long, Zhao Hao learned about the current situation of martial artists in the inner world. As previously mentioned, over the last 2 to 3 centuries, spiritual energy has gradually faded, and spells have begun to lose their efficacy. Consequently, the status of martial artists has risen significantly, becoming the mainstream among extraordinary beings in the past century. However, martial artists also face limitations. Those who cultivate physical abilities tend to concentrate spiritual energy within their bodies, rendering them less susceptible to external influences. It is said that among the less than 100 who ascended to bronze in the Song dynasty over the past century, a significant portion were martial artists. This has led to monks, Taoists, nuns, and even folk mages practicing a few martial arts techniques. Centuries ago, those monks and Taoists were not merely capable of creating storms but could command thunder and fire with a mere gesture, forcibly transforming mages into warriors. Similarly, in Europe, the decline of spiritual energy has marginalized mages and witches, with only the knightly class of the church managing to maintain some semblance of extraordinary power. This was also the impetus for the witch hunts, as witches had fallen behind and faced persecution. Ma Long explained to Zhao how the current predicament of martial artists in the inner world, with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the re-emergence of extraordinary beings. Those who relied on martial prowess found themselves in an awkward position, despite having been highly practical and sought after previously. Since martial artists predominantly cultivate spiritual energy internally, they are less affected by the consumption of the external world. Uncle Tai added that the essence of martial arts is rooted in an ancient attempt by the great powers of China to enable ordinary people to harness spiritual energy. Generally, extraordinary beings manifest their energy externally, influencing the vast world around them, while martial artists primarily cultivate their true energy internally, gradually transforming it into spiritual energy. This method, while effective for self-enhancement, is rather rudimentary. If merely strengthening the physical body could lead to transcendence, dinosaurs would have ascended long ago. Uncle Tai expressed concern that Zhao Hao might develop an excessive admiration for martial arts, having witnessed the pitfalls his son encountered. During a break, Zhao Hao curiously inquired, "Brother Long, who currently represents the martial arts community, just as in literature, where it is difficult to determine a singular top figure due to subjective standards. Martial arts is different. The strongest fighter is unequivocally the best. As for the second best, few pay attention unless they are defeated. It is akin to the Nobel Prize in literature, where many recipients cannot claim to be the foremost author. However, in martial arts, whether it be wrestling or cage fighting, there is always a champion, the undisputed world number one." Zhao Hao's question brought a wave of melancholy to Ma Long's demeanor, a stark contrast to his usually cheerful disposition. Lowering his gaze, Ma Long pondered before responding, "Currently, there is no one who can represent martial artists. Had it been a decade ago, there might have been." Zhao Hao probed further. "Oh, who is it?" "Li Zhenfan." Ma Long gazed toward the distant sky, his eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and longing, an unusual sight for such an upbeat individual. Li Zhenfan was a martial artist and a film star, a luminary with immense influence worldwide, who promoted Chinese martial arts across the globe. He hailed from Hong Kong. Through Ma Long's narration, Zhao Hao gleaned the essence of Li Zhenfan's life. He was a rare talent in martial arts, and uniquely, he was born in one of the Song dynasty's trading ports, Hong Kong, where he was exposed to both Eastern and Western cultures from a young age. This foundation allowed him to merge Eastern and Western combat techniques, forging his own path as a martial artist. At the age of 25, he ascended to the bronze level, a feat not seen in 2 centuries. As a result, he became a beacon for many martial artists. In an era when spiritual energy was abundant, martial artists occupied the lowest tier among extraordinary beings. Although they gained some recognition during the period of spiritual energy stagnation, they ultimately made no significant progress, with most remaining at the black iron level, merely finding it somewhat easier to survive in the external world. As previously mentioned, among the less than 100 who ascended to bronze in the past century, a majority were martial artists. However, among the few who might be considered to have reached the silver level, an achievement akin to attaining immortality, there was not a single martial artist. This indicates that throughout history, the potential ceiling for martial artists has been rather low. A decade ago, at the age of 33, Li Zhenfan resolutely attempted to break through to silver, striving to carve a path for martial artists during the interminable stagnation of spiritual energy. Even in times of normal spiritual energy, ascending to silver was a rare occurrence, and those who did were revered as martial saints. To achieve such an elevation during a period of spiritual stagnation was an immense challenge. Ultimately, Li Zhenfan failed, and within a month, news of his passing in Hong Kong spread. At that moment, Uncle Tai emerged from the house, having overheard the conversation, sighed. Li Zhenfan's attempt to break through to silver and become a martial saint resulted in damage to his spirit, leaving even the Song court powerless to assist. Intercepting the fist was a last-ditch effort. Alas, if only we had known that spiritual energy would begin to revive in 70 years. Li Zhenfan might have been spared this fate. Just 2 more years. China has lost a martial saint. Both timing and fate are against us. Ma Long's obsession with martial arts may have been influenced by his childhood idol, Li Zhenfan. Recovering from the somber topic of his idol's demise, Ma Long regained his cheerful demeanor and even jested with Zhao Hao while practicing. Zhao Hao felt that being friends with such a person must be effortless. During a break, Zhao Hao implored Ma Long to demonstrate his energy manipulation to enlighten him. With Uncle Tai occupied, Ma Long obliged and began to showcase his skills. This was not merely a display of physical strength. He had activated the energy within him, or spiritual energy. Suddenly, a breeze swept through the courtyard, and Zhao Hao observed faint orbs of light swirling around Ma Long's lower dantian and limbs. Could this be the essence of qi, spiritual energy? Ma Long chuckled. I heard from my father that you possess the yin-yang eye, allowing you to see qi. That is quite convenient. As for us, We can only sense its presence and flow through a vague intuition. Of course, some martial artists are exceptionally perceptive, even more so than your ability to directly see the radiance of qi. Ma Long was notably more forthcoming than Uncle Tai, who was less inclined to divulge information. Through Zhao Hao's persistent inquiries, he shared a wealth of insights, particularly regarding martial artists. One of the most valuable pieces of information was about the bronze level. Currently, Ma Long was a black iron level 4 martial artist, which is already quite impressive, considering he is only 25 years old. However, the path to ascending to bronze remains a distant journey, one that most will not achieve in their lifetime. According to Ma Long, to ascend to bronze, a martial artist must return to their innate energy and begin to shed their mortal form. He added, I heard from my father that in ancient times, ascending from bronze to silver required overcoming tribulations, but one must not become obsessed like Along. During the stagnation of spiritual energy, black iron was the pinnacle for most extraordinary beings, and martial arts naturally thrived out of necessity. But now it is different. Do not let Along's praise lead you to believe you are a martial prodigy. You are likely destined for the path of spells. It would be a shame to waste such talent. Along, on the other hand, is simply a blockhead when it comes to spells. All he knows is fighting. Zhao Hao quickly reassured him, Uncle Tai, rest assured. I will prioritize the path of the Tao. Besides, I have yet to awaken my qi. I have no right to choose my path. Ma Long praised Zhao Hao as a promising talent in martial arts, expressing his desire for him to join the Jinfan National Martial Arts Institute, which was no mere flattery. The Wuxiang Fist, accompanied by the character card of Black Tiger A Fu, possessed peculiar techniques that adeptly mimicked the essence of all things. Its uniqueness lay precisely in its eccentricity, making it unexpectedly formidable. Furthermore, it provided Zhao Hao with a robust foundation in martial arts, allowing him to swiftly grasp other boxing styles, albeit still at an introductory level. However, it is a feat that typically requires at least 3 years of dedication, which most individuals cannot achieve. Wuxiang Fist can be regarded as a lesser version of the renowned Wuxiang Gong in the realm of boxing. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao maintained a clear understanding of his own capabilities, recognizing himself as a false prodigy, an imitation. Moreover, knowing full well that the martial arts faction had already declined, it would be foolish to pursue this path. Drawing cards was the true way forward. Chapter 29. Mortal 3 stars. On July 18th, a customer of deep brown skin, a Latin American, entered the shop seeking to sell a piece of jade. This individual seemed furtive, with a shifty gaze, leading Zhao Hao to suspect he was not a reputable person. Moreover, how could someone from Latin America possibly understand jade? Was he perhaps attempting to sell stolen goods? Nevertheless, it is a rule not to inquire about the provenance of items. However, Zhao Hao was uncertain about the jade's authenticity and called upon Uncle Tai for assistance. The customer grew impatient, exclaiming, "Do you accept this or not? I have urgent matters to attend to." Uncle Tai scrutinized the man and the jade in his hand before stating, "I'll take it for $40. The man perked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. "No way, at least $80. Uncle Tai shook his head, explaining that the jade was of mediocre quality, and asked, "Can you tell me its origins? I do not wish to attract the attention of the police." The man became anxious, claiming, "This has been passed down through my family." Uncle Tai, without lifting his head, replied, "This is a jade from Fusang. Does your ancestry include people from Fusang?" The man retorted, "Perhaps it does." Ultimately, they settled on a price of $45, and the man hurriedly left with the cash. Curious, Zhao Hao inquired, "Uncle Tai, what kind of jade is this? I haven't seen anything like it in the jade and gold record." Uncle Tai chuckled, "Jade? It can barely be called jade. This is known as non-melting bone, formed from the resentment that lingers in a person's throat just before death. Initially, it appears as a grayish-black stone, referred to as phlegm jade. And after a cycle of 60 years, it becomes translucent, earning the name non-melting bone. It is considered a rather obscure material. Resentment? Phlegm jade. Zhao Hao quickly grabbed a cloth to wipe his hands. Aside from acquiring a piece of non-melting bone, business was slow that day. While resting, Zhao Hao perused the newspaper and stumbled upon a report. He read several newspapers daily, keen on both domestic and international affairs, wishing to compare them with the history he had stored in his memory. Today's edition of the Free City Times reported the emergence of a chess piece killer in the city. 3 blonde women had already fallen victim to this murderer. The article described the corpses as mutilated, with a chess piece stuffed into their chests, leading the curious to dub the assailant the chess piece killer. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Free City, a naive blonde was charmed by a robust man, giggling as he covered her mouth before leading her to a black beetle. It must be said that without guidance, one cannot hope to progress in cultivation. Previously, Zhao Hao had merely practiced the chaotic techniques of the Wanxiang Fist, achieving only a rudimentary level of vitality. Yet, under the tutelage of the Black Iron 4-star Marlin, he felt a profound enhancement in just a few days. The exhilarating sensation of rapid improvement was palpable, even intoxicating. It was no wonder that many martial enthusiasts shunned romantic pursuits. The visible strength gained brought immense satisfaction and pleasure, akin to a gaming addict reveling in leveling up. Eager to play through the night. On the evening of the 20th, after completing a round of his fist technique, Zhao Hao suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, his muscles resonating as if boundless power had awakened within him. This was, of course, an illusion, as the sensation lasted less than 3 seconds. However, Zhao Hao sensed a change within himself, feeling as though he had entered the realm of Mingjin that Marlin had spoken of. Upon checking his fate card system, he discovered he had leveled up, now a mortal 3-star with 100 fate points. Zhao Hao was ecstatic to find he had amassed 807 fate points. Even more thrilling was the fact that his attributes for strength and constitution had each increased by 1. His character profile now read: Zhao Hao mortal 3-star strength, 611 constitution, 611 agility, 611 perception, 12 intelligence, 6 spirit, 7 charm. Luck. Skills: knowledge of Chinese, 5, English, 5, mechanical design, 3, writing, 4, sports balance, 4, running, 3, perceptual vision, 22, craftsmanship, mechanical processing, 3, general driving, 2, swimming, 2, combat fist technique, 4, cards, character card, 1-1, Black Tiger Afu, Black Iron 2-star. Equipment card, 1-6, Dragon Slaying Knife, Black Iron 3-star. Summoning card, 0-2, Ability card, 0-2, Item card, Colorful Rope, Black Iron 2-star, Antique Appraisal Monocle. Black Iron 2-star with the enhancements from Black Tiger Afu and Dragon Slaying Knife. Zhao Hao's attributes for strength, constitution, and agility all reached 8 points. A feat that likely surpassed many professional athletes and special forces. A weightlifter might boast 8 points in strength and 7 in constitution, but their agility would seldom exceed 6 points. After all, personal training often emphasizes certain aspects while neglecting others. Additionally, Zhao Hao's skills now included a 4-point rating in writing and a 4-point rating in fist techniques. His writing skills, naturally, were honed from a lifetime of reliance on this craft. Although he had yet to reach the professional level of 5 points, he surpassed the proficient level of 3 points. As for his fist techniques, previously, Zhao Hao's practice based on the chaotic notions of Wanxiang Fist had yielded a maximum score of 3 points. It was akin to the words of the esteemed Wang Jin, a head instructor of the 80,000 Imperial Guards, regarding Shi Jin, the 9-pattern dragon. Your technique is adequate, but it has flaws. You cannot best a true hero. Under Marlin's guidance, Zhao Hao had finally pierced through the veil, achieving 4 points. With further advancement, he would attain the level of a professional martial artist. Uncle Tai, you have a letter. Zhao Hao handed a letter to Uncle Tai and placed the breakfast he had purchased on the table, arranging the bowls, chopsticks, and chairs. Uncle Tai sat down, glanced at the letter, then tore it open. Nothing of interest. How? You should go in my stead. Consider it an opportunity to gain insight into the local collecting scene. Uncle Tai passed Zhao Hao a piece of paper from the envelope, and upon inspection, Zhao Hao realized it was an invitation. It stated that there would be a collector's salon the following afternoon, inviting Uncle Tai to attend. The next afternoon, Zhao Hao donned a newly purchased suit and smoothly attended the collector's salon. This gathering was hosted by affluent collectors in Free City, grandiosely termed an antique appraisal event. Uncle Tai served as a nominal consultant. The venue was a lavish villa situated in the heart of Manhattan, an area where real estate was incredibly valuable. It took a good 5 to 6 minutes to walk from the entrance to the main building, and there were 4 guards at the gate. Everywhere he turned, there were service personnel attending to guests, all resplendently adorned. Approximately 20 to 30 attendees were present at the salon, aside from a few experts in antique appraisal. The rest appeared to be wealthy patrons, evident from the luxurious watches adorning the men and the sparkling jewelry adorning the women. This stark contrast to the homeless in the subway station was not lost on Zhao Hao. However, He was not a saint. Brimming with compassion, he sought antiques. He had spotted several glimmering items that surely held fate points. However, rashly reaching out to touch them would be unwise. Fortunately, he still held the identity of a clerk at Uncle Ty's antique shop. Indeed, he had elevated himself from an apprentice to a clerk. It was clear that Uncle Ty had a notable reputation within the collecting circle of Free City. With a modicum of knowledge and the aid of the antique appraisal monocle, Zhao Hao managed to navigate the situation. After busily engaging for over half an hour, he finally managed to appraise two shimmering antiques. One was a Tang Sankai horse from the Song dynasty, displayed by an ignorant foreigner in their living room. The other was an ivory comb belonging to the Spanish royal family. He absorbed 36 and 38 fate points from them, respectively, bringing his total to 881 fate points. Just 19 points remained until he could perform a tenfold draw. Even if he relied solely on signing in, it would only take 4 or 5 days. 893. Just a hair's breadth away. Why must it be so close? Zhao Hao completed his sign-in, exasperatedly wishing to claw at the walls. In his desperation, Zhao Hao felt an overwhelming urge to venture onto the streets and battle a few foes. As the bus came to a halt in the morning, a police officer boarded. His sidearm visibly strapped at his waist. He addressed the driver, stating, "There has been a disturbance ahead. A group of unruly individuals is causing a ruckus, and the roads are blocked. You must turn around." His words incited a silent fury among several passengers of African descent who could only grit their teeth in response. The officer deliberately brandished his firearm, instilling a palpable fear that rendered them incapable of retorting or even meeting his gaze, lest they be unjustly accused and subjected to violence. Zhao Hao maneuvered into a narrow alley, hoping to circumvent the tumultuous area ahead. However, as he progressed, he found himself somewhat disoriented. Many of the ancient alleyways were mere dead ends. He was compelled to take a longer route. By the time Zhao Hao recalibrated his bearings, he had arrived in a desolate industrial district. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a black Volkswagen Beetle parked in a secluded corner of the street. Chapter 30. The Chess Piece Killer. This black Beetle is valued at no less than 40,000, a quintessential classic nostalgic vehicle. Selling such a car would certainly yield a considerable income. However, what could possibly bring it to such a remote location? Though curious, Zhao Hao was not one to indulge in idle gossip. Just as he intended to depart, the Beetle suddenly began to sway. A revelation struck him. During this era, America reigned supreme in the automotive industry, boasting an exceptionally high per capita vehicle ownership. In this decadent age, indulgence was rampant. A judge from Liberty City once remarked that out of the 300 cases of solicitation he adjudicated in a year, over 190 occurred within vehicles. The vibrations of the car, one could only imagine. Americans certainly knew how to revel. Of course, Zhao Hao was not the type to pry. He merely cast a glance. After about 30 seconds of observation, the vehicle ceased its tremors. Goodness, wasn't that a tad too efficient? Where were the legendary blue pills from America? One must be prepared. At that moment, the car door swung open, and a tall Caucasian man emerged from the back seat, adjusting his trousers as he stepped out. Zhao Hao thought to himself, rapid-firing ISNT frightful. It's the one caught in the act who feels the embarrassment. The woman remained unclothed. More alarming was the sight of the woman, unnaturally limp, her arms, legs, and head dangling as the man hoisted her over his shoulder. The man was quite handsome, with sharp features and a rugged charm, tall and robust, much to the delight of mainstream women in America. Oh dear. The man casually brushed his forehead and then, with a shrug, unceremoniously dropped the naked woman to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The woman, her golden hair a stark contrast to her wide-eyed terror, lay sprawled on the ground, her neck bearing dark bruises, and a black chess piece lodged in her chest. It had been forcefully pressed in, surely. It must have shattered her sternum. Undoubtedly, she was a corpse. "Hey, buddy, you're quite unfortunate," the man said, rolling up his sleeves as he approached Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao took a step back, his muscles tensing, and inquired, "Are you the chess piece killer?" "Haha." The man laughed. "The chess piece killer? Indeed. That's what the newspapers call me. Honestly, that name is utterly lame. I prefer to call myself the Nightingale Hunter." "Perish, fool." As he spoke, he lunged at Zhao Hao, closing the distance with a sudden burst of speed, leaping forward as if he were a tiger hunting its prey. Zhao Hao was taken aback. He was no ordinary man. "Oh, you're quite agile," the man exclaimed, darting forward to deliver a powerful stomp toward the crouching Zhao Hao. Prepared for the assault, Zhao Hao swiftly dodged, executing a sweeping kick. Ants can trip elephants. And indeed, it was as if the ant had managed to topple the elephant. Zhao Hao felt as though he had struck a wooden post. However, being a person of considerable strength, he managed to knock the unsuspecting man to the ground. Though he appeared to have suffered little injury, a normal person would have likely fractured their shin from such a blow, yet the man seemed merely surprised. Zhao Hao was undeterred. He immediately targeted the man's head with 2 swift kicks, blood streaming from a gash above his brow. The man swung his large hand towards Zhao Hao's ankle, but Zhao Hao nimbly evaded, leaping to deliver another kick to the man's abdomen. It felt akin to stepping on a car tire, remarkably resilient. Zhao Hao realized this man possessed greater strength than himself, with a robust physique. Relying solely on fists and feet would likely prove ineffective, though he noted the man lacked agility. Zhao Hao believed he had advanced to a new level of prowess, having established a solid foundation in martial arts, his combat abilities now far superior. The man slammed his fist into the ground, creating a substantial crater in the aged concrete. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao had already dashed into a nearby abandoned building. "Stop, you cunning monkey!" the man bellowed, charging toward the door Zhao Hao had secured. With a tremendous crash, the 3-inch thick wooden door shattered upon impact. The man's clothing tore from the splintered wood, but he paid it no mind, his eyes fixed with malicious intent on the fleeing Zhao Hao. "Monkey, you cannot escape." He charged up the stairs, taunting Zhao Hao, when suddenly he felt a chill at the back of his neck, his vision spinning. When did that monkey acquire a large knife? The disembodied head rolled down the stairs, the blood gushing forth. Now a new dilemma arose. How to handle the aftermath? Simply fleeing would not bode well. Should he be implicated in the investigation, it would be as if he had left a glaring trail. But how could he rationalize carrying a large knife? Moreover, Zhao Hao had no desire to expose his own dragon slayer. Ultimately, he found a metal sheet in a nearby derelict factory, arranging it at the crime scene to appear as though it had fallen, severing the man's head. Though superficial, as long as he explained himself adequately to Colt, he should escape scrutiny. Is it not reasonable for a reserve extraordinary individual to carry a weapon? Zhao Hao mused, dialing Colt from a public phone on the street. Within 10 minutes, a sleek black vehicle from the Bureau of Mysteries arrived. Sunglasses-clad agents began to collect the body and inspect the beetle. Just as they were finishing, the police arrived, alerted by a homeless man who had discovered the car and the body. At that moment, Zhao Hao was busy arranging the scene in the abandoned building. When the police presented their credentials to Colt, they were swiftly dismissed, taking the female corpse with them. The homeless man, who had reported the incident, was pulled aside by an agent. As he trembled, the agent produced a pen-like device from his pocket, saying, "Look here." The homeless man instinctively glanced, blinded by a flash, rendering him vacant and dazed. The agent tucked the device away, whispering, "You slept until noon today and saw nothing." The man obediently repeated, "Yes. I slept until noon and saw nothing." Zhao Hao observed the entire exchange, evaluating the Bureau of Mysteries with keen interest. Caution is paramount. Yet, he could scarcely believe the scene before him. "Colt, what is going on here?" Zhao Hao asked, astonished. Colt glanced at him, feigning nonchalance. "Ah, you mean that? It's a memory eraser pen, a new invention of the Bureau. It can erase short-term memories. Is that so? Isn't that more impressive than extraordinary individuals? Is technology truly the paramount force in battle? Have I chosen unwisely?" Colt wiped his nose. "It proves ineffective against the extraordinary." "Ah, I see. That alleviates my concerns significantly. Nevertheless, even so, it remains quite formidable. Wait, memory erasure, the man in sunglasses clad in black. Could you be the fabled men in black? In America, conspiracy theories flourish, resulting in a plethora of urban legends. One such tale speaks of a clandestine government agency known as the Men in Black, capable of erasing people's memories and concealing horrifying truths. This is astonishingly real, and it pertains to the mysterious agency. Urban legends exist right beside me." Zhao Hao inquired with curiosity. "Surely, you do not oversee extraterrestrials as well?" Colt waved his hand dismissively. "What are you thinking?" Zhao Hao felt a sense of relief. "Those extraterrestrials are entirely unregulated." Zhao Hao. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao contacted Uncle Tai, sharing some matters. Although resolved and unscathed, he intended to accompany Colt to the mysterious agency, having taken the morning off. Uncle Tai simply replied, "Be cautious in all things. If anything arises, call me, and I shall come." Chapter 31. At last, a tenfold drawl in the realm of the mysterious bureau, there was no intention to make things difficult for Zhao Hao. As he was considered one of their own, Colt was quite attentive to him, ensuring a steady supply of donuts and coffee. Typically, cases involving murder were not under the jurisdiction of the mysterious bureau. However, since the perpetrator was an extraordinary being and the matter pertained to the inner world, it fell within their purview. With the bounty from the Free City Police Department and the reward from the mysterious bureau combined, Zhao Hao received a staggering sum of $3,000 and an additional 30 merit points. Having been impoverished for so long, he momentarily found it hard to contain his excitement. Zhao Hao declared, "I wish to exchange for that memory eraser pen." Colt replied, "Internal equipment, not available for exchange." Zhao Hao, infuriated, exclaimed, "But I am also part of the mysterious bureau. When will I be able to equip myself?" Colt responded, "You must level up. Upon reaching level 3 as an agent, you can apply." Zhao Hao inquired, "How do I level up?" Colt stated, "Use the memory eraser pen on missions." Zhao Hao retorted, "But I cannot obtain the memory eraser pen without leveling up." Colt insisted, "Then go level up." Zhao Hao grumbled, "I never imagined you Americans would employ such tactics." Zhao Hao asked, "What level am I at now?" Colt replied with a smirk, "Level 0. Zhao Hao shot back, "You might as well say I'm a temporary worker." Colt chuckled, "The term temporary worker is quite clever. No need to raise salaries. And if something goes awry, they can take the blame. From now on, you shall be known as temporary workers." Zhao Hao sighed, "Let us stop talking. Let us just compete in mediocrity." The examination of the murderer concluded swiftly. He was neither a naturally gifted nor an awakened extraordinary being. In fact, such beings who experienced direct bodily mutations were exceedingly rare. Colt noted in the report signs of significant external spiritual energy interference, suspecting it to be the result of some malevolent ritual or potion. After some contemplation, Colt organized the files. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy 8 years ago, the inner world had become increasingly active. In the past 2 years, there had been frequent occurrences of severe extraordinary events. It is noteworthy that for nearly a century, extraordinary beings had not brazenly disrupted the stability of the outer world. Recently, the methods employed in these cases exhibited striking similarities, as they involved stimulating ordinary individuals with external spiritual energy, transforming them into pseudo-extraordinary beings. The term pseudo-extraordinary was used because these beings, induced by external factors, possessed significant flaws. Most notably, their inner thoughts would be amplified uncontrollably. Moreover, they could not genuinely control their spiritual energy, rendering them incapable of unleashing their full potential. In previous years, some individuals mutated due to accidents, such as being bitten by extraordinary insects or consuming certain potions from the inner world. Some became heroes and vigilantes, committed to saving the world, while others unleashed their basest desires, committing heinous acts. In those years, numerous incidents occurred, causing the mysterious bureau to become a cleanup crew. However, the current situation was different. If the previous occurrences of extraordinary heroes and villains were merely coincidences, now it appeared that some sort of workshop was systematically attempting to create these superordinary people. This was a method of breeding anomalies, utilizing certain strange objects to manufacture pseudo-extraordinary beings with significant defects but rapid formation. This had already transpired in over a dozen cases along the entire East Coast, and even some central states reported similar incidents. Yet, the mysterious bureau itself lacked sufficient martial strength, particularly when confronting extraordinary beings. They needed to bolster their forces. If this continued, they would find themselves increasingly powerless. Colt recalled his previous proposal to the director about establishing a team of extraordinary beings, which had been met with the need for careful deliberation. Regaining his composure, Colt approached Zhao Hao. "Zhao Hao, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, that maniac would have claimed even more lives." Zhao Hao replied, "No need for thanks. It was merely fortuitous timing." Colt continued, "Do not be modest. Our team detected that the headless corpse exhibited a spiritual energy response equivalent to a black iron 3-star. You managed to eliminate him within a month of entering the inner world, which is quite remarkable." Zhao Hao hastily explained, "It was just a stroke of luck. I happened to find a piece of iron. Otherwise, I would have had to flee." Colt raised an eyebrow and opened the file he held. "By the way, how do you plan to handle this piece?" The file contained details about a skeletal chess piece carved from bone, accompanied by various test results and hypotheses. Zhao Hao glanced at it. "Anomaly, bone chess piece, black pawn 1 ID, CD, 1-197807226-32146 Initial containment method. Sealed in lead metal and continuously isolated with an electromagnetic barrier. Description: this object is crafted from the bones of an unknown creature, measuring 5 centimeters in height and weighing 22 grams, resembling a black pawn. Its interior remains undetectable. Under prolonged inactivity, exceeding 60 minutes, the item will begin to move autonomously. It is suspected that other chess pieces may exist. According to ID, AD 1-1890033-35346, it is believed that this anomaly can bestow immense physical strength upon ordinary individuals, albeit at the cost of gradually distorting their minds. This anomaly shows signs of external spiritual energy interference, suspected to be under the control of an extraordinary being. More information requires further testing and experimentation. Zhao Hao pointed at the anomaly's ID and asked, "What does this mean?" Colt clarified, "This is not the chess piece that was found embedded in the chest of the female corpse. That piece was merely an ordinary plastic one. This one was found on the man, and when discovered by the men in black, they immediately initiated the containment protocol." Colt explained, "Because you are still a level 0 agent, this item cannot be classified as a standard recovery, so you have some degree of disposal authority. What are your thoughts?" Just as Iron Uncle possessed numerous anomalies and extraordinary items, the mysterious bureau could not possibly contain every discovered anomaly. In fact, they lacked the resources to do so. Occasionally, they even utilized certain anomalies for their purposes. Otherwise, how would that memory eraser pen have come into existence? Zhao Hao waved his hands. "I leave the decision to the bureau. I have no objections." Zhao Hao added, "This item clearly belongs to a set. Keeping it would only invite trouble. It is best to hand it over to the mysterious bureau for them to manage." Zhao Hao felt immensely satisfied with his decision. Akin to placing money found from a fortune into a temple's merit box, allowing the Buddha to bestow longevity upon those who had conferred such blessings. Moreover, Colt had come to him directly with a photograph, clearly indicating he had no intention of letting Zhao Hao keep it. Colt patted Zhao Hao's shoulder. "Good lad, quite clever. I'll take the liberty to grant you an additional 30 merit points." This individual was the very one who had taken the anomaly from Heidegger's basement upon Zhao Hao's arrival in this world. Zhao Hao returned home after a typical workday, engaging in light conversation with his neighbor, Elena, and agreeing to enjoy her newly learned songs over the weekend. However, the moment he stepped inside and closed the door, Zhao Hao suddenly leaped with excitement. I won! I won!" He jubilantly punched the air, spun in circles, and jumped, resembling a gorilla who had just discovered a bunch of bananas. Today, having vanquished the chess piece killer, he had amassed 55 fate points and 89, 355, 948 fate points. The black iron level card draw promised at least one character card. Moreover, with a 10 discount, only 900 points were required. Zhao Hao felt like a true ninja. At long last, he had finally gathered enough for the draw. At this moment, Zhao Hao could no longer contain himself. If he did not proceed with the tenfold draw, he would surely burst. The readers would likely become equally impatient. System draw. Wait. I will first wash my hands. Suddenly, Zhao Hao recalled something. He initially washed his hands, but then felt it inappropriate and proceeded to wash his face with great care. Following that, he began to pray, invoking deities from Allah to God, from Buddha to the Three Pure Ones, from Odin to Yang Chaunwei, and from the Jade Emperor to the Divine Zeus. All right, I am here. System, draw card. In a moment of daze, Zhao Hao envisioned 10 cards in his mind. Chapter 32, Multi-Hook Cat, Barrier Master. In Zhao Hao's mind, cards were arranged in 2 neat rows of 5, totaling 10 cards. This is how it should be. So orderly. Previously, having them one by one felt exceedingly lonely. 10 consecutive draws are the way to go, indeed. Goodness, the red eye effect. If this were accompanied by a dedicated BGM, it would be an absolute knockout. Hunter's Sensory Perception, Black Iron 3-star ability card equipment, grants you the sensory abilities of a demon hunter, allowing for effective observation, tracking of spiritual energy, sense, traces, and more. Remark: this trace of spiritual energy is from a sorceress. Zhao Hao. This card seems a bit inappropriate. Upon seeing this card, Zhao Hao grasped the concept of ability cards. If character cards equip him with the powers of the character depicted, then ability cards bestow upon him a specific skill. In other words, equipping this card would enable him to gain the sensory abilities of a demon hunter. He recalled that in the game, The character J Camel could detect traces and scents. Coupled with his natural yin-yang eyes, they would be a formidable combination. Excellent. Quite invigorating. Like character cards, ability cards also have slot limitations. Zhao Hao currently possessed only one character card slot, which was occupied by Black Tiger A Fu. He had 6 equipment card slots, with Dragon Slayer Knife equipped. There were still 2 ability slots and 2 summoning slots available. As for item cards, those do not require equipping and do not occupy slots. As Zhao Hao contemplated his equipment, the Hunter's Sensory Perception card was seamlessly embedded into an ability slot. Instantly, he felt a clarity of mind. A cacophony of sounds began to emerge around him, and he detected a myriad of complex scents. Upon opening his character interface, he observed that everything remained unchanged, except his spiritual vision had increased by 3 points, now totaling 25 points. This could be a double-edged sword. It might lead to perceiving unsavory entities. Before he could acclimate to the sudden enhancement of his senses, he turned his attention to the second card. The illustration depicted a young boy clad in traditional Fusung-style robes, appearing no older than 6 or 7. He was forming hand seals, accompanied by a towering staff, and beside him floated a being with the upper body of a dog and a lower body resembling a ghostly figure. The style was unmistakably Fusung. But was he not a tad too young for such endeavors? Had he entered the world of work during kindergarten? Young Barrier Master. MO Village Lis Ho, 1-3. Black Iron 3-star character card attributes. 2 Perception, 2 Spirit Talent. Spiritual Power Skills. Inner Flow Barrier Technique Fragment. Paper Shikigami Technique. Inagami Breeding. Remark. The mightiest barrier masters dwell within their own realms. Oh, my beloved character card. A guaranteed character card from 10 consecutive draws. The highlight of the 10 draws. Yet, this time, fortune did not favor him as it had in his initial draw. This was merely a fragmentary character card. It required 2 black iron fragments to coalesce into a complete card for equipping. Alas, how disappointing. Is this system perhaps developed by programmers from Penguin? Zhao Hao shook his head in despair, then set aside this card to examine the next one. The illustration portrayed a large, tawny cat standing upright, wielding a trident-like hook. Multi-hook cat. Black Iron 2-star summoning card use. Permanently summon a multi-hook cat to obey your commands. Skills. Camouflage. Feline Instinct. Rodent Slayer. Note. No summoning cost. Duration is permanent and does not occupy a summoning slot. Remark. What malice could a small cat from Beech Forest possibly harbor? Camouflage. Disguises itself as an ordinary small cat. Feline Instinct. Possesses unique feline instincts and traits. Rodent Slayer. Inflicts additional intimidation and lethality towards all rodents. Zhao Hao was instantly intrigued. An exceptional summoning card? It felt as though he had struck gold. Upon further inspection, he realized that this card did not activate through an equipment slot, but could be utilized directly, akin to an item card. Such instances were rare, as summoning slots were also limited. This effectively represented an additional summoning entity. Other summoning cards often had time restrictions or various costs upon each summoning, with some allowing for permanent summoning but occupying a slot. Once the card was unequipped, the summoned entity vanished. This was different, entirely unique. The implications were profound. Generally, such extraordinary summons were immensely powerful. This was well documented. Zhao Hao promptly chose to utilize the card. Then, marvelously, a plump, striped ginger cat manifested on Zhao Hao's desk, lazily stretching and yawning. Zhao Hao and the feline stared at each other for a prolonged moment. Something was amiss. This creature was not as he had envisioned. Where was his grand multi-hook cat? I want a refund. I wish to lodge a complaint. The ginger cat lazily rolled over, exposing its snowy belly, then extended its paw to reveal a short trident hook measuring over 10 centimeters, scratching its belly in contentment. Ginger cat. Indeed, that would be me. Zhao Hao astonishingly understood its meaning. I cannot believe this. Zhao Hao slumped in his chair, tugging at his hair in dismay. How foolish I am. I knew that pig farms and chicken farms were notorious for deceit, but I never anticipated being swindled after traversing realms. Truly, I am a fool. After a while, noticing Zhao Hao still mired in despondence, the ginger cat nudged him with its paw. I'm hungry. Bring me something to eat. Zhao Hao, how dare you still ask for food? Ginger cat, what do I have to be ashamed of? Fortunately, after activating the hunter's sensory perception, Zhao Hao detected a faint yellow glow emanating from within the ginger cat. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to open a window and toss it out. However, The ginger cat was also quite vigilant, perked up its ears, and curled up. In that instant, the yellow glow vanished from Zhao Hao's sight. Could this be its camouflage skill? It seemed somewhat useful. The ginger cat was enthusiastically enjoying its dinner, a sausage, a hefty piece of bread, and a carton of milk. It was quite unpicky. Zhao Hao had named the cat Ginger, hoping it would live up to its name. Resolving to accept reality, he steeled himself to continue examining the cards. He had to complete the draws he initiated, even amidst tears. On the fourth card, an illustration depicted a person blowing a whistle, while a large bulldog perked up its ears in response, exuding a menacing expression. The kind of dog that would charge towards women and children without a leash. Dog whistle, black iron 2-star item card use. Summon a black iron 2-star tracking dog to fight for you, lasting 10 minutes. Usage count, 3-3 remark, shut the door. Unleash the dog. Zhao Hao extended his hand, and the card materialized into a whistle, an ordinary bone whistle, adorned with a short string, seemingly for wearing around the neck. How should I put it? A black iron 2-star tracking dog should hold considerable value. After all, both Heidegger and the chess piece assassin he encountered earlier were merely black iron 3-star entities, already beyond the threshold where an ordinary person with a small caliber handgun would struggle. Even if part of the value of this black iron 2-star tracking dog stemmed from its functionality, its combat capability would undoubtedly surpass that of a normal large dog, perhaps even exceeding that of some ferocious beasts. Zhao Hao believed he could take on a cougar in a duel. Moreover, being a tracking dog, it must possess unique tracking skills. However, with only 3 uses, this was quite bothersome. Even with continuous usage, the total duration would only amount to 30 minutes. Overall, it felt slightly lacking. Nevertheless, it was still more valuable than some other cards. Zhao Hao glanced at the plump cat, Ginger, licking its bowl. Ginger paused, looking up at Zhao Hao. What are you staring at? Nothing much, please continue eating. Jizzy said, oh, by the way, could you bring me some more? It nudged its cat bowl. This cat consumes a staggering 1.5 pounds of food daily. After the dog whistle, there appeared a card depicting a white shoulder guard. Leather armor, black iron 1-star equipment card defense. 5 armor remarks. It is far more reliable than it appears. Lo and behold, an equipment card, and its armor. Zhao Hao hastily donned it, and then reached to touch it, sensing a slight tightness in his skin. What does a defense of 5 armor signify? After pondering for quite some time, Zhao Hao decided to take a leap of faith and test it. He used a dining knife, starting from light to heavy, experimenting with slicing, cutting, and stabbing, leaving several shallow wounds on his arm. How to put it? The defensive power of 5 armor is roughly equivalent to a 1mm sheet of soft iron. A common person wielding a dagger would find it difficult to inflict a wound. Yet it could not withstand a direct stab. Zhao Hao surmised that if a typical individual waved a dagger around carelessly, as long as he dodged in time and absorbed the force, it would likely only leave a white mark on his skin or a shallow wound that broke the skin without drawing blood. However, should they decide to stab directly, this level of defense would prove inadequate, not to mention against a firearm. Nevertheless, it suffices, considering that many car exteriors have a thickness of less than 1 millimeter. For instance, Japanese cars. Although it is merely a black iron 1-star equipment card, it bestowed upon Zhao Hao a profound sense of security. He touched his chest, feeling at ease. The subsequent card depicted a seemingly sturdy iron blue branch adorned with green leaves. Iron tree branch, black iron 1-star equipment card attributes. 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 intelligence. Usage, plant 1 tree that is commonly found in the surrounding environment. Usage count, 1 remarks. There are 2 trees in front of my door. One is planted by me, and the other is also planted by me. An attribute-enhancing piece of equipment. Now this is more like it. Fortunately, Zhao Hao had 6 equipment slots available and equipped them all. Zhao Hao exclaimed, I feel as though I have grown a tad smarter. He clenched his fist, producing a satisfying crack. The sensation of having 9 points of strength is truly unparalleled. He felt as if he could knock out a hefty cat with a single punch. Jizzy remarked, why are you looking at me? Zhao Hao, with a gentle smile, replied, it's nothing. Please continue eating. Are you done? Noticing Zhao Hao's amiable expression, Jizzy's keen instinct for danger began to alert it. Jizzy responded, I'm done. I'm done. I'm full. Thank you. The next card illustrated an Asian youth clad in training attire, practicing martial arts. Could it be? Is it yet another character card? Unfortunately, it was not. The Training Memories of the Strongest Disciple. By Ben Jian E. Black Iron 2-star function card usage. Acquire the memories and insights of Bai Binjian during his initial training at Liangshanbo. Usage count. 1-1 remarks. The rise of an underdog protagonist. Function cards are a broad category, with many cards classified as such, and this one evidently enables Zhao Hao to gain insights and experiences. Upon reflection, it is indeed quite beneficial. After all, this individual is the protagonist from the anime The Strongest Disciple, GNE. Although the series is merely a spirited martial arts manga with combat capabilities considered relatively low, it is nonetheless impressive, a perfect match for Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao felt as if he had experienced numerous days, empathizing deeply with Bai Binjian's training journey. When he finally regained consciousness, only a few minutes had passed, leaving him with a sense of temporal dislocation. However, it was undeniably useful. He felt his understanding of martial arts had transformed entirely. The words that Marlin had shared with him seemed to carry an entirely different meaning now. This ignited within him an uncontrollable urge to unleash a flurry of punches. Zhao Hao glanced over at the hefty cat. Juzi exclaimed, "Danger! I'm not eating anymore. What else do you want from me?" Chapter 33. The most powerful barrier master. Next comes the 8th card, adorned with an illuminating flashlight illustration. Bright flashlight, black iron 1-star item card blinding, directly shines into the target's eyes, rendering them unable to see for a brief period. Dispelling darkness, capable of illuminating areas shrouded in darkness where light cannot reach. Illumination duration, 100,100 hours. Note: it is advisable to find a method for recharging. Alas, this is essentially the least valuable card from this tenfold draw. The final 2 cards are identical, each depicting fragments of black iron. Black iron fragment card, black iron 5-star functional card. Usage: can substitute for any black iron tier card fragments to synthesize cards. Note: a versatile black iron solution. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Hao let out a sigh of relief. He only needed 2 more fragments for Young Barrier Master 1-3. A concern that had weighed on his mind. It turns out they could be synthesized in this manner. By consuming 2 black iron fragment cards, he could complete the Young Barrier Master. The number of card slots indicates that character cards hold greater importance compared to other card types. Within the current black iron level draws, there is a high probability of obtaining fragment cards for character cards. Each time Zhao Hao levels up, he gains 1 additional character card slot. Summoning cards and equipment cards begin to yield fragment cards in bronze level draws, with each level up granting 2 corresponding slots. Ability cards start to show fragments in silver level draws, with 2 ability card slots gained for each level up. Fragment cards among functional cards exist solely to complete whole cards. Item cards and functional cards are complete cards and will not yield fragments. Drawing them is a boon. Item cards can be manifested at will or cardified without any slot restrictions, allowing for unrestricted usage. The emergence of fragment cards at different levels clearly signifies the importance of card types: character cards, summoning cards, equipment cards, ability cards, item cards, and functional cards. Reflecting on this, it seems fortunate that Zhao Hao drew the complete Black Tiger A Fu right off the bat. Of course, it could also be a reward for his first draw. Character cards are immensely valuable, but require a greater number of fragment cards for synthesis. Ability cards, equipment cards, and summoning cards share similar importance, yet they are limited by the number of slots. Conversely, functional cards and item cards, which may seem like promotional bonuses, can be used freely and might yield extraordinary effects in special circumstances. Zhao Hao needed to ponder this balance carefully. Young Barrier Master is a black iron 3-star, 1 star higher than Black Tiger A Fu. In terms of attribute enhancement, it provides an additional point. However, the Young Barrier Master clearly leans towards mental attributes, enhancing perception and spirit. Attributes, though significant, are not the focal point. The emphasis lies on talent and spiritual energy. Currently, Zhao Hao possesses only 1 character card slot, so he replaced Black Tiger A Fu with Young Barrier Master. Suddenly, he felt a pang of nostalgia, for his physical strength, agility, and sensitivity had all diminished by 1, leaving him feeling somewhat hollow. Nonetheless, he had already mastered the Universal Fist, ensuring that he would not lose it due to the card change. That was his hard-earned skill. Zhao Hao declared, "My current prowess is entirely due to my talent and effort." System, tenfold draw. Perhaps the enhancement of attributes is merely a minor aspect of character cards. Their greater value lies in enabling Zhao Hao to learn the abilities of the card's character. Upon equipping Young Barrier Master, it was akin to when he donned Black Tiger A Fu. He glimpsed fragments of memories, uncovering much about the family and that world. Zhao Hao made a mental comparison and discerned the card's origin. Barrier Master, an exceptional yet underrated manga, features his elder brother. As its protagonist, a 14-year-old boy utilizing barrier techniques to protect ancestral lands from demonic invasions. His mastery of barrier arts reached astonishing heights, formidable enough to rival deities. Regrettably, if the protagonist were involved, even in the early stages of the anime, he would undoubtedly be a Black Iron 5-star. In contrast, the 6-year-old, due to his tender age, had yet to fully master the barrier arts but excelled in nurturing the Inagami. Simultaneously, Zhao Hao felt a newfound clarity of mind as the surrounding world became vividly alive. This was attributed to the perception and spirit attributes of Tu. Although mental attributes do not directly enhance combat like strength, agility, and sensitivity, they are far from insignificant. More importantly, it felt as if something extra had emerged within Zhao Hao. A unique energy coursed through his body, spiritual energy as a barrier master. Is this spiritual energy? A form of spiritual power. Zhao Hao suddenly felt a tangible understanding of spiritual energy. According to Uncle Tai's teachings, this step must be taken by himself to solidify his foundation. Now, with a precise perception of the spiritual energy within him, he gained insights into his spiritual power. It is worth noting that in Fusang, spiritual energy is merely a variant of spiritual power. This gifted spiritual energy, embodied by the 6-year-old, is the primary reason the system recognizes him as a Black Iron 3-star, surpassing Black Tiger A Fu. As for skills, the Interflow Barrier technique is a unique form of barrier art, immensely powerful when mastered to its utmost potential, capable of creating a microcosm. Unfortunately, is merely a 6-year-old child and not the legitimate heir of the Interflow Barrier Master, thus possessing only a fraction of the foundational techniques, a remnant of the Interflow Barrier technique. Conversely, the Paper Shikigami technique is rather rudimentary, a popular method in Fusang that temporarily animates paper figures to assist with tasks. Significantly inferior to Uncle Tai's paper figure and horse techniques, and utterly ineffective in combat due to its weakness. The nurturing of Inagami is a tradition of the family, employing these spirits to locate demons and engage in battle. Since regularly cares for the family's Inagami, he has mastered this nurturing technique. The card's primary value lies in spiritual energy and barrier arts. Spiritual energy not only grants Zhao Hao access to a wondrous form of energy, but also significantly aids in awakening his own spiritual power. Barrier arts utilize spiritual energy to construct spells, weaving them into a net that forms boundaries, delineating specific areas. Such spells can open pathways, obstruct, control, or eliminate adversaries. Zhao Hao raised his finger like a sword, beginning to cast spells as per his memories. Square enclosure, set line, bind. The square enclosure designates the target or location. Set line determines the boundary lines of the barrier, and the final bind utilizes spiritual energy to construct the barrier. With a soft pop, a faint blue light flickered in Zhao Hao's eyes, dissipating like a burst bubble. The barrier technique had failed. This was hardly surprising, as this art is several dozen to 100 times more complex than martial arts. Although he had theoretically learned it and absorbed ample experience from his memories, it was his first attempt, and success was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, the cautious orange cat, seeking refuge atop a large wardrobe, curiously peered down, wondering, what on earth is happening? Was that some kind of spell? Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, the seemingly edible orange cat could also perceive spiritual energy while he repeatedly attempted the barrier technique. That night, Zhao Hao finally fell asleep at 1 a.m, having succeeded in casting the barrier technique. Nonetheless, his speed, intensity, and precision remained lacking, necessitating further practice. The recent 10 consecutive draws have significantly elevated Zhao Hao's capabilities. The training from the strongest disciple by Bin Jian has provided him with a formal introduction to martial arts, as opposed to the self-taught approach supplemented only by Ma Long's occasional guidance. This foundation has solidified his skills in boxing, enabling him to seek deeper levels of progress. Furthermore, the young boundary master, Mo Village Li Shou, has allowed Zhao Hao to experience the allure of magic for the first time, prompting him to intuitively perceive and ponder the essence of spiritual energy, which has greatly aided in awakening his own latent abilities. In recent days, Zhao Hao has been diligently training from dawn till dusk. Each morning, he begins with several rounds of boxing warm-up exercises, followed by fundamental footwork and stance training. Afterward, he heads to the shop to work, where the relative tranquility allows him to mentally simulate the application of boundary techniques. He often sneaks into the backyard to practice boxing while Uncle Tai is distracted, leading Uncle Tai to mistakenly believe that Zhao Hao, having endured the incident with the chess piece assassin, has genuinely become infatuated with martial arts, prompting him to offer unsolicited guidance. Ironically, despite his disdain for sheer physicality, Uncle Tai's own prowess is formidable, leaving Zhao Hao rolling on the ground from the intensity of his training. Although Zhao Hao endures considerable hardship, Uncle Tai finds himself increasingly swayed. Could this young man truly be a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy? How is he progressing so rapidly, demonstrating such groundedness and sincerity? Is he genuinely self-taught? In both martial arts and magic, true mastery is typically unattainable without a mentor's direct instruction, and the absence of such guidance can even lead to adverse effects. Yet here they are, encountering a self-taught individual. Uncle Tai's worldview is beginning to waver. Regardless, Zhao Hao remains undeterred, focusing solely on his training. He practices relentlessly, believing that as long as he does not succumb to exhaustion, he should push himself to the limit. At home, he primarily engages in boundary technique practice, alternating between depleting his spiritual energy with boxing and replenishing it through boundary spells. Boundary techniques are inherently complex. The initial step of establishing a boundary is already a formidable challenge, demanding high standards for strength, range, duration, and precision. Additionally, since boundaries are three-dimensional constructs, the ability to visualize in 3 dimensions is crucial. In the original anime, boundaries are depicted in cubic and spherical forms. Yet there is potential for the development of many more shapes, such as tetrahedrons, cones, ovoids, and even honeycomb spheres. However, such advancements remain distant for Zhao Hao. In the source material, the primary function of boundaries is isolation. Enclosing oneself serves as defense, while encasing an opponent constitutes an offensive maneuver. Moreover, once an enemy is trapped, one may choose to eliminate them by dismantling the boundary. There exists a technique to open portals to other realms, drawing in the remnants of an enemy's malicious energy. Given that the principal adversaries in the anime are monsters, even in death, they dissipate into malevolent energy or miasma, capable of reconstituting or regenerating. Thus, this step is essential. However, Mo Village Li Shou is merely a 6-year-old child who has just begun his training as a boundary master, and the concepts of elimination and portal creation have not yet been addressed. Furthermore, Zhao Hao is unlikely to harness the alternate dimensions depicted in the anime. Instead, he finds promise in a technique known as Thread of Thought, which Mo Village Li Shou has mastered well, using spiritual energy to form ropes for binding and dragging away malevolent entities. Other abilities, such as creating passages to alternate realms, also fall within the realm of boundary techniques. The manga even showcases a capability called True Boundary, which allows the creation of a separate space, thus explaining why boundary masters are regarded as the most formidable practitioners. In summary, the skills are present, yet Zhao Hao must adapt and refine them in accordance with reality. He must fully master boundary techniques to the extent that he can freely utilize them without relying on character cards. Furthermore, he must awaken his own spiritual energy. For even with the destiny card system, one must never forsake personal effort and the pursuit of strength. On the 34th star, amidst the realm of test tube babies and mortals, Zhao Hao found himself, as usual, lost in thought while polishing a piece of porcelain, his mind preoccupied with optimizing his barrier technique. After all, the lengthy incantation time of over 2 seconds made it exceedingly difficult to strike a moving target. The adversaries, being far from foolish, would not remain stationary. Zhao Hao pondered. Must I predict their movements? No, it is imperative to hone my instant casting abilities. At that moment, the doorbell chimed, and a newspaper delivery worker clad in a green vest entered, dropping off several papers before departing. Uncle Tai had subscribed only to the Free City Daily, the East Coast Weekly, and the Nichome Collectibles magazine. The remainder of the publications were those Zhao Hao had ordered, driven by his insatiable curiosity about the world's developments. To his surprise, he discovered a particular news item in several of the papers and journals. Uncle Tai also noticed it and read aloud. British obstetrician Patrick Steptoe and physiologist Robert Edwards have collaborated to develop the test tube baby technique involving the implantation of embryos conceived through in vitro fertilization, with the first test tube baby born just 3 days ago. The secrets of life are further unveiled to humanity as we tread into the domain of the divine. Zhao Hao had heard of test tube babies in his previous life, but hearing about it anew felt entirely different. He asked Uncle Tai, somewhat bewildered, "What does the advancement of technology signify for us? Rockets can now carry humans to the moon. How should we, the extraordinary beings, position ourselves?" Uncle Tai leisurely folded the newspaper and replied, "Why concern ourselves with such matters? We should focus on our own endeavors." In ancient times, even Emperor Qin's creation of the terracotta army and the construction of the Great Wall did not hinder the cultivation of energy practitioners. What of manned space travel or test tube babies? Will you cease your training because NASA launches rockets? He continued, "As for the progress of technology, I find it difficult to discern whether it is beneficial or detrimental. For instance, do you know why America has not attempted to return to the moon since the Apollo missions? There were significant tremors within the world at that time, and much remains mysterious." He shook his head, referencing the recent emergence of test tube babies. During the reign of Huizong, an insidious practice of surrogacy emerged within the Song dynasty, leading to the suffering of countless commoners' daughters, who became mere vessels for the wealthy elite. Ultimately, the imperial court dispatched troops, and various sects sent their masters to eradicate all related practices. Strict laws were enacted to ensure such malevolence would not resurface. Yet now, biotechnology has rendered this once dreadful practice accessible to ordinary people. How can we guarantee the safety of those without power or influence? Once human lives are commodified, they swiftly become cheap in days past, and on Saturday, July 29th, Uncle Tai left for errands and granted Zhao Hao a 2-day respite, closing the shop. Early in the morning, Zhao Hao began his training in the yard, detaching the iron tree branch from its slot to engage in exercises with his formidable strength of 666, aiming for optimal results through weight-bearing stances, target practice, and more. As 2 heavy dumbbells thudded to the ground, a nearby child named Shiomon trembled. Holding his toy car, he curiously asked his sister, "Elena, what do you think Zhao Hao is doing?" Shiomon pouted. "Shiomon is also a man. Just wait, Elena." Just as he attempted to escape from his annoying sister, the orange cat appeared. The feline Shiomon climbed onto a wooden box to pet the orange cat, even sharing candy from his pocket. Elena, having noticed Zhao Hao's new pet, intervened. "Don't feed the cat sweets. They don't eat that." Observing Zhao Hao conclude his strength training and transition into stretching and flexibility exercises, Elena discarded her own distractions and approached him. "Brother Zhao, I excel at flexibility training. Allow me to assist you." Demonstrating a backbend, she impressed him. Zhao Hao remarked, "Indeed, you are remarkably flexible. But please, refrain from such displays. There are many dangers outside." Unlike my reliability, time spent in the company of a beautiful girl flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. Not only did Elena instruct Zhao Hao on stretching techniques and flexibility exercises, but she also showcased a new dance she had learned. Zhao Hao was later invited to a meal by the neighbor, Aunt Sarah, which he greatly appreciated. Perhaps due to Elena's assistance, Zhao Hao experienced a sudden surge in his abilities after his evening training. Realizing he had leveled up, he progressed from a mortal rank of 4 stars, gaining a boost in both physique and agility. With 100 fate points, his combat techniques advanced from level 4 to 5, his athletic balance similarly improved, and he acquired a new skill in gymnastics, 1. Indeed, the presence of a beautiful maiden is the greatest catalyst for progress. On Sunday, Zhao Hao spent the day dining with his friends, Go Quan and Fatty. The 3 had grown comfortable with one another. Fatty, unlike Uncle Tai, was not overly concerned with the strictures surrounding the knowledge of the hidden world. He dismissed such rules and displayed a rebellious spirit. His arrival in America certainly had its reasons. That evening, as neighbors Adams and Sarah hosted a gathering, Zhao Hao was asked to look after Elena and Shiomon. He took the siblings to see a film. Elena was thrilled, while Shiomon felt he was under constant scrutiny from his sister, believing himself to be a burden. Thankfully, he had the orange cat for companionship. As they enjoyed popcorn and soda at the cinema, Zhao Hao concluded his usual boxing workout and showered before practicing his barrier technique. He reviewed his diary and monthly report. The diary noted his enjoyable meal with Go Quan and Fatty, especially the delicious braised ribs. While the report indicated that the upcoming month would see intensified psychic energy fluctuations, complicating spellcasting, he ignited incense and, following the methods of the sleeping dragon technique, drifted into slumber. Yet this time was unlike any other. Within his deep sleep, his spiritual energy began to flow according to the principles of the sleeping dragon technique. Gradually, he became aware of his surroundings and slowly awakened. To his astonishment, he found himself not in his own home, but suspended in a softly glowing void. Where am I? Zhao Hao realized that he had not merely awakened from a dream. This was a dream realm. Recognizing his state, he instinctively manifested solid ground beneath his feet, as if floating on an island in the void. Although perplexed, the movement of his inner energy guided him. He followed the current toward a vibrant spectacle in the sky, reminiscent of the aurora borealis. Around him, countless colorful bubbles floated, some dazzlingly bright, others monochrome, some quivering violently, while others expanded slowly. Approaching one bubble, he discovered Shiomon inside, racing a toy car in the community, with the orange cat perched atop it, while a girl strikingly similar to Elena pleaded to join him. What was this madness? Just as he contemplated moving closer, he felt an even stronger pull. He raised his head, and countless bubbles in the sky parted to reveal a path. Then Zhao Hao beheld the ocean of radiance. At some unknown moment, the bubble in which he resided had ascended from that path into the luminous sea. He felt that within this warm-hued ocean of light, something had forged a connection with him. Chapter 35. Awakening of Psychic Energy, Black Iron 1 star. The radiant ocean of light and its connection to his dreams intertwined with his very breath, as if he were freely interacting with this luminous sea. Even upon arriving at the shop, Zhao Hao was still unable to comprehend the true significance of this dream. It is well known that, regardless of cultural context, extraordinary dreams should never be dismissed lightly. Moreover, given that he was now a near superior being, he could not simply attribute this to a mere dream. He seemed to have witnessed his neighbor, Little Xiao Man, riding a small cart with Zhu Zua, mockingly taunting the pursuing Elena. Yet upon reflection, he realized that the Elena in his dream was far less appealing than in reality, almost cartoonish and grotesque. Zhao Hao felt a twinge of panic. Could this possibly be an ominous omen? Just then, Uncle Tai called out to him. Hey, what are you doing? If you keep rubbing, you'll wear away the patterns on that vase. Zhao Hao snapped back to reality, dropping the cloth and hurriedly approaching Uncle Tai. Help me. Uncle Tai stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing at Zhao Hao. Speak. Zhao Hao hastily recounted the details of his dream from the previous night. Uncle Tai furrowed his brow, deep in thought, muttering, This can't be. It shouldn't be. Zhao Hao's heart raced with anxiety. Is it some terminal illness? Uncle Tai pondered. Could it be that Zhao Hao, not only a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, is also a rare talent in chi refinement? He gazed intently at Zhao Hao and declared, If I'm not mistaken, you might be on the verge of awakening your chi. Awakening chi? Uncle Tai nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It means awakening psychic energy. But, I don't feel anything special. Zhao Hao protested. In the Song dynasty, this phenomenon was referred to as awakening chi, while in the Western realms, it was commonly known as psychic awakening. Here, take this talisman, focus your attention on it, and envision drawing forth an energy from within your body. Zhao Hao was somewhat familiar with this process, as it was similar to casting barrier techniques, albeit significantly more complex. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He discreetly removed the character card of Young Barrier Master. With this card's spiritual power dissipated, he began to follow Uncle Tai's instructions, channeling his chi. To his astonishment, the talisman in Zhao Hao's hand suddenly ignited with flames. He quickly tossed aside the burning talisman, his heart racing with joy. Uncle Tai? Could it be that I have awakened my psychic energy? Uncle Tai observed the burnt talisman on the ground and nodded in surprise. This lad has truly awakened his chi. That was remarkably swift. It hasn't even been 2 months. What kind of genius is this? Furthermore, igniting the spiritual talisman so effortlessly, does this imply he has also mastered the invocation of spiritual chi? When he first arrived, he appeared to be on the brink of failure, yet somehow managed to evade disaster. Could it be that surviving great peril brings about great fortune? In reality, Zhao Hao's upgrade, along with enhancements from his equipment and character card, had significantly bolstered his foundational abilities, akin to accelerating his rate of experience acquisition. The Young Barrier Master card had granted him invaluable experience in utilizing spiritual power, thus increasing his chances of success in leveling up. As for channeling his inner psychic energy and triggering the spiritual talisman, Zhao Hao had been diligently training for several hours each day, repeatedly practicing barrier techniques. Making him adept at mobilizing his internal energy, this was far from his first attempt. Hence, Uncle Tai found Zhao Hao's speed of awakening psychic energy and his adeptness in using it astonishing, deeming him a once-in-a-century talent in chi refinement. Zhao Hao retorted, "There is no such thing as a once-in-a-century genius. Everything I possess is the result of my hard work." System, draw a card. Just as Zhao Hao was reveling in his excitement, the fate card system in his mind responded. Level up, Black Iron 1 star, 1,000 fate points. Task completed, advance to Black Iron, 200 fate points. With his ascension to Black Iron 1 star, Zhao Hao's attributes received a significant boost. Perception 1, Spirit 2. Indeed, according to the standards of superhuman beings, the awakening of psychic energy signified his departure from the realm of mortals, marking him as a Black Iron level extraordinary being. Zhao Hao gasped in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Uncle Tai, regaining his composure, remarked, "It is merely a successful awakening of qi. What is there to boast about? You hastily awakened your qi. Your foundation is unstable. Shouldn't you quickly copy the scriptures?" Zhao Hao swiftly suppressed his exhilaration, obediently retrieving the yellow court intercene scripture and began to transcribe with meticulous care. After awakening his psychic energy, the act of copying scriptures felt entirely different. The characters began to warp and swirl before his eyes, emanating various hues of light. After merely 2 minutes of transcription, Zhao Hao was bewildered, rubbing his eyes and exclaiming to Uncle Tai, "Uncle Tai, something's off." Uncle Tai, busy dusting off a Persian tapestry with a feather duster, was startled and lacked his usual composure. Zhao Hao pointed at Uncle Tai. "Uncle Tai, there's a glow above your head." It disappeared. Uncle Tai turned around, his expression grave, gripping the feather duster tightly. "How dare you jest with me, boy? You must be itching for trouble." "Wait, Uncle Tai, I'm not lying. I truly saw a light just now, and also yes, the scripture is glowing too," Zhao Hao insisted, waving his hands. Uncle Tai set down the feather duster, inquiring, "The scripture is glowing. Did you truly see a light above my head?" Zhao Hao nodded. "What color or shape was it? Describe it in detail," Uncle Tai asked, counting on his fingers. "Perhaps you weren't mistaken." "Not mistaken. So what did I see?" Zhao Hao pressed. "Are you saying I have attained the eye God among the 24 divine scenes?" Zhao Hao could hardly contain his laughter. Uncle Tai scoffed disdainfully. "You have quite the imagination. If the upper clear canon could grant you that, you would ascend to the heavens. What you have achieved is merely a technique born from your innate yin-yang eyes. After awakening your qi, it has transformed into a form of magic. As for the 24 divine scenes, why not claim you have attained the Buddha's eye, illuminating the 3 realms?" Zhao Hao scratched his head. "Then what kind of magic have I attained?" Uncle Tai replied, "It is likely a form of qi viewing technique. Have you read the records of the Grand Historian? How did Fan Zeng describe Liu Bang to Xiang Yu at the feast at Hongmen? I had someone observe his aura. It was all dragons and tigers, a 5-colored majesty. This is the aura of an emperor. Strike quickly. Do not miss." This refers to Fan Zeng consulting a sorcerer to gauge Liu Bang's fortune. The 5-colored dragons and tigers symbolize imperial might. That sorcerer must have attained a qi viewing technique. Sometimes, when a fortune teller mentions that a person's hall of impression is dark, they are employing the most rudimentary form of qi observation. In fact, some folk methods involve nurturing a person underground from childhood, combined with secret drugs and techniques to cultivate a pair of precious eyes, enabling them to perceive the glow of treasures, even those buried underground. The fact that you can see the aura above my head and the glowing scripture indicates that your innate yin-yang eyes have transformed into a form of magic after awakening your qi. Uncle Tai thought to himself, not merely a technique. This could be considered a minor divine power. Initially seeking a disciple, he had unwittingly discovered a treasure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao seemed to grasp something. Could it be that the ability card, Demon Hunting Senses, combined with the awakening of qi, has evolved his innate yin-yang eyes? After a while, Zhao Hao managed to calm his excitement and asked, "Uncle Tai, what do you think the extraordinary beings who possess qi viewing techniques see? Why can't I see the dragons and tigers?" Uncle Tai waved his hand dismissively. "How could I know what others perceive? Each individual has their own path and talent. Even among those who practice qi viewing, what they see varies significantly. Currently, you can only perceive simple light. Should you continue to refine your skills, perhaps you will unveil greater wonders in the future." Zhao Hao exclaimed, "Jealousy? You must be jealous of my keen eyesight, Uncle Tai? Uncle Tai, you rascal. You are in dire need of a lesson. Allow me to guide you in the art of boxing. Follow me to the backyard." Xiao Hao, no please, Uncle Tai. Chapter 36. The 5 Layers of the World. It is remarkable that Xiao Hao abruptly awakened his spiritual powers, becoming an extraordinary being, surpassing both his own and Uncle Tai's expectations. Uncle Tai believed that any signs of such an awakening would not manifest for at least another year. Xiao Hao, on the other hand, was utterly oblivious to the timeline of his success. Ultimately, he achieved it unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Uncle Tai had yet to prepare the necessary instructional materials. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to impart essential teachings, particularly regarding certain taboos that Xiao Hao needed to be aware of. Uncle Tai began by discussing Xiao Hao's dream from the previous night. In the eyes of extraordinary beings, the world is divided into 5 layers, each one nested within the other. This categorization is conceptual rather than spatial. At the very center lies the underworld, known in various cultures as the realm of the dead, with names such as the Netherworld, the Hades, the Yellow Springs, and so forth. Uncle Tai made a point to clarify. The Christian concept of hell is not included in this classification. Next is the inner world. Previously, the rotund companion had mentioned that the inner world encompasses 2 concepts. It not only describes the extraordinary circle of individuals distinct from ordinary people in the outer world, but also refers to a tangible place. In the era of the Song dynasty, the inner world was known as the illusory spirit realm, whereas the outer world did not possess a specific name akin to that of the West. The relationship between the 2 realms is akin to the 2 sides of a mirror, intricately connected. It is said that at some unknown point in history, ancient powers separated the 2. Long ago, they existed as one, inseparable. The inner world is characterized by a higher activity and concentration of spiritual energy. Since the separation of the 2 worlds, the inner world has become the stronghold for extraordinary beings, extraordinary races, and supernatural creatures. During periods of spiritual dormancy, the outer world becomes a desolate wasteland for extraordinary beings, where not only is it impossible to progress in strength, but their powers also wane continuously. Any loss of spiritual energy cannot be replenished. Instead, it dissipates incessantly. Consequently, the majority of extraordinary beings and races have migrated from the outer world, deemed a realm of despair, to the inner world. This includes various Eastern fairies, spiritual entities, Western elves, and dwarves, alongside numerous legendary monsters. Uncle Tai recounted that over 3 centuries ago, even those skilled in orthodox Taoist practices, capable of maintaining their spiritual essence without leakage, would refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. For using spiritual energy in the outer world equated to permanent loss. Xiao Hao curiously asked, "Is this what is referred to as ascension?" Uncle Tai promptly delivered a light smack, exclaiming, "Do you think ascension in Taoism is so trivial in your eyes? Ascension to immortality signifies a successful promotion to the rank of silver. Meanwhile, retreating to the inner world, even if one is of bronze rank, can be easily achieved. However, during that era, achieving bronze rank in the outer world was exceedingly arduous. Beyond the realms of the inner and outer worlds lies the sea of spiritual energy, which is believed to encompass the entirety of existence." Uncle Tai explained, "The sea of spiritual energy is the primordial source and ultimate gathering of all spiritual energy. Our ability to generate spiritual energy stems from the reflection of our minds and spirits within its depths. The sea of spiritual energy serves as the repository of consciousness for all sentient beings. According to the perspective of Western extraordinary beings, the sea of spiritual energy is the collective subconscious of intelligent life forms." Uncle Tai elaborated that if one's spiritual energy is potent enough, one could retain a semblance of individuality in the sea of spiritual energy even after death. Upon death, the spiritual essence converges into the sea, while the soul descends into the underworld, undergoing a cleansing process before reincarnation. Although the essence remains the same, the new spiritual essence is devoid of previous memories and traces, essentially becoming a fresh individual. Uncle Tai remarked, "However, all our experiences and spiritual essences are reflected in the sea of spiritual energy, which can lead certain individuals to unexpectedly recall memories from past lives due to specific circumstances. In essence, every person resembles data. Though deleted, residual traces remain within the sea, akin to a hard drive. Occasionally, this code is restored." He continued, "Essentially, all our techniques are linked to the sea of spiritual energy. Practices such as divination derive predictions and insights from the countless traces within the sea. For extraordinary beings, establishing a connection with the sea is paramount. Many spells are cast by drawing upon the sea of spiritual energy. Zhao Hao's dream the previous night was a result of practicing the sleeping dragon technique, which allowed him to access the sea of spiritual energy through the medium of dreams, culminating in his awakening. In the eyes of extraordinary beings, dreams are a unique phenomenon, an ephemeral realm tethered to the surface of the sea of spiritual energy. Thus, even ordinary individuals may occasionally experience dreams that reveal past or future events. As Zhao Hao was equipped with the Youth Barrier Master, Mo Village Protector, he possessed inherent spiritual energy, which stifled his awakening until he changed it today, successfully advancing to the rank of Black Iron Extraordinary Being. Uncle Tai solemnly stated, "I truly did not anticipate your awakening to come so swiftly. It is genuinely beyond my expectations. In a sense, you are a genius." Zhao Hao, feeling unworthy of such praise, quickly replied, "Uncle Tai, you must be mistaken. I am merely an ordinary person, not a genius." He added, "If you can discern the authenticity of a 3,000-year-old mummy, how can I pretend to be a genius? I am but a counterfeit." Uncle Tai nodded in satisfaction, a rare smile gracing his face. "Excellent. Humility fosters progress. Continue striving." Zhao Hao protested, "I truly am not a genius." Uncle Tai was pleased with Zhao Hao's modesty, recognizing that a cautious, low-profile, and humble demeanor is conducive to achieving greatness. Given your innate potential for spiritual energy and the current vibrancy of the outer world, reaching Black Iron 3-star status should be a manageable feat, with the possibility of even attaining 4-star. However, thereafter, external assistance will be essential to enhance spiritual energy, especially if one aspires to ascend to the rank of bronze, which entails considerable expense. Every individual's spiritual wisdom is mirrored in the sea of spiritual energy, providing each person with varying degrees of spiritual potential. However, the notion of an average potential can often be misleading, as the vast majority of people remain unable to awaken their spiritual energy. The feedback from the sea of spiritual energy differs for each individual. Those with higher potential receive greater feedback, enabling them to harness more of their spiritual energy. Nonetheless, even the most gifted have their limits. Thus, a specific method of cultivation is required to draw upon external sources for enhancing one's spiritual energy. As previously mentioned, different extraordinary paths possess unique characteristics and methods for cultivating spiritual energy. For instance, the route of the European necromancer is often met with disdain, as it necessitates close contact, research, and even the creation of death. Insights into techniques are derived from these actions, aligning with certain principles within the sea of spiritual energy to absorb its power. It seems fitting to take on roles such as a forensic expert or an embalmer. Moreover, precious metals and various gemstones inherently possess spiritual qualities, rendering them commonly accepted as equivalent currency in the realm of the extraordinary. Thus, even after becoming an extraordinary being, one cannot escape the necessity of monetary resources. In conclusion, Uncle Tai cautioned Zhao Hao, "You must remember, do not recklessly expend spiritual energy, for it attracts more spiritual energy." Last week, after a series of 10 draws, he had accumulated 48 points. Upgrading to a 4-star mortal required 100 points, and he had earned 27 points through daily sign-ins, completing the advancement task for Black Iron, which yielded 200 points, and upgrading to 1-star Black Iron required 1,000 points. Presently, he had amassed 1,375 fate points. Another 10 draws could potentially leave him with over 400 points. Oh my heavens, when did I become so affluent? The last 10 draws were not long ago, and this fortune has arrived too swiftly. I am almost experiencing aesthetic fatigue. Wait a moment. Zhao Hao suddenly realized something was amiss. Mortal 4-star. Black Iron 1-star, where is my mortal 5-star? I am short 100 fate points. Good heavens. That unscrupulous system must have been developed by penguins. I have never heard of an upgrade that allows one to surpass levels. Refund me my 100 points. Unfortunately, the system in my mind remains utterly unresponsive. Zhao Hao lamented, "Had I known, I would have restrained myself." Missing out on a level has resulted in significant losses. However, upon ascending to the Black Iron rank, the rewards proved even more substantial. Initially, he received 1 character slot, followed by 2 ability slots and 2 summoning slots. At this moment, Zhao Hao also acquired pertinent information. It turned out that each time one advanced in rank within the Black Iron tier, the fate points garnered were tenfold that of the mortal level. amounting to 1,000 points. Additionally, the daily sign-in rewards for fate points had increased, with mortals receiving between 1 to 5 points randomly, while black iron bestowed between 5 to 10 points randomly. The growth was tremendous. Yet, the equipment slots remained unchanged, consistently limited to 6. Furthermore, due to Xiao Hao's promotion to black iron, he unlocked the bronze tier for card draws. A black iron card draw costs 100 fate points, whereas a bronze card draw required 10 times that amount, 1,000 fate points for a single attempt, with the 10 consecutive draws enjoying a discount and guaranteeing a character card. With over 1,300 points, Xiao Hao found himself limited to a single draw of a bronze card. Xiao Hao pondered, should I draw a single bronze card or take a chance with 10 black iron draws? Should I gamble for a motorcycle from a bicycle? Or proceed with cautious and impeccable strategy? Ultimately, Xiao Hao opted for prudence. After all, within the bronze tier cards, not only character cards, but also equipment and summoning cards had begun to fragment. If you were to draw a fragment and find it unusable, coupled with a lack of fate points to continue drawing bronze fragment cards for synthesis, it would be utterly distressing. Xiao Hao declared, system, grant me 10 consecutive draws of black iron. Chapter 37, The Big-Nosed Lady. As usual, 2 rows of 5 cards each. The first card depicts a short-handled sickle, resembling more of a meat hook than the agricultural tool used in rural fields. Ghostly Sickle, black iron 2-star item card. Wealth acquisition. Using this sickle to harm an enemy will cause them to lose wealth, with 5 of the loss being acquired by you through various means such as collecting money. Evolution. Acquiring 1,000 uses of this sickle will evolve it into the Phantom Crescent. Note. Cut, cut, cut. Diligently harvesting leeks leads to wealth. Xiao Hao grasped the sickle, which was approximately 40 centimeters long and had a substantial weight. It was entirely black, with a blade that gleamed like snow and an indeterminate wooden handle. Clearly, it was an excellent tool for harvesting leeks. However, using it to inflict harm on others seemed rather unsatisfactory. After all, wielding my dragon-slaying blade feels so much better. Why resort to such cruel methods as slicing flesh for the sake of money? I certainly cannot go around the streets indiscriminately attacking anyone for profit. He decided to set it aside and examine the second card. The second card illustrated a standing cat clad in rudimentary leather gear, adorned with a helmet, holding a long-handled object resembling a cat's claw, beside which stood a large cart. Xiao Hao exclaimed, another cat. I cannot afford to keep one. Feline Familiar, black iron 4-star summoning card. Usage, summon a feline companion to fight for you. Duration, 10 hours. Summoning cost, a certain amount of spiritual energy, 20 catnip. 1 can of cat food, 500 G of cat kibble. Talent, cooking, combat support. Note, hop onto the cat cart. There's no time for explanations. How should I put it? Despite being a black iron 4-star summon with a seemingly trivial cooking talent, its skills remain impressive. Yet, this type of summoning card is relatively common, having a defined duration and requiring resources for each summoning. This one is manageable, although the catnip and canned food seem a bit excessive. They are at least easy to procure. At this moment, Xiao Hao compared it with multi-hook cat, orange seat, and came to appreciate the rarity of orange seat. A permanent summon that does not occupy a summoning card slot is indeed precious. Though it is merely black iron 2-star, cards can be upgraded. Through the fusion of other cards, it is possible to enhance them and acquire new attributes and abilities. Xiao Hao gazed at orange seat, realizing that he ought to focus on nurturing this plump cat. Let them see how terrifying a cat can be when forced into discipline. Xiao Hao's mind began to entertain thoughts of merging cards, yet he had not made up his mind. Never mind, let us take a look at the third card. The third card depicted a blob of green, jelly-like substance, a semi-transparent, gelatinous oval with various bubbles of differing sizes. Its color was remarkably vibrant. What could this be? Slime Baby, black iron 1-star summoning card. Usage, summon a slime baby to obey your commands. Duration, permanent. Summoning cost, 3 kilograms of green jelly, 1 kilogram of protein, 500 milliliters of sulfuric acid, 30 milliliters of plant growth enhancer. Talent, devour, evolve. Note, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Xiao Hao was at a loss for words. A slime creature. And it's a baby too. Who isn't a baby in their own right. It lacks skills, truly deserving of its black iron 1-star classification. However, the little creature possesses commendable talents. Devouring is a given for any slime, as they are not picky eaters. Regarding evolution, to what extent can it evolve? The summoning cost is significant, involving jelly and sulfuric acid. Zhao Hao felt compelled to make a trip to the large supermarket. Continuing to the fourth card. This card depicted a peculiar old woman, with a bird and a nest perched atop her head, holding a test tube filled with a green potion. Evolution Potion, Black Iron 3-star item card. Evolution. Administer this potion to your pet to facilitate its evolution. Note, not all pets can adapt. It is best not to force it. Note, Grandma Orlon hopes your pets thrive. Initially, Zhao Hao intended to pinch Orange Seat's nose and force it to drink the potion. However, Orange Seat, who was sound asleep, jolted awake. Danger. Upon noticing the note, Zhao Hao reconsidered. Wait. Evolution Potion, Evolution Talent. This potion seems to be a perfect match for the little slime. Unfortunately, Zhao Hao lacked the materials to summon the slime and could not force it. The fifth card featured a traditional long sword. Heavenly Sword, Black Iron 3-star equipment card. Attributes: 1 Constitution, 1 Agility, 1 Spirit. Traits: Steel Breaking, Sword Chi, Ancient Sword, Heroic Leader. Note: how can one obtain the Heavenly Sword to traverse the seas and slay great whales? Steel Breaking, incredibly sharp, slicing through iron like mud. Sword Chi, infusing internal power. Spiritual energy or true energy can unleash a foot-long sword chi. Ancient Sword, a legendary sword of antiquity, bestowing an air of authority and inviolability to the wielder. Heroic Leader, once possessed by a heroic figure, the wielder may evoke disdain from others if lacking sufficient strength. The Heavenly Sword, now in hand, measured over 1 meter in length and radiated brilliance. Zhao Hao tested it with a bamboo chopstick, and it snapped effortlessly. A fine sword indeed. However, Zhao Hao found himself in a quandary. He already wielded the dragon-slaying blade. Acquiring another weapon seemed unnecessary. Never mind, he set it aside and continued examining the cards. The sixth card illustrated a figure cloaked in black robes, hunched over in a lewd manner, peering through the flowers. This character had a bald head and an exaggerated hook nose, with eyes reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. At his feet lay a yellow cat. Witch Doctor, 1/4, Black Iron 5-star character card. Attributes: 1 Perception, 1 Intelligence, 3 Spirit. Talent: Chaotic Magic. Skills: Uncertain Chaos Magic, Capricious Potion Making, Elven Enhancement Elixir. Note: beyond the mountains and across the seas, there exists a witch doctor whose potions are bewildering and whose spells are unreliable. Chaotic Magic, a unique, primordial power that is potent yet difficult to control. Uncertain Chaos Magic, possessing knowledge of numerous chaotic spells, yet their effects are unstable. Capricious Potion Making, mastery of various potion brewing techniques, albeit with somewhat random outcomes. Elven Enhancement Elixir, crafted using elves and other magical materials, significantly enhancing magical powers. Is this truly my guaranteed character card? It feels a bit disappointing. 3 fragments are required, and the skill descriptions appear rather daunting. Would this endanger my own existence? The Witch Doctor is, without a doubt, the one and only in this world. Indeed, the arch-nemesis of the Smurfs. Rated Black Iron 5-star, with 5 additional attribute points and knowledge of magic. Alas, I shall postpone further examination. The 7th card illustrated a wooden stick, its end wrapped in something. The tip glowing and slightly curved. Magic Wand, Black Iron 2-star equipment card. Recharge. Automatically recharges 1 point every 2 hours, up to a maximum of 10 points. Note: favored by wizard apprentices and advanced sorcerers. Is this not the magic wand from Dota? Zhao Hao recognized it. Although it does not augment attributes, its restorative capabilities are quite beneficial. Oh, I have an iron branch as well. Never mind, I shall wait. There are not many pieces of equipment in total. I shouldn't squander them. The 8th card depicted a football player clad in a red and white uniform and protective gear. Football forward William Ellis, Black Iron 1-star character card. Attributes: 1 Strength, 1 Constitution. Skill: Charge. Note: Flee. Escape this cursed manor. Astonishingly, yet another character card, and a complete one at that. Zhao Hao was overjoyed. Although it is merely Black Iron 1-star, acquiring a complete character card for free is a delightful surprise. With 2 attribute points and a charge skill, it indeed pales in comparison to Black Tiger Afu. Finally, the last 2 cards were both Black Iron Fragment card, X2. Zhao Hao, caught off guard, unexpectedly found himself in possession of 4 character cards. He was just 1 fragment short of the Gege Witch card. With a glance at his remaining 375 fate points, he resolutely decided to draw a card. He would gamble on a single draw, determined to complete the Gege Witch collection. 100 fate points vanished, and a new card materialized before him. The card depicted a robed figure gesturing, as a ghostly azure hand extended outward. Wizard's Hand, Black Iron 2-star ability card equipment, grants you the spell Wizard's Hand, allowing you to expend spiritual energy to create an invisible magical hand. Note, I didn't touch it, my own 2 hands are right here. To his surprise, it was an exceptionally practical spell. After equipping it, Zhao Hao reached out, and a translucent spiritual hand manifested. It was larger than his own, a palm the size of a fan, complete with a portion of a forearm, capable of manipulation from a considerable distance. He attempted to grasp the orange cat hiding atop a cabinet, but the cat, perceiving the wizard's hand, nimbly evaded capture. The hand's speed was moderate. Zhao Hao looked into a mirror, where the wizard's hand did not reflect, indicating it was invisible to ordinary eyes. After a brief experiment, he found its effective range to be approximately 3 meters. Beyond that, it became less responsive, with a maximum lifting capacity of around 30 kilograms. Lifting 30 kilograms with one hand was quite impressive. However, its precision and manipulation left much to be desired. Threading a needle was out of the question, and even writing with a pen resulted in crooked lines. It seemed further practice was necessary. The ability card was indeed commendable, though it had not fulfilled his objective of drawing the fragment card. Thus, he resolved to draw again. This new card illustrated a moving rope capable of binding a person. Living Rope, Black Iron 4-star ability card usage. Permanently animate a rope-like object. Usage count. 1 note. There is a snake. I have captured it. Oh no, it has captured me. An odd, one-time ability that could transform a rope into a pet. Its true value remained uncertain. Time was not on his side. System. Draw a card. Black Iron Fragment card. Zhao Hao exhaled in relief. Mission accomplished. Chapter 38. Indulgence and Card Fusion. After a series of 10 consecutive draws, Zhao Hao managed to acquire 3 Black Iron Fragment cards, following 3 individual draws, leaving him with 175 fate points. The first step was to synthesize a complete witch. The 3 Black Iron Fragment cards vanished, and the witch was complete. Having already advanced to Black Iron, Zhao Hao now possessed 2 character card slots. He had anticipated equipping both Black Tiger Off Fu and Young Barrier Master, Mo Village Li Shou, aiming for a dual mastery of magic and martial arts. However, fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly, as he received both witch and football forward William Ellis. Zhao Hao, accustomed to savoring his favorite treats last, decided to equip the Black Iron 1-star football forward William Ellis first. Instantly, his mind was flooded with knowledge of football rules and techniques, albeit of little practical use. He deduced that this card originated from Identity V. Peering outside, he noted that it was already midnight, with only a distant, dim streetlight illuminating the darkness. Zhao Hao ventured into the backyard near the woods to test the card's inherent skill. Charge. With a sudden start, he lost control and shot forward uncontrollably for 7 or 8 meters. He could neither turn nor halt. When he finally stopped, he nearly stumbled headlong. The sensation of being out of control was utterly dreadful. Fortunately, Zhao Hao had exercised caution by conducting his experiment outdoors. Otherwise, he might have crashed into a wall and sustained serious injuries. Sweating from the scare, he was relieved the charging distance was not extensive. Otherwise, he could have barreled into the forest. Was this card produced by Tesla? Nevertheless, the speed was astonishing. Zhao Hao felt he had reached the average pace of an Olympic sprinter. From start to finish, it took roughly a second to cover 7 or 8 meters. However, the energy consumption was considerable, his legs felt fatigued, and his stamina had significantly dwindled. Attempting to charge repeatedly would impose a great strain on his body. Targeted leg muscle training would be essential, perhaps involving 150 kilogram squats. While this card was commendable in isolation, it paled in comparison to his other 3 character cards. Next, he decided to experiment with the witch indoors, cautious of making any noise that might attract attention. He needed a wand. Zhao Hao grasped the equipped card magic wand, and a sense of power surged through him. He directed the wand towards the toilet, flicked his wrist, and quietly uttered, "Rise." The incantation and gesture were meant to enhance his concentration and reinforce his belief in the spell. Initially, the witch required gestures and incantations when learning magic, but over time, she became capable of instantaneous casting. Zhao Hao felt a trickle of ethereal energy within him, approximately 1% of his total energy, coursing down his arm and into the wand, released in a manner he could not comprehend. During the casting, this thread of energy detached from his essence, transforming into the witch's innate chaotic magic before executing the spell. True to its nature, chaotic magic was enigmatic and elusive. Even the witch had been advised to maintain unwavering faith. With firm belief, even weaker magic could succeed. However, external interference or wavering thoughts could lead to failure. The witch often experienced mishaps, resulting in explosions or absurdities, akin to the misadventures of cartoon villains such as Bald Chong or Grey Wolf. Otherwise, she might have perished long ago. In an instant, water from the toilet began to tremble and coalesce into a large orb, hovering in midair, gently undulating. Zhao Hao was astonished to find success on his first attempt. Just as a smile began to form, the orb burst, scattering water everywhere. Oh no! The bathroom was small. There was no escape. Thankfully, he had cleaned the toilet well. After this testing, Zhao Hao felt more informed. While the witch's chaotic magic had its flaws, it was still magic, capable of performing incredible feats. Although chaotic in effect, it was a type of magic that could yield results far beyond its limitations. In contrast, football forward William Ellis fell short and overlapped significantly with Black Tiger Afu. With only 2 character card slots available, frequent switching was impractical. Zhao Hao resolved to undertake card fusion. Card fusion was an inherent feature of the Fate card system, serving as the primary means for cards to evolve and strengthen. By designating one card as the main card and using others as materials for enhancement or even upgrade, this process came with a success rate contingent upon the compatibility of the cards involved. A failure would render the material cards useless. Even a successful fusion could yield undesirable enhancements, such as a wizard gaining attack speed. It seemed there was a type of enhancement card that could forcibly increase the success rate of card fusion, allowing disparate cards to merge successfully and develop favorably. However, Zhao Hao had yet to encounter such a card due to his limited draws. This time, Zhao Hao aimed to use Black Tiger Afu as the main card, with football forward William Ellis as the material for his first enhancement. He placed the main card and the fodder card into the fusion slot, which indicated a success rate of 89.47. With nearly a 90 chance, that was quite favorable. Now, it was crucial to test whether this system was indeed a product of the Antarctic goose. If a 90 success rate could still fail, it would undoubtedly resemble the probability theories of Xiao Ma Gu. Henceforth, he must never gamble on probabilities. A beam of light enveloped the cards, signaling the completion of the fusion. Success. Remarkably, the Antarctic Goose Empire had not yet ventured into another world to feast on humans. Black Tiger Charge. Afu Black Iron 3-star character card attributes. 1 Strength, 2 Constitution, 1 Agility. Skills. Myriad Forms Fist Technique. Dump Truck Charge. Note: receive this attack. Dump truck and demolish the airstrip. Zhao Hao mused. I always wondered why the name of Mo Village Li Shou's character card differed from the others. Now Afu has one too. The Black Iron 2-star had transformed into a 3-star. Although it only inherited 1 point of attributes, the charge skill appeared to have been retained and evolved. The dump truck charge sounded exhilarating. Regardless, Zhao Hao relished the sweetness of his first successful card fusion. His gaze shifted towards the drooling orange seat, who suddenly opened his eyes wide. I sensed danger. Zhao Hao contemplated fusing the soul scythe to orange seat. After all, the little hook was rather comical. Even against an ordinary person, unless targeting vital areas like the neck or eyes, it would merely inflict superficial wounds. While its permanent existence was indeed unique, Zhao Ritian had no intention of nurturing a lazy cat. Oh wait, he also possessed a familiar cat. The familiar cat and slime baby perfectly filled the summoning card slots. However, Zhao Hao pondered whether he should also. At that moment, Orange Seat sensed impending doom, as if covered in red fur, with a Death Star pulsating ominously above. Wait, let's discuss this rationally. Don't act impulsively. Zhao Hao reassured. Rest assured. We have shared a week of camaraderie. How could I bear to experiment on you? Orange Seat replied, a week of camaraderie. Why does that sound so untrustworthy? Zhao Hao attempted to place the slime baby in the fusion main position, using the evolution potion as fodder. Success rate, 99.97. Oh my, a perfect match indeed. After the golden light fades, a new card emerges. Evolving Slime Creature, Black Iron 3-star Summoning Card. Usage, Summons a slime creature to obey your commands. Duration, permanent. Summoning cost, 5 kilograms of green jelly, 3 kilograms of animal protein, 1 L of sulfuric acid, 5 L of green carbonated beverage, 1 kilogram of iron, 1 kilogram of copper, and 30 milliliters of plant growth enhancer. Abilities, devour, evolve, grow. Note, pitter-patter, wow, incredible. It has directly ascended to black iron 3-star. A resounding success. Xiao Hao turned to Orange Seat. See, it's quite simple. Don't you want to grow stronger? Orange Seat replied, not at all. I simply wish to remain a salty cat. Dream on. Xiao Hao seized Orange Seat, allowing it to thrash and struggle in his grasp. With Multi-Hook Cat as the main component and Soul Scythe as the material, success rate, 88.74. Not bad indeed. This cat is already a failure. Can it really become fatter? However, Xiao Hao reconsidered and thought, why not go all in? He added Follower Cat to the material list, success rate, 98.46. Initially, Xiao Hao merely intended to check the success rate and had no intention of committing to the fusion. Yet, the prospect of such a high success rate was simply irresistible. Xiao Hao exclaimed, Orange Seat, you're in for a windfall. Do not resist. Allow me to insert this hook into you. Orange Seat squeaked. Let go. Chapter 39, The Fate of the Orange Cat. In a flash of brilliance, the Orange Cat struggled. Hey, it's already over. How do you feel? Xiao Hao inquired. The Orange Cat paused, ceasing its struggle, and looked at Xiao Hao in astonishment. It's over? So simply? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered to struggle. Wait, am I actually speaking now? Xiao Hao observed that this cat seemed beyond salvation and decided to check the card instead. Cat of Souls, Black Iron 4-star summoning card usage. Summons a Cat of Souls to heed your commands. Talent, Grand Culinary Skills, Combat Support, Enemy of Rodents, Wealth Extraction. Note, duration is permanent, no summoning cost, does not occupy a summoning slot. Remark, I'll just lie here with you. I'm too lazy to push the cart. Grand Culinary Skills. It possesses a unique cooking technique that ensures ample portions and can handle some special ingredients. Combat Support. It can assist you in battle or be thrown at enemies to aid you. Enemy of Rodents. An existential threat to rodent creatures. Boasting enhanced special attacks and various advantageous bonuses, with an aura of intimidation. Wealth Extraction. Each attack instinctively robs the opponent of their fortune and wealth. Lazy Cat Disguise. It can disguise itself as an ordinary lazy cat, and due to its extreme laziness, it has almost no flaws, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. Lazy Cat Evasion Technique. A unique technique that allows the lazy cat to avoid potential attacks with minimal movement. Sometimes, if the damage is insignificant, it can't be bothered to evade. Lazy Cat Net. Throws out a net to ensnare enemies either from the sky or the ground. Lazy Cat Bomb Barrel. Sets up a bomb barrel, Duong. Multi-Hook Cat, 2-star, Soul Scythe, 2-star, Familiar Cat, 4-star. Combined, they still yield a 4-star. Not too shabby. Not a loss. After all, the Orange Cat has essentially achieved the pinnacle in terms of talents and skills. One cannot demand more. Moreover, the unique attributes of being permanently cost-free and not occupying a card slot are paramount. It seems the Orange Cat can now articulate human words in the Song Dynasty. This signifies its transformation. What a gain. Orange Cat, you shall be formidable from now on. Xiao Hao affectionately stroked the Orange Cat. The Orange Cat, adopting a posture of indifference, remarked, well, I've long since withdrawn from the martial world. Fighting and killing do not suit me. Please do not call me for battles in the future. Xiao Hao chuckled and assured, rest assured, I won't summon you. I'll just toss you into the fray. The Orange Cat responded, I have a feeling you are up to no good. Xiao Hao retorted, nonsense. The Orange Cat displayed its newly upgraded Soul Scythe, a nearly 20-centimeter long, translucent blue hook that appeared extremely sharp. Seizing an opportunity when Xiao Hao was distracted, the Orange Cat tested it on the leg of the wooden coffee table, leaving a deep cut with a mere light stroke. The Orange Cat cautioned, be careful. I might accidentally slice open my own belly while scratching an itch. It must be said, the thrill of acquiring powerful cards is indeed addictive. Eventually, Xiao Hao could no longer resist merging the dragon-slaying blade and heavenly sword. Xiao Hao contemplated. Weapons should be wielded, and holding both a sword and a blade is rather challenging. Most wielders use identical weapons, dual blades, dual swords, or dual maces. However, wielding one sword and one blade without practicing ambidexterity is quite difficult. If I only use one, the other becomes an idle piece, merely a stat enhancer. Thus, merging them seems a prudent decision. Using the dragon-slaying blade as the base, the success rate stood at 84.43. This heavenly sword is not the one from Jin Yang's martial arts world, but rather the ancient sword that belonged to Cao Cao. Otherwise, the success rate would have undoubtedly approached 100. Supreme Dragon-Slaying Blade, Black Iron 3-star equipment card attributes. 1 Strength, 2 Constitution, 1 Agility, 1 Spirit. Characteristics: cuts gold and jade. Blade energy, ancient treasure blade. Only the worthy may wield it. Remark: ancient treasure blade. Only the worthy may wield it. Cuts gold and jade, incredibly sharp. Possessing the quality of severance. Blade energy. This treasured blade has absorbed the essence of countless battles, capable of unleashing a foot of blade energy to vanquish evil. Ancient treasure blade. Grants the wielder 3 charisma and possesses an intimidating aura. Only the worthy may wield it. Those lacking strength may incite greed and malice in those who behold this blade. To Zhao Hao's surprise, there was no star upgrade. However, the loss in attributes was minimal, with only 1 point of agility sacrificed. As for the characteristics, they have been enhanced through this limited fusion. Even the negative effects have intensified. No loss, yet not a significant gain either. Currently, Zhao Hao's character profile is as follows. Zhao Hao Black Iron 1-star Strength, 61, Supreme Dragon Slaying Blade, 1, Iron Tree Branch, Constitution, 72, Supreme Dragon Slaying Blade, Agility, 71, Supreme Dragon Slaying Blade, 1, Iron Tree Branch, Perception, 132, Machuan Li Shou, 1, Gege Witch, Intelligence, 61, Iron Tree Branch, 1, Gege Witch, Spirit, 91, Supreme Dragon Slaying Blade, 2, Machuan Li Shou, 3, Gege Witch, Charisma. Luck, Armor, 5 Skills, Knowledge of Chinese, 5, English, 5, Mechanical Design, 3, Writing, 4, Sports Balance, 5, Running, 3, Gymnastics, 1, Perceptive Vision, 28, Demon Hunting Sense, 2, Chi Observation, 2, Craftsmanship, Mechanical Processing, 3, General Driving, 2, Swimming, 2, Combat Fist Techniques, 3, Mystical Sleeping Dragon Technique, 2, Barrier Technique, 2, Chaos Magic, 1, Potionology, 1, Cards, Character Cards, 2, Young Barrier Master, Machuan Li Shou, Black Iron 3-star, Gege Witch, Black Iron 5-star, Black Tiger Charge, a Fu, Black Iron 3-star. Not equipped, Summoning Cards, 1-4, Cat of Souls, Black Iron 4-star. Does not occupy card slot. Evolved Slime Monster, Black Iron 3-star. Ability Cards, 2-4, Demon Hunting Sense, Black Iron 3-star. Wizard's Hand, Black Iron 2-star. Activating Rope, Black Iron 4-star. Not equipped. One-time use, Equipment Cards, 4-6, Supreme Dragon Slaying Blade, Black Iron 3-star. Cloth Armor, Black Iron 1-star. Iron Tree Branch, Black Iron 1-star. Magic Wand, Black Iron 2-star. Item Cards, Colorful Rope, Black Iron 2-star. Antique Appraisal Monocle, Black Iron 2-star. Dog Whistle, Black Iron 2-star. Firstly, his attributes far exceed those of ordinary individuals, particularly in Perception and Spirit, which stand at 16 and 15 points, respectively, already 3 times that of an average person. This greatly benefits Zhao Hao in cultivating barrier techniques and chaos magic. The higher the attributes, the better the effects. If they were only in single digits, the effort would be disproportionate to the results. Moreover, Zhao Hao can readily equip Black Tiger Charge, a Fu for combat. The barrier technique is somewhat stable, though the casting time and precision need improvement. If one is focused, it can be quite effective in battle. However, the efficacy of chaos magic remains uncertain. Its randomness and margin of error are significant. Without mastery, it could very well lead to self-destruction. Chaos magic holds infinite possibilities. With the addition of Cloth Armor, Zhao Hao gained an extra attribute, Armor, 5. He is no longer the defenseless self of yore. Among his skills, Perceptive Vision has surged to 28. Quite alarming. Within the realm of perception, he also acquired Demon Hunting Sense, 2, and Chi Observation, 2. These abilities are likely granted by the cards and his own awakening, merely at an introductory level. Having replaced Black Tiger A Fu, his fist techniques have diminished from 5 to 3. Furthermore, equipping 2 mage-type character cards has bestowed upon him a new category of skills, Mystical, which includes Sleeping Dragon Technique 2, Barrier Technique 2, Chaos Magic 2, and Potionology 2. Except for the Zhelong Sleeping Dance skill, it is likely that the remaining card swaps will be lost. Of course, if one can master it proficiently in the future, perhaps even without equipping the cards, one could still retain their effects. Perfect. The strongest version of oneself. Zhao Hao, feeling content, proceeded to wash up and retire for the night, as it was already the latter part of the night. There was no further opportunity to experiment with the effects of the cards. Time is abundant, and one can take it slowly. Chapter 40. Ma Xiaoyu seeks help. The challenge as the alarm clock rang. Zhao Hao woke up with bleary eyes. He felt slightly disoriented, a sensation that rarely beset him. Perhaps it was due to his high physical and mental attributes. Typically, he only required 5 to 6 hours of sleep to feel refreshed. However, he had retired late the previous night and expended considerable energy experimenting with card abilities. Following his usual routine, he first attended to the fate card system in his mind, where his daily check-in had been automatically completed. 7 fate points. How delightful it was to be at the black iron level. With this accumulation, even without additional income, the gathering of fate points would be significantly swifter. Zhao Hao quickly washed up and prepared a modest breakfast of milk, bread, and fried eggs. At the sound of the frying eggs, Orange Seed had already stirred awake. It nudged its food bowl. A bit more, please. Zhao Hao shared a piece of fried egg with it, then glanced at the cat food nearby. He reached out, conjuring an ethereal mage's hand, which extended towards the bowl, grabbing a generous handful of cat food that flew into the dish. Orange Seed exclaimed, "Yes, yes. More, please." But then Zhao Hao's mage hand lost control, and with a pop, it crushed the cat food into a fine powder, scattering it everywhere. Orange Seed surveyed the scattered remnants of cat food, then looked at Zhao Hao. "If you don't want to feed me, just say so. No need to waste food." Zhao Hao sighed. That was a mistake. After Zhao Hao departed for work, Orange Seed leapt from the window. It first visited the Adams family next door, scrounging a breakfast, then proceeded to solicit food from every house along the street, adopting the philosophy of give me food or I'll steal it. It relished the sausages from one house and the fruit salad from another, exhibiting no discernment. Remarkably, after its upgrade, its agility had notably increased, allowing it to flit about the kitchens like a specter. Orange Seat mused, "I need to replenish my nutrition after the upgrade." Upon arriving at the shop, Zhao Hao began with a set of exercises to invigorate his muscles, followed by inventory checks, cleaning, and paying respects to the ancestors. The morning passed uneventfully, and Zhao Hao refrained from casting spells or using barrier techniques in front of Uncle Tai, as he could not explain their origins. Instead, he honed his demon-hunting senses and aura-reading abilities, sitting on a small stool outside the store, perusing a newspaper while observing the passers-by and the colors of their auras. Oh, this one is a bluish-green. It suggests potential. That one seems rather unfortunate, with a grayish hue. Misfortune awaits. And this one is crimson. Could it be a sign of impending calamity? Remarkably, Zhao Hao's predictions proved accurate. Within half an hour, the individual marked by the blood calamity was helped away after a flower pot fell from above, leaving him bloodied and battered. Zhao Hao jotted down his observations in a notebook, noting the colors and his conjectures. This was a skill unlearned from anyone. He could only explore it through trial and error. After lunch, Uncle Tai mentioned he would visit an old friend, leaving Zhao Hao to manage the shop and close up afterward. Previously, Zhao Hao had arranged to meet with Gokuan that evening, primarily to ask him to procure some summoning materials. Sulfur was not something he could purchase himself. If he bought too much, he might attract the police's attention. Thus, it was better for Gokuan to acquire it through his connections. Just as Zhao Hao believed he would have a quiet afternoon to practice his skills, a phone call interrupted him. This location was in close proximity to the financial center of America, a highly coveted piece of real estate. The martial arts school occupied a vast area, boasting a front and back courtyard, which lent it considerable prestige. The very nature of the land indicated that this was no ordinary establishment. The school was named the Zhenfan Martial Arts Academy, specializing in combat techniques. The name itself harks back to its founder, Li Zhenfan, who established the school nearly 20 years ago. In his prime, Li Zhenfan earned his reputation through sheer strength and skill, attracting various martial arts styles to the bustling metropolis of Freedom City, where making a name for oneself was no easy feat. Li Zhenfan not only captivated numerous martial artists, but also thrived in the entertainment industry, achieving widespread recognition. At its peak, the Zhenfan Martial Arts Academy boasted over 500 students, necessitating staggered class schedules due to overwhelming demand, and even had branches in other major cities across the nation. However, it has been a decade since Li Junfan's passing, and the once thriving academy has seen better days. Nevertheless, it still retains a modest number of students, as some of Li Junfan's disciples and friends continue to uphold his legacy. Yet today, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the academy, for a challenger had arrived. Challenges had become more frequent since Li Junfan's death, but his disciples were still capable of holding their ground. With several having attained black iron level status, ordinary fighters stood little chance against them, which is why such occurrences had become rare in recent years. Initially, the students were filled with excitement at the sight of foreign challengers, who often sought to stir up a ruckus. Those with more experience and training would reminisce about the days when their mentors had effortlessly subdued challengers, casually asking what lessons were learned from those encounters. At first, the challengers appeared to be of average skill, resulting in a series of back-and-forth exchanges. However, when the senior students intervened, victories began to pile up, often with style. Yet, challengers were not there to be humiliated or to suffer defeat lightly. The group of challengers comprised dark-skinned Latin Americans, practitioners of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai, fighting fiercely with evident combat experience. The issue was that Li Junfan commanded immense respect within the fighting community, not solely for his extraordinary abilities, but also for his contributions to the advancement of combat sports among ordinary people. In recent years, the concept of mixed martial arts had originated from his vision and was pioneered by him. Li Junfan amalgamated the majority of the world's mainstream combat techniques, from jiu-jitsu to karate, taekwondo to traditional martial arts, perfecting each discipline. After all, his goal was to transcend martial prowess into a philosophical pursuit. Consequently, the Junfan Martial Arts Academy adopted a highly comprehensive style. The senior students, being seasoned fighters, swiftly employed various grappling and ground techniques to subdue their challengers. However, the leader of the challengers was no ordinary opponent. When it came to challenges, motivations were usually present. Rarely did one encounter challengers seeking to prove themselves purely for personal growth. More often, ulterior motives involving fame and advancement were at play. This leader had a purpose. Someone had financially incentivized him to challenge the academy, and he was intent on expanding his own martial arts school, aspiring to establish a lavish academy of his own. The now diminished Junfan Martial Arts Academy presented itself as an ideal target, a perfect opportunity for him. Unbeknownst to him, the world of extraordinary beings was vastly different. Few were privy to such information outside of their realm. Moreover, martial artists differed from other extraordinary beings, often lacking overt displays of their capabilities. Unless he were to collapse a wall with a single punch, one would be unaware of his true strength, only sensing that he was stronger. The leader stood up, ready to issue a challenge. He was of modest height, considered short even in America, with a darker complexion and features reminiscent of Southeast Asia. With hands clasped in a gesture of readiness, he swiftly executed a whip kick, toppling an experienced student at the Martial Arts Academy. In an instant, the student lay on the ground for several seconds, only regaining consciousness after being assisted away. Many discerning observers began to adopt a serious demeanor. In the subsequent match, this individual initiated the attack, unleashing a flurry of punches, followed by a knee strike that forced another seasoned student to kneel and retch. This veteran had been training for over 4 years and had even won accolades in various combat competitions. In the following bouts, the opponents barely lasted a minute, showcasing an overwhelming display of prowess. The strength of these students proved inadequate to contend with this challenger. The instructors, growing anxious, conferred amongst themselves, "What should we do? It appears that neither I nor Old Shing can match him. This individual is undoubtedly a master of Muay Thai. We must urgently contact the director and the senior instructors. Why did he choose this precise moment? The timing is uncanny." The apprentices watching from the sidelines no longer bore the same expressions of confidence, especially those who had only recently begun their training. Desperate, the instructors pondered stepping into the ring themselves. They could not afford to surrender without a fight. Just then, a young girl of about 10 suddenly stepped forward, suggesting, "What if I seek external assistance?" Who could that be? Would it even work? "Yes, Xiaoyu. Please do not cause trouble." The young girl retorted defiantly, "I am not causing trouble. Uncle Long told me before he left that this person is training under Uncle Tai and has made significant progress in his boxing technique. He is a rare martial arts talent. Though Ma Xiaoyu was the niece of Ma Long and frequently visited the academy, endearing herself to the director, she remained merely an 11-year-old girl. Consequently, the adults did not place their hopes on her, opting instead to contact martial artists friendly with the academy. Naturally, Ma Xiaoyu felt indignant. She believed herself to be a seasoned student of the academy, having grown up there due to her connection with Uncle Long. She could not bear to see an outsider tarnish the reputation of the martial arts academy. Thus, she hurried to the side to make a phone call. Chapter 41. The Ancient Muay Thai Master. Hello, this is the Lao Tai Antique Shop. Zhao Hao answered the phone. A young girl's voice came through. Hello, is this Zhao Ritian, brother? Zhao Hao replied. Which mischievous child dares to tease the great Ritian? I'll make sure to give you a proper lesson. When he heard silence on the other end, Ma Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Brother Ritian, it's me, Ma Xiaoyu, Uncle Long's niece. He has mentioned you. Zhao Hao realized. I knew it was that scoundrel Ma Long. Apart from him and the chubby one, no one else knows about the Ritian reference. Wait, the one calling is Ma Xiaoyu. Well, it seems Uncle Long and Xiaoyu are both here. I wonder when the talismans and the Holy Master will show up. Wait, is this mischievous girl seeking my help against the Holy Master? Clearing his throat, Zhao Hao said, I'm afraid you have the wrong number. This is the East 4th Street Fire Department on Chinatown. How may I assist you? But you just said it was the Lao Tai Antique Shop. Oh, is that so? It must be a mix-up with the phone signal. I suggest you try calling again. On the other end, Ma Xiaoyu was on the verge of losing her composure, as another instructor had been effortlessly defeated by a challenger. Drawing cheers from the Latin American spectators, while some students of the Martial Arts Academy wore expressions of despair. Realizing that she may have fallen for Uncle Long's trick, Ma Xiaoyu hastily explained, Brother Ritian, the situation here is quite urgent. If I've made any mistakes, please forgive me. Uncle Long said you are the most outstanding martial arts genius he has ever seen. Please, you must help our martial arts academy. Zhao Hao was taken aback. So it's not about battling the Holy Master. Why didn't you say so sooner? Why didn't you mention it earlier? He added, hoping to downplay the situation. Fearing it might spiral out of control, Ma Xiaoyu succinctly recounted the events at the Jinfan Martial Arts Academy, and Zhao Hao realized it was a mere fight. This posed no problem, so he said, in that case, I cannot guarantee absolute victory, but I'll go take a look. He then left to catch a taxi to Manhattan. The fare was not cheap, especially in Liberty City, costing him $20 to travel from Chinatown to Manhattan. He wondered if anyone would reimburse him. Upon arriving at the expansive and luxurious martial arts academy that Xiaoyu had provided him directions to, he found a crowd gathered outside. Zhao Hao overheard whispers among the onlookers. Did you hear? Someone has come to challenge the academy. Several instructors have already been easily defeated. Ever since Bruce was gone, the academy has been struggling. Indeed, there seems to be no reason for its existence anymore. Sigh. I heard today's challenger is an ancient Muay Thai master with exceptional strength. Yes, I'll sign up later. Zhao Hao sensed that this challenge was unlikely to be straightforward. As he parted the crowd and entered the academy, he noticed a group of young students clad in training uniforms huddled around the ring. Excuse me, are you? One of the students recognized Zhao Hao, standing out in his dark attire among the sea of white uniforms. Before he could explain, a short-haired girl, barely over a meter tall, rushed over. Are you the big brother Ritian? Seeing the odd looks from the surrounding students, Zhao Hao quickly clarified. No. It must be Ma Long playing a prank on you. I am Zhao Hao, not Zhao Ritian. Ma Xiaoyu chimed in. All right, big brother Ritian. Come with me. Zhao Hao remarked. Truly, she is Ma Long's niece. One student said, what are you talking about with this Ritian nonsense? That's just creepy. Xiaoyu pulled Zhao Hao to meet the instructors, where a burly man in his 40s with a scruffy beard was tending to another man, whose face was swollen and bruised as if he had been knocked out. Teacher Liu, this is Zhao Ritian. My Uncle Long said his boxing skills have greatly improved. Teacher Liu was taken aback, not expecting the external help to appear so young, but extended his hand to Zhao Hao. Thank you, Master Zhao, for your assistance. The Jinfan Martial Arts Academy is immensely grateful. However, one of our instructors has already gone to seek help from nearby martial arts masters, so please bear with us. If possible, we would prefer not to involve you. Zhao Hao noticed a hint of skepticism in their demeanor, but nodded in understanding. He had initially come to observe the spectacle. Moreover, Ma Long had taught him without reservation, allowing him to progress rapidly in his martial arts. Their relationship was quite close, and when his niece Ma Xiaoyu called for help, he felt compelled to come and see for himself. Though others might not have caught the details due to distance and soft voices, Zhao Hao's heightened perception allowed him to overhear, albeit intentionally. Teacher Liu, something seems amiss. The nearby masters who typically get along with us are all making excuses and refusing to come. Some even say they are unavailable. Master Liao mentioned someone warned them not to interfere. Do you know who it was? It seems they said it was the Italians. Could it be them? Are they after the land of the academy? Are these challengers all hired by the Italians? Zhao Hao was left bewildered, pondering whether the challengers were indeed Italians. He glanced at the individual leisurely seated in the ring, who stood at a height of about 1.7 meters, with slightly dark skin, distinctly Asian or Southeast Asian in appearance. The others around him seemed to represent Latin American or South American styles. How could they possibly be Italians? What was the underlying issue here? Teacher Liu and the others, recognizing they were not a match for their opponent, had sought assistance from several martial arts masters nearby to bolster their presence. Though such actions were deemed less than honorable, they had little choice, as several prominent figures were conveniently absent. In the end, they dared not come. This was clearly not a simple challenge. While the challenge itself was serious, there were likely deeper issues at play. Let us call the academy director. However, the director was unavailable, and Ma Long answered the phone. Soon, Xiaoyu snatched the phone away. Hello, Uncle Long. You're all absent, and someone is here to cause trouble. I've invited Brother Ritian to help. Zhao Hao took the phone. Hello, Ma Long. Who is Zhao Ritian? Cough. Children don't understand. Don't take it to heart. The priority is the challenge. We must not allow the academy's reputation to suffer. I must ask for your assistance. I've heard the opponent is a skilled practitioner of ancient Muay Thai. Be careful. Your combat experience may not be sufficient. Galicia is 28 years old, in the prime of his life. His father was an exceptionally skilled ancient Muay Thai master from Siam, but fled to America after committing a grave crime back home. Here, he married a Latina, and they had Galicia. From a young age, Galicia underwent his father's strict and brutal training until he emerged 2 years ago, starting to fight in underground matches. Over the past 2 years, he has defeated countless opponents and built a reputation. His goal is to establish a magnificent martial arts academy and promote ancient Muay Thai. Few martial artists can resist the allure of bringing glory to their family name. Just half a month ago, the Italian mafia in Liberty City approached him, offering support, but only if he publicly humiliated the Zhenfan Martial Arts Academy. He was to crush the academy's reputation in front of everyone. Galicia had precisely timed his visit today to challenge the academy, as the Italian mafia orchestrated this behind the scenes. They had learned through certain channels that several key figures at the academy were absent. As a martial artist, Gu Licha was undoubtedly aware of Li Zhenfan. However, he was not an extraordinary being. He was unaware that Li Zhenfan, outwardly a martial artist and celebrity, was, in truth, an individual striving to defy destiny and reshape his fate. In the realm of literature, there is a hierarchy of excellence, yet in martial arts, there exists no such ranking. Apart from those who have directly or indirectly interacted with Li Zhenfan, who would not desire to bask in his glory, many harbored the notion that they could easily take his place. Moreover, it had been 10 years since Li Zhenfan's passing, during which numerous martial artists had visited the dojo. This time, however, it was Gu Licha's turn. Initially, when his elite students emerged victorious, it seemed quite ordinary. But as the seasoned pupils from the National Martial Arts Academy began to engage, Gu Licha's students started to experience more losses than victories. He soon realized that the National Martial Arts Academy indeed possessed substantial merit, particularly evident in the solid foundation of its students, who rarely exhibited any flaws. Ultimately, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He effortlessly dispatched his students before challenging several of the instructors. At this juncture, Gu Licha began to lose control of his strength. The nature of Gu Tai Quan was inherently lethal, and having just washed his hands of 2 years in underground fighting, he was unable to temper his force. The prowess of those instructors was commendable, yet his inability to restrain himself resulted in several of them sustaining significant injuries, with 2 requiring medical attention. The onlooking students were naturally captivated, their excitement mounting with Gu Licha's ferocity. His students began to hurl insults at the National Martial Arts Academy, while the academy's apprentices found it increasingly difficult to hold their heads high, particularly the young newcomers, who felt a profound sense of disillusionment, their faith in the academy beginning to wane. This was indeed one of Gu Licha's objectives, to seize the opportunity to utterly dismantle the academy's reputation. Having previously observed someone leaving, he knew they were seeking external assistance. Yet after a considerable wait, No one had taken to the stage, and his patience was wearing thin. Is there no one willing to face me? If not, I shall claim this plaque for myself, he declared, pointing to the sign hanging on the wall that bore the name of the Jinfan National Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 42. I apologize, I'm laying it all bare. At that moment, a remarkably youthful apprentice leaped onto the stage. It was Zhao Hao, now donned in the traditional training attire of the National Martial Arts Academy. Gu Lich's expression turned peculiar as he addressed Master Lu and the others. Are you insulting me by sending a mere student to compete? Master Lu opened his mouth, at a loss for words. The crowd of Latin Americans below erupted in jeers, clamoring for Zhao Hao to vacate the stage. Even the other apprentices at the academy were puzzled. They had never seen this individual before. Zhao Hao spoke up. Here is the situation. Brother Ma Long taught me a few days of boxing, so I can be considered a registered disciple of the National Martial Arts Academy. With Brother Ma Long absent, I stand in his stead. Master Lu nodded, acknowledging that Mr. Zhao Ritian would represent Ma Long in the contest. It's not Zhao Ritian. It's Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao quickly clarified. Unknown to him, Gu Licha had done his homework prior to arriving and was aware that aside from the academy's head, there was also a Ma Long. Upon hearing that Zhao Hao was fighting on Ma Long's behalf, his excitement surged. Excellent. Ritian Zhao, let us begin. Zhao Hao retorted. You don't understand human language, do you? I will surely make you regret this. It was evident that Gu Licha remained cautious, continuously feinting and probing, launching his punches with care and executing small, controlled kicks that hardly rose above his knees. This was a stark contrast to his previous encounters with the teaching staff. The ancient Muay Thai style he practiced was unforgiving and brutally lethal, especially when facing weaker opponents. It unleashed a tempest of ferocity that would often leave adversaries incapacitated after but a few fierce strikes. In previous bouts, Gu Licha had not taken long to secure victory. The longest match lasted a mere 2.5 minutes, primarily due to the resilience of a particular instructor who practiced iron wire fist, a robust martial art. Naturally, the longer one endured, the greater the injuries sustained. By the end, Gu Licha's ferocity escalated, resulting in several fractures for the iron wire instructor. As Zhao Hao successfully defended against a series of rapid jabs, he began to gauge the intensity of the strikes against his forearm. While his opponent's speed was commendable, Zhao Hao felt entirely capable of managing it. The force behind the blows was negligible. Unless aimed at vital points, they barely constituted a threat. At this juncture, he had exchanged the young barrier master, Mo Village Protector, for the Black Tiger Charge, a Fu. With strength rated at 9, constitution at 11, and agility at 10. His physical attributes were already twice that of an ordinary person. Gu Licha, while formidable, his abilities approximating that of a 4-star mortal, only boasted average physical attributes of 7 or 8. This placed him at a distinct disadvantage. However, Gu Licha's profound understanding of boxing and his wealth of combat experience rendered Zhao Hao somewhat reactive. The 5 points of armor provided by the leather armor were nothing short of miraculous in this context, diminishing damage by at least a third. Gu Licha continued to seek opportunities, creating openings and launching relentless assaults for over a minute, until he found himself panting, his stamina waning. Yet, the young man before him remained unfazed, his defense remarkably tight. Not only did he maintain his stance, but he also grew increasingly adept, taking the initiative. Furthermore, his stamina was extraordinary, akin to having merely taken a leisurely stroll for a minute. His gaze remained unwavering, and his demeanor stable. What manner of monster is this? Gu Licha pondered, feeling as though he were engaged in a battle across weight classes. While he had encountered muscular fighters in underground bouts, they were often impulsive, neglecting defense in favor of aggressive offense, thus creating opportunities for decisive counterattacks. In contrast, this young man, though not particularly stocky, exhibited superior physical prowess and maintained an impenetrable defense. The more Gu Licha attacked, the more energy he expended. Ineffective strikes equated to self-detriment. Regaining his composure, Gu Licha began to circle cautiously, intending to deliver a devastating blow to the young man. Although it was considered improper to employ such force in a standard arena, he had bet everything on this match and could not afford to fail. The Mafia would not permit his defeat. Zhao Hao felt a surge of triumph. He had previously utilized the strongest disciple, Bai Bin Jian-yi training memory, experiencing Bai Bin Jian-yi's initial training under various martial arts masters at Liangshanbo. During that time, Bai Bin Jian-yi, being new to martial arts, learned primarily about defense, for one must endure a strike before delivering one. Now, all those techniques and experiences were being put to use. After successfully defending against Gu Lich's relentless onslaught, Zhao Hao's confidence soared. Indeed, sheer resilience was unbeatable. The apprentices below, while feeling that the individual on stage was merely adequate, still perceived him as being dominated by Gu Licha, no different from the previous instructors, perhaps slightly more enduring. Yet, the instructors recognized the distinction. Even the most resilient iron wire instructor could only endure a beating, while Gu Licha effortlessly created advantages, applying pressure and accumulating damage. However, Zhao Hao was different. Despite consistently adopting a defensive posture, he remained stable, even managing to fully defend against Gu Lich's strongest spinning kick with his arm. His strength and physical condition were extraordinary. Gu Licha began to feel urgency, for most of his conventional techniques had yielded no results, and his stamina was depleting. He unleashed a powerful punch that struck Zhao Hao's forearm with a resounding thud. The sound of such intense and continuous physical collisions filled the arena. Gu Licha, having undergone rigorous training since childhood, possessed ironclad fists that were incredibly hard and powerful. For an ordinary person, even a blocked punch would leave the forearm bruised. The iron wire instructor had succumbed under the weight of continuous attacks. Yet, this punch against Zhao Hao elicited little more than a mild sensation, akin to a gentle slap from an ordinary person. After the 5 points of armor mitigated the damage, Zhao Hao's constitution of 11, exceeding that of a typical individual by more than double, surpassed even that of elite athletes. However, Gu Licha was aware that this strike would not suffice. It was merely a prelude. He followed with a flurry of 3 rapid jabs aimed at Zhao Hao's face, all deftly parried. Yet, the more extensive Zhao Hao's defensive movements became, the greater the openings he presented. Seizing the moment, Gu Licha closed in, executing a right hook. But as Zhao Hao blocked it, he sensed something amiss. The force was too light. It was a feint. Gu Licha swiftly closed the distance, spinning in midair like a top, propelling his upper body around. To the left. His target was to the left. Zhao Hao raised his forearm to block the elbow strike, which crashed into his arm like a hammer, sending a jolt of pain through him. The impact forced Zhao Hao's forearm against his own head, causing his head to tilt significantly to the right. Yet the assault was not finished. Gu Licha twisted his torso in midair, delivering a powerful kick. This kick, known as the crocodile's tail, utilized the strength of his thigh to generate a swift backward thrust. If it connected with his opponent's torso, it could effectively jolt their internal organs. A master like Gu Licha could potentially rupture certain organs with such a strike. Caught off guard by the ferocity of this series of attacks, Zhao Hao could only attempt to evade while parrying with his left hand. Ultimately, he was unable to fully dodge, and Gu Licha's kick landed squarely on his abdomen, nearly knocking the breath out of him. But at that moment, Gu Licha's final killing blow was about to unfold. It was a backflip followed by a kick aimed at Zhao Hao. Harnessing centrifugal force, Gu Licha executed a circular motion with his foot, striking the opponent's chin at the moment of peak velocity. He had previously orchestrated multiple attacks to provoke Zhao Hao's defenses, deliberately creating an opening for this decisive blow. During his time in underground boxing, Gu Licha had encountered formidable opponents, often emerging victorious through this very combination of lethal strikes. He had employed this technique 5 times, achieving 5 knockouts. Among his foes, 3 sustained fractures of the jaw, 1 endured a severe concussion, and only 1 escaped with minor injuries. According to Gu Licha's calculations, Zhao Hao had utterly relinquished his defensive capabilities. Those unfamiliar with this sequence of moves were bound to fall victim. At this juncture, one must credit the training regimen detailed in the Chronicles of the Most Powerful Disciple by Bin Jianyi. At Liangshan Marsh, several instructors had repeatedly emphasized the essentials for beginners in combat. First and foremost, one must maintain direct eye contact with the opponent, never closing one's eyes or turning away. Losing sight of the adversary's movements could prove perilous. The masters had devised various exercises to bolster Bin Jianyi's courage, including sudden jabs with a stick to sharpen his instincts against closing his eyes. Secondly, it was imperative to protect vital areas such as the groin, throat, chin, temples, and back of the head. A blow to any of these regions could signal imminent defeat or even death. Thus, Bin Jian had been rigorously trained in instinctively safeguarding these critical points. Thanks to this training, Zhao Hao instinctively adjusted his posture, managing to raise at least one arm for defense. Yet, could one hand truly withstand such a lethal strike? Gilicha secretly reveled in his confidence. It was inevitable that his kick would bypass Zhao Hao's arm and connect with his chin. The block would merely prevent severe injury. Unconsciousness was a foregone conclusion. Victory was assured. Beside him, Teacher Lu and others were wide-eyed, realizing the impending disaster. Gilicha, aware that prolonged combat was disadvantageous, had skillfully provoked Zhao Hao's defenses, seizing this exceptional opportunity for a fatal strike. The audacity of executing a backflip followed by a kick was utterly astonishing. It was unimaginable that one hand could defend against such a maneuver. Anyone present would surely have faced defeat, or worse, without any defense. Such a kick would undoubtedly result in at least a concussion. In a heartbeat, Teacher Lu and the others, witnessing the attack, were left speechless as Gilicha's heel struck the underside of Zhao Hao's forearm. Bang! Zhao Hao stumbled backward, while Gilicha awkwardly braced for defense. His eyes widened in disbelief. Had he blocked it? How was that possible? Zhao Hao retreated to create distance, shaking his arm with a grin. I apologize, I cheated. I'm no longer pretending. I am an extraordinary being. The truth is out. Chapter 43. The hand of the sorcerer. Ancient Gilicha's kick was intercepted by Zhao Hao's forearm, akin to striking a resilient rubber tire. The forceful back kick only managed to deflect Zhao Hao's arm slightly, pushing his body back without making contact with his opponent's chin. This was utterly inconceivable. Even if this adversary possessed greater strength and physical prowess, it was impossible for him to defend against his lethal strike with just one hand. For a moment, Gilicha stood there in astonishment, frozen in place, unable to comprehend the situation. Indeed, based on previous exchanges, Zhao Hao had struggled to defend with both hands, and it was unthinkable that he could block with a single arm. Yet, he had succeeded. In truth, Zhao Hao had sensed that this kick was beyond his capacity to parry with one hand alone, and a failure to defend would likely result in severe injury. Therefore, in a moment of inspiration, he summoned the hand of the sorcerer, enveloping it around his arm. The hand of the sorcerer could provide approximately 30 kilograms of force, and combined with his own strength, he managed to withstand the sudden and treacherous kick with one hand. Furthermore, the hand of the sorcerer absorbed the impact, protecting Zhao Hao's forearm from severe bruising. With his left arm enveloped by the invisible hand of the sorcerer, Zhao Hao launched a counterattack. He delivered a piercing punch, and as Gilicha nimbly shifted his weight to evade, he was caught off guard and struck heavily in the face, staggering back and nearly losing his balance. The hand of the sorcerer rendered the blow invisible, allowing Zhao Hao to unleash a punch with a force nearing 600 kilograms, despite it being his non-dominant hand. Had it landed fully, it could have easily resulted in a knockout. After only 2 punches from Zhao Hao, Gilicha was already struggling to maintain his stance, his arm throbbing with excruciating pain as if it were about to break. Zhao Hao, with his arm wrapped in the hand of the sorcerer, felt a surge of triumph. This technique is called Beast Cloak. Did you expect that? Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a venomous punch akin to a scorpion's sting, breaking through Gilicha's defense. With Gilicha's left arm momentarily unguarded, Zhao Hao delivered a straight punch to his ribcage. The impact was devastating. The sound of the strike echoed ominously, audible even to the spectators surrounding the arena. They speculated that this blow would cause Gilicha to leap in agony, likely breaking at least 2 ribs. In reality, the damage was far worse. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, questioning what kind of punch Zhao Hao had just executed. Without granting them time for confusion or contemplation, Zhao Hao instinctively applied a technique he had learned from a judo master in Liangshan, executing a powerful shoulder throw on Gilicha. A fierce shout escaped his lips. "Behold my elephant waltz!" The spectators murmured, "What on earth is that name?" A resounding thud echoed as the ground trembled beneath them. The arena fell silent for approximately 3 seconds before Gilicha, groaning and clutching his injured arm, came to his senses. His arm had been broken. Had Zhao Hao been slightly more ruthless and adjusted his angle, Gilicha's cervical vertebrae could have easily been fractured. He was defeated. At that moment, the fate card system stirred. Task completed. Defend the arena. 30 fate points awarded. Zhao Hao thought to himself, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected reward. Indeed, assisting others brings joy. He now possessed a total of 212 fate points. Subsequent events unfolded with ease. The Martial Arts Academy no longer required Zhao Hao to manage the aftermath. Ultimately, the Latin challengers carried Gilicha away on a stretcher. He not only suffered from severe bruises and a broken arm, but also endured considerable internal injuries. Although Zhao Hao's throw had been a singular act, it had caused substantial harm. Without proper medical attention, he risked a fatal incident in the night. Previously, those who had derided the martial arts academy as worthless and incited younger students to seek alternatives now departed with their heads hung low, disheartened and fearful of needing to find a new place. Furthermore, Zhao Hao boasted, "There are countless apprentices in the martial arts academy like myself. If you cannot even defeat one, it is best not to humiliate yourselves further." This provoked jubilant cheers from dozens of apprentices at the academy. Many students crowded around Zhao Hao, eager to inquire about his prowess. Zhao Hao, with a flair for embellishment, encouraged them. "Do not become complacent. You are merely outer disciples for now. Strive to become inner disciples, for then you shall witness the true essence of martial arts." The crowd gasped. So there exists an inner circle? Those uniquely named techniques must be secret teachings from the inner circle, right? We understand now. We shall strive with all our might. The students were invigorated, their spirits soaring. As for the few downcast faces of Teacher Lu's disciples, Zhao Hao paid them no mind. He had already demonstrated restraint by not disclosing that he was a rejected disciple of Qing Yun. At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu tugged at Zhao Hao's sleeve, whispering, "Zhao Gu, that was amazing. Simply incredible. That throw was so impressive." She mimicked the motion of the shoulder throw. "But when did you become an apprentice at the martial arts academy? Uncle Long mentioned your skills had reached an advanced level." Ma Xiaoyu remarked, "Though it sounds convincing, I can't shake the feeling that you're pulling my leg." Meanwhile, Go Quan and a tall black man were being questioned by two police officers. The imposing figure, Duncan, Go Quan's friend and accomplice, was being pressed against the wall by a young white officer, while Go Quan attempted to explain something to a hefty officer who regarded him with disdain, akin to viewing a week-old garbage bin. Zhao Hao hurried over. "Oh, officer, there's been a misunderstanding. They are my friends, here to help me move some things. I reside in this community. Here's my driver's license." He handed over a credentials folder. The hefty officer's demeanor softened upon seeing Zhao Hao was of Song descent. He accepted the folder with a lackadaisical expression, revealing a slight smile. Nonchalantly, he pocketed a $20 bill from within the folder and waved to his partner, declaring it a misunderstanding. "Let him go." Thus, the matter was resolved. Once the two officers had departed, Go Quan spat in frustration. "Damn. That white pig was looking for trouble. Nearly searched my backside." "Well, don't dwell on it. At least they didn't use their batons to search you. Things will improve," Zhao Hao reassured him. Zhao Hao mused. "I won't see any hope for at least 40 years. Go Quan replied, I know. They discriminate against our skin color. After all, the crime rate among blacks is high, especially since Duncan and I collected protection fees this morning. It's all those damned Italian mobsters causing chaos, making Duncan and me look for a new boss." Zhao Hao chuckled. "Well, you're not entirely unjustified. In truth, Duncan's imposing stature attracted undue attention. In such circumstances, any white officer would remain vigilant and conduct a verification. However, despite Duncan's fearsome appearance, he was quite gentle. He had been exploited multiple times by street gangs as a free enforcer, sometimes even taking the fall for their misdeeds. It was only after meeting Go Quan that he began to experience a more comfortable life, following Go Quan's lead and living under the shadow of a new boss. Zhao Hao patted Go Quan on the shoulder. All right. You've helped me out, and for that, you've endured some hardships. Tonight, dinner is on me." Zhao Hao noticed a large backpack at Duncan's feet, the very item he had asked Go Quan to procure for him, in a quaint little restaurant. Zhao Hao ordered an extravagant feast, and the three of them devoured the dishes with remarkable speed, consuming over a dozen bottles of beer. After the meal, Go Quan sent Duncan away but remained behind, casting a suspicious glance at Zhao Hao. "I worry that you might have ulterior motives," he exclaimed. "Ulterior motives? What could I possibly want?" Zhao Hao retorted. "Then how do you explain all these items you've requested?" Go Quan challenged. "I have my uses. Besides, these items aren't capable of much," Zhao Hao replied, shrugging off the skepticism. "Who knows? You Song people excel in chemistry. Perhaps you're concocting a bomb." Go Quan's intuition warned him that Zhao Hao was up to something significant, and he refused to leave. Zhao Hao pondered for a moment. "All right, given our relationship, I won't hide anything from you. If you're truly prepared, follow me." Go Quan questioned, "Aren't you fond of drinking soda? Why then are you selling so many apple-flavored beverages?" Zhao Hao smiled mysteriously. "I have grand purposes." Upon arriving at Zhao Hao's small storage area, he cleared a space and placed a battered iron bucket, meticulously pouring in various materials. Meanwhile, Go Quan struggled to tear open a jelly package, his hands cramping in the process. Good heavens! What on earth are you planning? He lamented. Zhao Hao glanced around cautiously and asked, Go Quan, have you heard of alchemy? Go Quan looked puzzled. Alchemy? I have heard Elder Zhidian speak of elixir crafting. Zhao Hao exclaimed, what a twist. You're not following the script. Clearing his throat, he continued. I have mastered a form of alchemy that allows me to create a wondrous substance. I'm about to conduct an experiment. Hey, where are you going? Go Quan had taken refuge behind a wooden cabinet, exclaiming, what sort of infernal alchemy requires jelly and apple drink? You're clearly making a bomb. I'm worried you might blow me up. Does the creation of a bomb really necessitate jelly and apple drink? Zhao Hao questioned. As he added the final ingredient, sulfuric acid, into the bucket, he poured in a generous amount of energy. The materials began to churn and bubble, emitting a faint green glow. Go Quan's eyes widened, his disbelief evident. Oh my goodness, this won't lead to radiation, will it? Zhao Hao retorted. Do you think I'm pouring Fukushima nuclear waste in there? Soon, the green substance began to condense and shrink, transforming into a trembling, semi-transparent gel. The iron bucket began to dissolve, melting away like snow, leaving behind a quivering mass of green gel approximately 50 centimeters in diameter, appearing delightfully elastic. One could not help but admire the resilience of the Americans in such matters. Much like in the movies, upon discovering an alien or prehistoric creature, their instinct is not to question and alert authorities, but rather to exclaim, incredible. I'm going to get rich. I will achieve fame. With a look of awe, Go Quan asked, Zhao Hao, did you succeed? Zhao Hao was uncertain. Suddenly, two small eyes appeared on the gel-like substance, and it began to wriggle, rolling across the floor and engulfing bits of paper and debris, digesting them. Remarkably, it made its way to Zhao Hao's feet. This creature possessed a strong corrosive quality. Heaven knows how Zhao Hao resisted the urge to retreat. However, as he had suspected, the green mass did not harm him in the slightest. It could control its own digestive abilities. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and Go Quan conducted a series of tests and commands in the storage area, ultimately naming their creation Little Soft. This entity exhibited remarkable digestive capabilities, capable of consuming anything it touched: metal, soil, wood, waste paper, glass, plastic. Moreover, it appeared to possess its own intelligence, responding to some of Zhao Hao's commands. Go Quan, observing the small creature with its agile, bean-like eyes, questioned, it seems alive and possesses its own intellect. At that moment, Zhao Hao, having established a mental connection, gleaned further information. Indeed, it possesses its own intelligence, perhaps equivalent to a fifth grader's level. Go Quan gasped in shock. What? It can perform addition and subtraction. Zhao Hao and Little Soft chimed in. You only know addition and subtraction in 5th grade? That's astonishingly poor. Meanwhile, Gu Laicha, wrapped in bandages and plaster, lay despondently on a hospital bed. Most of his students had abandoned him on their way. With only a few remaining to escort him to the hospital, it seemed they would no longer study the ancient Thai boxing under him. In fact, it was uncertain whether he could continue practicing at all. 2 hours earlier, several impeccably dressed Italians had arrived, leaving behind 2 stacks of cash without uttering a word before departing. He had been forsaken. The primary reason was his severe arm injury, which likely would not heal to its previous state. Not only had he botched his assignment, but he was now devoid of any practical value. His life had descended into utter darkness. At an indeterminate moment, a middle-aged man donned in a top hat, tailcoat, and leaning on a walking cane emerged from the shadows of the room. Gu Laicha, you are a commendable fighter. Do you wish to reclaim your dignity and acquire greater power? Chapter 44. Following Uncle Tai to collect goods on this rare occasion. Juzwa did not lounge about on the coffee table, sofa, or cabinets. Instead, he took a keen interest in exploring the newly arrived Xiaowan. Xiaowan, with a temperament as gentle as a lovely green blob of rubber, was quite accommodating to his poking and prodding. Zhao Hao selectively shared some information about the extraordinary underworld with Go Quan, primarily out of a sense of unfamiliarity in this new environment. Feeling that many matters required Go Quan's assistance. Their relationship was sufficiently close, yet this proximity had its drawbacks, as divulging information about the underworld to ordinary individuals inherently posed risks, chiefly mental shock. In his words, I've witnessed refugee shelters from the south. What shock could this be? In the current chaotic market, the police frequently apprehended individuals with dubious identities or illegal residents, particularly those who had illegally crossed borders from neighboring countries, often sending them to shelters. Reports indicated that conditions there were dire, and inmates were subjected to forced labor. Many entered upright and emerged horizontally. Beyond mental shock, there was also an enhancement of spiritual perception. However, this scant information was unlikely to elevate Go Quan's spiritual insight. Zhao Hao suspected that Go Quan's innate spiritual perception was already considerable. Given the bizarre occurrences that had surrounded him throughout his life, such as the demise of a class bully and his uncanny ability to escape street brawls unscathed. Upon learning about the underworld and extraordinary beings, Go Quan leapt with excitement. Is it as cool as being a wizard? Zhao Hao demonstrated his spell, transforming his hair into a vibrant array of colors. Wow, brother, that's incredible. We could open a barbershop with this. Zhao Hao replied, I fear that's not feasible. Firstly, extraordinary beings cannot reveal their identities, and secondly, I am still unskilled. I had intended to give you a mohawk. Go Quan, in sheer terror, clutched his head, wide-eyed, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a grim fate. Go Quan pointed at Zhu Zua, who was busily pawing at Xiaowan. Is this plump cat also a magical pet? Zhao Hao affirmed, indeed. Zhu Zua cast a sidelong glance. Do you have a problem with that? Go Quan queried, what can it do? Is it exceptionally good at eating? He had just witnessed Zhu Zua devour an entire bowl of cat food with gusto. Zhao Hao gestured with his chin towards Zhu Zua. Go on, give him a scare. Zhu Zua stood beside Go Quan, striking a pose. Then suddenly produced a large wooden barrel with a burning fuse and tossed it at Go Quan's feet. The barrel was a vivid red, bound with 2 iron hoops, standing about a meter tall, adorned with an explosion symbol and the word boom. What the heck? Go Quan exclaimed, blowing furiously at the hissing fuse. Ultimately, it was Zhu Zua who retrieved the barrel, and its final destination remained a mystery, perhaps within his own belly? Although initially thrilled by the glimpse into the underworld, Go Quan's enthusiasm waned after further inquiry. If it doesn't make money, what is the point? It truly is all about the money. That evening, Go Quan stayed over at Zhao Hao's, sleeping in the guest room. Zhao Hao, as usual, lit an incense stick and fell asleep using the Zhou Long sleeping pill technique. In the midst of his dreams, Zhao Hao awoke to find himself in a radiant sea of light. After several attempts, he had finally returned to this place. If his intuition served him correctly, this was the realm of dreams. According to Uncle Tai, dreams were the surface of the sea of spiritual energy, a realm accessible to all sentient beings. It was also the abode of deities, the Eastern Heaven, Western Paradise, Takamagara, Olympus, Asgard. Before Zhao Hao's eyes lay countless bubbles of varying sizes, a vast expanse of dreams belonging to innumerable beings. Previously, Zhao Hao had stumbled upon the dream of his neighbor, Little Shomon, a fortunate coincidence. Ordinarily, without special means, seeking a specific person's dream would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Entering this dream realm marked the commencement of cultivating the Zhou Long sleeping pill technique. Zhao Hao needed to maintain a state of awareness within the dream, crafting an environment conducive to his practice, where he would gain valuable experience. The following morning, Zhao Hao prepared 2 large bowls of noodles and, after eating, set out. Go Quan remained asleep and would leave on his own once awake. Upon arriving at the antique shop, Uncle Tai cast an eye at him, expressing dissatisfaction. Your training is lacking, yet you've taken to engaging in contests of bravado? Do you aspire to be the best in Tianjin? Zhao Hao quickly smiled and explained, I had no intention of getting involved. After all, the Jinfan Martial Arts Academy is a reflection of my Song heritage, and I cannot allow it to be tarnished. At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu emerged from the inner room, tugging at Uncle Tai's sleeve with a playful demeanor. Uncle Tai. It was Xiaoyu who asked Brother Zhao to help. You have no idea how wicked those challengers are. They've injured 5 or 6 masters. Uncle Tai shot Zhao Hao a sidelong glance. I warn you, it's best not to meddle in the affairs of the Martial Arts Academy in Song City. The depths of this matter are profound. After a brief stay in the shop, Zhao Hao accompanied Uncle Tai as they drove out. It turned out a wealthy individual was relocating from the outskirts of the city, with numerous antiques and old items to dispose of. Many antique shops and second-hand stores in the city had received the information, prompting them to investigate if they could acquire anything of value. It was approximately a 50-minute drive to the southern coast of Brooklyn, a relatively affluent area, though not the most elite. The premier affluent districts were situated around Central Park in Midtown Manhattan. This area could be considered a secondary affluent district, characterized by spacious, estate-style villas, with considerable distances between residences, often taking over 10 minutes to traverse. The duo's destination was a moderately sized estate that appeared somewhat aged. A sharply dressed middle-aged man, exuding a hint of arrogance, greeted visitors at the entrance. He was the estate owner's property consultant, handling matters related to the estate. A handful of owners from various second-hand shops had already arrived, two of whom Zhao Hao recognized from past antique appraisal events. While these individuals might be considered competitors, engaging in reckless bidding would only undermine the market's integrity. Every circle has its unspoken rules, which are generally adhered to with tacit understanding. The property consultant glanced at the time and announced, "It's almost time. Allow me to explain the details to you, gentlemen." Apparently, there had been an incident at the estate, prompting the owner's family to hastily relocate and dispose of certain items. This estate had been established for nearly 130 years, and the contents, including lighting fixtures, porcelain, tableware, and solid wood furniture, were of high quality, typically yielding a profit margin of around 10 to 20%. Furthermore, there were ancestral antiques, oil paintings, and other truly valuable items. The property consultant led the group into the estate, introducing the various items available for purchase and inviting competitive bidding. During a brief pause, Zhao Hao discreetly tugged at Uncle Tai's sleeve and whispered, "Uncle Tai, there's light." Uncle Tai paused momentarily, then continued to follow the group without drawing attention. During a break, he inquired among several colleagues if anyone knew what had transpired. As it turned out, one individual was quite well informed. Since the beginning of the year, the estate owner's young daughter had frequently claimed to encounter a strange little girl within the house. Initially, the adults dismissed it, assuming the girl was merely playing tricks or had misperceived something. However, about half a month prior, the lady of the house had an unexpected encounter with the little girl, resulting in a frightening tumble down the stairs, causing her considerable injury. This incident sent the family into a state of panic. Subsequently, they had summoned mediums, exorcists, and even priests from the church. A few nights ago, the estate owner once again encountered the little girl, nearly soiling himself in fright. It was clear that he could no longer remain there. He had to move out swiftly. Thus, the grand scavenging event ensued. Uncle Tai and Zhao Hao exchanged a glance. Something was amiss. Chapter 45, The Hidden Treasure. In the stillness of the night, under the sparse stars and the bright moon casting a silvery frost across the ground, the oppressive heat of the day had vanished, ushering in the most refreshing moment of the day. It was approximately 11 o'clock at night. Uncle Tai and Zhao Hao sat quietly in their vehicle by the edge of the woods, awaiting their moment. Juza sprawled in the back seat, snoring softly. Zhao Hao brought Juza along to familiarize it with Uncle Tai. Given the multitude of secrets he harbored, it was nearly impossible to conceal everything from someone he spent so much time with. Yet, he could not divulge everything either. Thus, he opted to gradually reveal certain aspects of his uniqueness, allowing Uncle Tai to accept his peculiarities. For instance, he claimed that he found Juza, later discovering its ability to perceive spiritual energy. While this matter was not entirely extraordinary, it was not entirely unheard of either, as felines are known to possess a heightened sensitivity to the ethereal realms. In the legends of the Great Song, tales of cats possessing spiritual awareness abound, with stories of corpses rising when touched by them. Hence, Uncle Tai did not express much skepticism, merely commenting, "I've heard of such things before. However, those cats are typically exceptionally agile. Yours seems rather hefty. Do not feed it too much." At that moment, as Juza paused its grooming, it retorted, "Old man, I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that. I hope you enjoy your meal." Earlier that day, Zhao Hao had noticed something unusual in the old manor. A certain area within the house was emanating a faint glow, not the twisted and chaotic light of a cursed object, but a luminescence characteristic of transcendent artifacts. It was clear that there was a remarkable item hidden in the manor, unbeknownst to its current owner, or perhaps even to the previous one. When connected to the rumors he had heard earlier about a mysterious young girl appearing in the manor, Uncle Tai deduced that some precious artifact had gradually developed sentience over the years. In the realm of the Great Song, there existed individuals who specialized in the pursuit of rare treasures. Their endeavors could be likened to extraordinary treasure hunters, akin to the portly figures in the underworld. Despite the subsequent period of spiritual dormancy during which transcendent beings ceased their activities in the outer world, the practice of treasure hunting did not vanish. After all, it was a venture with boundless profit potential. Even during the era of spiritual quietude, these treasure seekers gradually honed their skills in utilizing the principles of life and death to locate and capture treasures. In the southern regions of the Great Song, They were referred to as biabao, hidden treasure seekers, while in the north, they were called yangwan, shepherds, implying an effortless acquisition. As Uncle Tai observed the sky, he engaged Zhao Hao in idle conversation, the southern biabao seekers, the northern yangwan. When I was young, I knew a yangwan who possessed a remarkable calling technique to summon treasures. The spiritual energy in the great song was abundant, and even during the quiet period, many creatures in the wild had developed unique qualities. Those naturally occurring treasures were plentiful. Those who sought treasures often procured items like the wind-settling pearl from the bodies of giant centipedes or the fire cloud dan from foxes. A decade ago, during the most severe period of spiritual dormancy, those items were considered the pinnacle of treasures in the outer world. Now, 8 years after the end of that dormancy, spiritual energy has become increasingly vibrant, possibly causing certain treasures to absorb the essence of sun and moon, thus developing sentience and manifesting phenomena. It is said that gold and silver buried underground over time will coalesce into humanoid forms. Each type of treasure takes on a different guise. Summarized in a saying, golden and silver youths, jade maidens, pearl sisters, and peculiar tools, who knows what kind of being we might encounter this time. As the moon ascended to its zenith, signaling midnight, Uncle Tai gestured that it was time to depart. Just as Zhao Hao was about to exit the vehicle, Uncle Tai pulled him back, presenting him with a triangular piece of black cloth. Zhao Hao noticed that Uncle Tai had already covered his face, obscuring the lower half entirely. Is this a mask? Uncle Tai, you seem quite experienced. Zhao Hao exclaimed. You have much to learn, young one. Uncle Tai replied. With Juzhen nestled in his arms, the duo made their way quietly towards the manor. Naturally, they could not approach through the front gate and instead arrived at a high wall on the side of the estate. In a place like Ame, security was lax, and homes without burglar alarms often fell prey to break-ins. The manor's owner had done well, constructing a wall over 3 meters high. If the family had not vacated, there would likely still be guards and ferocious dogs. As Zhao Hao was about to suggest that Uncle Tai climb onto his shoulders to scale the wall, he was astonished to see Uncle Tai bend his knees and leap effortlessly onto the top of the wall, crouching down to look at Zhao Hao. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Turns out you can perform lightness skills. Zhao Hao exclaimed, not to be outdone. He took a few steps back, leaped, and with a push from his feet, grasped the top of the wall, pulling himself up with ease. At that moment, Juza, now perched atop the wall, voiced its discontent. Are you two going up the wall without me, your little kitty? That is not fair. It squeezed through a small opening beneath the wall. Uncle Tai remarked, your cat is indeed extraordinary, resembling a rat. The 2 men and 1 cat silently jumped down from the wall and advanced towards the grand villa. At that moment, the iron gate of the manor was forcibly bent open, creating a gap wide enough for a person to pass through, as a tall, muscular man entered, followed by 2 large, well-fed dogs. As they proceeded, Uncle Tai suddenly halted. Just as Zhao Hao was about to inquire, he heard a low growl. It was the ominous sound of the dogs. Zhao Hao pondered what to do if they were discovered by the dogs. Would it be acceptable to put them down? After all, everyone professes to love dogs. Before he could deliberate further, 2 sharp barks erupted, and the imposing dogs charged from the shadows. One was a large, muscular pit bull, a common sight in Ame, but this particular specimen was exceptionally massive, standing over 1 meter tall with a physique reminiscent of a canine Schwarzenegger. Its mouth nearly 20 centimeters wide, filled with sharp teeth and drooling saliva, an amalgamation of a tank and an agile assassin. Uncle Tai, with a talisman pinched between his fingers, whispered, be cautious, these are no ordinary dogs. They have been specially trained. Zhao Hao activated his demon hunting senses, detecting a spiritual response emanating from the dogs. But it felt as though they were not inherently imbued with spiritual energy. Rather, they had been consistently infused or absorbed with it. The distinction was akin to emitting light versus merely being in contact with a luminous object. These 2 dogs had been specially bred by transcendent beings. Furthermore, Zhao Hao caught sight of a shadow above that was not particularly large. Uncle Tai, be careful, it's a transcendent being. There's also a bird in the sky. Zhao Hao decided against drawing his dragon-slaying sword, and instead tore a piece of wood from the nearby garden fence. The 2 ferocious dogs positioned themselves, flanking Zhao Hao and Uncle Tai, while the presence of the unseen transcendent being loomed. Uncle Tai surveyed the vicinity. The moon shone brightly, yet it was still the dead of night. The average person could only discern objects within 6 or 7 meters, beyond which everything appeared hazy. Uncle Tai possessed sharper eyesight, but within a radius of several meters, he saw no figures. Moreover, the adversary was undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, intent on using the dogs to probe their defenses. Had Zhao Hao and Uncle Tai been ordinary individuals, they might have easily succumbed to the dog's ferocity. At that moment, Uncle Tai discreetly tossed a talisman behind his back. The yellow talisman floated swiftly above the ground, transforming seamlessly into a paper crane not far away. The two dogs, being mere mortals, remained oblivious to this phenomenon. At that moment, Zhao Hao suddenly caught a faint sound resembling a whistle. As soon as it pierced the air, the two dogs lunged menacingly towards him. Zhao Hao, a lone warrior, brandished the wooden stick in his hand and charged forward. With a powerful swing, he struck the bulldog squarely on the forehead, resulting in a resounding crack as the stick shattered. The bulldog tumbled a considerable distance, yet managed to rise unsteadily, bloodied but still fiercely determined to charge ahead. Meanwhile, the other mixed-breed dog cunningly circled around, seizing the opportunity to leap at Zhao Hao's throat while he was engaged with the bulldog. Zhao Hao, unable to evade in time, retaliated with a swift elbow strike. The dog, remarkably agile, deftly maneuvered away mid-air and quickly distanced itself upon landing. Just then, an explosion erupted approximately 20 meters away, sending a towering man, who had been hiding behind a flower bed, tumbling to the ground. It was Uncle Tai's fire talisman paper crane that had located the concealed extraordinary being. Chapter 46. The Bear Man Beast Tamer. The man cursed as he stood up, seemingly uninjured, though his clothes were charred beyond recognition by the paper crane fire talisman, and half of his hair was singed away. Zhao Hao, with his keen perception, could distinctly see the man's dense chest hair, reminiscent of a black woolen sweater. Where did this hairy creature come from? The man appeared extremely enraged, his eyes bulging, his nose wrinkled, and his mouth spewing curses, resembling intoxicated vagabonds on unsafe streets, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, Uncle Tai's demeanor turned serious. It's a bear man. Subhumans are reappearing in the surface world. Before Zhao Hao could inquire further, the burly man let out a deep, furious roar, his form expanding by over 20 centimeters, his body hair bristling, and his physique increasing in size. Most notably, his face transformed, with his mouth and nose protruding, taking on a bear-like appearance. In the blink of an eye, he morphed from a hairy human into a 2-meter-tall, over 1-meter-wide hybrid monster of man and bear. Moreover, he hurled a bead-like object to the ground, which erupted in a cloud of smoke, revealing a monkey over 1 meter long. Its tail was astonishingly long, and the fur on its paws was a striking red. Uncle Tai remarked, "That's at least a 4-star black iron bear man, with some trained animals as allies." He cautioned Zhao Hao, "Beware of that monkey. It's an extraordinary creature." Extraordinary beings are those creatures that were transported to the inner world when the realms separated, some possessing innate extraordinary abilities, while others evolved in the energy-rich inner world, becoming significantly stronger. In short, they are not comparable to animals of the surface world. Uncle Tai, however, was not overly concerned at this point. If the bear man had not shown himself, it could have been troublesome, but since he had, there was no longer any threat. He flicked his wrist, summoning several golden beans that transformed mid-air into 8 imposing figures clad in golden helmets and armor, brandishing various weapons. These were the yellow turban warriors summoned by Uncle Tai. He then turned his back, dismissing the situation. 4 of the yellow turban warriors engaged the 2 dogs, with each warrior effortlessly overpowering a dog using only their fists, leaving the dogs howling in agony. The remaining 4 stood behind Uncle Tai, resembling bodyguards. Zhao Hao looked at Uncle Tai and remarked, "Isn't there an even fiercer opponent?" Uncle Tai nodded. "Indeed. Perfect timing. Since you've been practicing your boxing, why not give it a try?" Zhao Hao, "No choice, here I go." After all, the bear man was already charging at him with a growl. It seemed that this transformation would diminish his rationality, resembling a rabid beast. The bear man's fist, the size of a cauldron, swung toward Zhao Hao's head. Zhao Hao was curious to test the bear man's strength, reassured by Uncle Tai's presence behind him. Surely he wouldn't let him be harmed. Zhao Hao grunted as he caught the massive fist, realizing it was far more powerful than that Southeast Asian Muay Thai fighter he had faced before. Indeed, the man was merely a skilled fighter, but the bear man's strength was genuinely formidable. Just by looking at his size, he could easily rival 2 Muay Thai fighters, with arms as thick as his thighs. After taking a heavy punch, Zhao Hao's hand went numb with pain, forcing him to avoid direct confrontation. He relied on his agility to circle around the bear man. From a distance, Uncle Tai watched Zhao Hao endure the bear man's punch, nearly striking himself out of frustration. He had already cast a spell, and now several talismans enveloped in spiritual energy flitted around him like agile swallows. He was astonished to see Zhao Hao withstand a punch from the bear man, almost falling backward, yet feeling a strange sense of surprise. Uncle Tai mused, has this kid's boxing practice made him lose his mind? Or has he turned his muscles into brain? Remarkably resilient. He truly has the makings of a fighter. After half a minute of circling around the bear man, Zhao Hao felt himself nearing exhaustion. While his evasive tactics had been momentarily effective, he was still on the defensive. He decided to stop hiding his skills and utilized his newly developed technique. The Mage's Hand, modified tailed beast cloak. After intensive training over the past few days, he was now capable of casting 2 Mage's Hands simultaneously, albeit lacking proficiency in remote control, which made it challenging to multitask. However, enveloping his arms with the Mage's Hands to directly control them was manageable, effectively creating 2 energy-infused gauntlets. With the Mage's Hands surrounding his arms, Zhao Hao began to trade blows with the bear man. The bear man, strong and heavy, likely boasted a strength attribute of 10 points, and with his considerable weight, he easily surpassed 100 kilograms. The 2 brutes exchanged punches for over a minute, each hit resounding with a solid thud, akin to 2 gorillas brawling, much to Uncle Tai's exasperation. Suddenly, a piercing crow's caw echoed through the air as the stout orange cat leaped from a tree, resembling a flying squirrel, launching itself 5 meters forward to pounce on a large crow. This crow, presumably a local species, boasted a wingspan nearing 1 meter. However, it stood no chance against the orange cat's bulk, as its head spun around 720 degrees before it hit the ground. Meanwhile, the red-pawed extraordinary monkey, having attempted to ambush Uncle Tai, was skewered by one of the yellow turban warriors, impaled on the tip of a long spear. The demise of the 2 dogs, the monkey and the crow, seemed to awaken the frenzy within the bear man. Clearly, he realized he was no match for the duo before him. Not even for the animals he had painstakingly trained. Especially the Fireclaw monkey, which had once proven invaluable in defeating formidable foes, was now impaled in an instant. Fleeing without hesitation, the bear man, despite his bulk, displayed surprising speed, staggering slightly from Zhao Hao's punch before turning to escape, covering several meters in mere moments. Zhao Hao instinctively reached to cast a barrier spell, but hesitated and ultimately refrained. The Mage's Hand was somewhat explainable, as one could claim it was a skill acquired through enlightenment. After all, Uncle Tai had mentioned that many practitioners could master 1 or 2 techniques after awakening their energy. Having awakened his Qi observation technique, an additional Mage's Hand seemed inconsequential. It was merely a fundamental form of energy manipulation. However, the barrier technique was intricate and profound, far from something one could simply grasp through insight or self-study. If he were to use it, how could he explain it? Ultimately, there was no deep-seated grudge. The bear man did not recognize him, so he let it go. Uncle Tai appeared to share a similar mindset, opting not to pursue the fleeing bear man. However, the orange cat was not one to be trifled with. As the bear man dashed away, he suddenly let out a pained scream and fell to the ground, clutching his groin, scrambling to his feet in a frantic, clumsy manner before disappearing into the darkness. In the end, it was the orange cat that had stealthily attacked from behind, delivering a swift kick. What malice could the orange cat harbor? Merely a playful pounce. Uncle Tai grimaced. What kind of person raises such a cat? The battle, which lasted less than 10 minutes, yielded 2 dogs, 1 extraordinary monkey, a large crow, and a small bird for their side. Oh, and the orange cat was still proudly clutching a white-furred rat in its mouth. Zhao Hao inquired, how did you catch a squirrel? Oh wait, it's still alive. Be careful not to eat anything strange. Juzwa, who claims it to be a squirrel? This creature moves with remarkable speed. Had it not been for me, it would have surely escaped. This white-furred rodent bears a striking resemblance to a slender version of a Totoro, indeed not a squirrel at all. It may even be an extraordinary being, though Zhao Hao is unfamiliar with it. Uncle Tai, however, seemed to have a notion upon seeing this large rodent. If my conjecture holds true, this creature is likely a treasure-seeking rodent. Such beings are referred to as treasure mice in the Great Song Dynasty, though I am unaware of their designation here. Quite a rarity, to the extent that Uncle Tai has only heard of them but never laid eyes on one. The reason this bear-like man appeared in the manor in the dead of night is that this treasure mouse discovered the presence of valuables within the estate. Unfortunately, it collided head-on with Zhao Hao and Uncle Tai, and in a bid for survival, it met with misfortune. In the clutches of Juzwa, this treasure mouse is indeed unfortunate. Unable to flee, unwilling to eat, it simply decides to feign death. Whatever befalls it, so be it. Uncle Tai harbored no particular thoughts. For him, the majority of so-called treasures had lost their significance. He advised Zhao Hao, "You may as well keep this creature. It might prove useful." That bear-like man could very well be a beast tamer or some other extraordinary being, having raised so many animals, only to fall into your hands. Ultimately, Zhao Hao extracted the treasure mouse from Juzwa's grasp, a transaction that cost him 2 bags of cat food weighing 10 kilograms each, several cans of cat food, and a quantity of catnip. Juzwa remarked, "You even steal from a mouse. Are you still human?" Zhao Hao named the treasure mouse Lai Bao, which translates to come treasure. Uncle Tai suggested that if Zhao Hao were to acquire another pet, it ought to be named Lotus Falls. Chapter 47. Transforming beings into soldiers. Zhao Hao's ability to perceive qi could only provide a rough location of the treasure within the villa. Yet the treasure-finding rat could pinpoint its exact whereabouts. This spared Zhao Hao and his companion the arduous task of searching through the night. In gratitude, Zhao Hao rewarded the creature with a single 1-cent coin. The rat mused, "Do you think yourself generous?" "What do I know of money?" Juzwa interjected. "Who are you talking to?" He snatched the coin away. Beneath an inconspicuous staircase in the villa, hidden beneath the floor of a closet, lay a jewelry box, concealed by an unknown individual at an unspecified time. Inside were a dozen exquisite pieces of jewelry, conservatively estimated to be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Among them, the most valuable was a pearl the size of a marble, lustrous and captivating. Uncle Tai remarked that this might be a pearl of exceptional quality, harvested from a deep-sea oyster. Upon discovering the box, a young girl in a western dress appeared on the nearby staircase, seemingly beckoning Zhao Hao and his companion to pursue her. This must have been the ethereal manifestation of the pearl spirit. Lacking any self-awareness, her actions were merely instinctual. Regrettably, Zhao Hao and Uncle Tai paid her no mind. As the master, Uncle Tai naturally claimed the lion's share. The monetary reward would be split evenly, but the pearl would belong to him. By nurturing the pearl in pristine water and introducing small doses of spiritual energy or other enchanted materials daily, a small pearl would manifest within 3 days. The longer the interval, the higher the quality of the pearl. If sold to ordinary affluent individuals, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum, given its rarity. However, for the extraordinary beings, it bore little significance, not even comparable to the Qingming Shangha II Zhao Hao had previously discovered at the antique market. Recently, Uncle Tai had ventured into the market, rumored to be teeming with all manner of supernatural beings and wares. On one notable occasion, he exchanged a handful of coins for a silver-armored corpse's heart, an item that would incite ecstasy in any necromancer capable of producing a silver-armored zombie. Nevertheless, that painting was inherently perilous, and Uncle Tai had refrained from further excursions. In contrast, the Qingming Shangha II was considerably safer, containing many specialties from the Song dynasty that were unattainable for Ame, but readily available within the artwork. Yet, Zhao Hao had little desire for rest. The night's encounter had far exceeded his expectations. After all, they had faced a shape-shifting bear man. As they traveled, Zhao Hao could hardly contain his astonishment, while Uncle Tai remained unfazed. Bearmen were simply a type of subhuman, albeit quite rare in the surface world. Previously, the subhumans most commonly encountered were ratmen and pigmen. Perhaps the active spiritual energy had prompted many rare subhumans and extraordinary races to emerge from the underworld. Bearmen, one of the subhuman races? Was the matter being treated too lightly? Yet Uncle Tai asserted that these subhumans and extraordinary beings were not uncommon in the underworld and could occasionally be spotted in the surface world. Even during periods of spiritual dormancy, in the Song dynasty, they were collectively referred to as monsters, distinct from extraordinary beings. As subhumans, they were still regarded as a subspecies of humanity. They could effortlessly shift between their beastly and human forms, awakening spiritual energy with ease and generally possessing unique abilities. For instance, today's encounter with the bear man revealed his tough skin and immense strength. Even without training, he was among the strongest of humans, capable of towing a truck. His muscle density and bone strength were remarkable. A small caliber handgun would prove ineffective unless aimed at a vital point, rendering him remarkably resilient. Thus, This bear man was able to physically contend with Zhao Hao. With a single technique, Zhao Hao had unleashed countless strikes upon the bear man. A normal human would have likely succumbed after just a few blows. Besides bear men, other subhumans included werewolves, cat people, rabbit people, and rat people, typically residing in settlements within the underworld. Many had integrated into the societal fabric of the surface world. Unless they transformed, distinguishing them would prove nearly impossible. Of course, there were methods to identify them. But if they posed no threat, there was little reason to target them. Neither Uncle Tai nor Zhao Hao were monster hunters or demon slayers. Their hurried encounter had merely skimmed the surface. Zhao Hao retained little concrete understanding and resolved to defer further contemplation. Nevertheless, he persistently inquired of Uncle Tai about the 8 yellow turban warriors, the true MVP of the night. They were akin to legendary celestial soldiers, immensely powerful. Uncle Tai, he exclaimed, you often say I merely swing my fists like a blacksmith. I do not wish to be so limited. I lack any real spells. My understanding of spiritual energy is rudimentary at best, merely assisting my physical strikes. Teach me a few techniques. Those yellow turban warriors seemed formidable. Uncle Tai shot him a glance. Your spiritual hand, though crude, exhibits no flaws. To grasp such a technique is commendable. As for transforming beings into soldiers, I can teach you that. Just as Zhao Hao rejoiced, he stroked his chin and remarked, however, the crafting of divine soldier beings requires a plethora of special materials. I was fortunate to have gathered 8 over 3 years. Moreover, you must awaken their spiritual essence and refine them into your own troops. Otherwise, they will be of little use. Generally, one cannot create yellow turban warriors with mere beans. I've spent 2 decades honing this craft. Zhao Hao's expression froze, envisioning a punch honed over 20 years. Can you withstand that? Uncle Tai patted his shoulder. Furthermore, this technique merely serves as a protective spell. Remember that the true essence lies in your heart and spiritual energy. Starting tomorrow, learn talismans and paper figures from me. By the end of that evening's escapade, Zhao Hao had secured 3 treasures, a treasure-finding rat, and Uncle Tai's promise to impart new knowledge. Additionally, the fate card system had yielded rewards. Completing the task, Black eats Black, granting him 55 fate points. At dawn, Zhao Hao began his lessons with Uncle Tai, focusing on talismans and paper figures. The talismans were ordinary, widely recognized among the populace. Practice was paramount. Many folk shamans could draw them. Yet without infusing them with spiritual energy, they were ineffective. Uncle Tai explained that many esteemed sects possessed their unique talismans, but those were closely guarded secrets. Even if one learned how to draw them, they would be futile without the requisite seals. For instance, in the Tianshi Dao, one must undergo an initiation and receive a title from the founder before they could wield the talisman's divine powers. Some powerful talismans could only be crafted on auspicious days after extensive rituals, incurring significant costs. Likewise, the disciples of folk magic needed the approval of their ancestors to utilize talismans imbued with their power, or one had to refine their own troops and establish their own altars. In essence, talismans must have roots. Practitioners who specialized in talismans invariably hailed from established lineages or prestigious sects. Self-taught individuals were virtually non-existent and rarely achieved success. Zhao Hao reflected that it was akin to programming. If one operated within another's framework, limitations would spell disaster. Constructing one's framework was a monumental endeavor, requiring generations of accumulation to accomplish. As for Zhao Hao's current studies, they comprised rudimentary spells, such as exorcism charms and fire talismans, akin to the basic tools of the trade. If programming a mobile app were the goal, he was merely a basic calculator. The art of paper figures and horses, which he had previously encountered with paper dogs, was a folk tradition. While it was a common practice, mastering it to a high degree proved exceedingly useful, even finding its way into some esteemed sects due to its effectiveness. Zhao Hao was wielding a pair of scissors, contemplating whether he could merge the art of paper cutting with the talisman technique, the transformation of paper into soldiers, and his own abilities as a young boundary master from Mo Village. The thought was intriguing, yet it remained merely a fleeting idea. As his exposure to such arts had been brief, he had yet to commence his training in the paper shikigami craft. Time was on his side. 2 days later, the rotund friend abruptly called Zhao Hao. "What are you up to, my friend?" Zhao Hao teased. "I can tell you're craving meat again. Care for a taste of my fist as big as a clay pot?" "Stop joking around. I have good news for you," the friend insisted. "Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? I'm rather unoccupied at the moment." I was just discussing printing matters with Go Quan. We're considering a reprint. Zhao Hao urged him to speak. Eventually, the friend burst into the restaurant, akin to a bouncing ball, and plopped down on a chair without hesitation, ordering 4 additional dishes. Zhao Hao mused to himself, is he really here just to mooch off my meal? But for the sake of good news, I shall endure. The friend eagerly grabbed his chopsticks, devoured his meal with gusto, polished off a jug of beer, and declared, "All right, I'm full. You two enjoy your meal. I'm off now. No need to see me out." Zhao Hao and Go Quan had been watching in disbelief for a good 10 minutes, eagerly awaiting the promised good news, their frustration mounting as they prepared to confront him. The friend quickly raised his hands in surrender. Hey, I was just kidding. There's truly good news to share." Upon hearing the words good news, Go Quan's eyes widened in anticipation. "What is it, my friend?" The friend glanced at Go Quan, smacked his lips, and Go Quan promptly called for another jug of beer. The friend sipped his chilled beer and continued, "Originally, I didn't plan to involve Go Quan, considering he is just an ordinary fellow." Go Quan interjected, distressed, "You can't leave me behind, my friend. I'm capable of anything. Just give me a chance." The friend pressed his hands down in a calming gesture. This matter was not intended for ordinary individuals, but it is not entirely exclusive either. Besides, you've already learned about the inner world from Zhao Hao. It would be unfair to keep you in the dark any longer. He gazed at Go Quan, his eyes wide and his expression exaggerated. But let us be clear. Getting too entangled in the affairs of the inner world might not be advantageous. Your ordinary life could drift far from you. Think it through. The following morning, Zhao Hao and Go Quan awaited their friend at the designated meeting spot. Zhao Hao carried his sleeping orange cat and the curled-up little soft creature in his backpack. Given the gravity of the friend's demeanor and his repeated inquiries to Go Quan, it was likely that the matter pertained to the inner world. After his regrettable decision not to bring the little soft creature during his recent encounter with the beast tamer, he resolved to be more cautious this time, ensuring both were included. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, their friend approached, munching on some steamed buns. Upon spotting Zhao Hao and Go Quan, he hastily stuffed his mouth. But they were not about to let him off that easily. They swiftly dashed over and snatched the remaining buns for themselves, chewing on half a bun. The friend mumbled to Go Quan, "Have you truly made up your mind?" Go Quan nodded, producing a protective talisman that hung around his neck. "I'm prepared. Look, I brought the talisman that Elder Ji Dian gifted me when I was young. It's foolproof." Zhao Hao and the friend leaned in with curiosity, discovering it was a small copper-plated iron piece, the kind sold at temples and tourist spots for a pittance. It bore a rudimentary image of a bodhisattva along with several crooked handwritten characters. "Om Bane Ma." The friend couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Go Quan, you've got this." Go Quan beamed, revealing a bright smile. "I've been clever since childhood." He then rubbed his hands together and asked, "Do you think I could become an extraordinary being?" At that moment, the friend demonstrated his emotional intelligence. "Have you ever considered a career in rap, Go?" Chapter 48. The Inner World, Free City Market. Hasn't it been 8 years since the period of psychic dormancy passed? The connection between the inner world and the outer world has gradually strengthened, leading to the re-emergence and opening of many secret realms. Secret realms are typically the links that connect the two worlds, providing the easiest means to traverse between them. These realms vary in size, generally under the control of powerful extraordinary beings or factions. Recently, one such secret realm in Free City has opened, allowing individuals to venture into both worlds, albeit at their own risk. This time, the portly man brought 2 companions to the inner world for a first-hand experience. Ordinarily, an ordinary person like Go Quan shouldn't have been involved, yet the inner world is not devoid of common folk. Some significant factions from the outer world are aware of the inner world and frequently participate in its affairs. Naturally, Zhao Hao and Go Quan were eager to witness this phenomenon. Thus, the portly man led them to a bus stop. Go Quan and Zhao Hao looked puzzled. "What is going on, Brother Fat? Aren't we supposed to head to the secret realm? Are we taking a bus to the secret realm?" The portly man explained. "This secret realm is different. It is not tied to a fixed location, but rather to a fixed format." Fixed format? Indeed. Typically, secret realms are anchored to specific places. However, there are those with fixed formats that exist within a broader scope, allowing entry through certain criteria. For instance, this time, there are probably 7 or 8 secret realms in Free City. Some are as grand as a skyscraper or a mansion, while others resemble a room or a tunnel. Zhao Hao recalled the portly man mentioning a bar whose storeroom served as a small secret realm, frequented by extraordinary beings, turning it into a hub for them. After waiting for several buses, they finally boarded an old-fashioned, remote route bus. They purchased tickets and settled into the last row, surrounded by 6 or 7 ordinary passengers, including the driver. After a leisurely 20-minute ride, Zhao Hao and Go Quan were growing impatient. Suddenly, the portly man shouted, "Driver, there are passengers getting off at the next stop." Before long, an old-fashioned bus stop came into view, and the driver, with a blank expression, brought the bus to a halt. The portly man led the two down the steps as the bus departed, surveying their surroundings. Zhao Hao and Go Quan realized they had arrived in the wilderness. The terrain was slightly undulating, overrun with wild grass and flowers. The portly man pointed in a direction. "This is the inner world. In some respects, it resembles the outer world, yet in others, it is entirely different. It cannot be succinctly explained. You will come to understand in due time. Oh, over there is the camp. I've been here once before, and it was quite lively." At that moment, Zhao Hao's fate card system reacted. Task completed. Arrive at the inner world, 30 fate points. Unexpectedly, he had accomplished a task. The portly man led Zhao Hao and Go Quan forward with enthusiasm. Indeed, a dirt path lay ahead. Though it appeared to be an unmarked trail, it was evidently well-trodden. After 5 or 6 minutes of walking, Zhao Hao could discern a multitude of houses and several tent tops in the distance on a hillside. Suddenly, a cart emerged from a side path. It was a bullock cart, but the bull was no ordinary creature. It was massive, with 4 horns and bulging muscles. Though it moved at a leisurely pace, its sheer strength was evident. The bull measured nearly 3 meters in length, and the cart was equally substantial, resembling a mobile home. More astonishingly, the driver was a small, green-skinned creature. The dwarf appeared to be just over a meter tall, sitting atop the cart's yoke, hardly higher than a stool. His green skin was striking, and he had a large head with sparse hair, wide triangular ears, a long pointed nose, and a broad mouth. The portly man whispered, "That's a goblin. They are notorious merchants. These little green fellows are quite clever, while the foolish ones resemble primitive beasts. They even conduct business within the borders of the Song dynasty, infamously serving as accomplices to danger." Upon seeing the three, the goblin's eyes lit up as he waved cheerfully. "Oh, 3 human friends. Are you headed to the market? Would you like to see my goods? My wares are renowned throughout the market." The goblin, with a peculiar name, Gold Shovel, was indeed an odd sight. The portly man scoffed. "Yes, I've heard of your infamous reputation for selling shoddy goods." Gold Shovel's eyes bulged in indignation. "That's slander. Absolute slander. Such accusations are nothing but shameless defamation from competitors. My goods are of the highest quality. It's merely that some unrefined customers do not require such excellence. I can see you 3 are connoisseurs. How could I possibly deceive experts?" The goblin was indeed sharp-tongued, chattering endlessly. Before Zhao Hao could respond, Gold Shovel opened one side of the cart, revealing that it had been cleverly modified into a makeshift stall. Inside, it transformed into a counter with shelves. Zhao Hao's eyes widened as he surveyed the eclectic assortment of wares. Bundles of dried plants, animal limbs preserved in large glass jars, hanging furs, oddly colored potions of dubious purpose, amulets and charms, as well as an array of weapons like daggers and hand axes, and some unidentifiable ores. It was a veritable general store. The portly man appeared intrigued, examining the goods before asking, "Gold Shovel, do you have iron essence? What is the price?" Gold Shovel grinned widely. "Of course, I have iron essence. As for the price, I can offer you a discount. 13 silver coins per pound, or 260 coins per pound. If you prefer to barter, that depends on what you have." The portly man shook his head vigorously. "Too expensive. I think I'll check out the market instead." Gold Shovel pouted. "I'm tired of you Song people always comparing prices. Don't you know that time is money, my friends?" He mumbled as he restored the cart to its original state. Yet he quickly resumed his smile. "You Song people say that even if a business deal doesn't succeed, the relationship with the client has been established. How about I give you a ride? If you need anything in the future, just order from Gold Shovel. I have extensive connections in Free City." The 3 exchanged glances. Although the camp was only about 2 kilometers away, a short ride was certainly appealing. Most importantly, Zhao Hao and Go Quan were genuinely curious about the goblin Gold Shovel. This was their first encounter with an intelligent non-human being. During the ride, the portly man explained to them what iron essence was: metal refined from cast iron that had been infused with psychic energy, known for its excellent conductivity of psychic energy, making it one of the most commonly used extraordinary metals. Various significant factions in the outer world extensively manufacture it, and it has numerous applications. As for the extraordinary silver coins of the inner world, they are crafted from refined silver, imbued with spiritual energy to create ethereal silver currency. This ethereal silver undergoes numerous secretive processes, transforming it into secret silver, a precious and remarkable extraordinary metal within the inner world. Its conductivity for spiritual energy is exceptionally superior, making it indispensable for various high-end applications. Consequently, it serves as currency in the inner world. Moreover, many extraordinary beings in this realm accept currency from the outer world, albeit limited to a select few types. For instance, the official currency of the Song dynasty, the American dollar, and the currencies of several powerful European nations. The exchange rate between the extraordinary silver coin and the American dollar stands at 120. As for those extraordinary beings from smaller nations, they are compelled to rely on gemstones or precious metals. Upon learning that Zhao Hao was a newcomer among extraordinary beings, the golden shovel gleamed with fervor, practically emblazoned with the words "fat sheep" on its face. This enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that most novice extraordinary beings lack substantial capital. Yet to thrive on the extraordinary path, they require abundant information, knowledge, and resources, all of which demand financial means. With insufficient funds, what is to be done? Work. Newcomer extraordinary beings may lack other resources, but they possess spiritual energy. Many jobs in the inner world require the consumption of spiritual energy. However, such repetitive expenditure is not conducive to one's cultivation progress. Veteran extraordinary beings naturally have more significant and pressing matters to attend to, eschewing the consumption of spiritual energy and time on menial tasks such as infusing iron essence or ethereal silver. Thus, many novice extraordinary beings find themselves relegated to the status of laborers in the inner world. This explains why iron essence and ethereal silver can serve as currency. Firstly, they possess intrinsic value, and secondly, their production necessitates spiritual energy, which imposes limitations on supply. Zhao Hao felt a profound sadness within him. He never imagined that even in a foreign realm as an extraordinary being, he could not escape the fate of being a laborer, a pawn in the relentless machinery of capitalism. As he sat in the swaying four-cornered ox cart, Zhao Hao gradually arrived at the grand entrance of the bustling marketplace. Chapter 49. The Witch's Sequential Elixir. This market, nestled at the edge of a vast forest, sprawls across a flat land adjacent to a gentle slope. Zhao Hao, standing not far from the entrance, could clearly see the wooden cabins and tents dotting the distant hillside. Although it was referred to as a market, it resembled more of a campsite or a trading hub. The outer perimeter was encircled by a rudimentary log wall, the bark still intact, exuding an aura of untamed wilderness. The entrance to the market was merely a crude wooden frame, devoid of a door, left wide open. At that moment, Zhao Hao noticed a throng of people, both human and non-human, bustling about. As he stepped through the market's entrance, he received a prompt from the destiny card system in his mind. Check-in successful. Zhao Hao thought. Here? Isn't this a bit embarrassing? What the hell? Let us do it. Unexpectedly, in a moment that left his companions dumbfounded, Zhao Hao struck a bodybuilding pose, flexing his biceps. The destiny card system announced, check-in at the free city market successful. Card acquired, Mini Tori. Mini Tori Black Iron 4-star item card placement. Creates a persistent barrier to repel evil. Note, evil spirits, begone. With the card in hand, Zhao Hao felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Meanwhile, his companions, Fatty, Go Quan, and the goblin Jin Chan, stood in stunned silence. What just happened? They murmured in disbelief. Nearby, others began to take notice, including a bearded dwarf who gave Zhao Hao a thumbs up. Indeed, reaching a certain level of fitness tends to attract the attention of others. The dwarf, barely reaching Zhao Hao's waist, was stout and stocky, reminiscent of a barrel. Not far from him stood an even shorter, youthful-looking gnome sporting a beard. There was also an enigmatic being, half human and half deer, and a few reptilian creatures with scaled bodies and distinctive features huddled in a corner, engaged in hushed discussions. Close to Zhao Hao, a towering figure with brown skin was inquiring about the price of goods from an Indian man adorned with bird feathers. This behemoth bore an odd countenance, with tusks jutting from his mouth. Indeed, he was an orc. Nearby, a creature with the body of a pig and the torso of a man was drooling over a fruit stand. Was this the so-called pig-human hybrid? Zhao Hao noticed that he recognized barely a third of the fruits on display. Zhao Hao's check-in had left Fatty astonished. Could it be that Zhao Hao has cracked under pressure and gone mad? He glanced anxiously at Zhao Hao and Go Quan, particularly concerned for Go Quan. Are you all right? Can you handle this? Go Quan's expression mirrored unease, his eyes wide and breathing rapid. Zhao Hao feared that the mental shock might be overwhelming for him. Surely, it isn't me who has shocked him, Zhao Hao thought. Such situations could indeed be perilous for ordinary individuals, as spiritual energy is fundamentally the collective force of the mind. The impact on one's psyche can be profound. Even before entering the inner world, Uncle Tai had made Zhao Hao practice scripture copying to cultivate his temperament and prepare for the effects of spiritual energy on the mind, preventing drastic changes or mental distortions. Now, with the inner world market suddenly manifesting before ordinary people, the clash of perceptions could lead to a collapse of their worldview. Go Quan's lips quivered with excitement. Is this the inner world? It's simply exhilarating. Fatty remarked. This fellow's mind works differently from a regular person. Fatty, seeing their astonishment, waved his hand dismissively. I know you have countless questions, but this is not the place for discussion. Let us go. I'll take you to a tavern. The trio bid farewell to the goblin Jin Chan, who had found a spot to set up his stall, and departed. Although the market appeared rudimentary, lacking even a proper entrance, the interior was surprisingly decent. The ground was paved with stone, not entirely flat, but certainly not a muddy dirt path. As they walked, Zhao Hao and Go Quan encountered at least a dozen different races, along with numerous shops and stalls bustling with buyers, sellers, and onlookers. After winding through the market, Fatty led Zhao Hao and Go Quan to a tavern. He boldly pushed open the door, and the tavern resembled a quaint establishment from a 1960s Western film. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall filled with tables of various sizes, with a bar situated not far away. The tavern was dimly lit, and Zhao Hao quickly discerned that this world seemed devoid of an electrical system. There were no power poles or electric lights to be seen. However, the inhabitants of the inner world used an unknown source of illumination, which Zhao Hao sensed was infused with spiritual energy. Yet, no matter how convenient spiritual energy might be, it could not match the universality and affordability of electricity. The tavern had but a few of these spiritual lamps, casting a somewhat shadowy atmosphere. Perhaps this ambience was intentional. Though the exterior was a rustic two-story structure, hastily constructed from logs and coated with a layer of mud for fireproofing, the interior was quite pleasant. The walls and ceiling had been adorned, and the floor was made of hardened cement. Fatty tossed a transcendent silver coin to the bartender and ordered 3 beers. The trio settled into a corner of the tavern, where Fatty began to quietly explain the workings of the market. In the inner world, the majority of places are wilderness, often fraught with dangers. There are not many fixed settlements, and those that exist usually correspond to major cities in the real world. After all, humanity remains the dominant force in this realm, and even in the inner world, it is difficult for extraordinary beings to exist independently from the human population. Fatty continued. Of course, there are legendary places, mystical realms like Panlai and Kunlun, as well as the Western idealized lands. But I've only heard of them. I've never seen them. This market gradually emerged after the free city began to prosper. It's relatively new, hence its simplicity. It truly is a market. It doesn't have many permanent residents, as people gather here only on designated market days to trade. As Fatty sipped his beer, a proud look crossed his face. After all, Amy has only been thriving for a few decades, and the inner world is still catching up. This is one of the few renowned hubs for extraordinary beings along the East Coast. Whenever someone needs extraordinary materials or information, they must wait for this day each month to take a chance at the market. The number of extraordinary beings is simply too small to be substantial. Regarding the other races present in the camp, Fatty's explanation was straightforward. Don't think that the legends and myths are mere fabrications. They are distorted remnants of history that reveal some truths. For instance, the monsters from our Song dynasty, or the elves and dwarves of the West, they are real. However, when the inner world emerged, they gradually relocated. And when the period of dormant spiritual energy began, those few remaining also moved to the inner world. As the outer world became unsuitable for them, Fatty took a swig of his drink. But I've heard that in recent years, many extraordinary races have begun to surface in the outer world. In this free city, I've heard of a vampire clan that has been secretly building their influence for over a decade. After all, their need for spiritual energy is minimal, but they have a high demand for blood, something they can only obtain from mortals. Fatty's thoughts flowed chaotically, jumping from one point to another. inviting questions from the two. Zhao Hao and Go Quan, suddenly immersed in this new reality, found themselves overwhelmed by inquiries, yet unsure of where to begin. They could only take their time to gradually explore this new world. The trio lingered little at the tavern, departing once their drinks were finished. After all, they had come to attend the market, not to indulge in libations. The stout fellow remarked that the shops over there were far more specialized. Unlike the makeshift stalls in this marketplace, many of which were designed to ensnare the unsuspecting. As Zhao Hao surveyed the myriad stalls, cluttered with an assortment of herbs, desiccated creatures, ores, and potions, he felt as though he had stumbled into Diagon Alley. Along the way, he procured a few items. For a visit such as this should not be in vain. He acquired a dozen sheets of spiritual paper, purportedly crafted from a certain herb of the inner world. This material is generally employed for writing or ritualistic illustrations. However, Zhao Hao deemed it suitable for crafting paper talismans. After all, being infused with the essence of the inner world, it possesses remarkable spiritual adhesion, making it undoubtedly superior to the usual yellow talisman paper. He also encountered some rather macabre wares, animal skulls, hearts, and even human hair and nails. Such stalls congregated in shadowy corners, their proprietors bearing grim visages, often clad in hooded robes that concealed their identities, exuding an air of secrecy. Zhao Hao even chanced upon an object resembling human skin, albeit adorned with scales and fins. The stout fellow informed him that it was the hide of a water ghost, colloquially referred to as a water monkey in the Great Song Dynasty. Zhao Hao mused that it was the perfect moment to summon Xiaoliang. While feigning interest in purchasing items, Zhao Hao unearthed several objects imbued with fate, amassing 37 fate points. As he beheld the expansive marketplace, a surge of excitement welled within him. In such a splendid place, he wished to linger indefinitely. Subsequently, the stout fellow led them to a venue reminiscent of a tavern. However, it was, in fact, a base for an extraordinary intelligence agency from the inner world. The stout fellow had certain inquiries to make, and here, one could procure the desired information for a price. This peculiar organization, specializing in the gathering and trading of intelligence, bore the whimsical name of the Eye of Destiny. Upon their entrance, a server greeted them with, "Fate is truly ineffable." Zhao Hao initially suspected they had been brought to an inner-world matchmaking service. Ultimately, the stout fellow perused a list, selecting an array of eclectic items from various stalls before leading them toward a hillside. He carried a bundle on his back and, while walking, elucidated, "A friend of mine at the Red Gate overheard this formula, and today I wish to enlist the aid of a witch from this market to concoct a potion." Zhao Hao interjected, "A witch." Go Quan added, "A potion." The stout fellow clarified, "A witch or perhaps a shaman, a sorceress, whatever the term may be. I am not entirely certain of the distinctions. In any case, these are female spellcasters among the extraordinary. They often possess a unique method for brewing potions, capable of producing elixirs with peculiar effects, such as sequential potions." Chapter 50, Rejected. The portly fellow shared some insights regarding witches or sorceresses. According to his understanding, extraordinary beings akin to witches often experience a sudden awakening. Upon awakening their spiritual abilities, they acquire unique knowledge from the sea of spiritual energy, a legacy left by countless predecessors of their profession. A similar phenomenon, albeit rare, can also be observed among ordinary individuals. For instance, in the Tibetan plateau, some who have never learned to read suddenly fall into a fever-induced coma for several days, only to awaken with the ability to recite epic tales like the King Geezer. The portly man also mentioned having encountered the shamanic practitioners from northeast China, who, upon awakening their spiritual energy, could learn skills and secrets from their celestial mentors, gradually gaining an understanding of feng shui, palmistry, and other esoteric arts. Zhao Hao suddenly thought of himself. He practiced the sleeping dragon technique given to him by Uncle Tai. Although it was not a formal mental discipline, it served as an entry-level foundation for such practices. Yet, Zhao Hao had inadvertently developed a method of cultivation through dreams. Initially, it involved accumulating spiritual energy during sleep, gradually filling his being with awakened energy. However, he found himself drifting further into the realm of dreams. A few days prior, he had worriedly consulted Uncle Tai, fearing he had gone astray. Uncle Tai reassured him that such occurrences were often a divine gift. For some reason, Zhao Hao had gained enlightenment from the sea of spiritual energy, transforming the technique in a potentially beneficial manner. Much like how his yin-yang eye had evolved into a form of qi observation. This exemplified the notion that while a mentor may guide one to the door, the journey of cultivation ultimately lies within the individual. Even the most illustrious sects with millennia of lineage would branch out and evolve over time. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao was more intrigued by the sequence of magical potions the portly fellow mentioned. This concept sounded rather peculiar to him. There seemed to be too many elements involved, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Zhao Hao cautiously probed. Have you ever heard of a fool? What kind of fool? The portly man tilted his head. Isn't a fool just a fool? Why the formalities? No, I mean the type that can level up after consuming magical potions, like in role-playing games. The portly man grinned mischievously, waggling his finger. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Role-playing. One day, I'll take you to a splendid place to experience it. I adore female teachers. Female nurses are delightful too. Zhao Hao felt as if his head might explode. The portly man nodded. If you treat me, I'll come along. As for the sequence of magical potions, he confessed, I have only heard of them. After all, that pertains to witches, and during my time in the Song dynasty, I hadn't encountered such extraordinary beings. However, I surmise it bears similarities to our alchemy, due to the prolonged period of spiritual energy dormancy. The connection between the outer world and the inner world had been severed for quite some time. The extraordinary beings remaining in the outer world endured a harsh existence. Yet they could not simply succumb to despair. Spiritual energy is uncontrollable. One cannot simply choose to abstain from becoming extraordinary. Where there was once no path, footsteps have forged one. Since the original paths are no longer viable, new avenues must be explored. In the outer world, the vast majority of extraordinary beings remained at the level of black iron, with those achieving bronze being exceedingly rare. Thus, some began to consider alternative methods, leading to the development of numerous new paths. Regardless of their efficacy, at the very least, they provided temporary sustenance for extraordinary beings during the arduous period of spiritual energy dormancy. In the Song dynasty, what was one to do when personal cultivation stagnated? Engage in good deeds. Indeed, performing good deeds, as it was said, accumulates merit. In the past, prior to the Tang dynasty, who had ever heard of needing to perform a certain number of good deeds to attain immortality? It was unheard of. In those days, swordsmen and extraordinary beings were often eccentric and capricious. Eventually, the concept of accumulating merit emerged. What was once considered a fringe path within the cultivation system began to flourish. Even the likes of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu were merely seeking out immortals and consuming elixirs as a supplement. By the time of Emperor Taizong of Tang, even the Jiajing Emperor, who perished from consuming elixirs 4 centuries prior, became engrossed in the study of alchemy. Why? Because, at that time, alchemy had become a primary means of advancement for many practitioners. The sequence of magical potions represents the external alchemical path of witches and sorceresses, a method of advancement reliant on external magical potions. It is not as fantastical as Zhao Hao had imagined, where one drinks a potion to assume a role and competes for the top positions in the world. Zhao Hao felt reassured, as long as there was no Mr. Fool Klein Moretti involved. He would avoid the pitfalls of a world that had already been traversed twice. Not interested. Let's leave. I am in a foul mood today. The one who spoke was a girl who appeared to be no older than 20. Clad in an unusual black robe with silver thread patterns, adorned with various peculiar trinkets. She lacked a pointed hat. Otherwise, Zhao Hao might have mistaken her for a freshly graduated Hermione. This was the witch, or sorceress, that the portly fellow sought, named Carrie. According to the portly man's acquaintance at the Red Door, the young witch Carrie possessed a remarkable talent for potion making, gaining considerable renown in Free City. This could be attributed to the hardships she endured during early experiences in Europe and America. As everyone knows, the witch hunts primarily targeted witches and sorceresses. During that era, spiritual energy was dormant, and even extraordinary beings like witches had scant spiritual energy at their disposal. Their magic was weak and fraught with complications, often leading to them being suppressed and tormented by ordinary people, resulting in countless deaths. This dire situation fostered a sense of camaraderie among witches. Without such solidarity, annihilation was inevitable. Members would often assist one another, forming what could be described as an extraordinary profession or, more aptly, an extraordinary faction. Due to the limitations of his own practice, the portly fellow had finally discovered a remedy in this realm and sought assistance in potion making. He had hoped that friendship would be sufficient and even brought numerous gifts that she would appreciate. Although he had long heard that witches often possessed eccentric or volatile temperaments, Experiencing it firsthand left him utterly exasperated. He turned to leave, muttering as he walked, "If she weren't a woman, I would have taught her a lesson today. She needs to learn that being young doesn't grant one the right to be so reckless." Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. May the force be with you. What nonsense is this?" At that moment, a bearded dwarf clad in leather armor hurried past, entering the abode of the witch Carrie. The trio paid it no mind and continued on their way. However, after walking a few steps, they suddenly heard Carrie's voice calling out, "Wait. If you are willing to help me with a task, I can assist you in potion making." But the portly fellow's temper flared. "Help? No way. And no. Wah." Zhao Hao swiftly covered his mouth, smiling at Carrie and the elderly dwarf beside her. What he meant to say is that he would be more than happy to assist. Due to his limited proficiency in English, the portly fellow often spoke in Chinese, which the others likely did not comprehend. Zhao Hao could not allow him to act impulsively and jeopardize their chances. After all, he had been preparing for this potion for nearly half a year. At that moment, the elderly dwarf suddenly spoke. It's you, young man. You have a fine physique." Zhao Hao's expression fell. It was the very dwarf who had praised his physique at the market entrance. What a twist of fate. Carrie's mood was quite poor. Her dear friend, the little fairy Lulu, had been missing for an entire day. The little fairy is an extraordinary being, a smaller classification within the realm of fairies. Unlike the Eastern concept of spirits derived from plants, animals, or inanimate objects, these fairies belong to a Western tradition of nature spirits. They embody both benevolence and malevolence. Varying in size, and prior to the separation of the inner and outer worlds, many fairies resided within the homes of ordinary people. When treated kindly, they bestow fortune and wealth. However, some enjoy mischief, others coexist with trees, and some even pose threats to humans in the wilderness. Among them is a diminutive fairy named Lulu, measuring merely a few inches in height. She flits about like a bee or butterfly, collecting nectar to brew enchanting honey. And she is also known for planting spiritual flora. For other extraordinary beings, little fairies are considered immensely precious. The flowers adorning her head possess the remarkable ability to heal numerous terminal illnesses, which often leads to attempts at capturing her. Today, a group came seeking her assistance in concocting potions. One was a rotund, pallid figure resembling a ball, another was small and dark with beady eyes, and the last bore a slight resemblance to a human. Lulu had no inclination to entertain them and unceremoniously dismissed them. However, the old dwarf Wally approached her, conveying alarming news that someone had spotted a group near the tree where Lulu dwelled the previous day. She must have been captured. Immediate action was required to rescue her. Wait, those 3 individuals. Perhaps they could be of assistance. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. Chapter 51. The rescue of the little fairy Lulu this time. The portly fellow sought assistance in concocting a potion, an endeavor of utmost importance. Although he had previously, in a fit of defiance against the witch Carrie, resolutely refused to aid her in exchange for her assistance in his own potion making, the arrival of Zhao Hao, a wise and supportive friend, had altered the dynamics. The need for this potion to resolve a crucial aspect of his cultivation was pressing, especially given that his journey from the Song dynasty to this foreign land of America was also tied to matters of cultivation. Ultimately, he acquiesced. As for Zhao Hao, he was eager for excitement, relishing the prospect of taking on a task that seemed highly probable to yield results. Regarding the third companion, Go Quan, there had been an intention to leave him behind in the marketplace, but he vehemently opposed this idea. "Do not underestimate my preparations," he declared. Zhao Hao and the portly fellow had assumed he would produce a talisman from the venerable monk, but instead, he revealed a handgun from his pocket. It appeared he was not entirely unprepared after all. Indeed, given his history of surviving numerous street skirmishes unscathed and having dispatched 10 previous leaders, it was not surprising. The Browning 1888, while somewhat antiquated, remained a weapon of fine quality, perfectly capable of delivering lethal force. Go Quan struck a pose with the handgun, feeling quite impressive. Zhao Hao observed the weapon, noting the wear on its grip and the glimmer of its polished edges, contemplating that in years to come, he might glean a hint of destiny from it. The portly fellow, however, believed that firearms held little efficacy in the inner world, as many extraordinary beings were impervious to bullets. It was likely that the fairies of the Song dynasty held similar resilience, and he presumed that the creatures of America's inner world would not be lacking in fortitude either. Nevertheless, the two did not dissuade him further. Zhao Hao handed Go Quan a robust paper figure, instructing, "Take care to preserve this. If danger arises, cast it aside. It may save your life. Observing Go Quan clutch the figure to his chest, as if it were a precious treasure, Zhao Hao worried he might hesitate to use it in a critical moment, given Go Quan's notorious avarice. Meanwhile, the witch Carrie was accompanied by her own trio, including a towering figure known as Big Grin, who, despite his hunched posture, stood nearly 2 meters tall. With a physique akin to a lumberjack, his arms were as thick as the portly fellow's thighs. His head resembled a large rectangular box, adorned with short black hair, and his broad mouth displayed prominent lower teeth. Big Grin was not one for many words. He merely declared, "Carrie, I'm here to assist," and maintained a stoic silence thereafter. The 6 individuals hastened along a narrow forest path, guided by a small, green, winged lizard with striped markings flitting ahead. This creature, belonging to Big Grin, was an underdeveloped avian-like lizard known as a dragonblood winged lizard, specifically the green-striped variant. A pet nurtured since childhood, it possessed extraordinary olfactory abilities, capable of identifying unique scents from several kilometers away and tracking aromas from days past. After Carrie divined the general direction of the little fairy Lulu, she instructed Big Grin's lizard to lead the way. During their journey, the amiable dwarf, Wally, provided Zhao Hao and the others with a brief explanation of the circumstances. In summary, various factions sought to capture beings of extraordinary intelligence for diverse purposes. Regardless of the intent, Lulu was a good child, and they must ensure she was not taken from the inner world, otherwise it would spell disaster. Wally caressed his double-barreled shotgun, his face betraying a chilling resolve. This shotgun appeared to be a work of art, with intricate decorations adorning the barrel and handle. To Zhao Hao's discerning eye, it seemed a handcrafted masterpiece. Strangely, he noticed numerous inscriptions and designs upon the weapon, hinting at the presence of spiritual energy. Wally had already learned that the group responsible for abducting the little fairy Lulu was present in the marketplace, having procured several goods. Their number was approximately 15, with 5 being extraordinary beings and the rest mere mortals. The inner world was not devoid of ordinary individuals. In fact, they were quite prevalent. However, each ordinary person represented the potential for madness in others. This particular group, composed of 10 ordinary individuals and 5 extraordinary beings, was likely assembled by some faction from the outer world, arriving in the inner world with a specific agenda. Most of these ordinary folk had not stumbled into the inner world by chance. Rather, they were deliberately drawn there. Although such recruitment often resulted in significant losses, typically, out of 100 ordinary individuals selected for entry into the inner world, only 20 might prove useful. With the remainder sent to rehabilitation centers, this still represented a substantial manpower resource, provided they were engaged on the battlefield. Strength in combat did not equate to survival capability, for the inner world was fraught with peril. During a brief respite, the witch Carrie unfurled a parchment map, employing a crystal pendant to sense its contours. Curiously, the pendant did not hang straight down according to the laws of Newtonian physics, but rather tilted toward a specific direction. A sardonic smile crept across her lips as she mused. Those fools cannot safely leave through the platform. They have no choice but to brave the treacherous marsh path. They are doomed. The outer and inner worlds resembled a folded sheet of paper. While they seemed interconnected, only specific locations were truly accessible through particular methods. The Free City's extraordinary marketplace was not without its overseers. Although it appeared unregulated, any violation of marketplace rules would swiftly draw attention and consequence. This group, having abducted the little fairy Lulu, could not traverse the platform safely. Moreover, Carrie's words suggested they had opted for a perilous route. They had traversed the marshes under the influence of a clear, pure potion, small enough to fit on a fingertip, which, when consumed, allowed one to experience a surge of speed for an hour. Meanwhile, approximately 30 kilometers away, a disheveled group of 13 individuals rested in a clearing, originally numbering 15. 2 had perished the previous night. Among them was a person shrouded in black cloth, resembling a birdcage. Each bore travel packs, and most were armed, appearing robust and well-trained. Yet, their spirits were low. The leading white extraordinary being silently lamented. The map he had purchased had indeed indicated a route to the outer world, verified by magical means. Yet, to his dismay, he had been misled, for this path was impassable during the summer and autumn due to its inherent dangers. The evening prior, they had arrived at the marshy trail marked on the map, a low-lying area riddled with swamps and ponds, passable only via a narrow path deemed safe in winter. However, this safety was contingent upon the snow cover of winter. In spring, it became precarious, and by summer and autumn, it morphed into a perilous venture. That night, two members had met mysterious ends, their fates grim. One had been bitten by a parasitic spider, succumbing in his sleep. The next morning, upon being prodded, his body collapsed, releasing hundreds of tiny spiders that scampered away, leaving behind only a hollowed-out, putrid shell. Another individual was drained of blood by a leech bearing crimson spots, resulting in a rather brutal treatment that left the leech's teeth embedded in the wound. By midnight, he began to experience fever and coughed up blood, uttering incoherent words throughout the night, and before dawn, he succumbed to his condition, expiring from the loss of blood. These individuals had taken every precaution, yet beyond the confines of the safe zones in the underworld, danger lurked at every turn, as many extraordinary beings possessed lethal capabilities. Even extraordinary individuals refrained from appearing in such perilous locales, let alone ordinary people devoid of psychic protection. It was previously mentioned that firearms could afford ordinary individuals a semblance of combat capability, yet they did little to enhance survival skills. Despite undergoing rigorous training, many among them were seasoned veterans who had witnessed the horrors of war. However, after witnessing the tragic demise of a comrade, their morale plummeted. Moreover, upon entering the swampy path, the terrain grew increasingly complex and arduous, and after meandering for the better part of a day, they had barely traversed 10 kilometers, having already endured multiple assaults from extraordinary creatures. Chapter 52. The Hunt Begins. That night, Zhao Hao and his companions reached the edge of the marshy path. However, the sorceress Carrie refrained from advancing further with them. Holding a crystal ball, Carrie observed intently and remarked, "Many creatures within the marshy path are perilous. It would be ill-advised to spend the night there. I have already caught the scent of these thieves. They cannot escape." That evening, Big Tooth cut down numerous branches to construct a rudimentary shelter beside a few trees. Carrie sprinkled several vials of potions around the area and began casting a spell for early warning. The dwarf brother gathered a few stones, inscribing symbols upon them with his psychic energy before scattering them about. He also produced mechanical insects resembling tiny automatons from his pack, tossing them nearby. Though these mechanical insects appeared remarkably lifelike, their exoskeletons revealed intricate gears within, imbued with psychic energy that set them scuttling about upon release. Zhao Hao inquired, "Brother, what craft is this? How do you control such creations? Have you discovered semiconductors? Is psychic energy the true foundation of production?" Zhao Hao, "Go Quan." And the hefty companion squatted on the ground, captivated by a mechanical beetle that seemed perplexed, unsure of its intended direction. The hefty companion remarked, "I have heard whispers of a profession called the psychic mechanic emerging in the West, capable of merging psychic energy with machinery. I never expected to witness it firsthand today." The dwarf stroked his bushy beard, wearing a nonchalant expression. "Ah, this is merely a personal hobby. It pales in comparison to true craftsmanship. These mechanical insects can only perform simple tasks of early warning and reconnaissance. I have heard of some skilled psychic mechanics who have managed to create sentient mechanical beings, rivaling even the most advanced magical constructs." His words rang true. Despite wielding a dual-barrel psychic rifle and crafting mechanical insects, Zhao Hao sensed a profound and stable energy emanating from the dwarf. He was likely not a full-fledged psychic mechanic. Yet, this dwarf, seemingly unremarkable, had skillfully led the group away from several encounters with formidable supernatural creatures. On one occasion, they narrowly evaded a family of armored beasts resembling bison, with the lead creature exuding a psychic aura of at least black iron rank 5. The dwarf's perceptive range far exceeded that of Zhao Hao and his companions, by a factor of 10, at least. Who else could sense the movement of large creatures from a kilometer away? Zhao Hao concluded that this dwarf was perhaps the most formidable among them. Earlier, he had even consulted a large rock for directions. Of course, Zhao Hao was not lacking in skill either, often relying on his demon-hunting instincts to track the whereabouts of the human traffickers. However, the fate of those traffickers was grim, as 4 individuals had perished overnight, one of whom was a supernatural being. One corpse floated nearby on the water's surface, pale and bloated, with bulging eyes and a distended abdomen. The remaining individuals were oblivious to the cause of death or how he ended up in the water, too fearful to retrieve his body. Another was discovered hanging from tree branches at dawn, a finger-sized hole in his skull, his brain apparently drained by some unseen force. A third fell victim to a peculiar group of creatures resembling a fusion of shrimp and scorpion, capable of spewing a fiery venom. Despite receiving multiple antidote injections and consuming herbs from the inner world, he could not be saved. The last victim, also a supernatural being, was ambushed by a mimicry python, which could disguise itself as branches or trunks, lying motionless for days, waiting for prey. The young supernatural being, newly initiated less than a year prior, had leaned against a tree trunk to rest. When his companions finally dispatched the python, they discovered that his spine had been crushed in several places, and he was convulsing in agony. Ultimately, the team leader, after consulting with 4 other supernatural beings, ended his suffering with a gunshot. At this moment, the leader of the supernatural beings began to regret their choices. Initially, their visit to the market was for routine trade, but his elevated status within the organization had led him to harbor ulterior motives upon encountering the pixie Lulu. He had never anticipated the calamity that would unfold. The deaths of the ordinary gunmen were regrettable but manageable. The organization could absorb such losses. However, the demise of a supernatural being was a significant blow. Recruiting any supernatural being entailed substantial costs, not to mention the subsequent training. They were now in a precarious situation. A meager promise lay drawn in the foul-smelling mud at the edge of the marsh, far from enticing. Yet, no other options remained. Although the 5 remaining ordinary gunmen were filled with resentment, believing that the impulsive decisions of the leading supernatural being had dragged them into this predicament, they were powerless to change their fate. They could only endure. "We have caught up to them," Carrie exclaimed, gazing into the crystal ball with a smile. From a distance of approximately 500 meters, Carrie used the crystal ball to spy on the group of traffickers, discovering the cage that imprisoned the pixie Lulu. The group began to strategize. The adversaries possessed several long guns, making a direct assault impractical. A concentrated barrage would likely lead to their demise. The priority was to eliminate the gunmen. The supernatural beings, in contrast, would not pose a significant threat, as they enjoyed a numerical advantage in one-on-one confrontations. Among them, none were more suited for the stealthy elimination of ordinary foes than the sorceress Carrie. Otherwise, her profession would not be termed a witch. Carrie spread a peculiar powder on the ground, forming a pattern centered around a chewed piece of gum, carelessly discarded by one of the traffickers. Spitting out gum is not a commendable habit, she chided. Following this, she arranged crystals, herbs, and desiccated animal parts, beginning to chant incantations with fervor. Zhao Hao felt the nearby psychic energy begin to flow gently, and due to their proximity, he could sense the traces of Carrie communicating with the sea of psychic energy. Through the chewed gum, she sought to locate the individual who had once chewed it within the psychic sea. What an enlightening experience. Zhao Hao had never witnessed such a spell. To this day, he was still practicing the arts of paper puppetry and ritualistic talismans, yet had yet to commence the latter due to insufficient materials. Since his exposure to the supernatural realm, his journey had been relatively brief. From barrier techniques to chaotic magic, to paper familiars and the art of paper puppetry, he felt overwhelmed by the breadth of knowledge he sought to master. Nelson was a soldier who had even participated in the American War against Vietnam a few years prior, where the jungles and bizarre creatures had left him in a state of perpetual dread. The current situation bore striking similarities: the brutality of war, the tragic deaths of comrades, and inexplicable phenomena that eluded military explanation had rendered him a victim of severe post-traumatic stress disorder. Ultimately, an unusual company had found him through a former comrade. They underwent rigorous selection and training before becoming their enforcers. At least, that was how they self-deprecatingly referred to themselves. After several missions in the inner world, he finally comprehended the horrors he had faced in the jungles of Vietnam. He knew he would inevitably perish during a mission, just like the comrades who had succumbed to indescribable horrors in the jungle. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention that the comrade who had initially recruited him had met a gruesome end just yesterday. His demise was truly horrific. Even though the company's enforcers were known for their high casualty rates but generous remuneration, such a loss was unprecedented. To speak candidly, Nelson had never felt such peril while battling alongside the Black Monkeys on the Anan battlefield. A sense of despair began to shroud his heart. The team had advanced for over an hour when seasoned veterans skilled in wilderness survival began to sense something amiss. It seemed as though they were circling within a confined area. The leader of the extraordinary individuals also realized the anomaly, even if the terrain was particularly deceptive. With certain indications from the psychic sea to guide them, they ought not to be lost. How could they be wandering aimlessly here with a map in hand? Discontent began to brew within the team, inevitably leading to disputes. The ordinary gunmen accused the extraordinary beings of causing unnecessary turmoil for non-mission objectives, resulting in significant casualties. Conversely, the extraordinary individuals rebuked the gunmen for failing to fulfill their duties and disobeying orders. At that moment, one gunman noticed Nelson's expression appeared rather peculiar, his face oscillating between laughter and tears, his gaze unfocused, and his skin trembling. He gently nudged Nelson and reassured him. "Are you all right? Don't worry, there will be a solution." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Nelson raised his weapon and unleashed a 3-round burst. Chapter 53. I, Guoquan, also have my merits. The gunman could never have anticipated that his comrade would suddenly turn against him, firing several shots that brought him down instantly. Nelson, the shooter, paid no heed to his fallen ally. Instead, he redirected his weapon toward the 4 extraordinary beings and unleashed a torrent of gunfire, emptying his magazine. Although the earlier gunfire had startled the arguing group, Nelson's actions were far too sudden. One of the extraordinary individuals, seemingly equipped with some triggering extraordinary artifact, conjured an oval-shaped psychic shield that quivered under the onslaught of bullets, yet managed to provide some measure of defense. However, the last extraordinary being was less fortunate, or perhaps less capable. Among the 4, he was the least experienced, having joined the company for less than 2 years, only marginally superior to the unfortunate soul who had been strangled by the giant python. Despite his attempts to employ psychic defenses, he was a moment too late, lacking the resources to adequately protect himself. He was swiftly gunned down. The gunman captain, quick to react, rolled away to evade while returning fire. Nelson had already collapsed from several shots to his chest and abdomen. The captain sprang to his feet, kicked aside the weapon near him, and aimed his gun at Nelson, bellowing furiously, "You bastard! What have you done?" Injured and bloodied, Nelson managed a faint, disoriented smile. "If we are to perish, let us do so swiftly." Before the captain could respond, the leader of the extraordinary beings rushed forward, raising his leg to stomp down on Nelson's chest, collapsing it inward. It felt as though his very lungs were about to burst forth. The sickening sound of shattered bones and mingled flesh was repulsive. "You!" The gunman captain glared at the leader of the extraordinary beings. Yet, the leader shouted back, "You have fine soldiers." This moment laid bare the rift between the ordinary gunmen and the extraordinary beings. The remaining gunmen clustered around their captain, subtly distancing themselves from the 3 extraordinary beings, who exchanged glances and murmured amongst themselves, their expressions grim. The leader of the extraordinary beings sensed something amiss. He recognized Nelson as a seasoned veteran, someone who had served in the company for several years. It was illogical for him to suddenly succumb to despair. Most critically, his perception of the psychic sea was being interfered with by some unknown force. "Be cautious, we may be encountering enemies." The other 2 extraordinary beings were startled and inquired about the nature of the enemy. At that moment, 2 gunshots rang out in rapid succession. One gunman fell, 2 gaping holes in his chest gushing with blood. The earlier chaos had transformed them into startled prey, immediately raising their weapons against one another. Suddenly, a muscular figure with brown skin burst from the woods with a roar. It was an orc, its gaping maw large enough to swallow a child whole. The gunman raised his weapon to fire, but an orange blur zipped past him, causing him to drop his gun in shock, collapsing to the ground, clutching his groin in agony. The piercing scream was so harrowing it brought tears to the eyes of onlookers, sending a flurry of birds and animals fleeing from the tranquil forest. It was none other than the well-meaning crotch cat, with its merciless strike. The feline's attack was nothing short of a living nightmare. The orange cat mused, "I wonder, what is this scent?" Hiding at a distance, Guoquan, nearly unable to contain his fear, clamped his legs together, resolutely deciding never to offend this cat again. Meanwhile, a rotund figure charged from another direction, heading straight for the 2 extraordinary beings. Accompanying him was a stout dwarf, who had put away his double-barreled shotgun and inexplicably produced a massive 2-handed hammer. The size of a human head, though his legs were short, he moved with astonishing speed, as if the very earth beneath him facilitated his slide across the ground. The gunmen, captivated by the fearsome orc, were paralyzed by its menacing grin. The orc, a robust 4-star black iron warrior clad in leather armor, was nearly impervious to firearms. The prior events had sapped the courage of the gunmen, leading to a hasty retreat amidst the chaos. The witch, Carrie, concealed within the thicket, observed the battlefield through the eyes of a small bird, remaining hidden both as a precaution against unforeseen events and to safeguard her spellcasting ability. Despite the dwarf and the rotund figure charging forward with weapons drawn, she understood that a single bullet could severely injure or kill her. Zhao Hao, witnessing the fleeing gunman, contemplated his next move. He had previously vanquished ordinary mutated extraordinary beings and undead creatures, gaining fate points in the process. He pondered, would he earn fate points for killing ordinary people? In this inner world, unbound by the laws of the outer world, and where the adversaries were criminals, it seemed an opportune moment to test the waters. As the battle raged, one extraordinary being transformed into a lizard man, his body adorned with black scales and a psychic shield, wielding a sharp claw. This combat-oriented lizard man had previously disguised himself as a human. The other extraordinary being was a spellcaster employing various extraordinary artifacts. Initially weak, they had relied on support roles. The stout dwarf was a formidable hammer-wielding warrior capable of manipulating earth and stone, currently encased in rocky armor, his surroundings shifting at will. The rotund figure was as white and crystalline as a snowman, exhibiting remarkable agility and leaping prowess. The spellcaster's various enchanted artifacts merely bounced off him, proving ineffective. Previously, they had noted his impressive combat skills, but now they were astounded to discover his additional talents. Was this hard skill? The rotund figure wielded a small, single-handed hammer the size of a pumpkin, delivering a blow that sent the spellcaster's shield teetering on the brink of collapse. The last enemy extraordinary being, possessing some form of vaporous ability, posed the greatest threat. This gaseous form rendered him immune to physical harm and allowed him to bypass defenses, threatening the internal organs of the rotund figure and his companions. However, this adversary appeared pale and was clutching his throat as if suffocated and controlled. Undoubtedly the work of the witch Carrie lurking in the shadows. The tide of battle was evidently in their favor. Yet, the dwarf refrained from delivering a fatal blow, allowing the black-scaled lizard man to struggle for survival. The rotund figure had completely subdued his opponent. Victory was merely a matter of time. The gaseous extraordinary being was oblivious to Carrie's presence, having fallen into her trap. These were no promising individuals, though the lizard man was indeed a rarity. Zhao Hao stealthily pursued a fleeing gunman, accompanied by the orange cat. Speak now, divulge all that you know. I promise I will not kill you. Zhao Hao addressed the gunman. The man had barely escaped when he was ambushed by a creature of the woods, sustaining several grievous wounds, blood spilling profusely. He was on the verge of collapse. Do you truly promise not to kill me? The gunman asked, his voice trembling with fear. Zhao Hao furrowed his brows and urged, stop dawdling. Speak quickly. Yes, yes. Please, don't kill me. I will tell you everything. The assassin, after all, possessed limited knowledge. He was merely a hired gun, not a nurtured heir, a mere pawn in the grand scheme of things. How much could he truly know? However, Zhao Hao at least gleaned the name of the company capable of dispatching individuals for trade and missions in the inner world, the Light Arc Trading Company. He repeated the name to himself. According to the assassin, this company was likely just a superficial veneer. During the selection and training of these assassins, they had no prior contact with this company. They were merely assigned tasks and paid wages by it. It was a sham. Never mind. It was not his concern. Very well. Thank you for the information. May you find peace on your journey, Zhao Hao said. The assassin panicked. What are you going to do? You promised not to kill me. He cried out in despair. Zhao Hao pressed his hand down. Calm down. I keep my promises. The issue is, while I agreed to spare you, I forgot to consult my cat. It abhors being overlooked, doesn't he, Orange? Zhao Hao produced a handful of green jelly from his pocket, a soft substance designed to dispose of bodies. On his way back, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Meanwhile, the situation on the chubby man's side had not yet been fully resolved. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hao was invigorated and shouted, "Don't worry, brother Fat. Zhao Hao is here to assist you." He cast a remote spell, severing the head of an already defenseless enemy. The chubby man exclaimed, "Damn it. I fought for several minutes, and someone still comes to snatch the kill." Indeed, they were all perplexed by Zhao Hao's actions. They could kill without gaining destiny points, and thus could not comprehend why Zhao Hao would seize the final blow. Was this fellow excessively bloodthirsty? Zhao Hao paid no mind to their thoughts. He sought destiny points. He had just discovered that ordinary individuals yielded pitifully few points. merely 2 or 3, far less than what he could accumulate in a day. Superhumans were far more rewarding. Just as Zhao Hao dealt with that extraordinary item wielder, Gokuan also struggled to drag a person over, exclaiming excitedly, "Look what I found. I, Gokuan, have also contributed." It seemed he had skillfully concealed himself in the shadow of a large tree using a shadow escape orb, allowing Zhao Hao's paper-cutting dog to draw the assassin's attention, while he ambushed the opponent from behind with a large stone, rendering them unconscious. Surprisingly, he had captured a live one, the primary reason being that the nearly century-old firearm had jammed, leaving him with no choice but to resort to using a stone. Chapter 54. I Am About to Dream. The little sprite Lulu was rescued from her cage by the witch Carrie, emerging in a daze. And it took a few drops of potion from Carrie to rouse her. Standing at a mere 12 centimeters tall, she was adorned in garments crafted from plants, resembling a diminutive fairy with 4 translucent insect wings, just like the pointy-eared sprites one might encounter at a market. Upon awakening, the little creature, still somewhat bewildered, asked, "Lily, what brings you here? Where's this place?" Under the influence of a sedative throughout her ordeal, this little muddlehead was oblivious to her experiences, even after being rescued. Meanwhile, the rotund fellow chuckled, recalling that during the Song Dynasty, when honoring the kitchen god during the small New Year festival, it was said that the kitchen god would report the family's virtues and vices to the Jade Emperor, who would then dispense rewards and punishments. To coax the kitchen god into speaking favorably, it was a common practice to smear honey or syrup on his lips. He even heard tales of offerings of candied sweet potatoes to ensure his silence. Little did he expect to encounter a similar situation here in Ame. Due to this incident, the dwarf brother Wally and the witch Carrie formed a favorable impression of Zhao Hao and his companions. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Hao inquired extensively about the inner world from the dwarf Wally. Unlike Uncle Tai, who was rigid and would refuse to divulge information he deemed inappropriate for Zhao Hao's ears, Wally was more accommodating, resulting in Zhao Hao acquiring a wealth of knowledge. For instance, he learned about the classification of species within the inner world. Contrary to the technologically advanced outer world, the classification of beings in the inner world was quite detailed. In fact, communication between the outer and inner worlds was fraught with difficulties a decade ago, often relying on serendipity or requiring immense sacrifices from powerful beings, making smooth communication nearly impossible. Thus, the technological standards here were decidedly uneven, particularly when it came to the arduous task of classifying life forms. In the inner world, beings could be broadly categorized into 2 classes, mortals and supernaturals. Do not be deceived into thinking that mortals are absent here. They exist, albeit in a markedly diminished proportion compared to the supernaturals. When classified by type, one could distinguish humans, subhumans, extraordinarily intelligent races, extraordinary beings, and monsters. This classification is rather coarse, yet it suffices for general understanding. Humans, unsurprisingly, constitute over half of the population. Subhumans, on the other hand, are extraordinarily intelligent races that exhibit significant human traits, such as werewolves, bearmen, lizardmen, and centaurs. For instance, it is said that lizardmen wield considerable influence in the outer world, while serpentmen boast great power in South America. However, subhumans like lizardmen and serpentmen are far from friendly towards humans. According to the dwarf brother and the witch Carrie, many of them worship cruel deities, even malevolent gods. In ancient times, they frequently captured humans for blood sacrifices. It is essential to note that dwarves, elves, beastmen, and goblins are not subhumans. Rather, they belong to the category of extraordinarily intelligent races. They share no blood ties with humans. If the creation myths from various mythological systems hold any truth, then humans and the aforementioned races are undoubtedly not of the same origin, whereas subhumans can be considered different models of the same creation batch. However, the first 3 categories generally do not experience reproductive isolation. Next are the extraordinary beings, which have touched upon spiritual energy and typically possess some extraordinary abilities. Throughout their journey, Zhao Hao and his companions encountered numerous such beings, ranging from formidable creatures, such as the forest beasts that the dwarf brother insisted they yield to weaker ones, like the extraordinary insects. Regardless of their strength, they posed significant challenges for ordinary people, often leading to fatal consequences. Finally, there are monsters, those harmful, dangerous entities that cannot be classified as normal extraordinary beings. This category is vast and varied. Following this adventure, The bond among the group deepened significantly. Zhao Hao mused that if the functionality of his system were to improve further, he should be able to receive a prompt regarding the favorability of the dwarf brother, the witch Carrie, the grinning giant, and the little sprite Lulu. Upon returning to the market, it had already dispersed, with many people having left. The witch Carrie had not been stingy with her companions, gifting them several bottles of potions and offering to brew the fat man's desired elixirs. The dwarf brother left them with his phone number, inviting them to visit whenever they had the chance. In the outer world, he was a man of means. The grinning giant said nothing, merely encouraging them to seek him out whenever they returned to the market. Lastly, the little sprite Lulu shared with Zhao Hao the method to summon her. Though she was a bit of a scatterbrain, being a nature spirit, she was considered a relatively high-ranking entity among extraordinarily intelligent beings, endowed with many wondrous abilities. Her abduction was primarily due to her simple-mindedness. Summoning Lulu was straightforward. One simply needed to prepare a certain amount of sweets as offerings and recite an incantation, consuming spiritual energy to call upon her. There were no additional services, so no need for wild imaginings. She also bestowed upon Zhao Hao and Goquan a generous supply of her homemade honey, a substance that could restore spiritual energy and rejuvenate the body, a truly excellent tonic. Moreover, Zhao Hao had the added benefit of accruing fate points. Mission: rescue the little sprite 50, commit murder 26. He had now amassed a total of 430 fate points. In the evening, the little soft creature lay in wait in the corner of the room, requiring neither rest nor sleep, making it the perfect guardian. Alongside it was the paper shikigami, the huang, crafted by Zhao Hao from paper. He had endeavored to fuse the paperman and paper horse techniques taught by Uncle Tai with the paper shikigami of the young barrier master, discovering many similarities that complemented each other. Now, the huang had significantly increased its duration of existence and demonstrated considerable autonomy. As for the orange seat, how could the esteemed elder orange engage in such labor? At that moment, it was nestled with the treasure-seeking mouse, snoozing contentedly in its cat nest. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao lay upon his bed, breathing steadily, drifting in and out of slumber. A translucent square spiritual energy barrier enveloped the entire bed, and above Zhao Hao's face, a bowl of water rested. Should Zhao Hao's spiritual energy supply to the barrier falter or become unstable in his dreams, causing the barrier to dissipate, the bowl would fall, rousing him from his slumber. Initially, he would awaken a dozen times each night. Now, however, he had managed to sustain a full night's sleep, an impressive improvement. Zhao Hao floated within the realm of dreams, surrounded by countless bubbles of various sizes and vibrant colors. Some were clear, while others were blurred. Some displayed dark red hues, indicative of nightmares, while others radiated soft pinks, suggesting pleasant dreams of spring. Zhao Hao noticed that the colors of these dreams mirrored the hues he sometimes perceived in the aspirations of others. For instance, dark red was undoubtedly ominous and perilous, while blue signified sorrow and hardship. The warmer, brighter colors represented good fortune, indicating that the dreamer had recently experienced luck or delightful dreams. Dreams are capricious and inscrutable. Even for Zhao Hao, who could intermittently enter the dream realm, extracting meaningful information proved challenging. However, he had recently gleaned from the rotund fellow that dreams constituted the outermost layer of the sea of spiritual energy, while the depths of dreams, known as the dream realm, were the very domain of the deities from various mythologies. In summary, the value of dreams is immense. He no longer confined himself to merely absorbing the errant spiritual energy within dreams. He aspired to explore the possibility of developing additional functionalities. After all, dreams are meant to be cherished. This time, he sought to establish a barrier within his dream realm. In theory, dreams can be infinitely shaped by imagination. Yet, infinity is a fallacy, and the extent of his capabilities would require experimentation. Zhao Hao's ambitions were indeed grand. If he could create a stable barrier within the dream realm, he would establish a secure base of dreams, one that would not shatter upon awakening, allowing him to avoid starting anew with each entry. Upon success, many subsequent endeavors could be initiated. Additionally, he harbored another ambition, to discover whether he could utilize cards within the dream realm. There is no need to elaborate on abilities. The myriad fist, barrier techniques, and chaotic magic are all at one's disposal. However, the question arises as to whether item cards and equipment cards can indeed be utilized. If they can, do the cards themselves exert influence, or is it merely the dreamscape simulating this phenomenon? These are indeed intriguing endeavors. For instance, attempting to place the mini-torii here. First, Zhao Hao must establish a stable and enduring barrier. This cannot solely rely on his transient spiritual energy. At his current stage, the young Onmyoji, Mo Village Li Shou, has not yet attained such a level. Nevertheless, he possesses a wealth of information from Mo Village Li Shou's memories, which Zhao Hao can explore and experiment with. To create a semi-permanent barrier, one generally requires certain materials as a foundation to sustain spiritual energy. These are often referred to as subduing objects or by various other names. Zhao Hao produced a crystal ball. He gazed down at the crystal ball, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he held while sleeping. But did it originate from reality, or was it merely a figment of his dream? It was akin to a scene from Inception. Setting aside this conundrum, he carefully positioned the crystal ball and, centering it, inscribed a square with his spiritual energy. This would serve as the foundation. This crystal ball is no ordinary item. It has been imbued with spiritual energy and consecrated through magical rites, purchased from the witch Carrie. Of course, it holds little monetary value. Many so-called magic enthusiasts in the outer world possess similar items. Some have genuinely been consecrated, while others merely deceive themselves, possessing no trace of spiritual energy, merely a spherical piece of crystal. However, Carrie had previously advised Zhao Hao, regardless of its intended use, please cover the crystal ball with an opaque cloth and keep it out of sunlight. Zhao Hao had researched relevant information prior to selecting the crystal ball as a barrier-subduing object. He inquired, is it because sunlight interferes with the energy within the crystal ball? Carrie shook her head and replied, no, it is because sunlight may cause a fire. The sunlight, when focused through the crystal ball's curvature, can generate high temperatures, posing a fire hazard. Chapter 55. The Chishi Date During These Days. Zhao Hao spent his daytime working in the store, honing his skills in the art of paper figures and horses under the tutelage of Uncle Tai. He gathered the materials necessary to attempt the crafting of a magical bean, a practice akin to a more advanced form of paper figure and horse techniques. Mastery at a higher level required one to summon spirits from the sea of spiritual energy to imbue the magical beings with essence, typically manifesting as renowned ancient generals or protagonists from legendary tales, transforming ordinary magical beings into divine weapons. It was akin to a common soldier ascending to a general, vastly amplifying their power and intelligence. Previously, it was mentioned that the sea of spiritual energy serves as the ultimate resting place for all sentient beings that have ever existed. It is a convergence of all spiritual essences. Legendary figures from history often leave a profound imprint in the sea of spiritual energy due to their inherent strength, remarkable spirit, and the reverence bestowed upon them by posterity. This imprint does not represent the person themselves, but rather their spiritual essence. According to Uncle Tai, when a person passes away, their soul ventures to the underworld, where their essence, referred to as the soul, undergoes purification, a process commonly known in the East as drinking mangpa soup. The essence of the human soul, which is acquired postnatally, gathers in the sea of spiritual energy. Only those who have cultivated to the realm of Yin-shun, which signifies an entry into the true practitioner realm, specifically bronze-tier cultivators, can achieve a unity of soul and spirit, thus avoiding the separation and purification that comes with death. Zhao Hao understands that human consciousness, spirit, and soul comprise both the innate, purified essence and the acquired spiritual qualities. The unity of these elements constitutes our true selves. Upon death, the soul is fragmented in the underworld, becoming two distinct materials, the purified soul, which reincarnates into a nearly new existence, and the acquired essence, which amalgamates in the sea of spiritual energy. This essence encompasses our subconscious, primary memories, temperament, and other acquired traits. This explains why some individuals suddenly awaken memories of their past lives. They inadvertently connect with the essence of their former selves. The imprints left by historical powerhouses in the sea of spiritual energy represent their spiritual essence, preserved due to the admiration, praise, and oral traditions of the masses. These remnants resemble deities or heroic spirits, yet they lack significant self-awareness, as they exist only as instinctual echoes of their former selves. The essence, devoid of the primary soul, is merely a record of past characteristics and spiritual information. If the spiritual essence of an ordinary person is likened to a drop of water, inconsequential in the vast sea of spiritual energy, then these heroic figures serve as small islands, relatively stable anchor points in the ocean. Summoning figures like Li Yuanba or Elbu falls into this category, while invoking higher beings, such as the Monkey King or Neza, belongs to another realm entirely. In addition to practicing his techniques and expanding his knowledge, Zhao Hao has been diligently training in barrier formation. He has successfully implemented the idea of manifesting a barrier in his dreams. Now, each time he dreams, he finds himself within his constructed barrier. However, this does not imply that the location within his dreams remains static. He has discovered that the bubble beneath his feet, while stabilized by his barrier technique, drifts and floats as if the dream itself experiences tides and currents. Zhao Hao has also experimented with using cards within his dreams, placing a mini torii within his dreamscape. Currently, his dream world resembles a large island suspended in midair, encased within a spherical barrier, topped with a solitary 12-meter-tall red torii adorned with wide, white paper shirta. He has successfully crafted items in his dreams, utilizing spiritual energy as materials to construct a small house. However, the spiritual energy dissipates rapidly, and upon his next dream, he finds the torii standing alone once again. Yet, he remains undeterred, as the allure of new experiences continues to captivate him. Time swiftly passed, and August 10th arrived, Qixi Festival. Zhao Hao awoke with anticipation. Upon opening his eyes, he found a bowl of water hovering above him. He reached out and dispelled the barrier just in time to catch the bowl. His barrier technique has reached a commendable level, surpassing the original capabilities of Mo Village's Li Shou, though further practice is needed. 7 Fate Points. Acquired Ability Card, FFF Sect's Great Fireball. The card depicts a faceless figure clad in a black robe, one hand raised high with a torch, the other casting a strangely colored fireball. FFF Sect's Great Fireball Black Iron 3-star Ability Card Usage, 1/1 Effect. Release a furious explosive fireball to attack enemies without consumption. Remark. Experience the furious flames of my 30 years of solitude. Damn this Qixi Festival. Frustrated, Zhao Hao pounded his chest. The orange cat, startled, hurriedly slipped out the window, fearing it would become the target of his ire. The treasure cat retreated to its cozy nook, while the little soft one scurried beneath the sofa. With a countenance reflecting confusion between laughter and tears, Zhao Hao exited the house, preparing to head to the store. The antique market was thriving, every year during this period. Old Tai's antique shop experienced its highest transaction volumes. Collectors and antique enthusiasts from all over Free City flooded the streets. Just as he was about to leave the yard, the neighbor's girl, Elena, called out to him. Brother Zhao Hao. Regaining his composure, Zhao Hao approached. Elena, what is it? Elena smiled sweetly, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, exuding charm. The morning sun seemed to shine even brighter. What a lovely girl she is. Brother Zhao Hao, do you have any plans for tonight? Tonight? I should be free. Elena beamed. Then let us go watch a movie together. Although Zhao Hao hesitated to admit it, his heart swelled with joy. After all, he had a date for Qixi. He boarded the bus, sitting down with a smile. Ah, in old Beijing. When I open my eyes, it's all authentic. The day passed swiftly, the sun setting in the west. The store received 5 or 6 items, all of high quality. Many people brought their collections to inquire about prices, and they also sold about 10 items. Zhao Hao felt that his commission alone would be quite substantial. I enjoy working. It brings me joy, Zhao Hao declared. Uncle Tai, I have plans tonight, so I'll leave a bit early. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhao Hao departed. But Uncle Tai glanced at the calendar and suddenly lost interest in making money. Through gritted teeth, Uncle Tai muttered, the youth today, with such limited skills, spend their days chasing after romance. What a waste. He then moved to the phone, dialing a number. Ingu, I'll be waiting for you at our usual spot. Had Zhao Hao witnessed this scene, he would have been heartbroken. Who would have thought this bushy-browed old bachelor would betray the cause of the revolution? Watching a movie couldn't simply be about the film. That would be dull. Zhao Hao first took Elena to a Song cuisine restaurant he particularly adored. Elena thoroughly enjoyed the Song dishes and had learned a few simple recipes from Zhao Hao's mother a few years prior. She wielded her chopsticks with great skill and spoke the Song dialect fluently, having self-studied the language. Naturally, she had also sought Zhao Hao's guidance numerous times. The two conversed and dined, creating a relaxed atmosphere. After dinner, Zhao Hao purchased a large bucket of popcorn and a soda outside the cinema, ready to hold Elena's hand as they entered. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, causing Zhao Hao to instinctively prepare to deliver a swift kick. What the hell? Go Quan, what are you doing here? Selling tickets on the black market? Zhao Hao assumed Go Quan was conducting business outside the cinema. To his astonishment, Xiao Quan grasped Zhao Hao's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Brother, help me." Zhao Hao forcefully shook off Xiao Quan's grip, retorting, "What on earth are you doing on this festive occasion?" Meanwhile, Elena greeted them with a warm smile. "Good evening, Douglas." Xiao Quan's surname was Douglas, a name he had chosen for himself in the style of classical literature. The two were acquainted, as Xiao Quan frequently visited Zhao Hao's residence. It was only then that Xiao Quan noticed Elena, forcing a smile as he said, "Ah, Elena, greetings. May I have a moment alone with Zhao Hao?" "Of course, feel free," Elena replied, stepping aside graciously. Xiao Quan pulled Zhao Hao forward, who thought to himself that if Xiao Quan failed to provide a reasonable explanation, his recently acquired FFF Teach Fireball might come in handy. Xiao Quan furtively surveyed the surroundings, then retrieved an object wrapped in red cloth from his bosom. The scene resembled one from years past, reminiscent of purchasing artistic CDs at a train station. "Zhao Hao, I am in serious trouble." Zhao Hao found it peculiar that Xiao Quan, who had eliminated over 10 leaders, could find himself in dire straits. Could it be that his attribute of hindering the main character had been discovered, leading to a pursuit against him? As Xiao Quan unwrapped the cloth, a wave of discomfort washed over Zhao Hao. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a jade pendant concealed beneath the fabric. Zhao Hao's demon-hunting instincts and aura-reading abilities instinctively activated. Despite its seemingly unremarkable and slightly peculiar appearance, the pendant emanated a profoundly distorted energy wave. This was an ominous artifact. Zhao Hao gasped in alarm. "Where on earth did you acquire this? This is no trivial matter." With a sorrowful expression, Xiao Quan lamented, "I have come to realize." Chapter 56. The Hounds of Death in the Frenzied Hunt. This is an enigmatic artifact, and a particularly perilous one at that. Previously, Zhao Hao had encountered a peculiar object known as the Eye of Doom at an antique shop, which was subsequently confiscated and sealed away by the mysterious bureau. That item brought continuous misfortune to those in its vicinity, making it a significant threat. It was utterly uncontrollable. However, the object in Go Quan's possession appeared even more dangerous in Zhao Hao's eyes. The twisted, grayish-black energy seemed to manifest into wailing, ghostly faces. Zhao Hao glanced upwards at Go Quan's head, and lo and behold, a cloud of darkness loomed above him. Yet, within that cloud, a slender thread of bright golden light surged skyward, preventing misfortune from completely dominating Go Quan's fate. Perhaps this is the reason why he has been able to avert calamity time and again. Some individuals indeed possess a unique destiny. This matter requires a discussion with Fatty. Danger may be imminent. Zhao Hao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It is worth mentioning that even within the realm of the living, enigmatic artifacts pose considerable risks. Uncle Tai once remarked that such artifacts are often connected to bizarre deities. These entities are not the gods of our world, but rather mysterious beings of unknown origin, often endowed with terrifying powers and influences. There are even many who revere these strange deities, acquiring peculiar and bizarre abilities as a result. The previous chess piece assassin had left Zhao Hao too fearful to touch the piece. For both mortals and even extraordinary beings, these artifacts are exceedingly perilous. Zhao Hao approached Elena and whispered, "I apologize, Elena, but I fear I cannot accompany you to the movies. Go Quan has encountered some trouble, and I must assist him." Zhao Hao felt quite awkward. How could this happen? Yet, given that Go Quan might be in mortal danger, the potential consequences are unthinkable. Zhao Hao thought to himself, "This rascal truly drives one to frustration. Once this is over, I must give him a piece of my mind." Zhao Hao hailed a taxi and escorted Elena into the vehicle. He contemplated for a moment before placing a paper-cut yellow dog in her hand, saying, "Take this as a talisman. Keep it close to you." Elena looked at Zhao Hao bemused. "Do I appear foolish to you? This hardly resembles a talisman. Nevertheless, it is quite adorable. I like it." After bidding farewell to Elena, Zhao Hao and Go Quan found a public telephone to contact Fatty. "Hurry, Go Quan is in trouble. If you come late, you may not see him again." The trio convened at a CAF, where the hour had already advanced to 10 o'clock, and the streets were nearly deserted. Go Quan had been contemplating utilizing his connections as a street hustler to acquire some old items at a low cost, intending to sell them for a profit through Zhao Hao's appraisals and network. Just the day before, he had obtained what seemed to be a jade pendant from a destitute, homeless man. That unfortunate man appeared to have fled from disaster, utterly disheveled, and seemed to be on the brink of madness. He He had wandered into the territory of Gokuan's gang and was subsequently beaten by other homeless individuals, as even they formed factions to claim their territory. The unfortunate man had blocked the gang leader's path, receiving several kicks and ultimately being tossed into a garbage bin. Gokuan, feeling pity for him, decided to take the pendant, believing he had no other options. Zhao Hao exclaimed, "Good grief. You really know how to pick your treasures. You went straight for something so deadly." Gokuan mumbled, "Isn't it you who advised me to abandon my beloved path of novel writing for the sake of my personal safety? Thus, I thought reselling antiques might be a viable path. Well, I see no path ahead for you." Fatty inquired curiously, "How much did you pay for it?" Gokuan replied, "1 hamburger." Fatty was overjoyed. "What? You acquired an enigmatic artifact for a mere hamburger? Gokuan, you are a commercial genius." Zhao Hao could hardly bear to listen. What kind of people are these? Fatty, suppressing his laughter, pointed at the dark green pendant, which resembled a peculiar jade stone, and asked, "What do you think this resembles?" The pendant was only as long as a pinky finger, its color uneven and shape irregular, with strange carvings adorning it. Zhao Hao scrutinized it for a while, uncertain. Is this meant to depict a dog? And does it have wings? A winged dog. Gokuan exclaimed, "Precisely. It is a dog." His face was etched with a hint of fear as he continued, "I thought I might find something of value. But that disgusting dog nearly devoured me." After acquiring the pendant, Gokuan sensed something was amiss. That very night, he was plagued by nightmares, haunted by an eerie barking resonating from the distant sky, tormenting him throughout the night. The following morning, he awoke to discover that the gang leader had perished, seemingly mauled by some wild beast. This leader had been with Gokuan for many years, and the peculiar manner of his death left an indelible impression. The gang members, particularly the African-American thugs, were terrified, given their superstitious beliefs. At that moment, Gokuan had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. By the afternoon, he encountered the dog, an elongated, grotesque creature with bat-like wings, a neck reminiscent of a lizard, and an abnormally long, hideous snout. It descended from the sky, initially poised to attack Gokuan. However, just then, a gang member emerged from a doorway, a cigarette dangling from his lips, drawing the creature's attention, causing it to pounce and maul half of his face. In that critical moment, Gokuan's instinct for survival kicked in, and he fled before even fully comprehending the situation. In his escape, he realized that this monstrous dog was responsible for the gang leader's demise, having torn his neck nearly in half. In a twist of fate, Gokuan felt as though he had narrowly avoided a similar fate. Having endured numerous experiences in the realm of the living, he had developed a high tolerance for such occurrences. He pondered, having done nothing unusual in recent days, how could he have attracted such a creature? His thoughts returned to the pendant. He had attempted to discard it on multiple occasions, once tossing it into a sewer and another time into a river, only for it to reappear in his pocket soon after. It seemed to require no time at all. He even considered leaving it at a church, hoping it might confront the divine. However, time was running short. He could sense that the monstrous dog was drawing nearer. He often heard its eerie barks echoing from afar and the sound of flapping bat wings overhead. Had Gokuan not already been accustomed to the peculiarities of the world, he might have succumbed to madness, much like that unfortunate homeless man, driven insane by the psychological torment. Fatty remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this artifact is likely the Hound of Death from the Frenzied Hunt." Frenzied Hunt is a deity of enigma, one that reveres the act of hunting. Many cruel subhumans in this realm worship him, deriving pleasure from the act of hunting their targets. He is quite active in this part of America. I had not heard of him back in the Song dynasty. I only learned of him upon my arrival here. It is said that his followers are divided into 2 factions. One takes pride in honorable hunting rituals, seeking glory and fulfillment through their pursuits, while the other revels in the most brutal and savage killings, delighting in the slaughter of their chosen targets, regardless of their weakness, to appease that fearsome deity. It is said that the Hounds of Death are creations of this deity. Once they have marked their prey, they do not kill immediately. Instead, they relentlessly pursue, harass, and slay those around the victim, warping their psyche until they are driven to madness by the psychological pressure. At that moment, the Hound of Death will rend the prey apart, devouring both the victim and their very soul. Fatty clapped Gokuan on the shoulder, reassuring him. "At least you managed to escape from the Black Iron 5-star Hound of Death. You've got this." Seeing Gokuan's demeanor, Zhao Hao and Fatty understood that he had a plan, and they relaxed significantly. Zhao Hao pointed at Gokuan, chuckling. "He has quite the knack for escaping. Gokuan wore a smug expression, boasting, "I have participated in 38 large-scale street brawls, encountered 12 gunfights, and have been ambushed no less than 30 times. Yet I have emerged unscathed." Zhao Hao delivered a punch, serving as a preliminary deduction from the interest he owed for disrupting his date. "What are you so proud of? Is this a commendable achievement? Sooner or later, you won't be able to evade that bullet." Chapter 57. The Hound of Death. Elena harbored no particular thoughts. It was Douglas who suddenly sought Zhao's assistance for an urgent matter. Lady Sarah consoled her, assuring that there was no need for frustration, for boys often had pressing tasks to attend to. "You have plenty of time ahead of you. Besides, my daughter is remarkably talented, of course, mother. I would never be angry." She smiled as she placed the paper dog, crafted from a unique, resilient material reminiscent of parchment, upon the bedside frame. Meanwhile, Zhao and his companions were making preparations. To ordinary individuals, the Hound of Death represented a grim specter, yet the corpulent one believed there were means to resist. Zhao struggled to comprehend the concept of these strange beings, even inquiring of the rotund fellow, who possessed scant knowledge gleaned from fragmented tales over the years. Lacking any systematic intelligence, he noted that only those prestigious sects with millennia of heritage truly understood these entities. Nonetheless, the prevailing consensus in their realm was that these beings did not originate from their world, even if they had once traversed it or now slumbered in some hidden corner. They were indeed foreign entities. Some had appeared long before many myths were conceived, wielding profound influence, with their progeny thriving in secluded niches of the world. With so many bizarre creatures inhabiting their realm, it was impossible to ascertain which were the creations or worshippers of these strange beings. All were deemed perilous to their world. The Hound of Death pursued its prey in an exceedingly peculiar manner, rendering escape futile in both realms, even across oceans. Thus, the trio had no intention of fleeing. As the corpulent one remarked, this creature was undoubtedly not of bronze-grade existence, thus they still possessed a means to confront it. The three began their preparations to confront the Hound. The Hound of Death would stealthily approach its prey in moments of tranquility, instilling terror or launching direct assaults. They selected a secluded spot in the outskirts for their battleground. At midnight, a cloud gradually obscured the moon. In that fleeting moment, a shadow flitted through the air, accompanied by the rapid sound of wings. Soon, the distinctive whimpering of canines began to circulate above them. However, this time, the Hound of Death failed to locate its quarry. Shadows lingered in the sky, descending, yet it could not pinpoint its prey. This method merely allowed it to ascertain a rough vicinity, not an exact location, approximately a circle of 20 to 30 meters in diameter, which should have sufficed. Yet below, only a few stones and solitary small trees remained, with nothing else in sight. Nevertheless, the instinct to track assured it that the prey was close. For the first time, this creature, responsible for countless deaths, experienced a flicker of doubt. About 50 meters away, Zhao and the corpulent one concealed themselves, observing the creature hovering above. To call it a dog was merely a superficial comparison. Its elongated, disordered form and asymmetrical head were disconcerting. Its hairless body resembled a diver's suit, and its bat-like wings were mismatched in size and position, an aberration of nature. Even nuclear fallout would not produce such a distortion. Zhao, endowed with heightened perception and enhanced senses, could see the unnatural dissonance vividly. The profound sense of unease caused a subtle spasm in his stomach, akin to an unseen hand squeezing his insides. The higher the sensitivity, the greater the peril, particularly when confronting such bizarre creatures. The elongated monstrosity, measuring over 2 meters, began its descent, searching meticulously for its prey. Zhao could not suppress his elation, whispering, "It's working." The corpulent one grinned in response. Once it landed, half of their plan would be accomplished, with the other half relying on ensuring their survival. He had become bait to lure the Hound of Death, yet the shadow concealment pearl only rendered him visually undetectable, insufficient to mask his presence from the creature's pursuit. At that moment, he shed his clothing, coating himself in soot from the bottom of a pot, a herb known for its peculiar properties, capable of partially obscuring one's essence from otherworldly beings. Coupled with the shadow concealment pearl, it allowed for a limited concealment of his form. To safeguard his safety, Zhao deployed the paper figurines he had crafted, while the corpulent one invoked a folk spell from the Song dynasty, hoping to shield him from harm. Zhao nodded to the corpulent one. "I'm commencing." The corpulent one responded, "I'm going in." Before his words could fully escape, he launched forward like a cannonball, covering over 10 meters in an instant. One hand wielded a turtle shell device, the other a small golden hammer, with a gourd strapped to his waist. An imposing figure indeed. Dreadful beast, taste my hammer. He bellowed as he fired, the Hound of Death sustaining 3 wounds, each the size of a finger, with thick, viscous ichor splattering forth. The turtle shell device was an energy weapon, capable of firing energy bullets, yet upon striking the Hound, it seemed akin to striking a mire. Now, the corpulent one had drawn near, leaping to swing his hammer at the creature's head. Simultaneously, Go Kwan's position was revealed. He was less than 5 meters from the Hound, even catching a whiff of its foul breath. Concealment had become impossible. Seizing the opportunity while the corpulent one attracted the monster's attention, he hastily cast forth the dozen paper figurines he had been holding. This movement rendered the shadow concealment pearl ineffective, exposing him. As the 12 figurines landed, they transformed into armed warriors through the infusion of spiritual energy. The Hound of Death was caught off guard by the corpulent one's strike, but did not retaliate or retreat. Instead, it abruptly turned its gaze upon the now exposed Go Kwan. Its sole purpose was to hunt its prey. Ignoring the hammer that was mere moments from striking its skull, the creature lunged toward Go Kwan. Fortunately, Zhao's 12 paper warriors were meticulously crafted, each surpassing ordinary humans in strength and clad in armor. Unflinching in the face of death, 2 of the figurines brandished blades and shields, positioning themselves before Go Kwan. Just as the creature tore through the 2 paper warriors, the corpulent one's hammer struck the Hound's back with ferocity. A man's anguished scream erupted as the golden hammer, reminiscent of a small pumpkin, ignited with a dark crimson flame. A man's tormented visage writhed within the flames. While the turtle shell device was commonplace, the golden hammer was extraordinary. Known as the demon-binding golden hammer, capable of imprisoning spirits within and harnessing their power, the flame manifested from a malevolent spirit that the corpulent one had sealed during the Song dynasty. With this strike, a gaping wound erupted along the Hound's elongated back, burning away the dark, muddy remnants of its form in midair. Meanwhile, from a distance, Zhao raised his sword and commanded, "Seal, enclose, bind." A pre-drawn square of 10 meters per side suddenly surged with spiritual energy, erecting 4 walls as the Hound of Death began to recover, sealing it within. A cube-shaped barrier has been formed, enclosing within it Go Kwan, the paper Shikigami, the relentless Death Hound, and the corpulent figure. The Death Hound, devoid of fear or self-awareness, embodies a creature driven solely by its instinct to hunt. However, this does not imply that it lacks agility. In truth, its purpose transcends mere killing. Instead, it seeks to relentlessly torment its prey into a state of despair, ultimately consuming them entirely, body and soul. Consequently, even when unimpeded, these entities often inflict wounds upon their prey, only to release them afterward. Thus, should they encounter resistance, they may retreat, only to tirelessly pursue their quarry once more. Therefore, Zhao Hao's paramount role is to confine this beast, resolving the threat in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he risks being ensnared in a position of disadvantage. Chapter 58. The Art of Transference and the Weight of 1,000 Pounds. Zhao Hao's decision to reveal his barrier technique was not made lightly. He recognized the necessity of possessing some visible abilities, as relying solely on his martial prowess and divination skills was woefully inadequate. It made perfect sense for someone with an innate, exceptional spiritual perception to awaken both divination and barrier techniques upon the onset of their spiritual powers. In this way, he could present himself as an individual of considerable strength. Otherwise, without several years of diligent training under Uncle Tai, he could hardly expect to achieve any noteworthy results. Speaking of barrier techniques, Zhao Hao regarded himself as somewhat of a novice. He could erect a barrier but lacked the ability to vanquish foes through it. Thus, on the surface, he could be perceived as a supportive figure, assisting with divination and barrier setup, merely playing a minor role. However, beneath the surface, he possessed the chaotic magic and anticipated acquiring even more powers in the future. As an old silver coin, he felt a sense of unease without a few hidden tricks up his sleeve. In a swift turn of events, as the rotund figure surged forward, entangling the paper figure of the paper man in a desperate struggle against the hunting hound, Zhao Hao simultaneously established his barrier. Although the hound had been significantly injured by the rotund figure's strike, its resilience was astonishing. It exhibited no signs of pain or fear. The gelatinous skin around its wounds began to congeal, as if the surrounding tissue was converging to mend the injury. The creature appeared utterly unconcerned about its condition. Such a fighting style would necessitate depleting its entire flesh. The rotund figure delivered a mighty kick to the hound's slender waist, testing its fortitude, and urged, "Go Quan. Retreat quickly. Once it sets its sights on prey, it will pursue relentlessly." He believed that defeating the beast was merely a matter of time, estimating that even 30 minutes would suffice. The previous attack had revealed the creature's oddities, but its true peculiarity lay in its elusive nature and relentless pursuit. Now trapped within Zhao Hao's barrier, its combat capabilities seemed to be at the level of a black iron 4-star entity. Yet, if the hound was determined to annihilate Go Quan, its tenacity and capacity to absorb blows could prove challenging to counter. The rotund figure's kick sent the hound's hindquarters soaring, but it possessed no internal organs. In fact, it was not a biological entity, but rather a peculiar manifestation of spiritual energy. Such blunt force could only marginally disrupt its movement, failing to inflict any real harm. At that moment, a paper figure clad in silver armor lunged forward, piercing the hound's chest with a spear, driving it in at least 30 centimeters, the tip emerging at an angle from the opposite side. Yet, the hound ferociously bit down on the paper figure's arm, tearing it off with a violent shake of its head. The paper figure's physical constitution surpassed that of an average human, but before this monstrous maw, it was as fragile as parchment. With the severed arm, the attached spiritual energy dissipated, leaving the paper figure a mere remnant of its former self, now missing an appendage. Meanwhile, the wound on the hound's chest began to constrict, as the surrounding tissue converged like sludge, nearly sealing the gaping hole. The creature showed no signs of hesitation, continuing its onslaught toward the unsuspecting Go Quan. A paper figure wielding a blade and shield attempted to intercept it, but it was met with a barrage of unrelenting strikes. The rotund figure seized the moment, swinging his golden hammer to break one of the hound's hind legs. Simultaneously, a cunningly crafted hook spear paper figure ensnared the hound's flank, the barbs embedding into its dark hide, effectively restraining it. Seizing the opportunity, Go Quan scrambled backward, kicking and flailing, until he found himself pressed against the barrier with no escape. The remaining paper figures surged forward, undeterred by the prospect of being torn to shreds. The rotund figure, now behind the beast, stowed his box and retrieved a handful of golden millet. He scattered it toward the hound, proclaiming, "Millet weighing 1,000 pounds, settle." These specially refined grains, imbued with spiritual energy, adhered to the hound's form, becoming astonishingly heavy, each grain weighing over 10 pounds. The sheer volume of millet amounted to several hundred, even thousands of pounds, overwhelming the hound and causing it to collapse under the weight, even breaking its previously intact hind leg. The rotund figure exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, "If not for my recent surge in power, I might have been unable to sustain this." He sheathed his hammer and removed a yellow gourd from his waist. But before he could act, the hound let out a fearsome howl, stretching its head unnaturally long, its lizard-like neck elongating until it snapped. The grotesquely elongated head flew through the air. "Be careful!" Both Zhao Hao and the rotund figure shouted in unison. The rotund figure clapped the gourd in his hands, while Zhao Hao, neglecting to maintain the barrier, prepared to unleash his chaotic magic. However, the hound's sudden attack was unforeseen. Its head clamped down on Go Quan's skull. At that moment, flames erupted from the rotund figure's yellow gourd, reminiscent of a flamethrower on the battlefield. The fire, born of spiritual energy, was particularly effective against this creature of spiritual origin. Amidst the inferno, the hound's bizarre form began to disintegrate into ash, vanishing within mere seconds. Even the severed head was reduced to a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Zhao Hao rushed forward, pulling Go Quan to safety. "Go Quan, are you all right?" he inquired. I nearly suffocated." Go Quan groaned. The rotund figure hastily stowed the gourd and joined them, relieved. Thank goodness the transference technique worked. Previously, he had harbored concerns about the plan's potential failure. Especially since Go Quan was a mere mortal, a single bite from the hound could spell disaster. Thus, he had employed a folk magic technique, hoping to create a safeguard. This folk technique involved transferring damage to a sturdy object, such as a large stone. By doing so, the caster would remain unharmed, as the impact would be absorbed by the designated object. It bore a resemblance to the concept of voodoo dolls. The rotund figure had instructed Go Quan to find something sufficiently hard and significant, ideally with meaningful connotations, to serve as the vessel. Given that the hound's attack was not ordinary, A vessel with special significance could potentially mitigate its damage. When Go Quan ventured to procure this vessel, he believed it would be foolproof. The two had envisioned something akin to a large stone or an iron statue. The rotund figure sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, and queried, "What did you end up using as a vessel?" The effect is astounding. Even a stone would likely be crushed in the jaws of this beast. Go Quan beamed with pride, pointing into the distance. Zhao Hao and the rotund figure followed his gesture, spotting a radiant gathering of light along the far-off coastline, Freeport. Zhao Hao suddenly realized, wait, you didn't use the Statue of Liberty as your vessel, did you? Go Quan shrugged, and the rotund figure wore a look of astonishment, exclaiming, incredible. How did you even think of that? How did you manage to pull it off? Is that even possible? Regardless of the extraordinary nature of this transference technique, they had successfully navigated the crisis. The three took a moment to rest before discussing the fate of the pendant. This object has lost the subtle texture it once possessed, now resembling merely a piece of green stone. However, one must not let their guard down. The portly man remarked, this item is rather troublesome. It might attract the attention of the Wild Hunt's followers. You should take it to the Bureau of Mysteries to claim your reward. Despite this unexpected incident, there were gains to be had. Task completed, defeated the Death's Hound, earning 75 fate points. I have accumulated a total of 505 fate points. There was no time to practice barrier techniques or martial arts this evening. It was best to wash up and retire for the night. Before closing my eyes, I glanced at today's journal entry. Journal. Today marks the Qixi Festival. My date was thwarted, leaving me to battle alongside Go Quan, the portly man, and a monstrous hound. I shall remember this grudge. I drew a card titled FFF Sect's Great Fireball. I believe it will prove useful in due course. Chapter 59. The Antique Appreciation. Meeting. The lesson learned this time was indeed profound. Go Quan was so frightened that he lost all composure. The stout man remarked, I hope Brother Go remembers this lesson and refrains from meddling with such peculiar items in the future. Go Quan nodded vigorously. This transaction resulted in a tremendous loss. Not only did they lose a leader, but Go Quan also encountered numerous perilous situations, more harrowing than any previous experience. He even came perilously close to losing his virtue. At that moment, Zhao Hao and the stout man intended to teach him a memorable lesson, and while stripping him of his clothing to smear him with potash, they told him that while the exterior must be covered, the interior cannot be neglected either. The duo exclaimed, Strip for me. Go Quan was in tears, shouting, Zhao Hao, Brother Fat, please don't. Fortunately, they ultimately refrained from smearing the interior as well, covered in potash from head to toe. With not a single spot spared, Go Quan's once proud, slightly brown skin was utterly darkened, rendering him blind as night. This was a significant lesson, and Go Quan vowed, I shall not dare again. I will never take such risks again. Alas, such a lesson lasted less than a day. The following day, Zhao Hao submitted the cursed hunting dog pendant to the mysterious bureau, earning 120 merit points and a reward of $5,000. The potash ointment had been procured by the stout man through connections at a Song Dynasty apothecary, and fearing they wouldn't have enough, he secured the entire stock of 5 pounds. In total, the expenses amounted to $250. Adding it all up, they each stood to gain over $1,000. Go Quan declared, no more persuasion. Next time, I will dare again. The stout man retorted, I see you are like a rat accompanying a cat, risking your life for money. Zhao Hao affirmed, indeed, that's the Go Quan I know. After the cursed hunting dog incident, Zhao Hao dedicated himself to more rigorous training. This cursed hunting dog was merely a minor creation of the enigmatic god of madness, one among countless dogs and pets, yet it proved to be exceedingly bizarre. Had the trio not devised a trap to ensnare the dog using Go Quan as bait within a barrier, this creature could have easily escaped, even penetrating the surface world to hide within the inner realms. To ordinary mortals, this entity represented a merciless reaper, and for the extraordinary, it was a formidable adversary. Although Zhao Hao had only recently ventured into the extraordinary inner world, he felt an acute sense of crisis. Go Quan, having learned from this experience, became considerably more earnest. Focusing on expanding Lu Xuanda's enterprise, spreading Zhao Hao's works across several districts and campuses. Every few days, he would rush to an underground printing factory to urgently order a new batch of books. Despite their crude production, the demand was insatiable. Often, a single book would pass through the hands of a dozen eager young men, unknowingly snuffing out countless lives. In this era, The youth of America could be deemed exceptionally open-minded. Nevertheless, the imagination and exhilaration such literature evoked were indescribable. With these gains, Go Quan and Zhao Hao had already ascended to the middle class. However, Zhao Hao harbored concerns that Go Quan might still be tempted by the allure of wealth and resume his dealings in antiques. Was he truly engaging in the antique business? No, he was merely courting trouble. Thus, Zhao Hao conceived a new venture for Go Quan to liaise with manufacturers. During this period, America was nearing the tail end of its entrepreneurial golden age, not yet mired in severe stagnation. Those with talent or determination could still amass fortunes. Zhao Hao's new business idea was to engage in contract manufacturing of cultural shirts. At this time, the streets were filled with rebellious figures, hippies clad in leather jackets, adorned with tattoos, chains, and lip rings, but cultural shirts had yet to make their debut. Zhao Hao was uncertain whether such shirts existed in his original world at this time. But he had never seen them in Liberty City, one of America's top 3 cities, a place that set trends for the entire world. If they didn't exist here, they certainly wouldn't be found elsewhere. For if they had emerged elsewhere, word would have spread to Liberty City within days. Cultural shirts were quite simple, merely featuring printed patterns or text on shirts, and there was no need for Zhao Hao and his companions to establish a factory. Go Quan directly approached a small factory on the brink of bankruptcy, leveraging their profits from Lu Xuanda to place a substantial order. They then proceeded to print rebellious phrases, gestures, and patterns, particularly support gear for baseball, basketball, and football teams, which were quite popular here, alongside lyrics or famous quotes. Initially, Zhao Hao intended to keep the operation small, aiming to earn a modest sum, which would inspire other merchants to follow suit. However, to his surprise, Go Quan worked diligently, prompting Zhao Hao to scale up their ambitions. They resolved to establish a clothing brand, emphasizing trendiness as their core style. After deliberation, they named the brand Go Deity, Go Doughty. It seemed a brand with vitality, unlikely to falter swiftly. On a day devoid of pressing matters, the time arrived for the antique appreciation gathering. Zhao Hao donned a polished outfit, bringing 2 items from the shop to the salon. Since his involvement in this appreciation meeting, he had attended every session without fail. His motives were threefold: to seek opportunities to accumulate fate points, to purchase antiques for commissions, and, at the very least, to enjoy a fine meal. This day saw a considerable turnout, with many impeccably dressed men and women bedecked in jewels, traversing the red carpet of the banquet hall, engaging in conversation or appreciating antiques. Occasionally, someone would discover a coveted piece, paying a handsome price to acquire it, prompting others to offer congratulations and clink glasses. Unfortunately, Zhao Hao was unable to find any antiques imbued with fate points, leaving him with a tinge of regret. He had gleaned some insight. The presence of fate points in an antique was not determined by its age or value, but rather by its history. If an object had traversed through the joys and sorrows of individuals or the tides of history, it was likely to possess fate points. Fate points only emerged from the fluctuations of destiny. Items that had been stored in a vault for centuries, even if they were imperial thrones, would yield no fate points. Although he did not acquire any fate points, he successfully sold a painting and a vase, thanks to the admiration for Eastern culture stemming from the strength of the Song dynasty. Just as Zhao Hao thought he had left empty-handed and was preparing to enjoy a buffet before departing, a middle-aged lady approached him, accompanied by a man. "Zhao, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Lewis, a prominent plantation owner." The slightly plump, middle-aged Mrs. Sarah, one of the main creators of the antique appreciation gathering and a renowned broker, was not merely facilitating casual exchanges among enthusiasts. In truth, this salon served as one of the venues for antique trade in Liberty City. Mrs. Sarah orchestrated countless transactions each year, accruing substantial commissions and connections. The man she brought, Mr. Lewis, had something to sell. His direct approach to Zhao Hao was indeed peculiar. In a world filled with extraordinary beings and psychic phenomena, it was impossible for the surface world to be devoid of oddities. Especially since the cessation of the psychic dormancy period 8 years ago, the surging activity of psychic phenomena had led to an uptick in bizarre occurrences. Similar to the pearl with unusual manifestations that Zhao Hao and Uncle Tai discovered at a seaside estate, such tales frequently circulated in the streets. The antique trade, compared to others, was particularly prone to encountering the uncanny. In fact, just last month, an antique dealer in Liberty City became a resident of a mental health rehabilitation center due to an unforeseen incident while procuring goods. The antique community in Liberty City held Uncle Tai in high regard precisely because he welcomed all matters laden with ambiguity, often resolving various issues. Even without a clear understanding of the extraordinary, they could surmise that Uncle Tai's identity was far from ordinary. This time, Mr. Lewis sought to sell a painting to Uncle Tai through Mrs. Sarah. Zhao Hao understood the intricacies of the situation and naturally suspected that the painting might harbor some issues. For instance, there was a gramophone that inexplicably began to sing at the stroke of midnight. Was it not rather eerie? In essence, it resembled an antiquity from the Song dynasty, imbued with a certain ethereal energy, evoking a sense of the supernatural. Typically, one could dissipate the faint spiritual energy using their own spiritual prowess, rendering it harmless. However, Zhao Hao could not discern any apparent flaws in this particular painting. Although Mr. Lewis was a towering figure with prominent features, he was not particularly forthcoming and seemed reluctant to provide clarity. Given this ambiguity, Zhao Hao decided to drive the price down aggressively. After a vigorous round of haggling, it became evident that Mr. Lewis was keen to make a sale, and they settled on a price of $800. While the artist of this work may not have been renowned, it was an exquisite ink painting with a history of at least 3 centuries. If presented to the right buyer in the city of the Song people, it could potentially fetch double that amount. The painting, elegantly framed, was titled The Washerwoman by the Well. It depicted a tranquil bamboo grove with a well, beside which lay a basin of unwashed garments, yet devoid of any figures. The overall composition exuded a sense of solitude and desolation, profoundly moving the heart. After appreciating the artwork, Zhao Hao proceeded with his nightly routine of pre-sleep exercises, then lit incense and balanced a bowl of water atop his head, preparing for slumber. Yet this time, his dreams took an unusual turn, revealing a bamboo forest that he found himself unable to approach. In truth, Mr. Lewis had not been entirely honest with Zhao Hao. The provenance of this painting was decidedly dubious, having been obtained through unscrupulous means. Following yet another disappearance of a child from the plantation, Lewis grew anxious, realizing that there might be something amiss. Thus, it became apparent that the painting was likely a sinister object. Chapter 60. Caught in the trap, Zhao Hao awoke in a daze one morning, groggily removing his water bowl and pondering the previous day's cultivation. Had something gone amiss? Ordinarily, he remained quite lucid in his dreams. Although controlling his wandering thoughts to avoid altering the dreamscape proved challenging, yet he was always aware of his consciousness. Last night, however, despite successfully entering the dream realm, it felt as if he were genuinely dreaming, often failing to recognize that he was in a dream. How could one regress rather than progress with practice? After all, while his master had guided him to the threshold, the journey of cultivation was ultimately a solitary endeavor. His dreamscape, enriched with spiritual energy techniques and the Zhilong sleeping pill skill imparted by Uncle Tai, had evolved significantly. Even Uncle Tai could not provide him with much guidance. Navigating this path was indeed a formidable challenge. Zhao Hao shrugged off his concerns, rising as usual to practice martial arts, have breakfast, and take the bus. Upon arriving at the shop, he presented a painting to Uncle Tai, who accepted it with a solemn expression. That night, Zhao Hao habitually perused the system diary, which simply stated, "Something feels off." While the diary often chronicled trivial matters and included hyperbolic remarks or complaints, this entry struck him as peculiar. After pondering for a considerable time, he gleaned no insights. That evening, he scarcely practiced the boundary technique, wishing to enter the dream realm with a clear mind. Unexpectedly, upon dreaming, he found himself once more in a bamboo grove. Standing beneath a towering vermilion torii gate, a spherical barrier enveloped this small domain, yet outside, an inky green bamboo forest pressed closely against the edges of his dreamscape. Zhao Hao sensed that the bamboo grove seemed to be drawing nearer, or perhaps it was merely an illusion. His thoughts oscillated between lucidity and dreaming, at times recognizing his dream state, and at others, unwittingly accepting it as reality. The following day, he roused himself with a furrowed brow. If he remained oblivious to the strangeness surrounding him, he would be remiss in living up to his title of Old Silver Coin. Slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "I've been caught." His thoughts in the dream had been muddled by spiritual energy. Though one typically forgets their dreams upon waking, Zhao Hao's unique cultivation method, coupled with the Torii's influence and the barrier's effects, allowed him to recall the contents of his dreams. As a practitioner whose cultivation primarily relied on dream states, Experiencing the same bamboo grove for 2 consecutive nights could hardly be mere coincidence. After all, there were no bamboo forests in America. The mention of bamboo immediately reminded him of the painting he had received the day before. Without a moment's hesitation, he skipped breakfast and hurried to find Uncle Tai. After Zhao Hao recounted his experiences, Uncle Tai's expression turned grave. If Zhao Hao's suspicions were correct, the painting, whether or not it was a cursed object, was undeniably a high-level supernatural item. Yet, supernatural items radiated spiritual energy, and Uncle Tai would certainly have detected it. Thus, he urged Zhao Hao to contact the seller without delay. Zhao Hao swiftly sought out Miss Sarah, while Uncle Tai attempted to seal the painting within the ritual altar of his warehouse. However, Mr. Lewis was nowhere to be found, and not only him. His wife and son had also vanished overnight, leaving behind only a young daughter and an elder son who was away. Several laborers and servants on the plantation had similarly gone missing. Their personal belongings remained on their beds, yet they had simply disappeared. It was clear that they had not left of their own accord. Zhao Hao realized that the situation was dire. Even if the painting had come into his possession, Lewis was nowhere to be found, indicating that this was no ordinary item. Why was he so unfortunate, with calamities unfolding one after another? Uncle Tai had indeed been correct. The extraordinary sought out the extraordinary. Now, he could only hope that Uncle Tai's sealing would prove effective. Yet, it bore no fruit. In his dreams, the bamboo grove reappeared, encroaching ever closer, almost breaching the barrier. Vaguely, he perceived a well within the grove, accompanied by a basin of clothing. As dawn broke, Zhao Hao arrived at the shop, shaking his head at Uncle Tai. The capabilities of such cursed objects often defied reason, rendering them utterly intractable. As he prepared to leave, Coulter patted Zhao Hao on the shoulder. "If there's any way I can assist, do not hesitate to call me." Though initially skeptical of the mysterious Bureau's containment measures, Zhao Hao felt a twinge of disappointment when he once again beheld the bamboo grove in his dreams. Now, it was pressing against the barrier with significant force, the surrounding verdant bamboo distorting the barrier's shape. If this continued, the barrier would inevitably collapse. This time, the well within the bamboo grove was even closer, and Zhao Hao could almost discern the moss growing upon its rim. A force seemed to beckon him towards it. With no other options remaining, it appeared he would have to take a gamble. The next day, Zhao Hao summoned Fatty and Uncle Tai. Sharing the gravity of his current predicament, "I estimate that I can only hold out for a few more days. I intend to take the plunge and investigate that ancient well." Although Zhao Hao maintained an appearance of nonchalance, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Yet, one must not appear defeated. He could not wear a sorrowful expression. Furthermore, since this was within a dream, assistance from others would be futile. He contemplated a strategy of using one cursed object to combat another, suggesting that he could hide within the Qingming tomb painting. The problem was that the Qingming tomb painting was hardly a secure refuge. If a conflict arose between the two cursed objects, the outcome could be disastrous. "I suspect this might be a means of entering a cursed realm. Zhao Hao, perhaps you still possess a chance of survival." Uncle Tai produced 2 items. One was an antique pocket watch, which, while also a cursed object, posed minimal risk and could even be seen as beneficial. This was known as the fast-paced watch. When activated with spiritual energy, it could significantly enhance speed and reaction time for a brief minute. The downside was that it drained spiritual energy and stamina rapidly, and excessive use could be fatal. As for the other item, Uncle Tai held a piece of greenish hard talisman paper, a nostalgic look in his eyes. The bronze talisman of 2 stars was far more valuable than mere words could convey. Even Fatty's eyes widened in astonishment. Bronze was a different matter entirely compared to black iron. With this talisman, Zhao Hao's chances of survival would increase by at least 50%. "All right, I understand. It won't be the end of the world." Zhao Hao seized the gourd, eager to examine it further. In the face of impending danger, Uncle Tai had previously refrained from imparting many techniques, fearing that overindulgence could hinder one's cultivation journey. However, with urgency at hand, he selected a few techniques that were quick to learn and imparted them to Zhao Hao, granting him an additional edge. The technique was called All Things as Soldiers, a form of illusionary magic, akin to the legendary art of deception. It was indeed a form of illusion, which explained why it could be mastered in a single afternoon. As night fell, Zhao Hao, cradling his talisman and embracing the orange seat, lay down to sleep in the shop. Fatty remained beside him, standing guard with Uncle Tai. Zhao Hao smiled and drifted into slumber. Since he began practicing the Zhulung sleeping pill technique, He had not suffered from insomnia. He simply slept whenever he wished. Upon entering the dream realm, he found the barriers severely distorted and precarious. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to abandon caution. With his left hand holding the gourd and his right the orange seat, he strode boldly toward the ancient well in the bamboo grove. Chapter 61. The enigmatic realm. Zhao Hao shook his head, emerging from an indeterminate stupor. As he had previously stated, time was of the essence. The bizarre psychic energy increasingly influenced his consciousness. If he allowed himself to succumb completely, passively entering the enigmatic realm would be far worse than taking the initiative. Guided by an inexplicable sensation, he approached the edge of a well. Peering down, he discovered a clear pool reflecting his own image. At that moment, the reflection appeared to be gazing back at him. This was no mere dream. Zhao Hao was acutely aware that he was not ensnared in a dreamlike state. Iron Uncle's conjecture was indeed correct. He was now within the enigmatic realm. The enigmatic realm corresponds with the enigmatic objects, an inexplicable space that constitutes the realm itself. Iron Uncle had informed him that the enigmatic realm could manifest anywhere. It might reside in the realm of the deceased, within a hidden corner of the sea of psychic energy, in some uncanny location of the inner world, or even within the dreams of individuals, within legends, or in the crevices of time. The origins of the enigmatic realm remain uncertain, yet many connections exist with the enigmatic deities. Certain unknown factors converge the power of these deities, resulting in the formation of the enigmatic realm. Some realms are exceedingly perilous, verging on certain death, such as the abyss of hell. Conversely, others may pose minimal danger, like the small world Zhao Hao had previously discovered at the Grand Market, which Iron Uncle later collected. Known as the Qingming Tomb Sweeping Picture, Iron Uncle had persistently advised that if ensnared within the enigmatic realm, one must identify the crucial rules. Only by utilizing the rules of the realm could one navigate safely. Opposing the enigmatic realm would be folly. Indeed, the enigmatic realm could be manipulated, much like how some individuals exploit enigmatic objects. Although Iron Uncle had cautioned Zhao Hao against the inherent dangers of enigmatic objects, he still provided Zhao Hao with a pocket watch during this perilous time. The abyss of hell, as previously mentioned, is a realm that has been extensively developed and utilized by Buddhism. Yet an instinctive voice within him cautioned against recklessness. Do not challenge the rules of the enigmatic realm. At least not now. The trial was upon him. Zhao Hao hastily discarded the slumbering orange seat. The orange seat tumbled to the ground, surprisingly bouncing twice before awakening. Where am I? Who am I? What as for dinner? Zhao Hao admonished softly. Enough. Wake up. If I perish, you shall not survive either. Hurry and scout ahead. My dear little kitty, you're so cruel to make me work to the bone. The orange seat sauntered with a drooping head, ambling along the forest path. As for Little Soft, Zhao Hao had concealed it beneath his clothing. Little Soft possessed formidable corrosive capabilities and was quite resilient to physical blows, whether from blunt or sharp objects. However, its mobility was lamentably slow, barely surpassing the leisurely pace of the orange seat. Moreover, when unfurled, it barely covered 2 square meters. Yet, the orange seat still perched atop Little Soft daily, treating it like a robotic vacuum. Little Soft shielded Zhao Hao from potential attacks, providing some degree of protection. After contemplation, Zhao Hao refrained from drawing the dragon-slaying saber, reserving its might for an unexpected moment. On his wrist, he wore the multicolored rope, designed to ward off pests and malevolent spirits. The dog whistle hung around his neck, ready to summon canines at a moment's notice. His ensemble included the magic wand, iron branch, cloth armor, and the ever-ready dragon-slaying saber. In his spell card slots, he possessed the demon hunter's perception and mage's hand. Additionally, he had 2 disposable spell cards, Activate Rope and FFF Teach's Great Fireball. The Activate Rope was not combat-oriented, offering little assistance in battle. His character cards were Black Tiger Charge, a Fu, and Young Barrier Master, Mo Village Li Shou. Although Witch Grimoire was slightly stronger, Zhao Hao was still unrefined in chaotic magic, prone to unexpected mishaps that could spell his doom at critical moments. Furthermore, he felt the weight of the talisman Iron Uncle had bestowed upon him, the Tian Du 5 Thunder Talisman, a bronze-level charm. This was undoubtedly Zhao Hao's strongest trump card, albeit usable only once. The pocket watch could significantly enhance his speed for a brief period. Additionally, there were the paper figures, horses, and dogs he had painstakingly crafted over the past few days. Perhaps the dog whistle would prove unnecessary, given the formidable prowess of his creations, Big Yellow, Little Black, and Little Flower. If the paper dogs failed to perform, summoned dogs from the dog whistle might not be reliable either. Lastly, Xiao Hao possessed a skin card. Reaper's Judge, Black Iron 5-star skin card. Skin effect, Underworld, an aura of ghostly dread. Skin effect, intimidates ghostly beings, reprimands, reveals evil deeds, and judges malefactors. Note, let me see, who dares to abstain from voting shall be taken away. Xiao Hao had acquired this Black Iron 5-star skin card during a recent sign-in. Had it not been for his current predicament within the enigmatic realm, it would have been a splendid boon. Upon selection, the card transformed his appearance. Xiao Hao had metamorphosed into a fearsome judge, eyes ablaze with fiery intensity, eyebrows flickering like flames, and a lion-like visage that exuded authority. Clad in a purple robe adorned with a bloodied giant ghost head, he wore a double-winged black cap and black pointed shoes. In one hand, he held a bronze mirror, and in the other, a brush. As he moved, a chilling aura enveloped him, and behind him, the ominous scene of the underworld judging wicked spirits materialized. In this moment, Xiao Hao possessed an intimidating presence against malevolent spirits and monstrous entities. However, he had yet to find an opportunity to validate this power. He had tested the reprimanding effect multiple times, startling a drunken man haggling with a courtesan in an alley to the point of losing control. It seemed that particular talent might only serve as a means of intimidation. The mirror's ability to reveal evil deeds instilled fear in those who had committed heinous acts, plunging them into despair. The pen's judgment of evil was still an enigma to Xiao Hao. Nevertheless, during an encounter with a would-be mugger, he had left a lasting mark upon the scoundrel's face, one that had yet to fade. These constituted Xiao Hao's entire arsenal. He pondered the situation. Against average monsters, he felt he could manage one or two. If all else failed, he could always flee, but he dreaded the prospect of encountering situations devoid of reason. For instance, the dire consequence of death upon uttering a sound. That would be utterly unmanageable. No, he decided against taking such risks. Observing the narrow path before him, he felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. With over 500 fate points remaining, it appeared he would not reach a tenfold draw. It would be wise to utilize them. The most tragic circumstance in life is to perish without having drawn cards. Xiao Hao proceeded to execute a 5-card draw. 5 cards materialized in his mind, lined up in a row. He silently nodded. Indeed, even within the enigmatic realm, card drawing was still possible. His system was quite advanced. The first card depicted a donkey. Production Team Donkey, Black Iron 1-star summoning card. Usage, summon a production team donkey for your service. Duration, permanent. Summoning cost, none. Talent, resting. Skills, grinding, kicking. Remark, production team donkeys are never busier than you. Resting, it always finds an opportunity to rest. This, oh no, what a loss. My tenfold draw. Xiao Hao dismissed further thoughts and equipped the card to see its effects. To be honest, the description seemed rather unremarkable, but thankfully, there was no cost involved. In the blink of an eye, a donkey appeared before Xiao Hao, an ordinary donkey, yet robust and adequately sized, complete with a bridle and reins. Xiao Hao tilted his head for a better look. It was a male donkey. He leaped onto its back, sitting sideways to test the sensation. Surprisingly, at least he now had a means of transportation. Moreover, if it truly comes to that, it can always serve as a reserve supply. Xiao Hao patted the donkey's head, saying, "From now on, you shall be called Qianli. Do not disappoint my expectations of you." The second card depicted a green bead adorned with threads. Healing Gem, Black Iron 1-star equipment card. Effect, enhances your healing and restorative capabilities. Remark, though its effect seems unremarkable, you can possess 3, 4. Yet another equipment card, though its effect is rather lackluster. Having accumulated 5 equipment cards, Xiao Hao still had 1 vacant equipment slot remaining. The third card illustrated a simple iron ring. Guardian Ring, Black Iron 2-star equipment card. Effect, provides 3 armor. Effect, slightly reduces physical damage taken. Remark, come on, old friend. Don't be timid. Another equipment card. Although the armor it grants is not as high as that of cloth armor, it does offer a slight reduction in physical damage. Perhaps this is the reason it is rated 1 star higher than cloth armor. However, accessories are generally superior to defensive gear. Isn't that the usual pattern in games? Xiao Hao equipped the cards and murmured, "With this, I shall possess a 6-slot divine ensemble." Little did he anticipate that the 4th card would also be an equipment card. Anti-magic cloak, Black Iron 2-star equipment card. Effect: provides 5 psychic resistance. Remark: do not let psychic damage affect you. Done. Another piece of equipment. What am I to do with this? Zhao Hao was anxious that the final 5th card might also be an equipment card, which would be quite distressing. As it turned out, it was even less desirable. A Black Iron fragment card. Darn. Chapter 62. The Hidden Realm in the Well. Zhao Hao never anticipated that one day he would be troubled by an excess of equipment cards. The effect of the healing orb appeared to be the least impressive, offering only a minor boost to recovery speed, which seemed negligible. Furthermore, in moments of dire need for expedited recovery, he could simply switch it out. However, one must not forget the environment in which Zhao Hao currently found himself, an unpredictable and treacherous domain. If the dangers were merely conventional and manageable, it would be one thing. But what if they were exceedingly perilous, requiring one to fight for their life? After some contemplation, Zhao Hao realized that every ounce of combat strength was invaluable, especially since card fusion held a certain probability of upgrading the cards. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Moreover, he harbored a modicum of confidence regarding this fusion attempt. After all, in the game League of Legends, the healing orb and cloth armor held a particular significance. It was the perfect opportunity to experiment and see if the card fusion could indeed align with the knowledge he possessed. Ding! The card fusion was successful. Predator's Cloak. Black Iron 2-star equipment card attributes. 7 armor. Effect: significantly enhances injury healing and stamina recovery speed. Ability: Predator's Charge. Consumes a substantial amount of stamina for a rapid dash lasting 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Note: while not entirely identical to the Predator's Cloak, they are fundamentally similar. It seems that the synthesis formula from League of Legends truly works. However, acquiring an item from that universe still relies on luck. How splendid it would be to obtain a resurrection armor. The synthesis was remarkably successful. Not only was the ability of the healing orb preserved, but it also bolstered the armor's defense, elevating the card to Black Iron 2-star. Perfect. With 6 pieces of equipment, he was now fully equipped. Zhao Hao surveyed his surroundings, the eerily silent bamboo grove, devoid of any insects or birds, with not even a whisper of wind. The grove loomed overhead, shrouding the sunlight, yet it remained utterly still. His lingering here for so long was an attempt to embrace constancy amidst uncertainty, to discern any anomalies within this bamboo thicket. Yet, the grove exhibited no signs of life whatsoever. Come take a look, there's a corpse, Zhao Hao beckoned, leading the donkey forward. Zhu Zhuo, perplexed, inquired, where did this donkey come from? As he spoke, he leaped onto the donkey's back, reclining comfortably. If I can sit, I shan't stand. If I can lie down, I shan't sit. As Zhu Zhuo directed from atop the donkey, they soon departed the narrow path, uncovering the lifeless body. The corpse was unclothed, appearing remarkably fresh, likely deceased no more than 24 hours prior. The signs of death were just beginning to manifest, devoid of any foul odor. To Zhao Hao's surprise, he recognized this individual. It was none other than Mr. Lewis. I thought you had deceived me. Yet here you are, dead so effortlessly. This was indeed the same Lewis who had sold paintings to Zhao Hao, now looking as though he had starved to death. This should not have been the case. From the time he disappeared until Zhao Hao's arrival, only a few days had passed, yet this man appeared gaunt beyond recognition. Moreover, his body bore numerous scrapes and bruises, his bare feet riddled with wounds and blisters, as if he had survived in the wilderness for an entire week. No, even Gege would not look so disheveled after starving for half a month. At that moment, Zhu Zhuo nudged Zhao Hao. Look. Zhao Hao instinctively glanced back. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Wait, it was incorrect to say there was nothing, wasn't it? Where were the hoof prints of my 1,000-mile donkey? Zhao Hao dismounted and scrutinized the ground, confirming that there were indeed no traces left. The hoof prints had vanished. In this densely overgrown bamboo forest, which seemed untouched for decades, Zhao Hao felt an unsettling disorientation. Activating his demon hunting senses, he soon discerned faint yellow hoof prints on the ground. The demon hunting senses could reveal subtle clues and detect traces of spiritual energy. These pale yellow hoof prints not only indicated the path of the 1,000-mile donkey, but also hinted at some spiritual essence. Could this bamboo grove be erasing all traces of human presence? An epiphany struck Zhao Hao as he drew his dragon-slaying blade and carved a deep gash into a nearby bamboo stalk. He and Zhu Zhuo watched intently. Yet after a minute, the incision showed no signs of alteration. They exchanged glances. Had they miscalculated? Zhao Hao lifted Zhu Zhuo and turned, suddenly recalling something. He twisted the donkey's head. What are you staring at? Care to take another look? As Zhao Hao surveyed the surrounding bamboo grove, thick and impenetrable, an eerie silence enveloped them, stirring a chill deep within. No matter the circumstances, it was far better than being trapped here. As they continued onward, Zhu Zhuo subtly nudged Zhao Hao from the donkey's rear. Zhao Hao silently acknowledged. To their astonishment, it was indeed the long-deceased Louis. At that moment, the corpse, with its lifeless eyes devoid of pupils, was being held aloft by a mage's hand, clutching its throat. Zhu Zhuo sprang into action, a silvery flash darting from its claws, and the head of the corpse fell away. Run! Go! Zhao Hao shouted, delivering a resounding slap to the donkey's rear. The 1,000-mile donkey responded with a loud bray, bolting forward. Suddenly, the previously silent bamboo grove erupted with a cacophony, as though a chaotic tempest surged through the thicket. The very earth beneath them began to tremble. Fortunately, Zhao Hao was already near the grove's edge, the light from the path now visible. Charge! The 1,000-mile donkey lived up to its name, propelling itself out of the bamboo forest with remarkable speed. Zhao Hao tightened the reins, bringing the panting donkey to a halt. After glimpsing Louis's corpse, it seemed they had inadvertently stirred it. The body had been trailing behind them all along. Both Zhu Zhuo and Zhao Hao possessed keen senses and had detected its presence. They had initially believed that a direct assault would suffice, never expecting that invoking spiritual energy would awaken the entire grove. The bamboo forest concealed some unknown entity, and the sudden surge of spiritual energy was akin to a tsunami, overwhelming them. One man and one cat stood no chance against such a force. They were barely enough to contend with a single finger's worth of power. They had narrowly escaped the clutches of a living corpse. Don't stop. Keep running, Zhu Zhuo urged, panic evident in its voice. At that moment, Zhao Hao gestured behind him. Look. Zhu Zhuo, sprawled across the donkey's back, twisted its head in disbelief. Where had the bamboo forest gone? It was now a humble dirt road. Where did it disappear to? Zhu Zhuo exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Hao paid no heed to Zhu's shock, for he had noticed 2 new notifications from the fate card system. Task completed. First entry into the treacherous realm. 40 fate points awarded. Checkpoint discovered. Treacherous realm. Hidden realm in the well. Available for marking. Silently, Zhao Hao dismounted, standing in the middle of the dirt road, striking a single-legged JoJo pose. Checkpoint in the treacherous realm. Hidden realm in the well successfully registered. Obtaining the equipment card Moon in the Well. Moon in the Well, Black Iron 3-star equipment card attributes. 1 agility, 2 spirit. Traits. The ancient well lies still. The moon's reflection dances upon the water, and the phantom blade strikes. Note. The moon in the well, a flower in the water. Ancient well lies still. Holding the moon in the well increases resistance to mental anomalies. Moon's reflection. Attacking enemies has a chance to unleash a phantom blade. Phantom blade. Attacking enemies will generate 2 phantom blades to strike. This was a curved dagger with a significant arc. Holding this crescent-shaped blade felt somewhat awkward to Zhao Hao. Was this considered a peculiar weapon? It seemed more fitting to wield while mounted on a camel. Strange weapons often herald swift demise. Zhao Hao donned the moon in the well and tested the blade amidst the roadside thicket. It was indeed a fine weapon, exceptionally sharp, with commendable spiritual energy conduction. However, due to its design, Zhao Hao felt a bit clumsy wielding it. He understood the effect of the phantom blade. With 1 strike, 2 phantom blades would manifest, each possessing 1/10 of the original strike's power. It felt somewhat superfluous. After all, if 1 strike could fell an opponent, the addition of 2 phantom blades seemed insignificant. If a blade is intercepted, the subsequent 2 afterimages are unlikely to wield any significant influence. This is not a video game where every strike inflicts damage. Yet, the moonlit reflection in the well possesses formidable strength. Zhao Hao wielded his sword over 60 times, unleashing a golden crescent-like blade aura that nearly severed a tree as thick as a water barrel. The attack power is undeniably substantial. However, the effects of the tranquil well remain somewhat ambiguous, as there are no evident mental anomalies for him to experiment with. Nonetheless, when he grasps this sword, a profound tranquility envelopes him, with few distracting thoughts. Zhao Hao finds himself in a quandary. Alas, I am fully equipped, yet you still impose equipment restrictions. Chapter 63, Linshui Town. Indeed, the fusion of cards is essential. Just as I previously fused the heavenly sword, weapons must be wielded to unleash their full potential. However, with Zhao Hao wielding merely the Supreme Dragon Slayer, He could only strike aimlessly, let alone handle both a broadsword and a curved blade. If occupying an equipment card slot solely for attribute enhancement, it would be rather counterproductive. It is far more prudent to fuse and gamble on luck. Of course, the compatibility must first be assessed. The compatibility between the Supreme Dragon Slayer and Moon in the Well stands at an impressive 92.4. Quite commendable. After all, they are both weapons, both blades, and there are no conflicting attributes to consider. With a resolute heart, Zhao Hao initiated the fusion. Fusion successful. Dragon Slayer Halberd, Black Iron 4-star equipment card attributes. 1 Strength, 2 Constitution, 1 Agility, 3 Spirit. Traits: Cleaving Gold and Jade, Ancient Treasure Blade, Illusory Moon Blade Aura. Still Waters of the Ancient Well. Remarks: One night in a small building listening to the spring rain, slaying the dragon on a full moon night. Cleaving Gold and Jade. Incredibly sharp, possessing the ability to sever, potentially damaging directly colliding weapons and armors. Ancient Treasure Blade. Grants the wielder 3 charisma, exuding a compelling aura. Illusory Moon Blade Aura. Consumes spiritual energy to unleash multiple attacks with shadow blades, capable of remote assaults as well. Still Waters of the Ancient Well. When wielding the Moon in the Well, enhances resistance to mental anomalies. Star upgrade. 3 3-star cards have finally ascended to 4-star. The fusion of the 2 cards resulted in a loss of 1 point in agility, retaining only 4 out of the original 7 traits. However, the trade-off was minimal, as the previous negative trait of the worthy resided was eliminated, and the effect of the Shadow Blade was rather ordinary. Moreover, the newly acquired Illusory Moon Blade Aura feels like a harmonious blend of the previous effects of the Blade of War, Moon in the Well, and Shadow Blade. By consuming spiritual energy, it can be activated without relying on unpredictable chances, providing both close and distant attacks. It is undeniably formidable. This, Dragon Slayer Halberd, significantly enhances Zhao Hao, not only in attributes but also in traits, while its ability to slice through iron has greatly improved his offensive prowess. Currently, with Black Tiger Charge A Fu and Young Barrier Master Mo Village Li Shou, Zhao Hao's attributes are as follows. Zhao Hao Black Iron 1-star Strength. 961, Dragon Slayer Halberd. 1, Iron Tree Branch. 1, A Fu, Constitution. 1172, Dragon Slayer Halberd. 2, A Fu, Agility. 1071, Dragon Slayer Halberd. 1, Iron Tree Branch. 1, A Fu, Perception. 15132, Mo Village Li Shou, Intelligence. 761, Iron Tree Branch, Spirit. 1493, Dragon Slayer Halberd. 2, Mo Village Li Shou, Charisma. Luck. Armor. 10 Spiritual Resistance. 5 Zhao Hao surveyed his attributes, muttering, "After all this, I still possess dual talents in Perception and Spirit. I am truly material for a mage." Adjusting his attire, Zhao Hao mounted his swift donkey. With the orange seat perched upon its back and Little Soft nestled in his arms, he proceeded along the dirt path. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhao Hao was greeted by the sound of rushing water. A river. Zhao Hao has spirits lifted. Where there is a path, there are bound to be inhabitants. And with the discovery of flowing water, civilization could not be far. Just then, a cry for help pierced the air. Zhao Hong hastily urged the donkey forward. Arriving at the riverbank to witness a child desperately clinging to a small tree, 1 foot ensnared by some underwater creature, pulling him forcefully into the depths. "Do not fear. I shall rescue you." Zhao Hao dashed over, grasping the child's arm. With his strength of 9 points, he was nearly twice as strong as an ordinary person, embodying the legendary innate power. The creature in the water seemed aware of the interference, pulling with even greater ferocity, the river frothing and splashing in all directions. "By heaven, can I not deal with you?" Zhao Hao pondered how to attack the creature lurking in the depths. Suddenly, he heard another child calling from a distance. "Run, it's a monster." The child wore a triumphant grin, his mouth stretching nearly to his ears. His eyes transformed into orange-yellow vertical slits. His face adorned with fine fish scales, and his gills appeared like fresh crimson slits. A viscous aura, resembling black water, hovered above his head. At that moment, the pulling force on the child increased dramatically, causing Zhao Hao to nearly lose his footing and tumble into the river. Thankfully, he managed to grasp a nearby tree for support. "Fat cat, time to feast." With Zhao Hao's exclamation, an orange figure darted past. The monster let out a horrific scream, its eyes transforming into gory hollows. It could no longer maintain its grip on Zhao Hao, covering its face with both hands and shrieking as it plunged into the river. Could Zhao Hao allow it to escape? Having nearly been ambushed by the lurking fiend, he could not tolerate such an affront. Quietly, he formed a hand seal, and a square barrier manifested beneath the water, enclosing the leaping monster within. Zhao Hao leaped into the river, executing the beast cloak of the mage's hand with a powerful strike, simultaneously dispelling the barrier. The nearby child witnessed the water erupting in a frenzy, and moments later, Zhao Hao emerged from the depths, clutching the monster. Once the creature was cast onto the ground, its head was significantly deflated. Impressive, truly impressive. The child's eyes widened in astonishment, as if spellbound, exclaiming in admiration. Much like a recent encounter with Brother Nyo, who had delivered a thorough thrashing, the child, evidently bold yet naive, rushed over and grasped Zhao Hao's hand. Hero, O heroic one, you are remarkable. Surely, you can vanquish the water demon and save the little girl. Please rescue her. Had it not been for the child's presence, Zhao Hao would have drawn his blade and sliced the monster into sushi. Soaked and still dripping, he was oblivious to the child's pleas. Do not rush, speak slowly. What is this about saving someone? First, tell me where we are. The child appeared momentarily stunned, nodding vigorously. Hero, this is Linshui town. Zhao Hao, having finally found someone with whom to converse, sought to extract as much information as possible. The child, rather dull yet spirited, was quick to respond to every inquiry. It turned out that this river was called the Yao River, and not far ahead lay a town, Linshui town. The town had recently been plagued by water demons. According to the child's naive account, all the graves near the riverbank had been emptied, and the corpses had transformed into the monsters of the waters. Previously, the townsfolk relied on the Yao River for sustenance, but now their livelihoods had been disrupted. Deaths had become common. Zhao Hao initially believed the background story concluded there, anticipating that he would need to eliminate the demons himself. However, the narrative was not yet over. The child had mentioned saving a little girl, who was his playmate. She was to be sacrificed to the water demon this year. In a few days, she was to be cast into the river as an offering. Zhao Hao was taken aback, realizing he had stumbled into a sacrificial plot. This was not the journey to the west. His temper flared. Who proposed the idea of sacrificing children? Was it the water demon? The naive child shook his head, seemingly oblivious. No, it was a passing fortune-teller who said so. Since that year, the town has seen fewer water demon incidents. But near the river, Zhao Hao seated himself upon a stone, hanging his clothes out to dry while deep in thought. Though he was furious upon hearing of the child's sacrifice to the water demon, he did not forget that this might be an illusory realm. Everything that transpired could not be taken at face value, or perhaps only parts of it held truth. His primary objective remained to survive and escape this enigmatic domain. Uncle Tai had once said to adhere to the rules of the illusory realm. Having exited the bamboo forest, he had arrived at the Yao River, Linshui town. It seemed this was the crux of the matter. Thus, what was he truly meant to do? Regardless, it would be prudent to investigate that formation first. Chapter 64. The hero who fights monsters come quickly. Someone has slain a water demon. Hurry, hurry. Someone has defeated a water demon with nothing but bare hands. Good heavens. Someone has vanquished an entire horde of water demons with a mere finger. That brave soul dispatched 67 water demons with a single blast. Rumors spread like wildfire. The tale of a single blast annihilating 67 demons seemed almost plausible. Linshui town, not small in size, features a sprawling array of residences and numerous winding streets. Several tributaries of the Yao River meander through the town, giving it a semblance of a waterborne community. Ever since the Yao River transformed into a demon-infested waterway over a decade ago, Linshui town has gradually descended into silence. Many lives have been lost over the years. Burials near the river have become futile. The corpses would vanish from their coffins before long, leaving the townsfolk to inter their dead on higher ground. However, today, the once morose Linshui town suddenly buzzed with excitement. Someone had slain a water demon. These water demons are formidable, possessing immense strength and an elusive nature. To be dragged underwater by them is tantamount to death. While a few have managed to kill a water demon in past years, the prevalence of these creatures in the Yao River seems to have only increased. Regardless, the ability to slay a water demon is indeed a cause for celebration. Since the practice of sacrificing children began a few years back, tales of demon slaying had become scarce. Instead, there were frequent reports of townsfolk suffering at the hands of these demons. Silly Dan brought Zhao Hao to Linshui town. After pondering the situation, Zhao Hao decided to take the corpse of the water demon with him. This creature bore a humanoid form, possessing hands and feet, albeit with webbed appendages, fins, and scales resembling the fabled water monkey. A crowd gathered around the discarded corpse of the water demon, pointing and whispering from a distance. Some young individuals flattered Zhao Hao. Yet, he could overhear the elders murmuring about the potential repercussions of slaying the demon, suggesting that it might invite vengeance. The townsfolk donned short tunics and cloth shoes, their attire reminiscent of a bygone era from an old film. Before long, an elderly man, around 50, approached, flanked by several admirers. Wearing a cap and a jacket, he appeared notably more distinguished than the others. "Forgive my intrusion, esteemed hero," he said. "I am the mayor of Linshui Town. You have not only vanquished the water demon but have also freed our village from its terror. May I inquire your illustrious name?" The old mayor cordially invited Zhao Hao to a local inn, where a feast of wine and meat was laid out, attended by prominent figures of the town. After several rounds of drinks, Zhao Hao's face flushed, and his gaze became hazy as the mayor began to probe him for information. "I am a person of some renown in the martial world. Hick, have you heard of the Iron Fist Invincible?" Zhao Hao declared. The elderly onlookers gasped in unison, recognizing the name as one of great notoriety. "You've heard of it?" "Huh, I have too," Zhao Hao responded with a grin. "Good heavens, it's truly you," they exclaimed in disbelief. The mayor and the entourage praised him. "Zhao, your act of demon slaying is a heroic feat. But you cannot leave just yet. Continue your good deeds and rid us of more demons. Indeed, if you depart, the remaining water demons may retaliate against us. If your reason for exterminating demons is to protect Linshui Town, we would be willing to offer a reward of 100 taels of silver." As the evening wore on, Zhao Hao pondered the events of the day. Under the influence of drink, he had inadvertently accepted their plea to exterminate the demons. It was evident that the people of Linshui Town had been tormented by these water demons for far too long. Yet, some remained deeply fearful, worried that if Zhao Hao were to leave, the demons would seek vengeance upon them. The townsfolk seemed to harbor an ambivalent hope. Success in slaying the demons would be welcomed, but failure might unleash the demons' wrath. During the feast, Zhao Hao had inquired about the ill-fated idea of offering children as sacrifices to placate the demons. To his dismay, the mayor and the dignitaries fell silent, eventually justifying their actions by stating that it was a matter of survival. Earlier, Zhao Hao had questioned Silly Dan about why they did not simply relocate to escape the demons. His response, delivered with an eerie calmness, was, "Relocate? To where?" It was as if he were a machine devoid of emotion. In that moment, Zhao Hao realized he had stumbled upon a sensitive topic. This was indeed a strange realm, where nothing could be taken at face value, and the essence of reality was limited. It resembled a strategic game, with a confined map, leaving no room for escape. His question had undoubtedly grazed a taboo. Fortuitously, he refrained from probing further, uncertain of the consequences that might have followed. The next day, Zhao Hao commenced his investigation into the water demons. Townsfolk recounted that the demons first appeared 18 years ago, initially met with skepticism, yet their numbers grew inexplicably over time. During a grave relocation, it was discovered that the corpses had mysteriously vanished from their coffins. Subsequently, it became evident that graves near the river were disturbingly empty. Whispers spread that the water demons had consumed the bodies. Attempts to organize demon-slaying expeditions had led to numerous casualties, instilling fear among the residents. At this juncture, a passing fortune teller proclaimed that these water demons were too powerful to subdue and must be appeased through sacrifice. Thus, the townsfolk resorted to drawing lots annually to select a sacrificial offering. This year's victim was a young girl, merely 8 years old. Zhao Hao soon realized not everyone was cordial towards him. A youth of around 15 scoffed, claiming he would surely be killed by a water demon. Another openly accused Zhao Hao of being a harbinger of disaster, suggesting that his presence had angered the demons and would lead to further tragedies. Through Silly Dan, Zhao Hao learned that the youth, named Li Tai, had lost his father during the last attempt to slay the water demons, dragged beneath the waves and never resurfacing. As for the one who branded him a disaster, he was Su Dong, the son of the Su family's silk shop. Zhao Hao found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed or whether his decision to confront the demons was indeed the right one. Yet, witnessing the innocent 8-year-old girl playing with Silly Dan stirred a sense of compassion within him. "Very well, I shall proceed. Let us first slay a few demons and observe the outcome," Zhao Hao resolved, determined to seek guidance from the elders regarding the demon's habits and preferences. The townsfolk offered various suggestions, but ultimately, someone proposed seeking out Gege, who was reputed to possess valuable insights. Zhao Hao learned that Gege was a seasoned fisherman, once renowned as a daring adventurer. He had participated in the earlier demon-slaying efforts and was now the last survivor among those brave souls. No longer residing within the town, he had retreated to a resting place atop a nearby hill. Zhao Hao contemplated this, sensing that he might indeed be a hidden sage. Thus, embarking on what felt like an unclear mission, devoid of specific objectives, akin to a puzzle game, he mounted his trusty steed, the 1,000-mile donkey, with Silly Dan and the orange cat cradled in his arms, following Silly Dan's lead towards the high ground. Chapter 65. Gege, the outsider in the past. There was no mortuary in Linshui town. It was only after the discovery that corpses buried near the water's edge would mysteriously vanish that people began to bury their dead in the elevated grounds. There were times when a deceased person could not be interred immediately due to unfavorable timing, necessitating a delay in the funeral. Previously, families would set up makeshift altars in their homes, but that was no longer feasible. Thus, a modest mortuary was constructed atop the high ground. While it was termed a mortuary, it could also be considered a cemetery, as the burial grounds were merely 500 or 600 meters away. It could be said that Linshui town was nestled in the embrace of the Rao River. No wonder, when troubles arose with water spirits, there was nowhere to escape. The fool, upon arriving at the location, leapt from his donkey and approached the door. The humble courtyard had walls barely taller than a person, and Zhao Hao could easily reach over them. The gate was equally simple, consisting of 2 thin wooden planks, their paint long since peeled, and the guardian figures were in disarray. After knocking for quite some time, the door finally creaked open. A lean, dark-skinned man, not particularly tall, with graying stubble and appearing to be in his 50s, eyed the fool with sharp, wary eyes. The fool, being who he was, responded with a foolish grin. The man, as if recognizing him, stared for 3 seconds before shifting his gaze to Zhao Hao. He scrutinized Zhao Hao while inquiring of the fool. "Fool, what brings you here? Who is this person? He is not from the town." At that moment, Zhao Hao had changed into the town's customary attire, resembling a garment from the Republican era. Yet, the man could instantly discern that Zhao Hao was an outsider. The fool looked up at the old man and exclaimed, "Brother Zhao is formidable. He has slain a water spirit." The old man glanced at the fool, his expression ambiguous. Was it disdain or pity? With a cold snort, he retorted, "So slaying one water spirit makes you formidable? I have killed countless. What of it?" He shot the fool a fierce glare. "Nonsense. Water spirits possess immense strength beneath the water, akin to slippery loaches, making them nearly impossible to catch. No one can escape the clutches of a water spirit." Yet the fool, still dazed, insisted, "I saw it. I witnessed Brother Zhao fighting. Besides, didn't you survive the water spirit's grasp yourself? They all call you the river god." At this point, Zhao Hao had dismounted and approached the door, placing a hand against the door panel. "Please, sir, do not be hasty." The old man exerted force, but the door remained unmoved as if caught between mountains. He cast a curious glance at Zhao Hao. "You have some strength. Please, do not take offense. I have come to inquire about matters concerning the water spirits. I intend to exorcise them." The old man's lips quivered, yet he remained silent, eventually relaxing his grip on the door. "Exorcise, another foolhardy endeavor. Come in. And do not call me sir. It sounds displeasing. I am Gege." As Zhao Hao stepped into the small courtyard, he noticed a dead chicken lying discarded. The blood had been drained, and the knife used for the slaughter lay beside it, still stained with blood, while a small bowl in front of it held millet and 3 incense sticks, half-burned. Most peculiarly, the knife was a sharp, foot-long bone cleaver. He instinctively sensed something amiss. There was a story here. Gege, noticing Zhao Hao's interest in the sacrificial knife, lazily inquired, "Curious?" Had Zhao Hao not spent 2 months acquiring extraordinary knowledge and Taoist wisdom from Uncle Tai, he would not have understood the significance of the sacrificial knife. The sacrificial knife was used in ancient rituals where the blood of animals was offered to deities. In the Mencius, it recounts a tale of King Liang Hui, who, upon seeing a cow trembling with fear at the prospect of slaughter, felt pity and replaced it with a sheep for the sacrifice. This ancient practice of blood sacrifice bore a long and storied history in the Middle Kingdom. However, such primal and bloody rituals undoubtedly carried their own dangers. Mencius later advised that a gentleman should avoid the butcher's kitchen, as excessive exposure to blood could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Gege was engaged in a blood sacrifice with this slaughtering knife. Zhao Hao activated his demon-hunting senses and discerned that Gege emitted no spiritual energy. However, his aura was peculiar, resembling a cloud with a significant portion missing, leaning precariously as if on the verge of collapse. Such a phenomenon was hardly an auspicious sign. Yet, Zhao Hao recalled his earlier observation of the town's fortune. The skies above Linshui town swirled with dark, churning clouds, as if harboring a looming disaster. Yet, the color of this fortune was oddly warm and auspicious, a cheerful yellow. Given that the entire town was enveloped in this atmosphere, it was improbable that Gege could be well. In truth, Zhao Hao had quietly scrutinized several individuals since yesterday, and most were in a worse state than Gege, teetering on the brink of demise. Therefore, while Linshui town appeared peaceful, Zhao Hao dared not lower his guard. Gege stood at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly breaking into a faint, sorrowful smile. Since you are an outsider, come inside. I shall share what I know. Hopefully, it will be of use. To be honest, Zhao Hao found Gege's attitude and words somewhat perplexing. What did he mean by outsider? Did he know Zhao Hao hailed from another realm? Was he aware of the sinister nature of this place? Could he be the fabled quest-giving NPC? Gege began recounting stories from his youth, detailing how he and a group of other young men, discontent with the havoc wreaked by water spirits, devised a plan to slay them. Zhao Hao had heard similar tales from the town's elders, and the accounts were largely consistent. However, the fate of those brave souls had been grim. They all met tragic ends, leaving only Gege alive. It was said that Gege possessed unparalleled swimming skills, having once submerged for 2 hours without drawing a breath. He was the only one to escape after being dragged underwater by a water spirit. Yet Zhao Hao harbored doubts, even with such prowess. He had witnessed the water spirit's strength firsthand, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. How could Gege have escaped from its grasp? As he pondered these uncertainties, Gege unexpectedly retrieved a set of clothing from a concealed bundle, a set of modern children's pajamas. Chapter 66, Slaying the Fish. Where did you acquire this garment? Zhao Hao inquired, his brow furrowed and his gaze unwavering. Should Gege utter even a fraction of a falsehood or attempt to evade the question, Zhao Hao would immediately take him down. The problematic painting had already stirred trouble before it reached Zhao Hao's hands. Not only had the unfortunate and unscrupulous Louis been involved, but there were also reports of several children of his workers mysteriously vanishing from his plantation. It was only after the disappearance of 6 children that Louis himself went missing. Some had simply vanished, while others left behind their night clothes, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Zhao Hao had already found Louis trapped and lifeless within a bamboo grove, likely ensnared by the arcane rules of this strange realm. Initially, Zhao Hao assumed that the children had also perished in the bamboo forest, but to his astonishment, he stumbled upon a set of modern children's nightclothes. Zhao Hao fixed his gaze intently upon Gege, poised for action. You had better elucidate the origin of this attire. The simpleton, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, sat on a bench, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Yet, the orange-hued figure nestled in his arms had discreetly opened its eyes. Gege, however, seemed unfazed by Zhao Hao's demeanor, gently placing the bundle on the table. It appears you at least recognize the child. Perhaps you have even encountered him, he remarked. Zhao Hao, perplexed by Gege's words, retorted, Stop with the riddles. Where did this clothing come from? If I had known that child, would I be asking you? Zhao Hao sensed that the old man was not being entirely forthright, and he was prepared to resort to force if necessary. Although Gege appeared to be an ordinary man, his escape from the water demon underwater raised suspicions, and his knowledge of arcane techniques suggested he was no simpleton. Yet Gege's expression turned somber, his voice slightly hoarse. How could I not recognize him? Those water demons are not prone to erratic behavior. But I heard the simpleton say that you killed a half-grown water demon by the river. Could that not be the child? Those words struck Zhao Hao like a bolt of lightning, causing his heart to race. So that was the truth. He began to comprehend why that water demon child had eluded his notice and why, upon its demise, its energy felt so peculiar. If it had merely transformed from human to water demon, still carrying the essence of humanity, it would indeed make sense. But why? Why had that child transformed into a water demon? And what did you mean by outsider? Zhao Hao swallowed hard, grappling with revelations that exceeded his expectations. Gege, head bowed, spoke in a low tone. Not only that child, but everyone in the town will eventually become water demons. Even those who have perished are not exceptions. He lifted his gaze to meet Zhao Hao's. As for how I know about the outsiders, it is because I have witnessed too many individuals like you inadvertently arriving here. Zhao Hao pressed on. And how did they depart? Depart? They remain here, Gege replied. This is a strange realm, an indescribable place. The conditions for entering are bizarre, yet you are not the only one to have crossed the threshold. To this day, no one has managed to leave. Gege warned Zhao how that time was of the essence. If the water demons were not eradicated, the townsfolk would gradually transform into demons themselves, oblivious to their fate. This was why the initial group of demon hunters, despite slaying numerous water demons, ultimately perished. The water demons would only proliferate, and they were under a sinister influence. Gege sprinkled water on a whetstone and began sharpening a bone knife. I have awaited this day for far too long. With your arrival, my chances of success have increased. Do not harbor any thoughts of evasion. There is no escaping this. I do not know the origins of the water demons. Nor do I care. All I desire is to slay that fish. Fish? What fish? Zhao Hao inquired urgently. Gege explained. The water demons that the townspeople have become are controlled by that fish. It was responsible for the demise of those brothers. I intend to slay it. Will you assist me? I will help, Zhao Hao affirmed. Yet, Zhao Hao maintained a level of skepticism towards Gege, for all this information came solely from him, leaving Zhao Hao unable to verify its authenticity. Nevertheless, he had no other leads, and he could not afford to lose this one. What could be worse than being ensnared in this strange realm, oblivious to the truth? It was simply a matter of combat, far preferable to unraveling riddles. Moreover, Zhao Hao had many cards hidden up his sleeve. Should he fall victim to treachery, he would certainly not leave this place alive. The simpleton observed Zhao Hao and Gege depart from the high ground, heading towards a tributary of the Yao River, scratching his head in confusion. Ultimately, he failed to locate the mysteriously vanished orange figure and, resigned, mounted his donkey towards the distant Linshui town. After a brief journey of several minutes, having descended from the high ground, he unexpectedly encountered an individual emerging from the edge of a forest. Simpleton, where have you been? The person inquired with a smile. The simpleton recognized him as a townsman. I went with Brother Zhao to visit Gege. Oh, and where are they? I do not know. They mentioned something about killing a fish. I see. The individual hesitated for a moment before suddenly pointing to the side, exclaiming, What is that? As the simpleton turned, the man drew a sharp knife and lunged at his back. But just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and a hoof the size of a basin rapidly expanded in his vision, striking him squarely in the face with a resounding thud. He let out no sound, flipping through the air before crashing into a thicket by the roadside. The donkey shook its lips, letting out a series of noises, for it was indeed a creature of the black iron one-star summons, a being of the extraordinary. Having failed to find anyone, the simpleton slowly rode the donkey towards the town. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao remained unaware that someone in the town intended to harm him due to his close association with the simpleton. He and Gege had arrived at the tributary of the Yao River, with Xiao Ruan tucked away in his arms and the orange figure stealthily following from a distance. Gege clutched a chillingly sharp bone knife, its mere gleam sending shivers down one's spine. He gestured towards the riverbank nearby. That black fish resides in these waters. I have waited far too long for this moment. You are an outsider, and not an ordinary one. With your aid, we shall surely succeed. Before Zhao Hao could respond, Gege unwrapped a package from his back containing an assortment of items: red paper, red thread, yellow paper, cooked glutinous rice, cooked meat, sesame seeds, and winter melons. Gege, ignoring Zhao Hao's presence, eagerly began to assemble the items, ultimately forming a rough human shape. At a glance, it resembled a child. He affixed a handful of stray hair atop the effigy, proclaiming, Perfect. This black fish is particularly fond of children. We shall lure it ashore and ensure its demise. Chapter 67. The great black fish. The sun had begun its descent, and the midday heat was gradually dissipating. The tributaries of the Yao River were slender, with a gentle current that barely disturbed the surface, where soft ripples caressed the muddy banks. A lifelike effigy resembling a small child, crafted from glutinous rice and winter melon, had been placed by the riverside. A long incense stick was embedded in the silt, slowly smoldering. Gege had poured a considerable amount of a mixture containing unknown substances and chicken blood into the water, the crimson streaks diffusing rather than being fully diluted. spreading towards the center of the river. Zhao Hao and Guizhou concealed themselves within a thicket of grass, crouched low in anticipation. Time ticked by, and Guizhou remained intensely focused, his gaze fixed upon the water's surface, as if his very eyes could shoot arrows. Zhao Hao found himself on the verge of speaking several times, yet ultimately remained silent. His primary objective for this visit was to discern the nature of Guizhou's activities and uncover more about his identity. More information from him would be invaluable. Guizhou, having come from outside, likely had encountered others from beyond as well. He must possess knowledge that Zhao Hao could not afford to overlook. Thus, he braved the uncertainties to assist Guizhou in confronting the fish monster. What manner of person was Guizhou? How much did he truly know about this enigmatic realm? These questions would only be unraveled after the battle. Zhao Hao thought, having finally located a quest-giving NPC, I cannot allow him to escape. As half an hour slipped away, Zhao Hao, normally patient, began to feel the strain. What was Guizhou up to? Was the bait ineffective? With the sun nearing the horizon, spending the night in this strange wilderness was hardly prudent. Just as he contemplated inquiring, Guizhou suddenly crouched lower, whispering urgently, "It's coming." Zhao Hao quickly turned his gaze to the water, where unusual ripples began to form, occasionally agitated as if a large fish was swimming beneath the surface. Surfacing to breathe intermittently, the ripples swirled twice before drawing closer to the shore. Gradually, a bizarre head emerged from the water, a colossal, flat black fish head. This head was immense, comparable to a dining table for a large gathering, with a diameter nearing 2 meters. Two oval eyes, one larger than the other, sat closely atop the head, reminiscent of a flounder. However, as the creature fully surfaced, Zhao Hao noted that on either side of its head were a pair of lifeless eyes, as if they were the true eyes, while the prominent pair atop merely served as rotating adornments. Once the head was fully out of the water, Zhao Hao discerned that the lower half bore a striking resemblance to human features, specifically, the area from the nose down to the mouth and chin. Yet, this mouth gaped sideways, devoid of lips, revealing an array of jagged, uneven teeth. The teeth were not aligned in a single row but protruded outward, with one side disappearing into its cavernous maw. The distance from the center of its mouth to the chin was over 1 meter long, suggesting the creature could open its jaw wide enough to swallow a pig whole. No exaggeration. Beneath its chin, writhing tendrils of varying lengths and thicknesses twisted and coiled, exuding a repulsive, slimy appearance. Zhao Hao turned his head slightly, unable to maintain his gaze, for the sensation indicated a level of mental contamination. Yet Guizhou remained fixated on the monstrosity, his jaw clenched, his eyes sharp as if they could pierce through steel. Perhaps it was the years of pent-up resentment that fortified his resolve. However, his hands told a different story. While his right hand ended in a claw the size of a pot lid, his left had grotesquely morphed into a twisted bone blade from the elbow down. His legs were thicker than beams, yet appeared slender in comparison to the rest of his body, lacking the multitude of bony protrusions and scales. Zhao Hao sensed a potential weakness. The fish monster, cloaked in black scales, boasted 4 eyes and long, whisker-like appendages, with a gaping maw filled with fang-like teeth. Its body was covered in densely packed, fan-sized scales, adorned with various aquatic mollusks, akin to barnacles on a whale, serving both as armor and weaponry. As it moved, it left behind enormous footprints, smeared with a viscous, transparent slime that trailed behind it. This slime appeared to envelop the creature's entire form, capable of absorbing impact and perhaps even resisting fire. Fortunately, Zhao Hao detected no overwhelming psychic energy emanating from the creature, far less than that of Uncle Tai. When Uncle Tai cast spells or presided over altars, his energy pulsed against the ceiling, saturating the surrounding area. He was undoubtedly at the bronze level, though he seldom engaged in direct confrontations. The fish monster's energy, however, seemed comparable to that of a certain rotund individual, Black Iron 4-star. Yet, due to his unique techniques, that individual's energy was more subdued. The fish monster seemed to follow a similar path, relying on physical strength rather than magical prowess. Guizhou, undeterred by the creature's presence, gritted his teeth and murmured, "This beast has consumed too many lives. It has grown legs. We cannot afford to delay." It had even brought several water spirits with it. Had more townsfolk fallen victim? Cursed be the fate. At that moment, more creatures surfaced, and Zhao Hao discerned they were water spirits, 7 or 8 of them, each significantly larger than the one he had previously dispatched. The ones Guizhou referred to as transformed children from the outer world. if the smaller spirits were black iron 1 to 2 star. These larger ones ranged from black iron 2 to 3 star. Guojio then turned to Zhao Hao, baring his teeth in a cold grin. You must help me fend off those water spirits. I shall slay this black fish spirit. With that, he brandished his bone knife and charged forward. Zhao Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the old man's immediate and bold assault. Was he always this courageous? Initially, he had planned a stealthy approach, only to be caught off guard by his ally's unexpected advance. With no other option, Zhao Hao rose to follow suit, casting aside any pretense of concealment. He manifested his gear, donning a leather armor and a raptor vest, wielding a glimmering dragon slayer halberd. Though Guojio's sudden charge startled Zhao Hao, the old man was merely a robust, ordinary individual, perhaps a 3-star or 4-star mortal. In just 4 or 5 seconds, Zhao Hao surged ahead of him. The black fish monster, meanwhile, had seized the effigy from the ground with its massive claws, stretching its arm effortlessly over 3 meters without even bending. It flung the glutinous effigy into its gaping maw, which promptly closed around it with a grinding motion, displaying an expression of delight that even made its dangling tendrils quiver. Yet, within mere seconds, its expression shifted drastically. Even its tendrils convulsed in a tangled mass. Blood-red smoke erupted from the creature's mouth and nostrils, and the monster howled in pain, staggering back as its gills split open like cracks, nearly causing it to topple over. It must have been Guojio who had tainted the effigy, setting a trap for the black fish monster. It made sense. Had Zhao Hao been in a similar situation, he would have filled the effigy with every poison at his disposal. After enduring years of torment, Guojio was now determined to vanquish this monster, relying on some hidden advantage. Upon witnessing the scene, Guojio erupted into maniacal laughter, his expression twisted with malice. Abominable creature, today marks your demise. His words dripped with boundless hatred. Despite this, Zhao Hao did not dare to charge directly at the black fish monster. Instead, he traced a circle and surged towards the water demons fleeing towards the shore. Zhao Hao declared, I shall first slay a few of these water demons to hone my skills, for Master Gua has indeed instructed me to intercept the water spirits. Chapter 68. The clue is lost. The water demons that surged from the depths were far from uniform in appearance. Some bore fish-like traits, adorned with scales and fins, while others resembled the elongated forms of loaches and eels. There were those with crab claws or shrimp-like heads, and some even carried the shells of turtles. In summary, each exhibited distinct aquatic characteristics. Zhao Hao unsheathed his blade, revealing no hesitation in his approach. With a bellow, he propelled his legs forward, prompting his arms to follow in a sweeping motion. Infused with spiritual energy, a shimmering aura resembling moonlight enveloped the broad blade. The foremost of the fish-scaled water demons, a 3-pronged creature, was cleaved in half. Its upper body fell to the ground, blood splattering, while its lower half continued to tremble on its feet. Astonishing. Zhao Hao was taken aback by his own prowess. No wonder it was a black iron tier 4 main weapon. After merging with 3 formidable arms, its might was unparalleled. Zhao Hao estimated he had expended merely 1% of his spiritual energy. If recovery was factored in, he could unleash such attacks consecutively 100 or even 120 times. By the heavens, even a block of iron would be reduced to scrap beneath his blade. With a sense of grandiosity, Zhao Hao charged towards the remaining water demons. In a flurry of severed limbs and splattering blood, it was less akin to slicing vegetables and more reminiscent of butchering livestock, requiring little effort. Only the crab and turtle water demons managed to withstand 3 moves under his onslaught, while 2 others of an unknown variety proved troublesome with their ability to conjure a murky water spell, forcing Zhao Hao to retreat repeatedly. Beset by waves of nausea and dizziness, while Zhao Hao faced minimal trouble, the initial assailant, Old Man Gua, found himself in dire straits. Although the black fish monster had been tricked into ingesting the meticulously prepared poison from a rooster's blood over nearly a decade, the disparity in their capabilities was glaring. A mere mortal tier 3 against a formidable black iron tier 4 creature, particularly one of the more challenging types, not to mention its unique attributes. Its size alone could easily reduce Old Man Gua to a pulp with a single strike. Despite appearing frail and aged, Gua was surprisingly robust, his movements swift and his strikes ferocious. He had already inflicted deep, long gashes upon the black fish monster's legs and abdomen with his bone knife. The blade was indeed sharp. With each cut, even the black scales offered no resistance, and the wounds were shrouded in a layer of crimson spiritual energy, preventing the injuries from healing and causing blood to gush forth like a spouting fountain. Yet, the black fish monster retaliated with reckless abandon, swinging its limbs in wide arcs, delivering indiscriminate strikes. Several times, Gwe found himself in dire straits, his garments tattered, covered in mud and blood. One misstep could spell his doom. Furthermore, as the black fish monster attacked, a viscous slime oozed from its body, quickly transforming the surroundings into a sticky mess. Once Gwe became ensnared, his movements visibly slowed, and the skin touched by the slime rapidly turned pale. Trailing behind the two was the plump orange seat, stealthily wading through the water, having quietly dispatched 2 water demons capable of casting murky spells. Soaked to the skin, it was evident that its bulk was genuine, not merely an illusion of thick fur. It had made considerable sacrifices for the sake of victory. It quickly assessed the situation with the black fish monster. Would old Gwe be all right? However, old Gwe was a seasoned demon hunter, having plotted against such creatures for over a decade. He charged forward, enduring a powerful blow that sent him flying, yet managed to sever one of the black fish monster's slender legs. The black fish monster's legs, already fragile despite being as thick as tree trunks, were surprisingly severed by old Gwe. With its balance disrupted, it toppled, and had it not been for the twisted bone blade propping it up, it would have plunged into the muck. Old Gwe was sent sprawling at least 5 to 6 meters away, rolling several times before managing to rise, pale but not bloodied. His tattered clothes were beyond repair, not only from the battle but also from the corrosive slime. Though not a strong acid or base, the substance possessed significant erosive properties, decaying coarse fabric in mere seconds and causing skin to swell and blanch within moments. Zhao Hao observed that the slime contained traces of spiritual energy, indicating that the black fish's energy could erode matter. Realizing its own precarious state, the black fish monster, with one leg lost, could only drag itself along in a semi-paralyzed manner. It opened its maw, emitting an eerie, low hiss, undetectable to the untrained ear. Yet, through Zhao Hao's demon-hunting senses, he perceived spirals of spiritual energy radiating from the monster's mouth, akin to sound waves. The distant Yao River began to boil, with numerous objects surfacing, at least 20 visible. What lay beyond was uncertain. By the heavens, calling for reinforcements. I can do that too. Zhao Hao retrieved a handful of paper figures and talismans from his pocket, casting them forth along with 3 magical beans, and hurled the little soft creature clinging to him, shouting, "Orange seat, hold them off." The diligent little soft creature departed, expanding its form to feast upon the corpses of the water demons. The paper figures and talismans transformed into towering, formidable warriors, standing at the ready. The 3 magical beans morphed into figures reminiscent of traditional opera actors, representing Lu, Guan, and Zhang. Orange Seat cast a resentful glance at Zhao Hao. "I can't hold them off. What do you expect me to do?" Zhao Hao charged at the black fish monster, which was now crawling towards Old Man Gwe. Astonishingly, despite having lost a leg, its speed had increased, proving more agile than before. The word danger was written all over Old Gwe's face. However, Old Gwe remained resolute, with his bone knife clenched in his mouth. He brushed his fingers along the blade's edge, drawing crimson lines across his visage. "You shall meet your end today, beast." Zhao Hao watched as red spiritual energy began to emanate from Gwe, his form igniting as if engulfed in flames. With a powerful leap, he soared over 3 meters high, narrowly evading the black fish monster's sweeping attack. Not only did he dodge the devastating blow, but he also landed atop the creature. His bone knife, now imbued with the same crimson energy, began to slice into the monster's back, each strike creating a massive wound from which foul blood gushed forth. The confrontation between man and beast mirrored that of sworn enemies, each disregarding their injuries in pursuit of the other's downfall. Zhao Hao arrived just in time, executing a sliding strike, his dragon slayer blade radiating with a dazzling aura. The black fish monster's belly was rent open by Zhao Hao's attack. A gaping wound over a meter long, spilling forth entrails and viscera. Yet, to Zhao Hao's astonishment, the black fish monster's innards writhed as if alive, some sporting sharp teeth, others covered in tentacles, and some even possessing limbs and eyes. In an instant, they lunged towards Zhao Hao. Astonished, Zhao Hao felt a surge in his mind, almost succumbing to a cerebral hemorrhage. In that fleeting moment, he sensed his spiritual vision heightening, the very fabric of reality beginning to warp. Without a second thought, he collapsed to the ground, unleashing a spinning blade of energy. In a desperate bid, Zhao Hao summoned every ounce of strength and spiritual energy. Channeling the essence of his true self, he was not fighting alone. The operation was a success. From now on, you shall be a motherfish. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed nearby. The dynamite hidden by Orange Seat detonated. Orange Seat grasped the flying hook, encircling it, exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, the water demon had been vanquished entirely, yet Zhao Hao's paper figures, both human and canine, were reduced to merely 4 or 5. Lu, Guan, and Zhang, true to their bond of brotherhood, had faced life and death together, sharing the same fate since their vows. Zhao Hao hastily rose to his feet. As the black fish creature began to relax its muscles, Guojio was perched upon the creature's head, his bone knife nearly embedded to the hilt within the pair of eyes that were pressed closely together, delivering a fatal blow. After a decade of seeking to exorcise demons, Guojio had finally fulfilled his long-held wish. "Old Gua, are you all right?" Zhao Hao rushed over to support Guojio, only to halt abruptly. A broken black fish spine was piercing through Guojio's chest, and it appeared to have penetrated deeply. Chapter 69. Old Gua. Your actions suggest you aspire to become the overseer. Zhao Hao gently supported Guojio's body, striving to minimize any movement. A fishbone, as thick as 3 fingers aligned, had pierced through his chest, and blood flowed profusely. It was over. There was no hope for rescue. Such a grievous injury rendered the few healing potions in his possession utterly ineffective. Unless he possessed some miraculous ability to revive the dead, Old Guo was doomed. However, Guojio appeared remarkably at ease, his expression light and even smiling, exuding an endearing charm reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. He pressed something into Zhao Hao's hand, his lips foaming with blood as he struggled to speak. I fear not death. I have died many times before. I am content to avenge my great grievances. Remember, your time is limited. Be sure to seize it. There is more to this before the new cycle begins. The town has. Then he released Zhao Hao's hand, taking his last breath. Zhao Hao, in disbelief, gazed at Guojio, his voice filled with sorrow as he cried out, Old Gua, you cannot die. Hold on. Complete your words. Damn it. Zhao Hao howled at the heavens. It was not that he had formed a deep bond with Guojio, having only known him for a day. Rather, it was the fact that Old Gua had left him with half-finished words at the moment of his demise. Old Gua, if you die like this, you will surely be reborn as a eunuch. What should I seize? What is this new cycle? What about the town? What do I need to strive for? Old Gua, I curse you. Zhao Hao stood in a daze, surveying his surroundings. Zhu Zhua and Xiao Ruan, alongside a multitude of intricate paper spirits, had managed to vanquish all the watery minions of the black fish monster. At that moment, Zhu Zhua was unusually industrious, diligently extracting ingredients from the defeated water demons. Zhu Zhua was a master chef, renowned for his extraordinary culinary skills. The only thing that could rouse the lazily plump Zhu Zhua was food. Oblivious to Old Gua's fate, he waddled over to the black fish monster, brandishing a gleaming hook knife, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he began to dissect various parts of the creature. As he worked, he marveled. So much high-quality, firm meat. Wow, a prime black fish tail, rich in collagen and tantalizing aquatic energy. Oh, the blade-scaled fish skin, perfect for making spicy fish skin. Consuming it would grant a temporary effect akin to dragon scales. Exceptional mutated black fish whiskers. If crafted into flying fish fin soup, consuming it might allow one to dive into the depths of the sea of energy. A pair of enormous black fish kidneys, marinated in wild vine juice, then grilled with meat from the thicket, would surely invigorate the body. Hey, what a freshwater energy ghost vine pot. Delicious. Consuming it raw with a secret sauce would grant the ability to breathe underwater. Zhu Zhua paused, realizing, oh, this is a person. This old man cannot be consumed. With a look of regret, Zhu Zhua strolled past Guojio, muttering complaints about the fishy smell. How strange, truly strange. Worried that Zhu Zhua might become overzealous and desecrate Old Gua's remains, Zhao Hao hastily lifted the body and set it aside. After all, the deceased deserve respect. What was that saying? Once a person has died. At this moment, he noticed a small, yellowed booklet had been pressed into his hand, still smeared with Old Gua's blood. Ritual clock refinement method? Yet, Guojio's clothes had been torn away, revealing only his withered muscles. Where could he have pulled this booklet from? Surely not from his trousers. Old Gua, you concealed it too well. In addition to this, There was the bone knife in Old Gua's possession, capable of slaying even the formidable black iron level 4 monsters. This was the legacy left by Old Gua. Zhao Hao gazed at the old man, who, despite the tragic manner of his death, bore a serene expression, even a hint of a smile. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Hao lamented, "Alas, though you did not reveal any useful clues before your passing. Old Gua, may you rest well." Just then, Zhu exclaimed, "What is this?" While rummaging through the fish's head, he unexpectedly discovered a jade plaque within the brain of the black fish. This object bore evident signs of human craftsmanship, adorned with 2 seal characters. Zhu, unfamiliar with seal script and indifferent to the jade plaque, casually tossed it toward Zhao Hao. Upon catching it, Zhao Hao felt a reaction from the jade plaque towards energy. He focused his gaze, tying. By the time Zhao Hao finished cleaning the battlefield, it was already past midnight. The water demons and black fish, having been harvested by Zhu, were devoured and digested by Shaoruan. The riverbank was devoid of any vitality, void of chirping insects or singing birds, save for the gentle sound of water lapping against the shore. Throughout this journey, he had encountered several attacks from monsters, which should have consisted of wild dogs or coyotes. Yet, they now appeared as if parasitized by aquatic beings, some with shedding fur replaced by scales, others missing an eye, replaced by a yellow eel, and some with tongues replaced by grotesque fish. How peculiar. Such drastic changes had not been present on his journey here. Fortunately, these monsters were of mediocre strength. Despite their bizarre and terrifying appearances, they were merely of mortal caliber. He left Shaoruan in the courtyard as a lookout while he rummaged through the kitchen to find some rice, placing it in a pot to cook porridge. He added a dozen eggs and a slab of cured meat, throwing them all in to boil. Regardless of the taste, his priority was to fill his belly. As for Zhu's suggestion to take charge of the cooking, revealing his extraordinary culinary skills, Zhao Hao shook his head resolutely. "Even if I starve, I would rather leap from this high ridge than consume anything from your foul kitchen." While waiting for the porridge to cook, he seized a moment to reflect on the day's revelations. Firstly, from Old Gua, he learned that this strange realm had been visited by others before. The little water demon he had slain might have been one of the missing children transformed, yet no one had ever left this place alive. Then there were the gains. Zhao Hao examined the ritual clock refinement method and the bone knife. This method was a primitive ritual spell that could transform mundane objects into extraordinary ones. It was, in essence, rather rudimentary. Old Gua's bone knife was an heirloom passed down through 3 generations of butchers and had been blood sacrificed for a decade to achieve its current form. Its efficacy was commendable. Magic, as it were, varied in potency. Some spells could move mountains, while others merely served to hypnotize ordinary individuals. Zhao Hao categorized the spells he had encountered according to the system's grading. For instance, paper spirits, paper figures, and the like fell under black iron level 2. The technique of summoning soldiers from beans, taught by Iron Uncle, likely qualified as black iron level 3. The Zhelong sleeping pill technique, being a cultivation method, would be rated at level 4. Zhao Hao's current mastery of barrier techniques also fell within this tier. However, the Zhelong sleeping pill had mutated due to his unique circumstances, making it impossible to assess its level. For now, he would call it the Zhelong dreaming technique. On the other hand, the chaotic magic of the Gege, which would rank as black iron level 5, sometimes potent, yet occasionally quite the trap. It was best not to attempt it without proficiency. As for the ritual clock refinement method, it likely stood at level 3, primarily due to its low requirements, allowing even the most mundane individuals with enough determination to utilize it. In summary, the spells Zhao Hao possessed were minor techniques, offering limited assistance. It would be wiser to focus on cultivating the dreaming technique, just as Iron Uncle advised, for energy was the foundation of all. Practicing techniques without honing one's energy would lead to nothing but regret in old age. Should he concentrate on combat? Both barrier techniques and chaotic magic would hold immense potential for growth. Yet, all of this required time, unlike those low-level spells, which were much easier to practice. Zhao Hao pondered the possibility of merging these techniques into a grand amalgamation. The advantage of paper spirits lies in their simplicity. They require merely the consumption of spiritual energy to summon basic spirits to assist in tasks. They can be summoned instantly without any cooldown period. However, their drawback is their lack of combat prowess, serving merely as diminutive laborers. On the other hand, paper figures and horses possess commendable combat capabilities and functionality, provided that ample preparation is made. Their disadvantage, however, is the necessity for prior arrangement. In the event of an encounter, there is no opportunity for preparation. Furthermore, if insufficiently prepared, one cannot replenish resources during battle, resulting in merely average combat strength, with a greater number of lackeys. The crafting of paper figures and horses is also labor-intensive, demanding significant spiritual energy and constrained by time limits. In recent days, Zhao Hao worked diligently, yet he could only accomplish this much. This battle nearly led to complete annihilation. As for the technique of using grass and wood as soldiers, it is quite similar to paper figures and horses, albeit utilizing natural materials. Its combat effectiveness is exceedingly poor. Even an ordinary person could defeat 10 of them. Being illusory in nature, they can easily be dispelled with a mere punch. The advantage lies in their convenience. One can gather materials on site, resulting in an abundant number. Grasping a handful of wild grass yields dozens. They serve as the ideal atmospheric enhancers for rallying cries. This spell relies on deception, emphasizing victory through sheer numbers. There is an adage, illusory soldiers tire the true general, which underscores how this spell tirelessly engages you in battle with phantasmal troops made of grass and wood. The technique of turning beans into soldiers is even more sophisticated. Even Uncle Tai has refined divine bean soldiers for over a decade. However, this spell demands high standards. One must envision a historically renowned warrior or legendary figure, then set up an altar for worship, seeking to uncover the spiritual essence of that warrior in the sea of spiritual energy. A fragment of their spirit is sealed within the magical beans, undergoing years of ritualistic enhancement until they transform into divine bean soldiers. Uncle Tai's creations likely possess combat strength comparable to Black Iron 4 or 5 stars, each endowed with unique abilities. Yet, the entry requirements for this technique are steep, and the refinement process is arduous. Zhao Hao expended considerable resources to acquire materials and attempted a brief refinement, but ultimately, it all came to naught. Zhao Hao lamented, "My bond, the oath of brotherhood in the Peach Garden, has been severed." Thus, he contemplated whether it might be possible to fuse these various spells, leveraging their strengths and compensating for their weaknesses. Chapter 70. Time pursues Zhao Hao. The whimsical nature of the paper talismans. The unrestrained effects of paper figures and horses, the overwhelming numbers of grass and trees as soldiers with minimal expenditure. The formidable combat prowess and divine abilities of the beans scattering into soldiers' technique. And finally, the low threshold and accelerated formation of the Xing Zhong ritual. Zhao Hao conceded that he might be indulging in fanciful thoughts. With his limited abilities, he was contemplating the fusion of several techniques. Perhaps a sign that he had overindulged in the northwestern winds by the riverside this evening. However, there was a glimmer of hope. As Zhao Hao had indeed discovered a potential solution, the incorporation of chaotic magic. Chaotic magic is an unpredictable and unfathomable system of sorcery that defies conventional logic and common sense, capable of achieving feats unattainable by ordinary means. If he could truly harness chaotic magic as a core driving force, perhaps his aspirations could be realized. Yet, time was of the essence. Furthermore, Zhao Hao had acquired the bone-slicing knife and the Tying Jade tablet. As he grasped the knife, the system in his mind revealed its attributes. Demon Blade, Bloodbath, Black Iron. 3-star equipment bone-slicing, extremely sharp, possesses armor-piercing capabilities. Bloodletting, wounds inflicted by it cannot heal, resulting in continuous blood loss. Blood Chi, inflicting damage upon flesh and blood beings will stimulate the wielder with a portion of blood Chi, thereby prolonging their combat fervor. The lower the wielder's constitution, the greater the side effects. Note, must be soaked in blood for an hour daily, or it will devour its master. Remark, a deep-seated hatred, all enemies shall perish. Old Gu had wielded this demonic blade to slay formidable Black Iron, 4-star monsters with his mortal body. Zhao Hao was at a loss for words. This blade was of no use to him, far inferior to his own dragon-slaying crescent blade. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary Black Iron, 3-star weapon, and someone would surely pay a handsome sum for it. As for the Tying Jade tablet, upon channeling spiritual energy into it, a spell materialized in his mind. Moreover, it was a cultivation technique. However, it was not one meant for humans. Tying refining form is an exotic method through which beings harness the light of the moon to refine their corporeal forms. Zhao Hao glanced at the jade tablet and then at the orange seat nearby. The orange seat's tail bristled with agitation. Danger. Why are you staring at me? I will not become that sort of creature. I am male. Additionally, The orange seat had extracted 2 fisheye-sized orbs, which now shimmered like precious gems. Fish eye orb, black iron, 2-star item remark. A pearl imbued with a hint of spiritual energy. That night, Zhao Hao endeavored to locate any diaries that Gu Jiu might have hidden, but alas, old Gu was a principled man who never kept a diary. Zhao Hao sidestepped the bustling crowd on the street, standing by the wall and scrutinizing each passerby. The orange seat, unusually awake, extended its claws to groom its whiskers, remarking, "Indeed, I sense it too. The entire street reeks of foul salted fish." In Zhao Hao's eyes, among every 10 individuals on the street, 1 or 2 exhibited peculiarities. Initially, he noticed a passerby whose luck aura was murky and twisted into irregular shapes. Activating his demon hunting senses, he observed a small patch of fish scales on that person's face. He was momentarily taken aback. Yet, those around him displayed no signs of abnormality. Zhao Hao, maintaining his composure, slowed his pace to continue observing. Soon after, a more striking individual passed by, sporting gill-like appendages on the sides of his cheeks, with wriggling, worm-like tendrils protruding from the gills. The grotesqueness of it nearly made Zhao Hao regurgitate the breakfast eggs he had consumed earlier. Yet, that individual appeared quite natural as he greeted acquaintances, sharing laughter and sitting at a nearby breakfast stall, slurping a bowl of noodle soup, with noodles spilling from his gills. He even wiped his hands on his face, crushing a tendril in the process. The stall owner and those around him seemed not to notice the transformations, as if they regarded them as perfectly normal. What transformation had swept through Linshui town that Zhao Hao was unaware of? The aquatic parasitic beasts from the previous night, and now this morning. The townsfolk had begun to mutate, yet treated it as commonplace. It seemed that after slaying the black fish monster last night, some change had occurred. Old Gu had said he had little time left. Could this transformation be the cause? Did he allude to something in the town that triggered these mutations? Currently, the number of mutated individuals was perhaps less than 1/5, their behavior seemingly unaltered and the townspeople's attitudes towards them normal, but therein lay the true abnormality. If, in the end, everyone were to transform into such creatures, or even undergo further mutations, what would become of him? Zhao Hao felt a surge of panic. The individuals within the eerie realm were gradually transforming into monsters, and he was racing against time. His survival hinged upon his ability to stay ahead of the clock. It was akin to a bomb's countdown. Should he fail to defuse it before it reached 0, he would be obliterated. As Zhao Hao squatted in a corner, lost in thought and drenched in cold sweat, he suddenly heard someone call out to him, "Zhao bro, is that you? Have you concluded matters with old Gu?" Turning around, he found it was the simple-minded fool leading the 1,000-mile donkey. Zhao Hao scrutinized the fool from head to toe, left to right, and detected no signs of mutation. A sigh of relief escaped him. The fool was a good child, and he sincerely wished to see him remain untainted. The fool patted the donkey's neck. "It was Zhao bro's donkey that guided me to find you. Your donkey is truly clever." Upon hearing the praise, the donkey pouted in delight. "MHM, MHM, MHM." Zhao Hao waved at the fool and inquired, "Have you encountered any strange individuals on your way?" The fool scratched his head, seemingly oblivious to any peculiarities. Zhao Hao led the fool to seek out Xiao Nir, the shy yet cheerful young girl who was to be sacrificed to the water demon in 5 days. Zhao Hao approached the old town chief to inquire about the situation, but the old man was in tears, his entire being crumbling with despair. "We have committed sins. Ever since the water demons emerged over a decade ago, more than half of the townsfolk who relied on fishing have lost their livelihoods. To continue fishing, they must draw lots each year to sacrifice a child." The old town chief pleaded earnestly, expressing that if Zhao Hao could vanquish the water demons, they would not have to resort to such heinous acts. Zhao Hao pondered, could it be that this eerie realm demanded him to eradicate all water demons? He had already slain over 20 last night. That should suffice. Yet, what if the remaining water demons chose to remain hidden, with the townsfolk transforming into monsters? If he could not discern the cause to halt the spread of mutations or escape this eerie realm altogether, he feared he might meet the same fate as the previous outsiders, perishing here. Just as Zhao Hao felt utterly despondent, he suddenly heard the fool sighing, lamenting that no one played with him, and if even Xiao Nir was no longer around, he might as well join her in the water. Zhao Hao initially thought that the town's children rejected the fool due to his simplicity, but he suddenly realized that there were indeed far too few children in this town. In fact, over the past 2 days, he had scarcely seen any children of the fool's age, like him or Xiao and Ir? Had they been hidden away? Were they kept indoors for fear of being sacrificed? This seemed plausible. Nonetheless, when Zhao Hao inquired further, he discovered that there were hardly any children of the fool's age left in the town. Suddenly, the fool seemed to recall something and said, "Right? Brotherly Time mentioned seeing an unfamiliar child outside the town a few days ago." A few days ago? An unfamiliar child? Zhao Hao suddenly remembered the set of children's pajamas that Gu Jiu had shown him. If the child truly transformed into a water sprite, as Guo claimed, and was subsequently killed by his own hand, how did he undergo this metamorphosis into a water sprite? Chapter 71. There's something strange in town. I must seek out that fellow named Li Tai. Zhao Hao hurriedly inquired of the fool. Who exactly is this Li Tai? Where can he be found? Upon locating Li Tai, Zhao Hao soon realized that he was indeed the lad who had confidently claimed he would be slain by the water demon. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16, in his second year of middle school, wearing a defiant expression. He was quite dismissive of Zhao Hao, boldly stating, "I don't wish to converse with you. Corpse, you will inevitably be killed by the water demon." Zhao Hao, accustomed to dealing with such young brats, believed in the power of persuasion through virtue. After delivering a sound thrashing to Li Tai, who cowered in the corner, he muttered, "Ask away. I'll share what I know. Just don't hit me, all right? Now that's more like it. We are civilized individuals, after all, and must engage in reasoned discourse." Zhao Hao nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Hao proceeded to question Li Tai in detail about the unfamiliar children he had encountered days prior, leading him into deep contemplation. Just as Zhao Hao was about to depart with the fool, Li Tai indignantly declared, "Humans cannot stand against water demons. I advise you to flee. If you linger, you will surely meet your end." Zhao Hao turned sharply, his expression gradually shifting to one of irritation. "You insolent brat, have you not received adequate education? It seems I must impart some wisdom to you." Nevertheless, Zhao Hao restrained himself from resorting to violence and instead retrieved an object from his bag. Tossing it to Li Tai, it was a water demon-esque skull resembling a fish head. Last night, Zhao Hao had collected several, intending to use them to persuade others in critical moments. Upon seeing the object, Li Tai trembled uncontrollably, whether from fear or excitement was unclear. The stubborn boy, who had not shed a tear during his earlier punishment, was now silently weeping, tears streaming down his face in a pitiful manner. Zhao Hao almost expected him to kneel before him, crying out for help, "Hero, I wish to fight the water demon." In truth, Li Tai's father had been the leader of the demon-slaying brigade in Linshui town over a decade ago, only to meet a tragic demise. This was an immense blow to young Li Tai, who had always regarded his father as the greatest hero in the world. The notion that one would perish if targeted by a water demon had become deeply ingrained in his mind. Yet upon Zhao Hao's revelation of the water demon-esque skull, he solemnly stated, "Lad, water demons are not invincible. Your father has slain several. Though he may have sacrificed himself, he remains a hero. Do not bring shame upon him with that." Zhao Hao turned to leave, silently counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3, damn it. What if this kid doesn't chase after me? Zhao Hao, feeling the scarcity of allies, was truly at a loss regarding Linshui town, and thus sought to recruit a young aide. However, this scenario seemed to deviate from what he had read in books. "Wait, I'll help you. I'll assist you in slaying the water demon." Behind him, Li Tai clutched the water demon's skull tightly, tears still streaming down his face, gritting his teeth in determination. All right, I understand. Why shout so loudly?" Zhao Hao calmly turned around. "Damn it, that was close. I almost failed to maintain my composure." According to Li Tai, about a fortnight ago, he had been sitting alone on a barren hillside near the Yao River during the evening when he spotted several individuals dragging a child, stumbling as they hurried away. Given the threat of the water demon, the townsfolk seldom approached the riverside at dusk or night. Only Li Tai, with an unquenchable flame of curiosity burning within him, dared to linger. He found it peculiar and thus continued to observe. From a distance, he could not discern who they were. Yet he was certain that the child was not from Linshui town, for he recognized every child under 10 in the area. This child, however, was unfamiliar, and most notably, he bore dark skin and donned peculiar attire. The presence of the dark-skinned child was not surprising, according to the information Zhao Hao had gathered prior to his arrival. The children who had gone missing were all from families of plantation workers. Thus, it was confirmed that they were indeed outsiders. If Li Tai's and Old Gui's revelations were to be linked, it was highly plausible that the dark-skinned boy had disappeared due to that painting in a dream. Subsequently brought into this eerie realm, only to be discovered and taken away, ultimately transforming into a water demon. He might have been killed by his own kin moreover. Old Gua must have sensed something amiss in town, prompting him to seek refuge at the High Hill Cemetery. The child's clothing was likely something he discovered later on. It was through this garment that he realized outsiders had once again appeared. By his account, he had certainly encountered other outsiders before. Old Gua harbored numerous secrets, but alas, this old fellow had taken them all to his grave. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao had at least grasped one crucial fact. There was indeed something sinister afoot in this town. Someone was clandestinely communicating with the water demons, and many of the demons' births were intricately linked to these individuals. Damn it. I initially thought this was merely a monster-slaying quest, but now it has morphed into a mystery to unravel. How vexing. Although Zhao Hao felt somewhat at a loss regarding where to begin, his newly acquired ally, Li Tai offered a suggestion. Why don't we seek out Su Dong and probe him for information? Upon inquiry, Zhao Hao learned that Su Dong was the young heir of Su's silk shop in town, also 17 years old. Known for his lackadaisical attitude and penchant for bullying his peers, often toying with young women. However, his father was quite affluent, monopolizing the fabric and grain trade in the area, effectively establishing a stranglehold on the local economy. His influence was second only to the town mayor, perhaps even surpassing him in wealth and power. Thus, the townsfolk had little choice but to endure his tyranny. Li Tai, a headstrong lad, had clashed with Su Dong on numerous occasions and had often found himself pursued by the latter and his cronies. According to Li Tai, Su Dong had threatened him several times, claiming that anyone who crossed him would suffer dire consequences, as his father had the power to ensure that those he wished dead would indeed perish. Strangely, Li Tai had taken this warning to heart, and, upon consulting some elders, learned that a few merchants who had opposed Su's interests had indeed met with untimely ends at the hands of water demons. This revelation cast suspicion upon the Su family, suggesting that they might be in league with the demons. Thus, it appeared that there were indeed individuals in the town conspiring with the water demons, raising the likelihood that these affluent families were complicit. Let us go investigate. Su Dong was a short fellow, resembling a potato with his diminutive nose and eyes. However, a fine silk garment and a fan lent him an air of sophistication. As Zhao Hao observed discreetly, he realized that this was the same brat who had previously insulted him, claiming he was a harbinger of disaster, destined to invoke the wrath of the water demons upon the populace. Li Tai, following their prearranged plan, stepped forward to mock Su Dong. Su Dong, ever the provocateur, seized the opportunity to rally his lackeys to assault Li Tai. Although Li Tai had some street smarts, he was outnumbered, and thus turned to flee. Yet today he refused to escape. Just as the thugs were about to pummel him, Zhao Hao fortuitously arrived, bellowing, "What is going on here? Bullying someone, are you? What kind of hero resorts to overwhelming numbers?" Zhao Hao swiftly dispatched 4 of the lackeys and sent Su Dong, who had been lurking nearby with malicious intent, crashing to the ground with a kick. "You little wretch, enjoying the show, are you? What kind of cowardly act is this? If you're unsatisfied, come at me. Your father clearly didn't educate you properly. Allow me to teach you a lesson." Zhao Hao did not exert himself too much, delivering a series of blows that left the 5 thugs bruised and begging for mercy, pleading, "Hero, spare us. We shall never dare again." Ultimately, Zhao Hao strode away with his head held high, having exchanged not a word with Li Tai, who seized the opportunity to make his escape amidst the chaos. It seemed as if they were strangers, merely a hero fighting against overwhelming odds to uphold justice. A large crowd encircled, quietly applauding and whispering among themselves while pointing at Su Dong. With his bruised and swollen eyes, Su Dong rose and bellowed at the onlookers, "What are you staring at? Who dares to laugh again? I will have my father deal with that bastard." His sobs were filled with profound sorrow, having never endured such humiliation throughout his life. Once he was out of sight of the crowd, Zhao Hao's expression turned grave. It seemed that the Su family indeed harbored some issues. Among the 4 sycophants, 3 had begun to mutate, and 1 had undergone a rather severe transformation, with fin-like appendages nearly sprouting from his forehead and mucus oozing from his face. The ratio was alarmingly high. It was imperative to pay a visit to the Su household. Chapter 72. The Judge of Death Su Jinjian, a prominent wealthy figure in Lingshui town, was now 40 years old. At this moment, he sat in the grand hall upon his ornate chair, his expression a portrait of fury. "You disappointing wretch, how could you let things come to this?" He was a towering figure, bald, and of an imposing demeanor, exuding an aura of menace. His son, Su Dong, covered his eyes, wailing uncontrollably, "Father, you must stand up for me." Su Jinjian felt an inexplicable irritation brewing within him, his pupils fluctuating erratically, a disarray of emotions bubbling beneath the surface. "I have warned you repeatedly not to provoke that man. Why did you not heed my advice?" Su Dong sobbed despairingly. "I did not provoke him. He saw me dealing with Li Tai, and without a word, he unleashed a brutal assault on me. Look at my eye. It hurts so much." Su Jinjian's agitation intensified, teetering on the brink of losing control. "Enough. Cease this lamentation. Depart at once. I shall handle this matter." Su Dong, left with no choice, retreated helplessly. After a considerable period, Su Jinjian's emotions settled somewhat. He pressed his forehead, murmuring to himself, "Why is this transformation technique so agonizing? I have already found so many scapegoats. Is it still insufficient? No. I must cast more dragon scales into the wells tonight." Concealed on the rooftop, Zhao Hao opened his eyes, detaching his consciousness from the paper mouse. He had overheard Su Jinjian's impatient mutterings. If he was not mistaken, the recent occurrences of villagers transforming into monsters in Lingshui town were due to this bald man secretly tossing dragon scales into the water. He intended to use these mutated villagers as scapegoats to complete his transformation technique. "At last, I have found you. No more transformations. Tonight, I shall send you to the netherworld." Zhao Hao's heart brimmed with murderous intent, determined to eliminate Su Jinjian. However, many questions remained unanswered, such as the origins of the water demons, how he acquired the transformation technique, and the true nature of those dragon scales. Not to mention, how to ensnare the remaining water demons in one fell swoop. Zhao Hao had begun to discern that to escape this enigma, he must unravel the mystery of the water demons and resolve it entirely. Otherwise, with Lingshui town's destruction, he would likely perish alongside it. Damn it, I truly am aboard a pirate ship. Ultimately, Zhao Hao refrained from slaying Su Jinjian outright, instead contemplating how to extract valuable information from him. He examined all his cards and finally spotted the skin card, Judge of Death. In the dead of night, under a shroud of clouds that obscured the moon, the window of Su Jinjian's bedroom silently swung open. A gust of night air flowed in, and the slumbering Su Jinjian suddenly felt a chill. Awakening from his dreams, he instinctively hugged his arms for warmth. Wait, why is there a breeze? He abruptly sat up, only to behold a figure standing in the middle of the room. Clad in a purple robe, adorned with a blood-dripping ghost emblem on his chest, a winged black cap atop his head, and dark, pointed shoes beneath. In his left hand, he held a copper mirror, while in his right, a brush. His eyes were like copper bells, his beard wild, and his complexion dark and fearsome, emanating an ominous wind from behind him. Ah, the judge. While foreigners may not recognize him, most Song Dynasty individuals would, especially in the tumultuous backdrop reminiscent of the Republic era, a period rife with superstition. Su Jinjian immediately recognized the figure as the judge of the underworld. Realizing who had come, he scrambled from his bed, kneeling in terror, trembling, and covered in cold sweat. Zhao Hao felt a sense of triumph. "Fortunately, you recognized me. Otherwise, I would not know how to explain myself." Zhao Hao spoke. "Su Jinjian, a resident of Lingshui town, your lifespan of 40 years has now expired. It is time for you to accompany me to the underworld." This skin card not only transformed Zhao Hao's appearance, but also rendered his voice grave and terrifying. Su Jinjian trembled at these words, stammering, "Judge, I do not wish to die." "Fool, who wishes for death? Your time has come. You must face judgment for your deeds in life. Tell me, have you committed any evil?" I have not committed any evil." Su Jinjian's voice faltered. Feigning to consult a scroll he held, Zhao Hao inquired, "Then why does the ledger of life and death record that you conspired with demons to transform humans into monsters?" No, it was not me. It was that Huang Long. Yes, Huang Long compelled me to do it. Please, Judge, have mercy." Su Jinjian pleaded, repeatedly bowing his head. "Oh, Huang Long. So someone instigated you, and you are not the mastermind. That certainly warrants a lighter sentence. Tell me, where can I find this Huang Long?" Huang Long is located in the Wulong Valley to the east of the town. As he spoke, Su Jinjian suddenly realized he had divulged a secret he should not have. He quickly regained his composure, pondering, "Wait, I have begun my transformation. How can my lifespan still be unfulfilled? Shouldn't I be immortal? Moreover, if this is a soul harvesting, shouldn't it be the black and white impermanence? Zhao Hao hurriedly pressed for more details. Be specific. What location in Wulong Valley? Su Jinjian abruptly lifted his gaze to Zhao Hao, now transformed into the judge, and shouted, "What exactly are you?" Su Jinjian, tall and imposing, boomed his question, loud enough for those in the courtyard to hear. Instantly, a commotion erupted as the guards of the Su household were alerted. Damn it! Just when success was within reach, I was exposed. Zhao Hao felt a surge of anger. Meanwhile, Su Jinjian was fuming. What ghost dares to deceive Su Jinjian? You shall perish. With that, he lunged forward, his scales becoming visible, his pupils shifting to golden slits, his visage transforming into a beastly countenance resembling that of a bull. But at that moment, Zhao Hao bellowed, "Su Jinjian, look at this." In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhao Hao drew his dragon-slaying crescent blade, a flash of cold light slicing through the air, and Su Jinjian felt a chill at his neck, realizing his head had already been severed and was now held by Zhao Hao. "Curse it! Did you think I would wait for you to transform before engaging in battle?" Zhao Hao exclaimed, his feet barely touching the ground as he turned to flee. However, upon exiting, he collided with someone. From a distance, Su Dong had seen the menacing figure of the judge, clutching a severed head, and shrieked in terror, collapsing to the ground. "Ah!" he cried, his voice piercing like a slaughtered pig's. Zhao Hao found the sound grating and, without hesitation, swiped the judge's brush across Su Dong's face, leaving a stark mark. Su Dong fainted from shock. When the household guards arrived at the scene, they found only Su Dong, marked with a dark streak on his face, and a headless corpse in Su Jinjian's bedroom. By dawn, rumors spread throughout Lingshui town, claiming that Su Jinjian, having committed heinous deeds, had been claimed by the judge of the underworld. Even Su Dong, having crossed paths with the judge, bore a permanent mark on his face, a stain that refused to wash away. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao, unconcerned with the aftermath, directly tied a lead in toward Wulong Valley. Despite Su Jinjian's demise, Zhao Hao discovered that the number of mutated demons had increased overnight. It seemed that simply eliminating Su Jinjian was inconsequential. He needed to confront the so-called Huanglong. The race against time was far from over. Chapter 73. The strange serpent. I heard from the elders in town that Wulong Valley was not originally called Wulong Valley. The name was changed over 20 years ago. It seems it was once named something like Mudfish Valley. Li Tai inquired around the town, but everyone had little information about Wulong Valley. The older folks vaguely remembered that it was a name that came about later. As for the reason behind the renaming, no one knew. It seemed to have simply become known as Wulong Valley over time. This area is a marshy and deep gully region that branches off from the tributaries of the Yao River. Every year during the rainy season, the entire expanse transforms into a quagmire and submerged swamp, covering an area several times larger than the town itself. When drought arrives, the swamp water recedes, revealing deep fissures and pools resembling cracks in the earth along the mountainside. Following the map that Li Tai had gathered, Zhao Hao located Wulong Valley. It was a vast pit at the mountain's edge, as if a rift had been torn between the mountain and the earth. There was a considerable amount of water inside, appearing quite deep, with some water even in a concave cave within the mountain. The water surface at the base of the mountain was indented, extending several dozen meters wide, resembling a great mountain grinning with glee. Activating his demon hunter senses, Zhao Hao searched meticulously. If Su Jinjian's claims were true, and a dragon lay coiled here, there must surely be traces left behind. After a long search, Zhao Hao finally discovered some rocks within the concave area of the mountain that bore signs of friction, and he perceived faint spiritual energy clinging to the rocks through his demon hunter senses. This sensation reminded him of the slime from the black fish spirit, suggesting that it had once adhered to the rocks. Over time, the slime had dried up, and the spiritual energy had been nearly depleted. Had Zhao Hao arrived even a day or two later, he might have found no trace of the energy at all. What to do? Wading through? Zhao Hao muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Juzwa recoiled, exclaiming, "I cannot get wet. If I do, I will dissolve, I swear." "I'm not joking. Come here," Zhao Hao commanded, grabbing Juzwa by the scruff of the neck with one hand, while pulling out a small inflatable boat with the other. Juzwa was a crucial part of his combat strength. There was no way he would leave it behind, even if it meant descending into hell. "I'm truly having the worst luck," Juzwa lamented. The small inflatable boat, at Zhao Hao's behest, transformed into the shape of a kayak. He hoisted the struggling Juzwa onto the kayak, feeling like a true genius. The kayak sprouted several structures resembling fish fins beneath and on its sides, and began to paddle forward. The surface of the deep pool was calm. The water below a dark green, and above them loomed jagged rock formations barely 2 meters high, occasionally obstructed by hanging stalagmites. During the rainy season, when the waters were abundant, the entire fissure beneath the mountain would likely be submerged. To enter, one would have to dive. The silent inflatable kayak advanced slowly, and as they delved deeper into the mountain, the light dimmed further. The environment felt somewhat eerie. Anyone with claustrophobia would likely succumb to panic. After about 10 minutes of navigating, they reached the fissure's end. Juzua's night vision revealed a cave ahead, approximately 2 meters in diameter. This cave sloped upward above the water's surface, and Zhao Hao, with Juzua and the small inflatable boat, climbed up. He felt an unknown slippery substance on the rock wall. With a slight spiritual energy reaction, it seemed they had found a location of interest. Activating his demon hunter senses, Zhao Hao's vision transformed into something akin to night vision goggles, allowing him to discern various colors that outlined different shapes. This enabled him to see, albeit barely. After ascending the slope for several meters, they arrived at a large cavern. Juzua held his nose throughout, overwhelmed by a strong fishy odor that provoked his senses. This cavern was substantial, resembling a natural limestone cave, with numerous stalagmites, and even some that formed columns. Beneath those columns lay heaps of white bones. Surveying the surroundings, Zhao Hao noted that just in front of him there were already a dozen or more skulls, scattered and fragmented. There must have been at least several hundred skeletal remains in this cave. What on earth was this place? What kind of monstrous dragon would hoard such a collection of bones? Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhao Hao spoke up, despite his fear of alarming anything lurking nearby. Although he had already suspected that this so-called yellow dragon was far from benign, he had not anticipated it to be this terrifying. As Zhao Hao scrutinized the bones, he realized they were not from the same period. Some were already decayed, while others remained relatively intact. This was not a single event. It appeared to span a considerable amount of time. But where did all these bones originate? Wait, could these be the missing corpses from the graves? Suddenly, Zhao Hao recalled what Guizhou had said before his death, perhaps referring to the bodies in the graves. He realized that the corpses had been stolen by some unknown entity. Su Jinjian and the town had conspired against his fellow villagers, intent on transforming them into mutated monsters to serve as scapegoats for his alchemical sorcery. What purpose did it serve to transport these bodies here? It seemed that the corpses missing from Linshui town over the past decade had been brought here through some mysterious means. At that moment, Juzua nudged Zhao Hao's leg and pointed with a claw. Zhao Hao turned to see a high platform at the cave's end, upon which stood a stone tablet. Cautiously, he approached and discovered it was a gravestone, behind which lay a burial mound. However, a hole the size of a water jug had been excavated in the mound, as if something had crawled out from the grave. In front of the gravestone lay several animal bones, including those of cattle, pigs, and deer. Zhao Hao stepped closer to decipher the inscription on the gravestone. Tomb of the Benevolent Father, Wang Yud. Who was Wang Yud? Why would a grave be placed here? These occurrences were undoubtedly intertwined with this tomb. Just then, a sudden sound of rushing water echoed from the cave entrance. Zhao Hao hurriedly concealed himself behind a massive stalagmite, while Juzua wished he could burrow into the ground. He heard a rustling sound, as if something was slithering and crawling. Peering cautiously, Zhao Hao discerned that a serpent, as thick as a water jug, was coiling among the stalagmites. The immense serpent weaved between several stalagmites, its full length obscured in the shadows. What the hell? The main event had arrived. Zhao Hao quietly prepared himself, signaling to Juzua to wait for the colossal creature to draw near so he could strike decisively. At that moment, Zhao Hao inadvertently caught sight of the serpent's head. This sight left him momentarily stunned. What in the world was that? The serpent had a human head. The head was nearly 2 meters in diameter, with prominent cheeks, a nose reminiscent of a cow, and a pair of vertical golden pupils that stood out starkly in the cave's darkness. Its enormous mouth gaped wide, revealing uneven, sharp teeth. Zhao Hao quietly summoned his spiritual energy, ready to take action, but the human-headed serpent suddenly raised its head, alert and aware.